Sword God Chapter 665 to Chapter 715. Today, I will explode again. Please support me. On the Proud Sword Island, there was a straight mountain peak that was like a giant sword pointing to the sky. On the peak of the Sword Mountain, there was a pavilion that looked like a sword, hence the name Sword Tower. Proud Sword Tower. In the Proud Sword Tower, a figure in a white gilt sword robe stood by the window, facing the misty dragon transformation lake. His eyes seemed to be wandering. Suddenly, they condensed into a beam, like an unsheathed sword piercing through the sky. A streak of crimson flowing light swept up a monstrous wave as it flew over from a crimson island in front of him. It carried a fierce aura, and the sky behind it seemed to be scorched by flames, causing the waves to become scorching hot. Approaching, the red streamer turned into a silhouette and stopped 3,000 meters away from the Proud Sword Island. It was a tall young man with fiery red hair and wearing a red armor. He held a red halberd in his left arm and pointed it at the lake. There seemed to be a flame flowing on it. Xianxia, come and fight with me, Xiao. The young man in red armor said loudly. His voice was like thunder, echoing in all directions, causing countless ripples on the lake. Xiao, the dragon son of the Qi clan, as you wish. The young man in the white gilt sword robe on the Proud Sword Tower smiled, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. In a flash, he turned into a sword light and flew out of the window. The platinum sword light was straight and extremely fast, tearing the sky apart. Without any pause, it went straight for the Qi clan's Xiao. Many people rushed over after hearing the sound. The Qi clan was one of the 5 emperor clans. It was founded by Emperor Qi and was a bloodline clan. Xianxia was the dragon son of the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect. He carried the fate of the sect and came here. Soon, Chenzong also arrived, standing on the lake to watch the battle. Although he couldn't fly in the air, at his level of cultivation, he could stand steadily as long as he had something to lean on. Xiao. Xianxia. Chenzong mumbled in a low voice, a smile could be seen on his face. Maybe one of these two would become his opponent. Good timing. Facing Xianxia's golden white sword light, Xiao was overjoyed instead of frightened. With a shake of his left arm, his red halberd suddenly stirred up several thousand kilograms of lake water and blasted out like a water dragon. The water dragon was torn apart by the platinum sword beam, and countless water droplets danced in the air. The speed of the sword suddenly increased, and a platinum sword mark was left in the sky. There was nothing it could not break, invincible. Chenzong's eyes lit up. The layman watched for the excitement, while the expert watched for the skill. In the path of the sword, Chenzong's attainments were profound, surpassing many paramount mortal realm experts. Therefore, Chenzong was able to see through the profundity of Xianxia's golden white sword light with just a glance. It looked like a very simple sword piercing through the air, but it contained 2 minor true intents of sword intent. There was even a unique force condensed within it, causing the 2 minor true intents to move in a spiraling motion. It was Chenzong's first time seeing this kind of sword technique, and he immediately felt an unbearable itch. There were as many sword techniques as there were hairs on a cow in the world. Some were superior, some were inferior, and some were similar. However, there would always be some unique techniques. If possible, Chenzong would like to see and experience it for himself. Although he could see some of the profundity now, it was only on the surface. Only when he personally fought with Xiao and experienced the changes within, would he be able to understand it more clearly. Now, he only hoped that Xianxia could defeat Xiao. As long as Xianxia could defeat Xiao, he would challenge him. However, if Xianxia was defeated, then he would have to find another time to experience the profundity of this sword technique. With this thought in mind, Xiao's halberd pierced through the air, turning into a red meteorite. It was as if it could shatter a mountain, and it struck out with an incomparably violent force. This halberd strike was unparalleled. The halberd struck like a giant cannon, but the platinum sword beam was not afraid at all. The halberd collided with the sharp sword, but it was not repelled. The sharp sword changed dozens of times in an instant, constantly slashing at the halberd, and continuously moving up the halberd towards Xiao. Xiao's expression was solemn. He shook his arms, and the halberd suddenly rotated like a dragon turning its body. It burst out with a strong rotational force, and after shaking off the platinum sword, it was like a giant drill, fiercely smashing towards Xianxia. The lake water around them kept exploding, and huge waves surged up into the sky before crashing down with a force of tens of thousands of pounds. However, just as they were about to hit the two of them, they were shattered by an invisible force, turning into countless water droplets that splashed in all directions, covering a radius of thousands of meters. The halberd was domineering, and the longsword was sharp. They kept colliding, and sharp sounds tore the sky apart time and time again. The spectators in the distance, who were weaker, felt as if their eardrums were being pierced again and again. The pain was unbearable, and they had no choice but to retreat again. Xianxia, you really have some skill. Now, I'll let you taste the power of my Qi family's scarlet dragon shattering the army's secret art. Qi Zhao's thunderous voice rang out amidst the surging waves. Strands of finger-thick crimson light swept out from Qi Zhao's body, and poured into the crimson halberd from all directions. The patterns on the halberd seemed to have come alive, turning into a dragon-shaped shadow that circled around, bursting out a terrifying aura that could sweep away thousands of armies. The scarlet dragon shattering the army's secret art may be good, but how can it compare to the proud sword Heavenly Sect's platinum soaring sword secret art? Hearing this, Xianxia raised his eyebrows, and his thin lips curled into a smile. His platinum sword trembled, and a series of platinum sword chi surged through the air, wreaking havoc in all directions. The scarlet dragon shattering the army's secret art was the highest inheritance of the Qi family. It was divided into two parts, the upper part for pseudo-transcendence to cultivate, and the lower part for transcendence. Qi Xiao was a master of the third rank, so he naturally cultivated the upper part, but he had already cultivated the upper part to its peak and had developed his own unique insights into it, making it more suitable for him. Similarly, the platinum soaring sword secret art was also one of the highest inheritances of the proud sword Heavenly Sect. It had a part suitable for pseudo-transcendence to cultivate, and a part suitable for transcendence to cultivate. Xianxia was able to inherit the sect's destiny, so he naturally possessed great strength and had cultivated the platinum soaring sword secret art to its peak. Scarlet dragon rises to the heavens. The halberd pierced through the air, transforming into a red flood dragon that soared into the sky. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, the lake water surged up into the sky, transforming into waves of white mist. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the world, causing the air around it to explode, as if an invisible giant cannon had been fired. Platinum sword stab. Xianxia's sword pierced through the sky. It didn't look as magnificent as the scarlet dragon soaring the sky, just a simple stab, but it contained a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing through all things in the world, unstoppable and unstoppable. The huge platinum sword light, like a magnified awl, shot out towards the diving flood dragon. Scarlet dragon roar. Scarlet dragon awakens hibernation. Qi Xiao also knew that with just one move, it was impossible to defeat Xianxia, so he immediately displayed his other two moves. The dragon's roar was earth-shattering, transforming into a series of sound waves that blasted out, shattering the sky and causing the surrounding lake water to explode into hundreds of thousands of kilograms, transforming into violent waves that slammed towards Xianxia from all directions. Amidst the layers of waves, a scarlet-red light that was as thick as an arm silently shuttled through the layers of waves like a thunderbolt. It was fine if it did not move, but once it moved, it was like a bolt of lightning that could destroy everything in its path. Hibernation awakens, 3 moves, one from the front and the other from different directions, immediately sent chills down Xianxia's spine. Even those who were far away felt their bodies go numb when they saw such a terrifying power. Platinum sweeping the sky. With a slash of the sword, the platinum sword light swept across the void, sweeping across in the shape of a huge fan. Platinum dazzling the world. With another slash, the platinum sword light was dazzling to the extreme, like an exploding platinum sun. Collision, 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 everything was colliding, and everything was destroyed in the collision. Terrifying shockwaves blasted out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The surface of the lake caved in for more than 10 miles. As it spun, it emitted a violent whistling sound that swept across the world. Boom, 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 accompanied by a gust of wind, it was as if a giant beast was about to rush out from the bottom of the lake, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Fight, 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 the two continued to fight, the halberd and the sharp sword clashing again and again. The shockwaves blasted the edge of the barren island, like a natural disaster. You do have some strength. The saint of Canggu sat on a reef and laughed as he drank. Although he said so, his tone was a little disdainful, and he did not take them seriously. Clearly, he did not care about the strength displayed by Qi Long or Xianxia. Compared to Fan Xingchen, who had been defeated by him back then, there was still a gap. Chen Zong could also tell that Qi Xiao and Xianxia were very strong. However, compared to Fan Xingchen, who had displayed the celestial appearance, there was indeed a gap. However, this was not their full strength. In the midst of the intense battle, Xianxia leaped into the sky, releasing an intense platinum light that engulfed his body. It was as if a platinum sun was suspended in the sky. Platinum heavenly slash. Xianxia's voice was majestic, and the blazing platinum light around him filled the world. Then, all of it surged into the platinum longsword in his hand. The blazing sword light swallowed and spat out, turning into a huge platinum sword that was 5 meters long. Slash, as the sword slashed down, the platinum sword light, which was more than 10 meters long, seemed to tear the void under the sword and split the world in front of it. This sword moved Chen Zong, and also made the saint of Canggu stop drinking the wine in his hand. His eyes shone brightly. This sword seemed to split the world in half. Its power was unparalleled. This sword strike caused all the spectators to pale in comparison. What a powerful sword! Qi Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky. The world disappeared, and only the platinum sword light filled his eyes. That was the entire world. You are very strong, but I am stronger. Qi Xiao's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Behind him, a red light spread, and the dragon transformation lake was dyed red. The red light continued to spread, and in the blink of an eye, the sky behind him was dyed crimson. The crimson red seemed to have a life of its own, and it became more and more intense. Crimson Dragon Skybreaking Halberd. Every word was extremely heavy, and each word was more powerful, majestic, and domineering than the last. Platinum Sky Spell, Red Dragon Breaks the Sky. The platinum sword light and the crimson halberd light collided in the air dozens of meters above the ground like two meteorites, stirring up layers of terrifying platinum and crimson ripples that raged between heaven and earth, tearing up the sky one layer after another. The terrible power bombarded and blew up tens of thousands of tons of lake water, as if there were evil dragons stirring up waves and rolling up monstrous floods to destroy the world. Boom! Boom! It was an aura that belonged to the world. Even though it was only a small part, it was extremely complete. To Chen Zong, who had already grasped the grand momentum of the sword, it was an indescribable feeling. Boom! 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 Chen Zong's body was directly swallowed up by the terrifying waves. On the other side, the holy son of Canggu was sitting on a reef in a very relaxed posture. He held a wine gourd in one hand while his other hand trembled slightly. The fierce wind blowing against his strong chest seemed to freeze, and the several hundred-meter-tall wave that was crashing down with wild power suddenly stopped halfway. It was a very strange scene. 50 meters away, the huge waves came crashing down, but when they were 50 meters away from Holy Sun Canggu, they stopped and quickly fell back down. Only layers of ripples could be seen quietly spreading out. Boom! Boom! More than 10 waves crashed onto Chen Zong's body. Some people thought that even if Chen Zong didn't die, he would be in a very sorry state. However, after the waves passed, Chen Zong's figure was revealed. He was still standing in the same place, and there wasn't a single trace of water on his body. Facing this kind of impact, Chen Zong had a better understanding of the momentum of heaven and earth. Vaguely, his sword momentum seemed to have improved, but it was only a little. After all, sword force was a power that belonged to the transcendent realm. Chen Zong being able to comprehend and master it while still in the pseudo-transcendent realm was already an extremely rare feat. Wanting to improve his mastery of sword force was even more difficult. Even though he had comprehended it just now, it was only a slight improvement on the foundation of the first layer. When the torrential waves calmed down, everyone saw Qi Xiao and Xianxia's figures. Qi Xiao's mouth was overflowing with blood. His face was pale and there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Xianxia's face was also pale, but he wasn't injured and was in a much better state than Qi Xiao. His sword also swung away Qi Xiao's halberd and split open Qi Xiao's armor, leaving a deep sword wound on his chest. Blood dripped down, dyeing the lake below red, and then was washed away by the surging lake water and dissipated. With the difference of one move, Xiao was at a disadvantage. However, this was a battle for karmic luck. Xiao would not admit defeat until the last moment. Fight! Fight! Xiao's halberd pierced through the air, transforming into a crimson flood dragon. Carrying an extremely violent power, it was also extremely flexible, attacking Xianxia from all directions. With his sword in hand, a platinum sword light surrounded his body, constantly resisting the bombardment of the halberd. The power contained in the sword was sharp and ingenious, not only neutralizing the violent power of the halberd, but also surging through the halberd. In just 3 breaths, the two sides had exchanged over 1,000 blows, causing ear-piercing sounds to reverberate in all directions, making everyone feel as if their heads were being pierced. Platinum Thousand Silk Sword. Strands of platinum sword chi shot out from Xianxia's body like countless silk threads, immediately shooting towards Xiao. Not only was the platinum sword chi extremely tough, but its penetrating power was also astonishing, making it impossible to block. A portion of it wrapped around Xiao's halberd while the rest wrapped around his arms and body. Break! With a thunderous roar, a violent crimson light erupted from Xiao's body, like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, releasing a terrifying power. Pung! Pung! Platinum sword thrust, Xianxia took advantage of the fleeting moment, piercing his sword through the sword mark on the armor and into Xiao's body. Waves of terrifying power wreaked havoc in Xiao's body. Xiao couldn't use all his power to resist the power that invaded his body, and he also had to deal with Xianxia's sword, gradually falling into a disadvantage and being suppressed. Each of Xianxia's sword strikes carried an astonishing pressure, displaying the sharpness of the sword to the extreme. Another sword strike. Even though it was coming from the front, it suddenly appeared behind Xiao, who couldn't react in time. Xiao's armor was torn apart again, leaving behind a long sword mark on his back. The loss of blood made the effect on Xiao even more obvious. Platinum Sky Slash, Xianxia took advantage of the opportunity and used his ultimate move again. A huge platinum sword light slashed through the sky like a crescent moon, directly slashing Xiao's body, sending him to the bottom of the lake. Xianxia stood on the surface of the lake, holding his sword. The lake water under his feet constantly rippled. His face was pale, but his eyes were extremely sharp, as though they contained the tip of a sword, staring at the place where Xiao had sunk. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, everyone's eyes were also focused on the place where Xiao had sunk to the bottom of the lake. However, Xiao seemed to have disappeared. 10 breaths had passed, but he still hadn't appeared. Suddenly, Xianxia's face slightly changed. A series of muffled whistling sounds came from the bottom of the lake. Layers of ripples went from weak to berserk, crazily rushing out and sweeping in all directions, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. Gurgle! Gurgle! In the center of the 10,000-meter ripples, fist-sized white bubbles were constantly emerging and bursting, creating countless splashes. The white bubbles continued to expand until they were the size of a human head, creating even more splashes. The muffled sounds became increasingly intense, and the bubbles grew bigger and wider. Traces of tyrannical aura quietly spread out, filled with astonishing berserk aura. It was as though a huge beast had awakened from the bottom of the lake, displaying its ferocity to the world. Roar! 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 Xianxia suddenly soared into the sky. Just as Xianxia soared into the sky, a terrifying waterspout brazenly burst out from the bottom of the lake, bringing with it an astonishingly tyrannical dragon roar. It was as though an evil dragon had left its lair and soared into the sky. This dragon was formed from the lake water, but at its center was a scarlet red. An astonishing bloodline power fluctuation swept through the heavens and earth. It was as though water and fire were intertwined, creating an unparalleled ultimate move that was even stronger than the scarlet dragon shattering the heavens. This waterspout's head was huge, and its huge body coiled up, bringing with it a series of rumbling sounds. Boom! Boom! White gold emperor sword. Xianxia's voice seemed to come from the sky. His entire body emitted a white gold radiance. The radiance was as intense as blazing, and it also brought with it an astonishing sharpness. All of the radiance poured into the white gold longsword in his hand. As the longsword hummed, the sword light flickered and condensed into a huge white gold sword that was 20 meters long. The huge sword hung in the air, pointing directly at the huge waterspout. Then, as Xianxia's hands pressed down, it abruptly slammed down, bringing with it intense friction with the air, bringing with it an intense and dazzling white gold flame aura. It was as though a huge meteorite had crashed down. This sword was majestic, as though a monarch had descended upon the world, and tens of thousands of people had submitted to it. These two moves are enough to surpass senior brother Fang Xingqian's Starlight Giant by a little, Chen Zong said to himself with a solemn expression. With such ultimate moves, if the two of them fought against Fang Xingqian separately, the outcome would be hard to predict. You have some ability. Saint Sun Songgu took a big gulp of wine and smiled. However, no one could answer him. Everyone raised their heads and stared. Everyone knew that this was the final move. After this move, the outcome would be decided. The waterspout shattered under the white gold flame aura, turning into countless water droplets the size of a human head. They smashed onto the lake surface like a meteor shower, covering a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Boom! Boom, boom. Every water droplet carried an extremely terrifying power, and could easily injure an expert of the first level. If one was not of the first level and was hit by the water droplets, there was an 80 to 90% chance that one would die. Many people dodged, fearing that they would be hit. However, there were still a few unlucky people who could not dodge in time and were hit by the water droplets. They vomited blood continuously after taking the water droplets head-on. If it were not for someone lending a hand, they would have been killed instantly. Droplets of water the size of a human head fell from the sky, dragging long trails behind them like meteors, smashing towards Chen Zong fiercely. Chen Zong took a glance but did not take any action. Those droplets of water that carried an astonishing power exploded at a distance of over 10 meters, turning into even finer droplets that fell onto the lake surface. Amidst the exploding waterspout, a crimson-red dragon head charged towards Xianxia with the last of Qi Zhao's power. Within the shattered white gold flame aura, a huge white gold sword that was a few meters long struck down fiercely. The final collision. The world was silent, and there was no sound. Everyone felt as if their ears had lost their sense of hearing, and they could not hear anything. After a few breaths, an incomparably sharp sound seemed to rumble over from the distant horizon, and it shook the surroundings endlessly. A terrifying hurricane swept out, and it contained a heat that could melt steel and a sharp sword aura that could penetrate and cut through everything as it swept out in all directions. A figure rushed up to the sky, and another figure fell down. The one who rushed up was Xianxia, and the one who fell down was Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao once again fell to the bottom of the lake. When everything returned to normal, there were still countless ripples surging on the surface of the lake, as if they were endless. Qi Xiao broke out of the water, but he could no longer maintain his body standing on the surface of the water. His face was frighteningly pale, and there was a look of exhaustion in the depths of his eyes. You win this battle. Even so, Qi Zhao's words were still powerful, but there was a hint of helplessness. There was no other way. His strength had been exhausted, and his injuries were not light. He no longer had the strength to fight. On the other hand, although Xianxia had consumed a lot of energy and was also injured, he could still stand on the surface of the lake after falling down. His long sword was swallowing and spitting out white gold sword light, sharp and threatening. It was obvious that he could still continue to fight. Qi Xiao was defeated and withdrew from the road to the invincible realm. Xianxia won. For the next 10 days, no one could challenge him unless he took the initiative to challenge others. This was the rule. After the battle ended, everyone returned to their own places. Chen Zong sat cross-legged in Taiyuan Pavilion with his eyes closed. However, the battle between Xianxia and Qi Xiao kept replaying in his mind. No matter if it was Qi Zhao's overbearing, formidable, and exquisite halberd technique or Xianxia's boundlessly sharp and agile sword technique, both of them had their own unique aspects and were extremely exquisite. They were worthy for Chen Zong to learn and absorb their advantages to fuse into his own. Only by absorbing the mysteries of martial arts in the world and integrating one's own essence could one become invincible. Chen Zong was especially interested in Xianxia's sword art. The technique of using force in it interested him even more. He studied it for 2 days. Although he had gained something, it was only superficial knowledge. I still need to fight with Xianxia to truly understand it, Chen Zong thought to himself. Chenzong of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, come and fight with me. The voice was as mighty as the sound of heaven. The sound waves swept across the world. Someone is challenging me again. Who's challenging Chenzong of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect? Only Yang Jiutian of the Sun Heaven Sect calls himself a king. The Sun Heaven Sect's Hongtian Great Sun technique is unparalleled. I wonder if Chenzong can resist it. I heard that the Taiyuan Heaven Sect's Taiyuan Tai Saint technique is also extraordinary. The Taiyuan Tai Saint technique is indeed powerful. However, I heard that Chenzong came from the Tsangyu Mountain, not the Jinyuan Mountain. He didn't cultivate the Taiyuan Tai Saint technique. Chenzong stood up and took a step forward. He landed on the surface of the lake and walked on the water. In the lake, a figure in red stood with his head held high, as if he was the center of the world. Facing Yang Jiutian, who was 100 meters away, Yang Jiutian saw Chenzong clearly, and Chenzong also saw Yang Jiutian clearly. He was dressed in a battle suit, and his upper body was covered in golden red armor plates. His trousers were as white as lanterns, and a 1-meter-long golden red cloak fluttered in the wind. There was a vivid image of a golden flame soaring into the sky on the cloak, and it seemed to be emitting a shocking heat. Yang Jiutian's hands hung naturally by his sides, each of them wearing a golden red metal glove. The glove seemed to be forged from layers of snake scales, and it was astonishingly streamlined and contained a sense of explosive power. Yang Jiutian's long red hair fluttered in the wind, complementing the short cloak on his back. It was as if a ball of fire was jumping and burning. His eyes were not completely black, but filled with a layer of red light. It was a red light that belonged to the sun. Just by looking at it, one could feel a trace of heat spreading out, and one's body temperature seemed to be affected by it and kept rising. What a great Yang Jiutian! Since you've come out, you must want to fight with me. Yang Jiutian spoke again. His voice was majestic and domineering, as if he was an emperor of the mortal world who could decide life and death with a single word. I have never shown mercy to anyone who fights with me. If you're afraid, you can admit defeat now. After Chenzong came here, he had more or less done some research on the other people who carried the fate of the sect. It was said that Yang Jiutian of the Great Sun sect was not a native of the Blue Waves continent, but came from an island. On that island, he was the crown prince of a dynasty. In order to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, he decisively gave up the position of crown prince. However, the royal bloodline of the dynasty and the years of being the crown prince had cultivated an extraordinary temperament. In addition, after integrating the essence of the dynasty's martial arts into the Great Sun art of the Great Sun sect, his every move was like a noble of the mortal world. I'll fight you. Chenzong smiled and unsheathed the Inata edge sword. The sword light pierced through 100 meters and landed on Yang Jiutian's body. Yang Jiutian's pupils shrank slightly, and his 10 fingers trembled slightly, causing sparks to fly between his fingers. I'll grant you a battle. Yang Jiutian roared and shook his arms. As he opened his 10 fingers, a faint red light flashed. The cape behind him fluttered in the wind like the rising sun. An extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions, and behind him, there seemed to be a red sun's shadow condensing. The surface of the lake below gradually collapsed, and the red light illuminated it. It was as if there was a fire burning at the bottom of the lake. Layers of ripples spread out, and wisps of water vapor evaporated, turning into white mist that rose in spirals. Yang Jiutian grabbed the air with his left hand, and countless red lights appeared from the void. In an instant, they condensed into a fist-sized ball of red light in his hand, as if he was holding the sun. With a wave of his hand, the fist-sized ball of red light shot towards Chenzong. It was not big, but it had a powerful aura that could shake the heavens and the earth. Rumbling sounds echoed in all directions, and it emitted a shocking heat as it shot towards Chenzong. Chenzong did not dodge. He only flicked his sword slightly, and the tip of the sword slashed upwards, turning into a palm-sized crescent moon. It cut through the air with unparalleled sharpness, and went straight for the fist-sized ball of red light. With a boom, the fist-sized ball of red light exploded in an instant. The terrifying power spread out in all directions, and fiery red dots shot towards Chenzong like locusts. They covered Chenzong from head to toe, and the terrifying power seemed to want to turn Chenzong into a sieve. The sword light flashed, and all the sparks were destroyed. Then, countless tiny sword lights condensed into one and shot towards Yang Jiutian. A proud smile appeared on Yang Jiutian's face. He grabbed the air with his right hand and directly caught the powerful sword light. His 5 fingers exerted force, and there seemed to be a cracking sound that made one's scalp tingle. The crimson sword light was shattered. Chen Zong's figure flashed to Yang Jiutian's side. The sword light seemed to have shot from the distant horizon, and it slashed horizontally, as if it was going to cut the heavens and the earth. The crimson sword light was as fine as hair, without a beginning or end. Yang Jiutian narrowed his eyes, and the red in his eyes became more and more obvious. His cloak fluttered, and his right hand slashed down like a knife, as if it was a real knife that could split the sky. A straight crimson sword light shot down and collided directly with the sword light. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of metal clashing. In an instant, Yang Jiutian's palm blade changed dozens of times, and each time, it carried a powerful impact, as if it could break a mountain, and slashed towards Chen Zong. With a sword in hand, Chen Zong displayed the exquisiteness of the sword. No matter how Yang Jiutian's palm blade changed, it could not break through the defense of the sword. While blocking, Chen Zong occasionally counterattacked with his sword, which forced Yang Jiutian to turn his palm back and change his moves to defend. In terms of the subtlety of martial arts, Chen Zong was better than Yang Jiutian. However, in a battle between warriors, the subtlety of martial arts was not everything, and it was not the only factor that determined a warrior's strength. Yang Jiutian also saw that in terms of the subtlety of martial arts, he was indeed inferior to his opponent, but he did not care, because what he was good at was never the subtlety of martial arts. What he was best at was strength. Using strength to suppress others, using strength to break techniques, no matter how subtle the changes were, everything was useless in the face of absolute power. As for the exquisiteness of the moves, it was just a kind of adjustment in the pursuit of tyrannical power, or it could be said that it was a kind of pursuit to perfect his own means, nothing more. If there was something, it would be icing on the cake. If there was nothing, it would not have much of an impact. All the changes disappeared, or returned to one. The edge of the palm blade flashed with a red light, as if a scorching sun was contained in it. It released an amazing heat and power, and slashed towards Chen Zong fiercely. There were no subtle changes in this slash. It was just an imposing and domineering aura that crushed the opponent. Fair and square, no matter how many changes you make, I will cut you down with one move. Chen Zong's face was slightly solemn. This palm blade slashed down, obviously carrying the fluctuation of the saber momentum true meaning. Similar to the sword momentum true meaning, the saber momentum true meaning was also divided into 5 minor true meanings. One of them was the saber momentum true meaning, which had the same effect as the sword momentum true meaning. Chen Zong raised his sword, as if tearing the sky. It seemed to be aimed at the saber light, but in an instant, it passed by the saber light and moved along Yang Jiutian's arm at a faster speed. The sword turned into a stab and went straight to Yang Jiutian's face. You use strength to break techniques, and I use speed to break techniques. Yang Jiutian frowned slightly. The palm blade in his right hand did not change, and still slashed towards Chen Zong with an overbearing momentum, as if it could split a mountain in an instant. His left hand clawed at the incoming sword without fear. The glove on his hand was an amazing third-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, the best kind. Except for the fact that it did not have the power of a real spiritual weapon, its hardness was no less than that of a spiritual weapon. Even a low-grade spiritual weapon would not be able to destroy it. Unexpectedly, Chen Zong's sword was a feint. What was caught was only a shadow of the sword. The sword avoided Yang Jiutian's left hand and went straight for Yang Jiutian's heart. Yang Jiutian snorted angrily. His left hand moved along with the sword, bringing up layers of shadows in all directions, blocking all the changes of Chen Zong's sword. In front of him was his home ground. How could he allow others to be so presumptuous? Although Yang Jiutian was best at strength and momentum, he was also good at techniques. Although he was not as good as Chen Zong, the front of his chest was his territory. His hand moved faster and more nimbly, faintly blocking Chen Zong's sword. The sword was like a swimming dragon, but the hand was like a dragon's hand. The two were fighting, but Yang Jiutian's right palm blade was still slashing towards Chen Zong without any pause. Another dazzling light shone. The Huanjin sharp sword was unsheathed. It pierced through the sky with shocking sharpness, stabbing towards Yang Jiutian's right palm blade. Yang Jiutian's expression changed slightly. He felt a terrifying sharpness from the sword, as if it could pierce through his palm. He secretly exerted his strength. His violent power surged into his palm. The heat became more intense, and the light became more obvious. The light circled around the edge of his palm, becoming extremely tough. In an instant, the Huanzhen's sharp sword pierced the palm blade. The terrifying sharpness tore through the red light outside the palm blade and stabbed into the palm. The moment it touched the glove, the terrifying power penetrated the glove and stabbed into Yang Jiutian's palm. At the same time, the sword that was going for Yang Jiutian's heart was also blocked. Yang Jiutian grabbed with his left hand, causing the sword to pause for a moment. Then, he flicked his finger again. Fourth update, a wave of monthly votes. Hongtian Great Sun Art was the highest inheritance of the Great Sun sect. The power cultivated from it was known for its extreme heat and tyrannical power. Yang Jiutian was only a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, and the Hongtian Great Sun Art he cultivated was only at the beginner level. Even so, its power was enough to dominate a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. The incomparably hot finger energy passed through the body of the sword and headed straight for Qinzong's arm. Qinzong immediately felt as if a piece of red-hot iron had drilled into his arm. It drilled into his shoulder without regard for anything else. Wherever it passed, his bones and muscles seemed to be burned to ashes. An indescribable burning pain swept through his entire body. Not only was the finger energy hot, it was also extremely tyrannical. It repelled all other types of power, as if it was the sun in the sky. Only it could hang high up in the sky. Qinzong immediately mobilized his Nihility sword to attack the Hongtian Great Sun Art. The moment they came into contact, Qinzong felt as if his Nihility sword was being repelled and melted. Fortunately, the formless sword strength was a new kind of power that was condensed from the high intensity of the three kinds of power in his body. It was much more powerful. With its amazing power, it instantly pierced through and crushed the overbearing and scorching power that invaded his arm. Even so, Qinzong's arm was still injured. Fortunately, his self-healing ability was extraordinary. Qinzong's arm was in pain, but Yang Jiutian's palm was in pain as well. He felt as if his palm was going to be pierced by the sharp sword. Of course, Yang Jiutian's palm was protected by a glove and wouldn't be directly injured. However, the piercing power of the sword and the terrifying power that pierced through his glove made Yang Jiutian feel extremely uncomfortable. Qinzong didn't retreat. Instead, he attacked with another sword. Low-rank pseudo-lingwu, one move after another, was continuously displayed. Good. Yang Jiutian let out a long roar. His body was surrounded by a thick red light. As he shook his arms, the void trembled. Countless blazing rays of light gushed out and a huge sun appeared in the sky. It moved forward like a moving mountain and blasted towards Qinzong. The blazing red light reflected on Qinzong's body. The heat was like an invisible storm that swept towards Qinzong, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. The sword light flashed and the cross cut through the air, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. Slash! Break! With a roar, Yang Jiutian grabbed the cross sword radiance with both hands and crushed it. Then, he opened his hand and grabbed at Qinzong. His palm seemed to be expanding in the heat of the sun as it grabbed at Qinzong. In fact, the palm was not enlarged. It was just an illusion. It was an impact formed by the combination of Yang Jiutian's powerful spirit and his martial arts. This grab contained a terrifying power. It swept in all directions and nothing could stop it. Qinzong felt that everything around him was bound and imprisoned. It became extremely difficult for him to breathe. Extremely hot air rushed into his body, as if it wanted to burn his organs to ashes. With a solemn expression, Qinzong struck out with his sword. In an instant, he used all kinds of basic sword techniques. Each change had a different strength. There were many changes, but they were as smooth as flowing water. Yang Jiutian's overbearing grasp was constantly weakened. In the end, dozens of swords condensed into a tyrannical sword. With the power to break a mountain, it fiercely chopped at Yang Jiutian's palm. Boom! Surging, the terrifying power spread out. The lake below collapsed. Sword marks spread out, cutting the lake open and spreading for hundreds of meters. The long sword and the palm collided. It was as if they were frozen. Countless chi forces shot out. Chen Zong's eyes were as sharp as swords. Yang Jiutian's eyes seemed to contain two huge balls of fire, burning fiercely. After the second attack, there was a boom. Violent ripples spread out again and both of them were pushed back. The long sword vibrated and there was a white sword mark on Yang Jiutian's glove. "Take another punch from me," Yang Jiutian shouted. He activated the Hongtian Great Sun technique to the extreme. His cape seemed to be burning and the golden sun diagram on it became more obvious. The shocking heat was majestic and overbearing. The lake water below was evaporated. Water vapor rose up and made a sizzling sound. It sounded pleasant, but it made one's scalp tingle. What kind of high temperature was this? If a normal martial artist got close, they would be burned to death. Immediately, Yang Jiutian threw out another punch. There were no changes to this punch. It was simple and direct. However, it carried a terrifying power. It was like a dormant volcano that was about to erupt. From this punch, Chen Zong felt the aura of 5 different minor true meanings. Moreover, they were all from the same source. This kind of minor true intent had the blazing and berserk nature of fire, but it also had a kind of upright and unyielding nature. It was different from the minor true intent of fire, but it was much more profound and powerful. If he guessed correctly, this should be the minor true meaning of yang. The true meaning of yang was a true meaning that was comparable to the true meaning of sword and blade. It was at a higher level than the true meanings of water, fire, wind, earth, and so on. With a serious expression, he sheathed his swords. The crowd was confused. Why did Chen Zong sheath his swords in the face of Yang Jiutian's punch? Was he planning to admit defeat? Chen Zong raised both his hands and grabbed the thick and long sword hilt at the center of his back. With a low shout, a majestic crimson sword light soared into the sky as if it was about to shatter the clouds. After which, it transformed into a half-arc of light that was as red as blood and tore the sky apart as it ruthlessly slashed out. True strength sword, power of blue jade, even if there was a tall mountain in front of him, he would cut it in half. Boom, tens of thousands of tons of lake water exploded and shot up 100 meters high, engulfing Chen Zong and Yang Jiutian. An extremely terrifying power swept out, shattering the lake water that had been blown up. The crescent moon-like energy cut open the surging lake surface and blasted towards a deserted island several thousand meters away, creating a long crack on the island and causing the lake water to flow backwards. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Under the powerful sword, Yang Jiutian couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Every step he took was forcefully stomped on the surface of the lake. The surface of the lake collapsed and countless ripples spread out. The powerful force came back with a shockingly hot impact. Chen Zong took a few steps back and dispelled the terrifying force at the same time. Under the impact of this terrifying force, his qi and blood surged like a tidal wave. First form of the incinerating sun, second form of the incinerating sun, third form of the incinerating sun, fourth form of the incinerating sun. After dispelling the force, Chen Zong swung his sword and unleashed 4 consecutive strikes. Streaks of crimson light shot out with shocking heat. Each strike was more powerful than the previous one. Flowing water, dripping water, the true intent of water and the minor true intent were also displayed. In an instant, 8 strikes were unleashed. Aurora sword explosion. Another strike. Hundreds of sword lights condensed into one majestic sword light and blasted towards Yang Jiutian. Boom, 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 Yang Jiutian punched continuously and shattered the sword lights. Finally, he crossed his fists and blasted the majestic sword light like 2 dragons coming out of their caves, shattering it once again. Yang Jiutian soared into the sky. While he was in midair, Yang Jiutian spread out his limbs. The scorching sun in the sky seemed to be emitting an extremely intense light. The light was like a heavenly pillar pouring down and bombarding Yang Jiutian. In reality, Yang Jiutian was channeling the Hongtian Great Sun technique and absorbing the scorching sun in the sky for his own use. He was swallowed by the scorching sun and disappeared. Only a huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters was left floating in the sky. It was like a second scorching sun, emitting shocking light and high temperature. The light rays were like swords that shot down. Hongtian Great Sun? 100 birds. A majestic sound resounded through the world. Rays of light shot out from the blazing sun, turning into fiery red birds the size of a palm. Accompanied by extremely sharp cries, they madly swooped down. With 2 swords in his hands, Chenzong's pupils contracted and focused. As he waved his swords, streaks of sharp sword light broke through the sky. They were densely packed like a rainstorm and were all aimed at the fiery birds that were flying towards Yang Jiutian. Shatter, 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 countless sparks spread in all directions and covered the sky. It was as if the sky was being scorched by flames. It was so hot that it made one's blood boil. Countless streams of fire spread around and emitted terrifying heat that could melt steel. It was as if they were going to burn Chenzong to a crisp. All the fiery birds were shattered by Chenzong's 2 swords. As the streams of fire surrounded them, they were sent flying towards the sky. Chao Feng! Another majestic voice resounded in the sky. Countless streams of fire condensed in midair. A fiery red phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry. Fiery Phoenix. The fiery phoenix is the king of the divine beasts. Yang Jiutian has cultivated the Hongtian Great Sun technique to this level. Under countless shocked gazes, the fiery phoenix with a wingspan of 10 meters suddenly soared into the sky. It spread its wings again and let out a clear cry that tore through the clouds and shook the 9 heavens. Dive, as it flapped its wings, its speed became faster and faster. The whistling sound was so loud that it seemed to sweep across the sky from afar. Boom! 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 Before the fiery phoenix arrived, the shockingly hot air enveloped Chenzong and seeped into his body. It was as if it was going to burn him from the inside. Chenzong knew that this should be Yang Jiutian's strongest move. He sheathed his sword and pulled out both swords in an instant. Edge of the azure jade, edge of the azure jade, then, both swords were sheathed again. Speed of the azure jade, power of the azure jade, power of the azure jade. In an instant, Chenzong pulled out and sheathed his swords consecutively. 5 swords were thrown out at the same time and each of them performed their strongest moves. 5 jade-white sword lights pierced through the air. The power of the azure jade was the head, the edge of the azure jade and the edge of the azure jade were the wings, the power of the azure jade was the torso, and the speed of the azure jade was the tail. Like a strange bird, it blasted towards the fiery phoenix that was about to fall. This was a move that Chenzong came up with on a whim. He tried to connect the 5 moves together and increase their power to the extreme. What move is this? I've never seen it before. Everyone was dumbfounded. The saint son of Tsangu squinted his eyes and stared at it. Boom! Hundreds of meters up in the sky, the fiery phoenix and the azure jade bird collided. A shocking explosion occurred, as if the sky was about to explode and the earth was about to sink. The horrifying power raged and set off gusts of wind. The people could not open their eyes and the weaker ones could not stop themselves from being blown back. The heat in the air rushed into their bodies and made it hard for them to breathe. They felt as if their internal organs were being burned. The sword radiance surged, strangling heaven and earth. A figure fell from the sky like a bird that had been shot by an arrow. Yang Jiutian fell rapidly with red flames around him like a meteor. The terrifying pressure caused the surface of the lake to collapse. With a boom, Yang Jiutian couldn't stop his fall at all. He slammed into the surface of the lake and blasted up dozens of tons of water. Red and white waves surged into the sky. Chenzong stood on the surface of the lake, with turbid waves rolling beneath his feet. His eyes were deep, and his aura was restrained as he stared at the surface of the lake where white turbid bubbles were constantly rising. That was where Yang Jiutian had fallen. Song Yu's 5 swords were more powerful than a single sword. After defeating Yang Jiutian's fire phoenix, the remaining power slashed at Yang Jiutian, injuring him and causing him to fall. After a while, a figure floated up from the bottom of the lake. It was Yang Jiutian. He floated on the surface of the lake, but his feet were submerged in the water. Obviously, he was seriously injured and couldn't stand completely on the surface of the water. Yang Jiutian's breathing was chaotic, and his face was pale. There was a sword wound on his chest, and blood could be seen vaguely. Chenzong's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stared at Yang Jiutian and the sword wound on his chest. With a shake of his long sword, sword chi broke through the air. In an instant, hundreds of crescent sword chi swept over from all directions and attacked Yang Jiutian. Yang Jiutian's face was pale. He opened his hands, and flames flickered on his fingers. They blasted out and shattered the sword chi. However, the sword chi seemed to be endless under Chen Zong's two swords. A few streaks of sword chi avoided Yang Jiutian's hands and slashed onto his body, leaving many sword wounds. Yang Jiutian was on the verge of collapsing. Even so, Yang Jiutian didn't want to admit defeat. He fought until the end. If Yang Jiutian didn't admit defeat, Chen Zong wouldn't stop. Slash. Slash, slash. 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 Slash, everyone's eyelids twitched. If this continued, would Yang Jiutian be killed? Yang Jiutian was seriously injured and had consumed a lot of his strength. Gradually, he couldn't hold on any longer. But even if he couldn't, he didn't make a sound. This was his pride. Staring at Yang Jiutian in the storm of sword chi, Chen Zong stabbed out again. This sword pierced through the space of more than 10 meters and pierced into the sword chi storm, piercing through Yang Jiutian's chest. The powerful sword force with amazing toughness and penetrating power raged inside Yang Jiutian's body, crushing all of Yang Jiutian's remaining power. Yang Jiutian no longer had the strength to resist. A sword was placed on Yang Jiutian's neck. With just a little bit of force, Yang Jiutian's head would be cut off. However, he was not a sworn enemy, and Chen Zong would not really kill him. You've lost. Chen Zong stared into Yang Jiutian's eyes and said unhurriedly. In fact, Chen Zong had used up most of his strength in the battle with Yang Jiutian. However, he didn't use the sword force. Yang Jiutian was indeed very strong, not at all inferior to Fang Xingchen, who had used the celestial aspect. Fortunately, Chen Zong had improved during this period of time. Otherwise, he would have to use the sword force to defeat Yang Jiutian. Chen Zong also began to realize the benefits of carrying the sex fortune. His essence, qi, and spirit were constantly affected and slowly underwent an indescribable transformation. His understanding of the sword seemed to become clearer, and his moves became more exquisite. If he wanted to use the blue jade bird in the past, it would have taken him a long time to do so. But now, he understood. Understanding was very magical. It could take a long time or it could happen in an instant. All in all, the intangible benefits he had gained during this period of time were gradually manifesting. I won't lose. Yang Jiutian's voice was a little hoarse. On his pale face, he stared at Chen Zong with his tired eyes. There was a kind of tenacity and ferocity in his eyes. Chen Zong frowned slightly. This wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a battle of fortune. If he defeated his opponent, he would be able to take 10% of the fortune from his opponent. If Yang Jiutian didn't admit defeat, he wouldn't be considered a winner. Could it be that he had to kill Yang Jiutian? Yang Jiutian was just an opponent, not an enemy. Moreover, the consequences of killing Yang Jiutian were too severe. Chen Zong wasn't alone now. He was the disciple of the Lord of the Green Feather Mountain. There were many things he had to consider. However, other than killing his opponent, there seemed to be another way, which was to make his opponent lose all ability to resist. Chen Zong's sword trembled slightly, and the sword body hit Yang Jiutian's head. He used a skillful vibration to hit Yang Jiutian's head, knocking him out. If it were any other time, Yang Jiutian wouldn't have fainted. However, he was seriously injured and exhausted. Even if he had a strong will, he couldn't hold on. Once Yang Jiutian fainted, he would lose all ability to fight. It was equivalent to losing. A dragon's roar sounded, and a golden dragon of fortune flew out from his body. At the same time, a loud dragon's roar sounded from Chen Zong's body, and the golden dragon of fortune appeared. Yang Jiutian's golden dragon of luck was 67 feet long, while Chen Zong's golden dragon of luck was only 60 feet long. Moreover, the difference in thickness was also obvious. However, at this moment, Yang Jiutian's golden dragon of fortune was just hovering, while Chen Zong's golden dragon of fortune was flying forward with great ferocity. Its claws clawed at Yang Jiutian's body, and it opened its mouth to bite. With a sorrowful cry, Yang Jiutian's golden dragon of fortune gradually shrunk, while Chen Zong's golden dragon of fortune began to expand. A joyful dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and Shenzong's golden dragon of fortune grew from 60 feet to 63 feet, and it was even thicker. On the contrary, Yang Jiutian's golden dragon of fortune shrunk. In the Taiyuan Heaven sect, there was a special elder who paid attention to the changes in the golden dragon of fortune. However, since the golden dragon of fortune had grown to 60 feet long, more than 10 days had passed, and there were no changes. Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar sounded, and the golden dragon of fortune that was swimming around suddenly shone with golden light. This is... The elder who was guarding the golden dragon of fortune suddenly opened his eyes wide, and he was so excited that he trembled. When the golden light converged, the golden dragon of fortune, which was originally 60 feet long, became 63 feet long, and its body was even rounder. Immediately, the elder took out a token and sent a message to the sect leader and the mountain masters. The sect leader and the mountain masters rushed over immediately, and when they saw it with their own eyes, they were all delighted. Great! From 60 feet to 63 feet, it's even bigger. This means that Chen Zong's opponent's sect's golden dragon of fortune is at least 66 feet long. 63 feet, the golden dragon of fortune that we lost previously is almost recovered. I only hope that Chen Zong can win again. Even if he loses, our sect's fortune won't be lost by much. What if Chen Zong can keep winning? When they heard this, everyone looked at each other. Keep winning? Of course, that would be great news, but was it possible? Just the holy son of Tsangu, who had defeated Fang Xingchen, was already very powerful. There was also the dragon son of another sacred ground, and he must be very powerful as well. No matter what, Chen Zong had already won 2 rounds, and the sect's fortune had almost recovered. This was a good thing. As long as he won another round, even if he lost later, the sect's fortune wouldn't be lost anymore. Chen Zong's mission would be considered completed. If Chen Zong can maintain his winning streak and achieve invincibility, the Taiyuan realm should be opened for him once, the Lord of Xianxia Mountain suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. If he can achieve invincibility, I'll make the decision to open the Taiyuan realm for him once, the Taiyuan sect leader said decisively. Although the Taiyuan realm was important, if Chen Zong really defeated all his opponents and achieved invincibility, it would bring an amazing amount of fortune to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Although this fortune wouldn't completely belong to the Taiyuan Heaven sect and would slowly dissipate, it would eventually return to its initial level. However, it would last for at least a few decades. An even more prosperous fortune for a few decades would bring subtle changes to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. It would allow the Taiyuan Heaven sect to prosper generation after generation, never to decline, and even become stronger. To the Taiyuan Heaven sect, the Taiyuan realm was like the door of life, comparable to the fortune of the sect. Its importance was self-evident. However, if Chen Zong really could achieve it, it wouldn't be impossible to open it for him once. After all, Chen Zong was also a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. The stronger he became, the better it would be for the Taiyuan Heaven sect. The other lords, including the Lord of Mingguang Mountain, didn't refute the Lord of Xianxia Mountain's request. Firstly, the other lords had the same thoughts. Secondly, he believed that Chen Zong couldn't keep winning and achieve invincibility. Taiyuan realm. Chen Zong put away his identity token. After defeating Yang Jiutian, the golden dragon of luck grew, and Chen Zong also gained some benefits. His mind became clearer, and his body became lighter and purer. After returning to Taiyuan Pavilion, Chen Zong received a message from his master, the Lord of Xianxia Mountain, telling him that as long as he could keep winning and achieve invincibility, he could enter the Taiyuan realm in the sect once. What was the Taiyuan realm? What was its mystery? Even Chen Zong didn't know. However, the Lord of Xianxia Mountain had specially sent him a message, and he needed him to keep winning and achieve invincibility before he could enter. It could be seen that the Taiyuan realm was extraordinary. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little curious. However, his master didn't intend to explain. He only said that he would know when he achieved invincibility. Since the protector arrived here more than 10 days ago, he had been sitting cross-legged in Taiyuan Pavilion, quietly cultivating. Not only was he motionless, but his aura had also completely disappeared. If Chen Zong didn't know such a person existed, he would have completely ignored him. As for the heavenly wings of Saint Origin that carried him and his protector, It had already returned to the Taiyuan heavenly sect after sending them here. It was a level 11 demonic beast, and its intelligence was not inferior to a human's. It was just that it couldn't speak human language. Winning streak? Achievement of invincibility. Chenzong got up and looked out of the window. Clouds and mist rose on the vast, misty surface of the 3,000-mile lake. It was already late at night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and its clear and bright light flowed across the world like water. The bright moon was reflected in the lake, and it was unusually cold. A bright moon hung high in the sky. The dragon transformation lake was calm, covered by a layer of silver gauze. The night wind blew, and ripples spread out slowly and quietly, crushing the silver gauze and cutting the shadow of the moon. It was such a beautiful scene. A graceful figure bathed in the quiet moonlight walked over on the broken waves of light. Her figure swayed gracefully, bringing with it a trace of elegance, a trace of gentleness, and a trace of enchantment. She was like a fairy under the moon. So beautiful. If I can be favored, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life. They were all infatuated and mumbling to themselves. 10 years, even 100 years, I'd be willing. Looking at the graceful figure on the ripples of moonlight, Chenzong couldn't help but be amazed, but not infatuated. Everything in the world was beautiful, and people couldn't help but admire it. But admiration didn't mean possession. Compared to beauty, Chenzong cared more about the opponent's strength. It was Yin Qingyue, the dragon son of the Mingyue sky sect. Yin Qingyue bathed in the moonlight. Her white gauze dress was like tassels, and there seemed to be a new moon hanging behind her. Yin Qingyue, if you want to fight, let's fight. A restrained and steady voice sounded out from the other side, and it was like rolling thunder that swept up waves on the surface of the lake and completely crushed the moonlight. After that, a black-robed figure walked over on the waves with his hands behind his back. His legs were like violent winds that whistled past the surface of the lake, and it swept up white waves that roiled like a white python that was swimming about. By Prism Jing, the dragon son of the ultimate martial heavenly sect, today, Yin Qingyue from the Mingyue sky sect challenged by Prism Jing. Back then, Yin Qingyue and Yang Jiutian had fought to a draw, so they had given up. Now, seeing that Yang Jiutian had been defeated and had withdrawn from the invincible road, Yin Qingyue felt a bit of pressure. Taking advantage of the moon in the sky, she challenged by Prism Jing of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. Seeing one battle after another, by Prism Jing couldn't wait. He wanted to challenge Chenzong the most. It was an obsession, but Chenzong was very strong. After defeating Yang Jiutian, by Prism Jing didn't have much confidence, so he could only wait and see. He didn't expect Yin Qingyue from the Mingyue sky sect to challenge him. If she wanted to fight, then let's fight. Rumble, by Prism Jing's legs rolled up dozens of meters of lake water violently. It was like a white python breaking out of the water, fiercely pouncing on Yin Qingyue. The battle had already begun the moment the white prism mirror appeared. This was a battle under the bright moon. Her beautiful and serene eyes seemed to be suffused with traces of moonlight. As she lifted her eyelids, her gaze fell on the violent white anaconda. With a gentle wave of her hand, the crescent moon behind her suddenly released an even more dazzling brilliance. It violently shot out a crescent moon that was almost a meter long, tearing the night sky apart and brazenly slashing towards the white anaconda. The crescent moon seemed to be made of metal. Its edge was extremely sharp, and it gave off a chilling glow. With a swoosh, the crescent moon cut the white anaconda open from the middle and flew towards the white prism without any damage. By Prism Jing's expression was cold. With his hands behind his back, he suddenly raised his leg and lashed out. It was like a giant whip that could break a mountain in half. It rolled up a gale and a huge wave, and it fiercely attacked the crescent moon. Crack, the crescent moon was hit and instantly shattered, turning into countless rays of light. However, the power of by Prism Jing's kick continued to extend. It smashed toward Yin Qingyue like a collapsing pillar. Before the kick landed, the lake water around Yin Qingyue collapsed. It was as if an invisible pillar was pressing down on it, pushing it to the left and right. Yin Qingyue's body seemed to be weightless. She ignored the pressure of the kick and moved to the side. She waved her hand again, and the crescent moon Prism Jing released dazzling light again. 2 more crescent moons shot toward by Prism Jing from the left and right. The crescent moon prism behind Xianxia was not an illusion. It was a weapon, a unique weapon of the bright moon prism, the crescent moon prism. Many of the bright moon prism's cultivation methods and martial arts were closely related to the crescent moon prism. Only the crescent moon prism could unleash the full power of the bright moon prism's cultivation methods and martial arts. As the dragon prince of the bright moon prism, Xianxia had inherited the bright moon prism, the bright moon prism. Her weapon, the crescent moon prism, was also very close to a real spiritual weapon. Its power was shocking. The two crescent moons shot toward by Prism Jing. Then, Xianxia waved her hand gently and a layer of moonlight appeared. The crescent moon prism Jing trembled slightly and shone brightly. It was like a real moon. Many crescent moons, 1 meter long, appeared and streaked across the sky in beautiful trajectories. They cut through the air and left many shocking marks. They all slashed toward by Prism Jing. By Prism Jing's expression was serious. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. His legs vibrated at an extremely high frequency. Then, he leaped into the air and crossed his legs. Countless afterimages appeared. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Powerful energy surged between his legs, blasting out waves of violent energy. Each wave of energy condensed into a huge axe and shot out fiercely. It brought with it a huge white wave that soared dozens of meters into the sky. The huge wave was cut apart and dispersed. The waves of energy collided with the crescent moon prism Jing, shattering one after another. A terrifying aura surged out. The ultimate martial heavenly sect was a martial arts sect that paid particular attention to the development of one's own body. They believed that their bodies had amazing potential, but they lacked sufficient application. Therefore, they devoted themselves to developing their own potential, fully utilizing their arms, legs, and even their bodies, turning them into deadly weapons. Coupled with their cultivation techniques, they could release incomparably astonishing attacks. Then, the ultimate martial sect realized that this was not enough. They did not have a powerful body refining method. Even if they used everything they had and combined it with their martial arts, they were not strong enough and could easily be injured. Thus, after many years of research and countless experiments, the ultimate martial heavenly sect finally created a secret technique, which was to refine weapons into one's body. This way, not only could one obtain greater power, but it could also make the parts of one's body that were refined into one's body tougher than the original weapon. By Prism Jing had refined a pair of huge axes into his legs. Not only did his legs have the toughness of the huge axes, but they also had the terrifying power and shocking sharpness of the huge axes. His legs were like blades and axes. When he kicked out, it was like a long blade and huge axe chopping down. The power was tyrannical and violent to the extreme. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. By Prism Jing fell from the sky. As his body turned upside down, his leg suddenly collided with Xianxia's leg. A huge axe shadow appeared and slashed at Xianxia as if it could split a mountain. Boom, boom. 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 The huge axe was dozens of meters long and had a cold blade. Looking from afar, everyone's face was filled with shock. By Prism Jing's leg art had already returned to its original state. The power of this kick was extremely terrifying. Extremely tyrannical minor true meaning ripples filled it like a raging storm. Xianxia's beautiful eyes looked serious for the first time. The new moon behind her shone brightly. Rays of waning moonlight appeared and intertwined, forming a huge moonlight shield that blocked by Prism Jing's extremely violent attack. Crack! The moonlight shield cracked and the huge axe shattered. The bright moon shone down and was absorbed by the moonlight shield. The cracks on the shield healed. Boom! Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom! By Prism Jing kicked again and again. His expression was cold as he swore to shatter the moonlight shield. Xianxia supported the moonlight shield so that it wouldn't shatter, blocking by Prism Jing's extremely violent attacks. One attacking and one defending, boom. Boom, boom. Every kick was like a huge axe chopping through the air. It could split mountains and split the earth. That kind of power made many people's hearts jump. The current situation was to see if Xianxia's moonlight shield would be broken or if Bai Prism Jing would be exhausted first. It was very simple and very shocking. This was a competition of pure strength. Whoever lacked strength would lose. She used the clear moon skill and absorbed the moonlight to replenish the moonlight shield. Every time the shield was damaged, it would immediately recover and block Bai Prism Jing's attacks again and again. Bai Prism Jing's expression became more and more serious. Sky splitting. The two words were extremely low, like the sound of thunder coming from Bai Prism Jing's mouth. The rumbling roar resounded through the sky. Those two words seemed to carry a strange magical power that made people's hearts tremble. Bai Prism Jing jumped up again and spun rapidly in the air like a terrifying storm. A strong whistling sound filled the sky and earth. The lake water surged, and shock waves appeared in all directions. As he spun his legs, he continued to attack. However, he didn't attack the moonlight shield directly. Instead, he kept gathering his legs. The leg shadows turned into the shadow of a huge axe. As they gathered, they became more and more powerful. In the end, they became as solid as a huge axe that was more than 10 meters long. As if they were made of metal, they emitted a cold light and a violent aura. They fiercely chopped down with the momentum of splitting the sky and earth. It was unstoppable. The moonlight shield gave off a crisp sound as it was shattered. The axe paused for a moment before continuing towards Xianxia with terrifying power, causing everyone to pale with fright. Xianxia, the fairy-like girl, was about to be killed by the huge axe. Boom! The axe chopped down and thousands of tons of lake water exploded. The dragon transformation lake seemed to be shattered. The lake water splashed up hundreds of meters and covered the sky. At that moment, everyone seemed to see Xianxia's body being smashed. Clear moon skill? K. A delicate voice that was as cold as the moonlight made people shiver involuntarily. As the splashed lake water fell, a figure floated in the air. Behind the figure was a new moon. Behind the new moon was a full moon. The light of the moon was constantly absorbed by the new moon. The new moon released a dazzling light like the sun. In an instant, the new moon became a full moon and rose behind Xianxia. As Xianxia pointed her finger, the full moon with a diameter of 2 meters released a dazzling light. It fell like a meteor and hit Bai Prism Jing on the lake. The moon was full, but it was also incomplete. Full or incomplete, incomplete or incomplete, the difference between a full moon and incomplete moon was the change of weather. The bright moon Xianxia's ancestor had comprehended the heavens and created the clear moon art based on the changes of the moon. It had been passed down from generation to generation and was now the bright moon Xianxia's supreme inheritance. The crescent moon was the weapon that could best display the full power of the clear moon art. The first form of the clear moon art was the essence of the clear moon art. Of course, Xianxia was only a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Even if she had reached the third extremity, she was still a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator and was unable to cultivate the complete clear moon art. Her first form of the clear moon art was naturally not the complete clear moon art. Even so, at the pseudo-transcendent realm, it was still extremely shocking. Bai Prism Jing found it difficult to breathe, his dark eyes completely covered by the falling full moon, giving off a cold silver light. Just now, Bai Prism Jing had poured all of his strength into the split the heavens. He thought he would be able to defeat Xianxia, or at least injure her. Once he had recovered some of his strength, he would be able to launch another attack, but he hadn't expected that his attack would be evaded and she would launch such a terrifying counterattack. Forcibly summoning the small amount of strength he had just recovered and crazily squeezing out all of his potential, Bai Prism Jing let out a muffled groan. He had already suffered internal injuries, but he didn't care. His legs transformed into countless afterimages and a violent gust of wind swept up, his whole body rapidly flying away, the lake behind him like a giant white python. First, he would avoid this attack and then wait for an opportunity to strike. His idea was good, but reality was cruel. The full moon that fell from the sky slowly changed. It was as if the change that took half a month to happen was compressed into a short moment. The full moon turned into a crescent moon. It seemed to have shrunk a lot, but the aura it exuded was even more terrifying, as if it could cut through the earth. With nowhere to run, Bai Prism Jing could only erupt with the last of his strength, transforming it into a giant axe and fiercely chopping down. The crescent moon instantly shattered the giant axe and struck Bai Prism Jing. With this blow, Bai Prism Jing sank to the bottom of the lake, blood gushing out and dyeing the lake red. Xianxia's figure slowly floated down, her white robes fluttering in the wind, but her expression was not relaxed at all. On the contrary, it was extremely dignified. Bai Prism Jing's strength was very strong. If he hadn't used a secret technique to replace his real body at the critical moment, he would have been defeated. In terms of strength, the two of them should be on par. However, at this moment, the moon was high up in the sky, which boosted the clear moon art. This was an advantage. If they were to fight again under normal circumstances, the outcome would be hard to predict. Even now, Xianxia did not dare to relax. She was afraid that Bai Prism still had other tricks up his sleeve. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, after 10 breaths, a bubble finally appeared, and Bai Prism's head popped out as well. Seeing a crescent moon coming at him again, Bai Prism was startled and hurriedly said, "Stop, you win." He had no choice but to admit defeat. That attack had caused him serious injuries. A terrifying power was still wreaking havoc in his body, constantly consuming the strength he had just recovered. He had no more strength to continue fighting. The moment the words left his mouth, the crescent moon also stopped at the edge of Bai Prism's neck. The slight chill caused goosebumps to rise all over Bai Prism's body. After Bai Prism Jing's defeat, Xianxia swallowed 10% of the golden dragon of luck. Under normal circumstances, the golden dragons of luck of the 8 major celestial sects were about the same length, around 60 feet. However, because of the victory and defeat in the last Road to Invincibility competition, and the recovery in the past few years, some were longer, around 70 feet, while others were shorter, around 60 feet. After swallowing 10% of the golden dragon of luck, the bright moon celestial sect's golden dragon of luck grew again. "Ha ha ha ha, holy son of Xianxia, do you dare to fight with me?" His voice was like thunder, resounding through the 9 heavens. It made everyone feel dizzy and excited at the same time. They had just watched an exciting battle, and now there was a second battle. Chenzong was also a little surprised. Challenging the holy son of Xianxia, there was no doubt that the holy son of Xianxia, who came from one of the 2 sacred grounds, was very strong. However, Chenzong didn't know how strong he was because he had never seen it before. Perhaps this would be a chance for him to see how strong the holy son of Xianxia, who could defeat Fang Xingchen, was. Defeating Fang Xingchen might not be a big deal, but the problem was that the holy son of Xianxia seemed to be able to defeat Fang Xingchen easily. The question was, would the holy son of Xianxia accept the challenge? "If you want to play, I'll play with you." A somewhat lazy voice sounded. Before the figure appeared, the voice seemed to linger in everyone's ears. "Then let's fight to our heart's content." The voice was getting more and more violent. Soon after, a figure shot up into the sky from one of the islands. It was like a cannonball had been shot into the sky, bringing with it a shockingly violent whistling sound and dragging a long trail of smoke. It was especially clear under the bright moon. When the figure reached a height of a few hundred meters, it paused for a moment before diving down in an arc like a falling meteor. Under the high speed, the force around its body rubbed against the air violently, constantly bursting out astonishing flames. The flames were vigorous, and its entire body was golden red. As it burned wildly, it turned into a huge fireball, like a falling sun. Boom! 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 The air was extremely hot, and there was a series of earth-shattering explosions. What a strong physique! Chenzong couldn't help but gasp. This kind of power could only be caused by a strong physique. Among the dragon sons present, there was only one person with such a strong physique. The dragon son of the Eternal Heaven sect, Li Wuji. The biggest difference between the Eternal Heaven sect and the other heaven sects was the direction of cultivation. The other heaven sects and even the sacred grounds were basically focused on chi cultivation, and body cultivation was only a supplementary method. However, the Eternal Heaven sect was the opposite. They focused on body cultivation and used their strong physique to nurture astonishing force. As the inheritor of the sect's providence, Li Wuji had astonishing talent in body cultivation. In addition, he cultivated the Eternal Heaven sect's supreme inheritance, the Eternal Heaven Extreme Martial Codex, which forged an incomparably strong body. His strength had reached a shocking level, far exceeding 50,000 kilograms. Li Wuji's personality was more battle-hungry, and because of the cultivation technique he cultivated, he had been cultivating all the time. Today, he had gained something and seen the battle between Yin Qingyue and Bai Prism Jing. His battle intent was high, and he wanted to find someone to fight. Li Wuji had always challenged stronger people, so he had his eyes on the Holy Son of Tsungu. The Holy Son of Tsungu was challenged, but he would not refuse. With a boom, the huge fireball fell from the sky. With a destructive force, it heavily smashed into the Dragon Transformation Lake, blowing up tens of thousands of tons of lake water. The scorching heat caused the lake water to constantly evaporate. Countless wisps of white vapor rose into the sky like smoke, covering a radius of several hundred meters like a huge heavenly pillar. The sizzling sound made one's scalp tingle. What a powerful aura! Chen Zong could not help but feel excited. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and a trace of sharp aura surged out from his body, cutting the surface of the lake under his feet for tens of meters. When the smoke dissipated, tens of thousands of tons of lake water fell, creating countless ripples. It was like the sea in a storm, raging violently. An abnormally strong figure stood on the surface of the surging lake like an ancient mountain, moving up and down with the ripples. He had a head of short, thick black hair that stood up like needles. Every strand of hair seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power that could pierce through everything. His angular face looked extremely resolute. His eyes were deep, and his fighting spirit was like a spark that set the prairie ablaze. His upper body was not covered by clothes, revealing bronze-colored muscles that were like refined steel. They bulged, containing extremely violent and terrifying power. On each of his wrists, he wore a dark golden bracelet that was 3 fingers wide and 1 finger thick. On his lower body, he wore dark red martial arts pants that were tied with a dark golden belt that was as wide as a palm. They looked very loose and only tightened around his ankles at the bottom of the pants. An invisible but incomparably powerful aura surrounded his body. It was like a flame that rose into the sky and burned fiercely. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the surroundings, causing the lake under his feet to collapse a few meters. Even from a distance, everyone could clearly feel the terrifying aura emitted from Li Wuji's body. The pressure brought by this aura was different from the pressure brought by fake spiritual power. It was as heavy as a mountain and as hot as the sun. The terrifying pressure caused people's blood and qi to freeze, and their muscles, bones, and organs to be suppressed, making it difficult for them to move. He's stronger. Those who knew Li Wuji better were shocked. Compared to before, Li Wuji's aura had become even more powerful. It was obvious that he had made an obvious breakthrough during this period of time. If not, Li Wuji would not have challenged the Holy Son of Tsungu so early. Such a physique. Chen Zong could not help but tremble. Compared to his golden jade unbreakable body, the difference was too obvious. He did not know how much power Li Wuji could unleash with one hand. When everything calmed down, a figure walked over on the waves. His speed was not fast, and every step he took was extremely clear. However, the distance of each step seemed to have been calculated with the most precise precision. The length was exactly the same. Step by step, there was a kind of leisure, as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard after a meal. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his loose collar revealed his white chest that was as translucent as jade. It was suffused with a faint halo, causing the girls to blush and their hearts to beat faster. On his handsome face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, carrying a trace of a smile that was not a smile. Those eyes that were as deep as the stars were filled with arrogance that looked down on everything. As soon as he appeared, he stole Li Wuji's limelight, causing everyone's gaze to fall on him. It was as if he had become the center of the world in an instant, the focus of everyone's attention. The Holy Son of Tsungu, Nanmenjiga, Li Wuji's eyes suddenly emitted an incomparably terrifying light that penetrated the void and landed on Nanmenjiga's body like a thunderbolt. Being stared at by this kind of gaze, no cultivator of the second extreme could bear it. Even some cultivators who had reached the third extreme would change their expressions and become extremely vigilant. However, the Holy Son of Tsungu, Nanmenjiga's expression did not change at all. He still had a faint smile on his face as he walked over calmly. The bright moon shone in the sky, and the dragon transformation lake rippled. Under the moonlight, many people stared at the holy sun Sanggu with shock and astonishment. He was calm and arrogant. "Nan Menjiga, take my punch first." The thunderous voice seemed to explode in everyone's ears, making them dizzy. Their blood surged. Li Wuji raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. A soul-stirring explosion made everyone's hearts beat wildly. It was as if they could see shockwaves sweeping out from Li Wuji's clenched fist. Boom, Li Wuji punched out. His fist power was like a dragon, letting out a sky-shaking, earth-shaking roar. Under the fist power, the lake, which had just calmed down, was cut open, leaving a deep gully. The edge of the gully was like a jagged wave, surging to the left and right. Even though this punch was far away, it made it hard for people to breathe. The pressure was too strong. It was a very pure punch. There were no fancy techniques or unnecessary changes. It just compressed the power in this punch and then directly punched out, shattering the target. It was simple and unadorned, majestic and domineering. It used force to suppress. The terrifying fist energy caused the air to explode and rumbled forward. 100 punches, so what? Facing this extremely powerful punch, the holy son of Sanggu, Nan Menjiga, smiled slightly. He calmly stretched out his left hand, opened his fingers, and gently pressed forward with his palm. It was silent and difficult to sense any energy fluctuations. However, as Nan Menjiga pressed down with his palm, the space in front of him was directly suppressed by an invisible force. The lake became calm and smooth, like a mirror, without any ripples. Li Wuji's punch also collapsed under the pressure of this palm. With a pop, like a bubble bursting, that ferocious and powerful punch directly collapsed. Li Wuji's expression changed slightly. He was surprised by the exquisiteness of Nan Menjiga's palm. Then, he let out a wild laugh. As he laughed, his battle intent became even stronger, turning into an invisible flame. The pressure caused the lake below to sink even deeper. "Then take 100 punches from me." As he laughed wildly, Li Wuji separated his legs and lowered his waist into a horse stance. It was as if he was suppressing the dragon transformation lake. He seemed to have turned into a mountain, extremely stable. He clenched his hands into fists and pulled them to his waist. As Li Wuji roared, the terrifying aura became even stronger, almost materializing. Boom, boom. Boom, both of his fists continuously blasted out. Streams of dragon-like fist force completely shattered the air. The space in front of him also seemed to be shattered under the continuous bombardment of his fists. The extremely violent power surged out, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. 100 streaks of dragon-like fist force blasted out, like a long river of fist force surging endlessly. The surface of the lake below was directly split open. How terrifying! In the distance, everyone's faces paled. Qianzong's face was also solemn. Li Wuji's body was extremely strong. The power of a single punch was already very strong. It was enough to destroy an expert of the second level. Ordinary experts of the third level would have to use their full strength to deal with it. Now, 100 consecutive punches were launched. The power was indescribable. Even if a real mountain was in front of it, it would be shattered by these 100 punches. How would the holy son of Sanggu deal with these 100 punches? Should he dodge, or take it head-on? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at holy son Sanggu. Holy son Sanggu's expression did not change at all. Then, he clenched his left hand into a fist and slowly pulled it back to his waist. Boom, like a flood dragon leaving its cave, its speed was extremely fast. Everyone could only vaguely catch a glimpse of a stream of light flashing by. Boom. Boom, it seemed like one punch, but it also seemed like 10 punches. A series of explosions could be heard. Li Wuji's 100 punches were all shattered by Nan Menjiga's fists in an even more domineering manner. "Take a punch from me too." Nan Menjiga smiled after shattering all 100 of Li Wuji's punches. Nan Menjiga, the holy son of Sanggu, punched out. There was no sound, but it was oppressive. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on one's heart, making it difficult to breathe. All the organs in one's body constricted under this invisible pressure, as if they were about to shatter. Li Wuji's expression was extremely solemn. Nan Menjiga's punch was not an ordinary punch. If he was not wrong, it should be the inheritance of the Tsangu Holy Land. It was also a fist technique of Nanmenjiga's main cultivation technique. Ancient Elysium Fist, boom. 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 Boom, Ancient Elysium Fist. This was a terrifying fist technique. It was even more powerful than the heavenly sect's supreme inheritances. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. If one could master it, they would be able to better understand the power of heaven and earth. Even if they did not master the power of heaven and earth, when they used Ancient Elysium Fist, they would naturally carry a portion of the power of heaven and earth with them. Nanmenjiga punched out. It seemed to be extremely fast, but it also seemed to be extremely slow. The alternation between fast and slow made people feel distorted. It was very uncomfortable. Some of the warriors' faces changed. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. Boom. 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 Chen Zong's expression was grave. He felt that his mental energy was in chaos. His blood was flowing in reverse. If he was not strong enough, he would have spat out blood like the other cultivators. Lowering his body into a horse stance, Li Wuji slowly raised his arms and drew a heavy arc in the air. He spread his 10 fingers and made a posture that looked like he was about to pounce forward. However, he did not move at all, as if he was about to launch an attack. Boom. Li Wuji's eyes were extremely solemn. Of course, Nanmenjiga's punch only carried a trace of the power of heaven and earth, but it was still so powerful. Boom. 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 Li Wuji's body moved forward slightly, and his arms pushed forward as if he was pushing an invisible ball. Boom, boom. Boom. The surface of the lake below had completely collapsed. Li Wuji's legs were also pressed into the lake water. Under the extremely powerful force, Li Wuji's body kept retreating. His legs drew 2 ripples on the surface of the lake. Boom. 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 Boom, boom. Holy Sun Tsangu was truly powerful, even though it was only the basic form of the Ancient Elysium Fist, it was still extremely powerful. Moreover, it carried a trace of the power of heaven and earth. However, this was good. Otherwise, it would be too useless to defeat him with a single punch. Boom. 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 The Eternal Heaven Sect was originally a group of people who liked to fight. Their motto was to use battle to nurture battle. Only by fighting with stronger opponents could they improve themselves. His arms shook, and his fists collided with each other. It was as if 2 pieces of iron had collided, and an astonishing momentum burst forth. The disciples of the Eternal Heaven Sect never used weapons because their bodies were the best weapons. They were different from the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect. The Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect refined their weapons into their bodies, but the Eternal Heaven Sect constantly tempered their bodies, breaking through their limits time and time again. It was as if they were forging divine iron. Boom. Boom. Li Wuji's shout was like the eruption of a volcano or the rolling thunder. A metallic luster suddenly flashed and covered Li Wuji's entire body, as if he was smeared with a layer of oil. His muscles seemed to have swelled up again, and his body grew larger as well. He looked like a small giant, and the pressure he exuded was even more astonishing, repelling everything around him. Eternal War Body. Li Wuji is going all out. This is going to be even more interesting. The Eternal War Body is the supreme inheritance of the Eternal Heaven Sect. Legend has it that after mastering the Eternal War Body, no one in the same realm can defeat it. Eternal War Body. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. This name reminded Chen Zong of the ancient combat body. On Chaotian Island, the ancient mountain, one of the 4 mid-ranked sect in the Longtu dynasty, mainly cultivated the body-tempering art. What they cultivated was called the ancient battle body. Was there any connection between the ancient war body and the eternal war body? It was said that the ancient mountain seemed to have some history. It was a branch of a powerful sect. Perhaps the ancient mountain was a branch of the Eternal Heaven Sect, and the ancient battle body should be a part of the ancient battle body. While Fang Xingjian was thinking, Li Wuji's body grew to a size of 2 meters. His skin was covered in a layer of cold metallic luster, making him look like a small bronze giant. The extremely terrifying air pressure pushed out rings of ripples in the surrounding air, spreading out continuously. Eternal War Body. Nan Menjiga's eyes lit up, and he smiled evilly. I hope you can take a few more punches from me. Your ancient Elysium fist is indeed powerful, but my ancient King fist is not weak either. Li Wuji opened his mouth to speak. His voice seemed to echo in the air. Li Wuji's arms swelled up, and the large tendons wriggled like dragons, bursting with an extremely shocking power. The cold metallic luster flowed and gathered on his fists. The metallic luster on his fists became more and more intense, as if they were covered with a layer of metal gloves. The ripples in the air around his fists became more obvious. It was as if a large stone had been thrown into a lake. The ripples spread out and swept everything. Ancient. These 2 words were like thunder from the heavens. King's fist. All of his power exploded in an instant. With a boom, Li Wuji shot forward like a meteor, blasting open the surface of the lake. Waves surged and crashed into both sides. He retracted his right fist and punched out. Body and martial arts as one. This punch broke through the sound barrier and its speed kept increasing. Its power kept increasing. It was as if he was the strongest in the world. It was as if everything had disappeared. All that was left was a cold fist that filled everyone's eyes. In the coldness, there was a sudden burst of heat. This was an incomparably tyrannical punch. This was a punch that could destroy mountains. Holy Sun Tsanggu raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was a little surprised. Immediately, he also punched out. From the beginning until now, these 2 people had not dodged, nor did they display any profound skills. They were only throwing out punches, but each punch was very tyrannical. Moreover, each punch was stronger than the previous one. Ancient Elysium fist basic style, boom, the 2 fists collided, using the sky as the hammer and the earth as the drum. The sound shook the heavens and the earth. The bright moon lost its brilliance. It was as if the world was collapsing. Everyone's consciousness was sinking into oblivion. A ripple, like a star ring, slowly spread out from the point of collision, causing the empty space to vibrate unceasingly. A roaring sound filled everyone's eardrums. Their heads were continuously being bombarded by an invisible force, causing unbearable pain. Many of the weaker people could not withstand it. Blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. The surface of the lake collapsed under the spreading of the star ring. The water on both sides of the lake squeezed in. The terrifying pressure seemed to be able to crush mountains. Another violent roar sounded. Holy Sun Tsanggu Nanmenjiga's body trembled. He slid back 3 steps, each step creating a huge hole in the lake. The lake water splashed everywhere. Li Wuji flew back even faster. He created a fierce wave and retreated 10 meters away. Again. The 2 fists collided, creating a loud clang. Li Wuji was like a battle maniac. He rushed forward again and punched out. Ancient King's Fist, the Eternal Heaven Sex inheritances were the Eternal War Body and the Eternal Holy Fist. Both of them were divided into different levels, corresponding to the 3 great realms of the Transcendent Realm. The Extreme Mortal Realm Ancient Sacred Fist was called the Ancient King Fist. It meant that after mastering it, one could be called a king in the Extreme Mortal Realm. Li Wuji was only at the Pseudo-Transcendent Realm, so he could only cultivate the simplified Eternal War Body and Eternal Holy Fist. Similarly, what Nan Menjiga practiced was not the real Ancient Elysium Fist. It was just a simplified version. Only by reaching the Transcendent Realm would one be able to receive a true supreme inheritance. At that time, one's strength would be even more terrifying. This was also the reason why Blue Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord fought for Chenzong to enter the Extreme Origin Boundary. Because once he entered the Extreme Origin Boundary, Chenzong would have the opportunity to obtain the Extreme Yuan Heavenly Sex Supreme Inheritance, so he would not lose to others at the starting line after stepping into the Transcendent Realm. However, the prerequisite for Chenzong to enter the Taiyuan Realm was to defeat all the opponents here and achieve the Path of Invincibility. How could the Path of Invincibility be so easy? It was precisely because Taiyuan Sek's sect master and the others believed that Chen Zong would not be able to achieve the path of invincibility that they agreed so easily. After all, no matter what happened in the end, they would not lose out. The simplified ancient Elysium fist collided with the simplified ancient king fist again and again. Every collision was like the collision of two meteorites. The power behind the collision was incomparably tyrannical. It was as if one's blood was flowing backwards and their hearts were being crushed, forcing them to retreat even further. Previously, only Fang Xingchen of the extreme Yuan heavenly sect transformed into the Starlight Giant could fight Holy Sun Sanggu like this. The Starlight Giant is indeed very strong, but Holy Sun Sanggu is even stronger. Ancient King Fist, King Strike. Under the continuous bombardment, Li Wuji felt his fists and arms trembling. His strength was rapidly being consumed and he could not hold on for long. Strong. Nan Menjiga's strength was indeed unfathomably strong. If he did not use his ultimate move while he still had strength, he would be powerless in the future. The simplified ancient King Fist only had two moves. The first was the basic move, which was to activate all the strength in one's body and release it in the same way as the ancient King Fist. The second move was the ultimate move, which was the King Strike. Concentrating all the strength in one's body into one punch, he gambled everything. If he did not win, he would lose. In Li Wuji's heart, there was no such thing as a draw. Ancient Elysium Fist, Heavenly Force. Holy Sun Sanggu's voice was extremely calm. It's here. That punch is the one that defeated Fang Xingchen. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. They were extremely excited. Chen Zong also focused all his attention on Holy Sun Sanggu's punch. Heavenly Force, Holy Sun Sanggu's punch was very slow and extremely heavy. It was as if it had become one with the heavens and earth. As the punch moved forward, the Heavenly Force also moved forward. Chen Zong could tell that Nan Menjiga had only grasped the half-step Heavenly Force. It was not the complete Heavenly Force. However, with the half-step Heavenly Force, coupled with the uniqueness of the ancient Elysium Fist, he was able to control the Heavenly Force. It was as if he had grasped the true Heavenly Force. Chen Zong's eyes were extremely bright. No matter what method he used, Nan Menjiga had controlled the Heavenly Force. This punch made Chen Zong extremely nervous and excited. He wanted to immediately draw his sword and fight with Holy Sun Sanggu to his heart's content. Suppressing the battle intent in his heart, Chen Zong continued to watch. The King's strike was extremely domineering, as if it could shatter the sky. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Force carried the Heavenly Force with it. Would the Heavenly Force be broken, or would the King be crushed, at the last moment, at the most crucial moment? Boom, as if the end of the world had arrived, the sky darkened. Nothing could be seen or heard. Everyone's consciousness was in a state of chaos. It felt like a breath, but also like 1,000 years. When everyone's consciousness was completely restored, an extremely sharp explosion came from afar. It continuously entered everyone's ears, causing their heads to buzz. As far as the eyes could see, the Dragon Transformation Lake was blasted into countless waves. It was as if they could see the bottom. A figure stood on the surface of the lake. It was Holy Sun Sanggu. As for Li Wuji, no one knew where he had gone. Li Wuji did not leave. He was only sent flying back and sank to the bottom of the lake. Nan Menjiga stood on the surface of the lake. His aura was as deep as the abyss, and his eyes were deep. After a while, the sound of gurgling water could be heard. A figure broke out from the bottom of the lake, bringing with it heavy waves. Then, he fell back into the water, half of his body submerged. Li Wuji's entire body was soaked, and his face was pale. Holy Sun Sanggu's punch was too powerful. It made Li Wuji feel as if he was not fighting against his opponent, but against the Heavenly Force. Without comprehending the Heavenly Force, how could he fight against it, unless there was a huge difference in absolute power? Unfortunately, even in terms of absolute power, he did not have any advantage against Holy Sun Sanggu. He had lost. He had used up all his energy, and his entire body felt as if it had been trampled on by an ancient beast. He was in so much pain that he could not continue fighting. Although he had lost, Li Wuji was not depressed at all. He was only excited. Awesome, he had used all his strength in this battle. It was simply too awesome. The golden dragon of luck on Li Wuji's body was 69 feet long. It was quite shocking. The golden dragon of luck on Holy Sun Sanggu's body was even more shocking. It was 70 feet long. After robbing Li Wuji's golden dragon of luck, Nanmenjiga's golden dragon of luck instantly expanded to 70 feet long. It also became thicker and more majestic, looking down on the 9 heavens. I am right here. Who else dares to fight me? Suddenly, Holy Sun Sanggu spoke. There was a trace of arrogance on his face as he directly challenged. Arrogant, unparalleled, everyone was shocked. Holy Sun Sanggu had just fought with Li Wuji. Instead of resting, he actually challenged others. Was he arrogant or confident? But no matter what, everyone's emotions were stirred up. They all held their breaths to see who else dared to fight with Holy Sun Sanggu now. For those who had not lost yet, it was only a matter of time before they fought with Holy Sun Sanggu. Of course, it was also possible that they could not wait until they fought with Holy Sun Sanggu. No one? A trace of contempt appeared in Holy Sun Sanggu's eyes. Those who could carry the sex providence were all favored by the heavens. They all had pride. Perhaps after seeing Holy Sun Sanggu's strength, they felt that they were no match for him and were waiting for an opportunity. But at this moment, a fire seemed to be burning in their hearts. Fight, wasn't it just a fight? There would be a fight sooner or later. Since that was the case, then let's fight. Zihuan of the Z family is here to fight you. The mighty sound of thunder rolled over. A purple stream of light flew over from afar, sticking close to the surface of the lake. It was as if a purple meteorite had broken through the sky. The Z family of the 5 emperor families. The 5 emperor families were created by the Z emperor, the Qing emperor, the White emperor, the Scarlet emperor, and the Blue emperor. In terms of history, they were not as long as the 8 heavenly sects, but compared to the other forces, they were much more powerful. Every faction that had a titled emperor powerhouse holding down the fort was extremely powerful. Zihuan was the most outstanding genius of the Z family. He carried the Z family's providence. Since he had arrived, Zihuan had not challenged anyone. He had been cultivating on the Z family's island, but he had watched every battle. He was waiting for a better opportunity. But after watching this battle, he was excited. He was also provoked by Holy Sun Sanggu. Moreover, he thought that Holy Sun Sanggu must have used up a lot of energy in the battle with Li Wuji. This was the best opportunity to defeat Holy Sun Sanggu. Fight, the purple stream of light shot through the air and charged directly at Holy Sun Sanggu. Although there was a rule that one could rest for 10 days after a battle and no one could challenge anyone during this period, there was no restriction if one challenged anyone. Sensing the powerful aura of the purple stream of light, Holy Sun Sanggu shook his head and smiled. Not enough, still not enough. Again. The purple light struck with an even more powerful force. Purple brilliant holy light break. With a long roar, the purple light that was getting more and more powerful suddenly swept out. Countless spirals spun wildly on its surface, tearing the sky apart at an even faster speed. Break, 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 all obstructions would be destroyed. Zihuan had not attacked yet, but once he attacked, he used his most powerful move. His idea was very straightforward. Holy Sun Sanggu had just fought with Li Wuji. With Li Wuji's powerful strength, Holy Sun Sanggu must have used up a lot of energy. Since that was the case, he would use his most powerful attack to defeat Holy Sun Sanggu. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more power Holy Sun Sanggu could recover. This attack was at full power. Ordinary third extremity martial artists would not be able to withstand it and would be defeated directly. I'm afraid it's not enough, Chenzong said quietly. Purple brilliant holy light break clashed with the ancient Elysium fist. After a slight pause, the surface of the lake exploded again. The shocking force shook the heavens and the earth, and thousands of tons of lake water swept up into the sky. The purple light shattered, and so did the ancient Elysium fist. However, Holy Sun Sanggu did not move at all. Instead, his aura became even more powerful. On the other hand, Zihuan was sent flying backwards. He could only feel his fist trembling uncontrollably. A terrifying force was constantly attacking every part of his body. Too powerful, Zihuan felt that he had miscalculated. However, since he had already attacked, there was no reason to regret. He could only use all his strength to defeat Holy Sun Songgu. Thinking of this, Zihuan's arms shook as he dispelled the impact from his body. His figure stood firmly on the surface of the lake as a tyrannical aura swept out from his body like a storm. Strands of purple light circled around his body like lightning arcs, jumping crazily and making a series of scalp-numbing sizzling sounds. Purple Emperor Bloodline. Zihuan wants to decide the victor in one move. The difference between bloodline martial artists and ordinary martial artists was their bloodline. Bloodline martial artists who had awakened their bloodline would not only surpass ordinary martial artists in terms of cultivation speed, they would also have abilities that ordinary martial artists did not possess. Furthermore, once a bloodline martial artist activated the power of their bloodline, their strength would increase significantly. The power of their bloodline was like a secret technique that would never be outdated. Purple arcs of light covered his entire body, making Zihuan look like a warrior who had walked out of purple lightning. Every strand of his hair shot up into the sky with dancing arcs of electricity. So strong. As expected of the bloodline of the Violet Emperor, one of the 5 emperors. Once it is activated, it is so shocking. With a wave of his hand, 2 purple electric arcs tore through the air. They were light and swift, like 2 purple butterflies fluttering in the air. Their trajectories were hard to grasp. Accompanied by a sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle, the purple arcs of lightning quickly flew out from both sides and shot towards Holy Sun Songgu. Holy Sun Songgu made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the erratic purple arc of lightning was unable to escape his grasp. It was as if it had rushed into Holy Sun Songgu's hand by itself. The 2 bolts of purple lightning were directly shattered by his claws. However, even more purple lightning arcs shot out from Zihuan's hands. There were at least 100 of them, and they looked like a group of butterflies surrounded by purple lightning. A single purple arc of lightning already possessed astonishing power. Hundreds of purple arcs of lightning appeared together, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Even Saint Sun Songgu couldn't help but reveal a trace of graveness. However, it was only a sliver. Ancient Elysium Fist Foundation move, another punch blasted out. It seemed to envelop heaven and earth. Pop pop pop, the purple arcs of lightning shattered one after another. Purple Brilliant Holy Light Break. Suddenly, a purple oval about half the size of a person appeared with a loud rumble. The air was like a giant oval drill that tore through the sky. It carried with it an even more tyrannical power and instantly pierced through the shattered purple arcs of lightning. The purple oval ball of light was covered with countless lightning bolts and emitted a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble. Ancient Elysium Fist Foundation move, however, Holy Sun Songgu seemed to have been prepared. He wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he raised his fist and punched out. This punch carried with it the power of heaven and earth, and it emitted a shocking rumble. The purple brilliant holy light break collided with the ancient Elysium fist once again. Everyone's eyes widened. Had the purple brilliant holy light break, which had activated his bloodline power, destroyed the ancient Elysium fist? Or had the ancient Elysium Fist Foundation move destroyed the purple brilliant holy light break? The answer would be revealed in the next moment. Li Wuji, who had retreated to the island, was also watching. Boom, the world turned dark. The sound disappeared and the light turned into black and white. They could vaguely see a figure flying back at an astonishing speed. Without a doubt, it was Zihuan's figure. Holy Sun Songgu only retreated less than 3 steps. Zihuan rushed out of the lake and landed on a protruding rock. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. I have lost this battle. But how much power do you have left? Zihuan asked bluntly. As soon as he admitted defeat, the golden dragon of luck naturally appeared. Holy Sun Songgu's golden dragon of luck expanded again and gradually approached 8 feet long. While everyone was shocked, Zihuan's words echoed in their minds. How much power did Holy Sun Songgu have left? If they wanted to defeat him, now was the best time. Otherwise, when Holy Sun Songgu's power recovered, he would become even more powerful under the influence of the golden dragon of luck. At that time, no one would be his match. Who else? Holy Sun Songgu did not care at all. His eyes flashed like lightning as he challenged again. So far, the people who had not been defeated were Chen Zong of the Taiyuan Sky Sect, Yi Qianxiu of the Proud Sword Sky Sect, Yin Qingyue of the Bright Moon Sky Sect, Bai Qingjue of the Bai family, Lan Yunmiao of the Lan family, Qing Chen of the Qing family, and the disciples of the Tianlan Sacred Ground who had not arrived. As for the disciples of the three top forces of the Middle Saint Continent, they had all been defeated. In this situation, Holy Sun Sanggu had to suppress everyone. Who could fight him? Who could defeat Holy Sun Sanggu? Bai Qingjue of the Bai family. The white figure turned into a white stream of light and arrived on the waves. Her cold voice was like the descent of ice and snow, causing everyone to involuntarily tremble. In the blink of an eye, a graceful figure in a white robe appeared before everyone's eyes. She appeared in front of Holy Sun Sanggu. Bai Qingjue of the Bai family. The dragon sons of the 5 emperor families. The Bai family and Lan family were women. The cold Bai Qingjue's beautiful face was suffused with an icy chill. Her eyes seemed to be filled with frost. This was not only because of her personality, but also because of the influence of the bloodline in her body, as well as the influence of the cultivation method she cultivated. Are you the only one? Holy Sun Sanggu's deep eyes stared at Bai Qingjue, giving her a shocking pressure. Not enough, not enough. Holy Sun, you're in such a good mood. How about I join in? Coquettish laughter could be heard. Immediately, the waves swept over, and a blue figure stood on the waves. She arrived quickly with the surging waves. Lan Yunmiao of the Lan family. Are there any more? Holy Sun Sanggu asked calmly. 2 was obviously not enough. The Qing family is one of the 5 emperor families, right? Holy Sun Sanggu asked again. As you wish. A deep voice sounded, causing Chen Zong's eyes to light up. It was a familiar voice. He saw a green figure strolling over, walking on the surface of the lake, calm and unhurried. Qing Chen. Seeing Qing Chen again, Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little emotional. When they first met at the 3 Ferocious City on Chaotian Island, they had become friends after a battle. When they met again, he had become stronger, and Qing Chen had also become stronger. After that, they received Qing Chen's invitation to go to the Blue Waves continent together, but they were separated at sea. Now, they met again. He came with the fate of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, and Qing Chen came with the fate of the Qing family. 1 against 3? Can they win? Everyone was shocked. Although no one had seen Bai Qingjue, Lan Yunmiao, and Qing Chen's strength, they were definitely not weak since they were able to come with the fate of their families. At least, they were not weaker than Qi Xiao and Zi Huan. The 3 of them were not inferior to Qi Xiao and Zi Huan, and they were going to join forces to fight against Holy Sun Sanggu. Was Holy Sun Sanggu really that strong? No one knew. Other than Holy Sun Sanggu himself, no one knew. But everyone was excited. This was Holy Sun Sanggu's invitation, so it was not against the rules. Let's fight. Holy Sun Sanggu's body shook, and as if it was infinitely expanding, he was as tall as the sky. Let's fight. These 2 words were enough to explain everything. Let's fight. The mark between Qing Chen's eyebrows suddenly shone with a shocking light. The green light was like flowing flames, engulfing his entire body and covering him from top to bottom. Where there were no clothes to cover, one could see green veins distributed. The veins looked like flames. In an instant, Qing Chen activated the power of Emperor Qing's bloodline. If they were going to fight, they would fight in their strongest state. They would fight until the world was turned upside down. Since Qing Chen had activated the power of Emperor Qing's bloodline, Bai Qingjue and Lan Yunmiao would not hold back. The 2 of them also activated their bloodline power. The moment Emperor Bai's bloodline was activated, frost swept up from the bottom of their feet. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Bai Qingjue's entire body. Wisps of frost and white fog spread out, as soft as silk. The lake water beneath their feet was quickly frozen, spreading out and covering a radius of more than 10 meters. Cold, the moment Emperor Bai's bloodline was activated, the temperature of the lake started to drop, spreading out in all directions. The moment Lan Yunmiao activated her bloodline power, the wind and clouds in the sky surged. Her robe danced in the wind, making her slightly plump body look like a fairy. The huge wave fell, but Lan Yunmiao's body slowly left the lake and floated in the air. This was the characteristic of Emperor Lan's bloodline. The three people who had activated their bloodline power all had the strength of the extreme third extreme. Furthermore, the three of them had joined forces. If they were still not a match for Holy Sun Sanggu, it could only mean that Holy Sun Sanggu was too strong. Facing the three of them, Holy Sun Sanggu's face turned serious, but the aura around him grew stronger and stronger. He was not afraid of a strong opponent. He was only afraid that he would not be able to fight. How lonely would it be to be invincible among those of the same level? He opened his arms and his wide sleeves fluttered in the wind, creating a whistling gale. Then, Holy Sun Sanggu attacked. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, but he did not pull back his arm. He only trembled slightly and struck the air. With 2 booming sounds, it was as if a heavenly drum had been struck. The invisible fist force carried astonishing power as it blasted towards Bai Qingjue and Lan Yunmiao. White frost. Her voice was like ice and snow, and her sword was like frost, freezing the sky. A wisp of frosty white sword light shot out like a solid block of ice and slashed towards Holy Sun Sanggu's fist like a flowing blade. Drifting clouds. Lan Yunmiao floated 10 meters in the air and a long saber appeared in her hand. There seemed to be white clouds floating on the saber. Her slender hand swept across the saber and the white clouds seemed to come alive from the saber. Each of the white clouds was condensed from saber chi. They looked light and soft, but contained an amazing sharpness. Many of the white cloud saber chi drifted towards Holy Sun Sanggu's fist. Qingchen also attacked. He shook his arms and the blue lines on his body burned like flames. Then, he rotated his palms and pressed them down. 2 terrifying spiral chi forces blasted out, one towards Holy Sun Sanggu's fist and the other towards Holy Sun Sanggu himself. 1 against 3, a fierce battle broke out. Boom! Boom! The white frost shattered and countless frosty sword chi shot out. Wherever they passed, the surface of the lake froze into ice. The white cloud saber chi also shattered and turned into wisps of mist that spread out in all directions. Qing Chen's palm was also shattered and scattered with specks of green light. However, the Holy Sun Sanggu's palm was shattered by the Holy Sun Sanggu's punch. Holy Sun Sanggu was like a god of war. He stood on the surface of the lake, not moving at all. He punched again. Boom! Boom! He punched out 3 times in a row, then another 3 times, then another 3 times. The 3 punches formed a wave and the terrifying fist force blasted towards the 3. Every punch was the basic move of the ancient Elysium fist. A powerful martial art like the ancient Elysium fist would consume a lot of energy every time it was used. However, Holy Sun Sanggu seemed to have an endless supply of energy. He continued to bombard the ancient Elysium fist without showing any signs of exhaustion. The first prerequisite for cultivating the ancient Elysium fist was to have enough physical strength and endurance. After cultivating it, one's strength would also increase tremendously. Facing such a powerful Holy Sun Sanggu, Qing Chen and the other 2 felt an indescribable pressure. They found that even if the 3 of them joined forces, it was no different from not joining forces. Under Holy Sun Sanggu's attacks, the 3 of them could only fight on their own. The blue waves were vast and mighty, rolling up thousands of layers of waves. Qing Chen and the other 2 continued to use their trump cards to resist Saint Sun Sanggu's attacks time and time again, looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, their counterattacks were ineffective, and they were all shattered by Saint Sun Sanggu. White Dragon. Bai Qingjue used all of her strength to execute her strongest move. A strange dragon roar seemed to resound through the 9 heavens. As the long sword twisted, he became one with the sword. A dragon beast that seemed to be condensed from white frost and ice bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward the Sanggu Holy Sun. Wherever the white drake passed, frost filled the air and froze the surface of the lake. It was like a path of ice that continued to extend towards the Holy Sun of Sanggu. Heavenly cloud shatter. Lan Yunyu held the saber in her hand, and her body was surrounded by clouds. She kept rising into the air until she was 100 meters in the air. Then, she waved her saber, and the clouds moved and condensed into a white cloud that was dozens of meters high. It was as heavy as a mountain, and it crushed toward the Holy Sun of Sanggu. Within the white clouds, countless saber chi slashed back and forth, as if they were going to cut and grind everything into pieces. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Green flame sky slash. Both of her hands emitted an intense green flame. As she rubbed her hands together, a pure green flame burst out. The green flame seemed to be a crescent moon that was condensed from flames. It broke through the surface of the lake and slashed toward the holy son of Tsungu with terrifying strength. In an instant, the holy son of Tsungu was facing the strongest attacks from 3 different sides. Once he was hit by such powerful attacks, he would not be able to gain any advantage. He would be seriously injured and defeated. Even so, the holy son of Tsungu had no intention of dodging. His expression was a little serious, but there was more excitement in his eyes. It was an excitement that came from the bottom of his heart, and his fighting spirit was shocking. Heavenly force, he threw out 3 punches in a row, and each punch seemed to contain all of his strength. Even though the holy son of Tsungu had great strength and amazing endurance, he felt like he was about to be drained. His face was slightly pale. The 3 punches carried the power of heaven and earth, and they blasted toward the white dragon, the white cloud, and the green flame crescent moon. Everyone knew that this was the crucial moment to determine the victor. Would the 3 from the 5 emperors' clans defeat the holy son of Tsungu? Or would the holy son of Tsungu defeat the 3 of them? Chenzong could not help but guess. 3 against 1, which side would win, no matter if it was by Qingjue, Lan Yunmiao, or Qing Chen, the strength that the 3 of them had displayed was definitely very strong. The intense explosion caused the world to lose its color once again. Everyone's ears could no longer hear anything, and there was only black and white in front of their eyes. This feeling lasted longer than before. It was extremely uncomfortable, but they could not get rid of it. When the black and white faded, and colors filled the air again, there was an extremely sharp roar in their ears. This strong contrast caused their minds to be shaken, as if they were about to shatter. They were in a daze, and their consciousness was turned upside down. If someone wanted to kill them at this moment, it would be the best time. In an instant, Chenzong got rid of this feeling, and he instantly woke up. However, he was still shocked. This kind of collision was actually so terrifying. If he, who was tens of thousands of meters away, had such a feeling, then what kind of impact would the holy son of Tsungu, Qing Chen, Bai Qingjue, Lan Yunmiao, and the others, who were at the center of it all, be affected? They did not feel good. Even if they reacted in an instant and took precautions, it was still very uncomfortable. Their consciousness seemed to be completely twisted and strangled. When everything returned to normal, Qing Chen, Bai Qingjue, and Lan Yunmiao struggled to stand on the lake. Their faces were frighteningly pale, and their breaths were weak. It was obvious that they did not have the strength to continue fighting. The holy son of Tsungu also stood on the lake. His face was pale, and there was a trace of fatigue in his eyes. However, his expression was arrogant, and his aura was constantly fluctuating. He was not as calm as before. Immediately, the holy son of Tsungu threw out 3 more punches. It was obvious that the power of these 3 punches was not as powerful as before, but Qing Chen and the others could no longer resist. Boom! Boom! The 3 of them tried their best to resist, but they were still directly sent flying. 1 against 3, victory! Everyone around was so shocked that they could not breathe. How powerful was the holy son of Tsungu? A series of dragon roars sounded, and 4 golden dragons of luck appeared. Then, the golden dragon of luck on the holy son of Tsungu devoured 10% of the other 3 golden dragons of luck. Its length directly exceeded 80 feet, reaching an astonishing 86 feet. Its body also became thicker and more majestic. Looking at the golden dragon of luck that was more than 80 feet long, everyone was shocked. If no one could defeat the holy son of Tsungu, perhaps in the end, the golden dragon of luck would be close to 90 feet, or even 90 feet. Since ancient times, 9 was the limit, and 90 feet was even more different. For a moment, everyone was silent. Holy son of Tsungu, you have used too much of your strength. I will not fight you. Xianxia of the proud sword heavenly sect walked over with his sword. His gaze seemed to penetrate the void and fell on Chenzong. Chenzong, we are both sword practitioners. Let's fight. Chenzong's original intention was to fight the holy son of Tsungu, but everyone could see that the holy son of Tsungu had used up a lot of his strength and did not have much combat strength left. Such a battle would be unfair. Even if he won, there would be no sense of accomplishment. Therefore, Chenzong suppressed the battle intent in his heart and waited for the holy son of Tsungu to recover his strength before challenging him. He did not expect Xianxia of the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect to appear and challenge him directly. Xianxia's meaning was clear. He wanted the holy son of Tsungu to rest and recover his strength while he fought Chenzong. After defeating Chenzong, he would fight the holy son of Tsungu, who had recovered his strength. By then, even if the holy son of Tsungu had not fully recovered, Xianxia would have used up some of his strength. The battle between the two would be a fair fight. Before he could suppress his battle intent, Xianxia had challenged him. Without thinking, Chenzong stepped out. The holy son of Tsungu did not speak. He retreated far away to recover his strength. Indeed, he had defeated Li Wuji first, then Zi Huan, and finally defeated 3 strong opponents by himself. He did not have much strength left. If he fought with Xianxia again, the outcome would be hard to predict. No one said anything about the holy son of Tsungu retreating to recover his strength. No one laughed at him. There was only a kind of respect. Who could do this? The crowd was still wondering if the holy son of Tsungu had used up too much of his strength and whether this intense battle would end there. Although it was exciting and intense and made the crowd's blood boil, they still felt that it was not enough. Now, Xianxia had challenged Chenzong. Although Chenzong did not say anything, he had expressed it with his actions. Xianxia was a disciple of the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect. He was a sword cultivator and his sword skills were superb. Chenzong was also a sword cultivator. In the previous 2 battles, the crowd had seen Chenzong's superb sword skills. This battle would be a duel between swords. When they thought of this, the crowd could not help but feel even more excited. When things were given a certain meaning, there would often be a sensory change. This kind of change would make people feel more excited. With a sword in hand, Xianxia walked step by step towards Chenzong. Every step he took was like a sharp sword that sliced across the surface of the lake, leaving behind sword scars one after another. Invisible but sharp sword chi condensed around Xianxia's body. It constantly surrounded him and cut through the air, giving off a sharp sound that made people's scalps go numb. Very pure. This was a very pure sword cultivator. Chenzong also walked towards Xianxia step by step. When he felt the invisible sword chi condensing around Xianxia's body and saw the white sword marks under Xianxia's feet, his eyes lit up. Before the battle, Chenzong already knew that Xianxia was a good opponent. A very good opponent, the best opponent so far. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had risen step by step from when he was very weak. He had encountered many good opponents. However, he had never met one as pure as Xianxia. Old Chen was about to enter the stage. Holy Sun Tsungu stood at the edge of a deserted island, recovering his strength as he stared at Chenzong and Xianxia. In the distance, Qing Chen and the others, who had already been defeated, and Li Wuji were also watching. Qing Chen was in disbelief. After being separated from Chenzong in the sea, Qing Chen was very worried. After returning to the Qing clan in the Qing continent, Qing Chen ordered people to search for Chenzong, but to no avail. Chenzong had entered the Taiyuan Heaven sect and became a disciple of the Tsungyu mountain. Chenzong usually kept a low profile. Even in the Taiyuan continent, there were very few people who knew about Chenzong, let alone in the Qing continent, which was far away from the Taiyuan continent. However, the Qing clan was one of the 5 emperor clans and one of the 15 top forces in the Kanglan continent. After some effort, Qing Chen found out about Chenzong's whereabouts. After knowing that Chenzong had become a disciple of the Tsungyu mountain of the Taiyuan Heaven sect and had been accepted as a disciple by the Tsungyu mountain lord, Qing Chen was completely relieved. However, he felt a little regretful. After all, he had planned to invite Chenzong to join the Qing clan. With Chenzong's talent and the Qing clan's nurturing, he might not be inferior to him in the future and could be a great help to the Qing clan. What a pity. However, since Chenzong had become a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect and had been accepted as a disciple by the Tsungyu mountain lord, he had a good place to go. As a friend, Qing Chen was happy for him at the same time. However, Qing Chen did not expect that Chen Zong would be able to carry the Taiyuan Heaven Sect's providence. Although Qing Chen had told Chen Zong about the Invincible Grandmaster Path before, Qing Chen didn't have a detailed understanding of the Invincible Grandmaster Path at that time. Moreover, it was to encourage Chen Zong. Unbelievable, it was really unbelievable. Elder Song and I were wrong. Thinking of this, Qing Chen could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The fact that Chen Zong was able to bear the fate of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect meant that he was invincible among his peers in the Taiyuan Heaven Sect. How powerful was the Taiyuan Heaven Sect? Compared to the Qing family, the Taiyuan Heaven Sect was even stronger. What did this mean? It meant that Chen Zong was not inferior to him at all. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Zong and Xianxia sped up. Swoosh, under the sharp sound of wind breaking, the two figures turned into two streams of light, rapidly approaching each other. After a breath of time, they crossed each other. After that, a clanging sound entered his ears. It was the sound of swords clashing. Without stopping, sharp sounds rang out one after another. Two streams of light collided with each other on the surface of the lake again and again. The surface of the lake was cut open again and again, leaving many white and straight marks. Every time the two swords clashed, countless ripples spread out, and the air became like water. They exchanged dozens of blows in a row and were evenly matched. The two streams of light suddenly approached each other. Chen Zong and Xianxia's silhouettes seemed to walk out of the streams of light. Their two swords carried a dazzling brilliance that wrapped around their bodies as they collided once again. All of them were high-speed swords. Speed versus speed. Now that they had met their match, the two were even more excited. They did not directly use their full strength, but instead probed each other. The white gold sword light and the scarlet sword light surged in all directions, cutting the surrounding lake surface again and again. The sword marks extended for dozens of meters. Like Chen Zong, Xianxia had also comprehended and mastered the 5 minor true meanings of the sword intent. In terms of application, he was not inferior to Chen Zong, but there were differences between him and Chen Zong. It could be said that while the two of them were probing each other, they were also constantly learning the strengths of each other's swordsmanship to further improve themselves. Bearing the fate of the sect, they were constantly influenced by the fate of the sect. Their comprehension was even better than usual. Usually, they would need to go into seclusion for a period of time to be able to comprehend. But now, they only needed a short time or even a thought to comprehend. After another collision, the tyrannical sword light turned into a shock wave that swept in all directions. Chen Zong and Xianxia tacitly borrowed the force of this shock wave to retreat. Next, please evaluate a set of swordsmanship that I have created. Xianxia smiled with a dignified look in his eyes. The white gold sword was held horizontally in front of his chest. With a gentle stroke of his palm, the light flowed like water and reached the tip of the sword. The sound of the sword resonated. Metal and wind meet. With a poetic chant, Xianxia drew his sword. The white gold sword seemed to disappear into the air, leaving only a white gold sword wind that blew towards Chen Zong. This sword wind carried the true intent of sword edge and the true intent of sharp wind. The two types of fluctuations combined to form this astonishing move. This move was a mid-grade pseudo-lingguo. The wind that blew was not an ordinary wind, but a wind formed by a terrifying sword aura. This kind of wind could cut flesh and corrode bones. Chen Zong struck with his sword, burning with blazing flames. Blazing sun second style, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. After Chen Zong used the blazing sun second style to block the metal and wind meet, he struck again. This time, it was even more blazing. Blazing sun third style, with a boom, the blazing sword radiance broke through the air, evaporating a large amount of white fog on the surface of the lake. Amidst the white fog, Xianxia did not dodge. His white gold sword vibrated, and a dazzling light flew. Another white gold wind swept over. This time, it was different from the previous wind. Within this white gold wind, there were countless cyclones that spun at high speed. Each of the cyclones was as thick as a finger, and they carried an astonishing killing power. This sword contained the power of 3 lesser true intents. Immediately after, Xianxia struck again. It was still a white gold wind, but within the wind, there were countless cyclones. Within the cyclones, there were even finer wind blades. This sword contained 4 lesser true intents. Blazing Sun 4th style, when the sword struck, it was like a huge fireball. Once again, more white fog was evaporated. However, the white fog was blown away by the white gold wind, dispersing and disappearing without a trace. Regardless of whether it was Qianzong's blazing sun sword or Xianxia's metal wind sword, in the eyes of many, they were very impressive. The power of each sword was very strong. It was enough to be a secret technique of many small factions. But to the two of them, it was just a test and exchange of blows. As people who practiced the sword and whose sword techniques were so excellent, the two of them were very excited. Naturally, it would not be so easy to determine the victor. At the very least, they had to fight to their heart's content. This was not only a battle of strength, but also a battle of sword techniques. Xianxia constantly displayed some scattered sword techniques. They were all created by himself, and some were cultivated to improve himself. Most of them were low-grade fake Lingwu. Qianzong also displayed fake Lingwu moves. Unlike Xianxia, Qianzong's fake Lingwu were mostly self-created. The two of them clashed again and again with their swords. It was hard to tell who was the victor. The spectators were also mesmerized. Perhaps it was not as intense as the battle between Holy Sun Songgu and Li Wuji, but there was a different kind of feeling. That was the sword and sword techniques. Some were dazzling, some were simple, and some were ever-changing, profound, and peerless sword moves, which made people feel a soul-stirring feeling. Awesome, this is awesome. Xianxia changed from his usual indifference. He was like a madman, and his posture was flamboyant. Next, please taste my platinum sword technique. Platinum sword stab. A sword broke through the air. The platinum sword light was about the thickness of a sword. It pierced through the sky with shocking sharpness and fiercely stabbed towards Qianzong. Wherever the sword passed, there was only a platinum sword mark across the sky. Qianzong had seen this sword before. But seeing it was different from experiencing it personally. He felt like he had been pierced through. The more it was like this, the more excited Qianzong was. Gray strike, the grayish-white sword light with traces of red pierced through the sky and stabbed towards Xianxia. The two swords did not collide. Instead, they crossed each other and missed at the same time. Platinum sky sweeping, platinum dazzling world, 2 consecutive swords. The platinum sword light tore through everything and shattered the sky. It also released an extremely shocking light that made people unable to look at it directly. In comparison, Qianzong's counterattack was more monotonous. It was still the gray strike. But the minor, true meaning contained in the gray strike was completely different. It made the gray strike different. The gray strike was a secret technique of the Green Feather Mountain, and the platinum sword technique was a secret technique of the Proud Sword Heaven sect. Now, the two of them had truly shown their true strength. Platinum Thousand Silk Sword, strands of platinum-colored sword light swam over from all directions, attempting to entangle Qianzong. Gray mist, the grayish-white mist formed by sword qi pervaded the air, blocking the cutting of the silk-like sword qi. The gray strike broke the silk-like sword qi in front of it and shot out. Sharpness of gray jade, the jade-white sword light pierced towards him with shocking sharpness. Xianxia's expression was solemn. The sword had not yet arrived, but it made him feel like he had been pierced through. He felt pain all over his body. Platinum triple kill. With a swing of the sword, it vibrated 3 times in a row and 3 platinum-colored sword lights shot out. Platinum Heaven Slash. As he leaped up, his most powerful sword slashed down. The sword was extremely sharp and was a lethal weapon. The duel between sword martial artists was usually more thrilling. It might not look that intense, but it was soul-stirring. With hidden killing intent, the slightest carelessness would result in one of them losing and the other dying. A duel of skills, a duel of moves, and also a duel of strength. In the previous duel, they did not use much strength. It was a simple duel of sword techniques. But now, they were going all out to determine the winner. Between the two of them, only one of them could win. If it was a duel of life and death, only one of them could survive. Raising his head, there was only a huge platinum-colored sword light in his eyes. It was as if it was going to tear the sky and shatter the earth. Platinum triple kill? Heaven Slash. After the first strike, Xianxia exploded with all his strength and slashed out 3 more times. 3 huge platinum-colored sword lights tore the sky apart and killed everything. At this moment, Xianxia was even more powerful than when he was fighting Qi Xiao. This was the benefit of bearing providence. The longer the time, the more benefits he would gain. 5 swords strike. Blue Jade Bird. In an instant, Chenzong also exploded. 5 swords were unsheathed and each of them struck out a blue jade move. The 5 blue jade moves formed an extremely simple bird. It tore through the sky and went against the flow. The first sword light was shattered by the blue jade bird. Without any hesitation, the blue jade bird rushed towards Xianxia in the air and collided with the 3 huge sword lights. The intense light made it difficult for people to open their eyes. They felt as if invisible needles were constantly piercing their eyes. It was extremely painful. It's growing. The golden dragon of luck is growing again. In the Taiyuan Heaven sect, the Taiyuan sect master and the mountain lords were overjoyed when they saw the golden dragon of luck growing again. 64 feet, 65 feet, 66 feet, 67 feet, finally, it stopped at 67 feet. Not only did it grow in length, but its body also became thicker. 67 feet. Our sect's luck has not only recovered, but also improved. The original golden dragon of luck of the Taiyuan Heaven sect was 65 feet long. Not only was it not as long as it was now, but the thickness of its body was also different. Good. You didn't let us down. If we had chosen Chenzong to carry the sect's luck from the beginning, I'm afraid the golden dragon of luck would have reached 70 feet. Chenzong won. Everyone in the dragon transformation lake was shocked. Chenzong won. Chenzong defeated Xianxia in terms of strength and swordsmanship. I hope to fight with you again in the future. Xianxia's eyes were blazing. I look forward to it. Chenzong responded with a smile. Then, he looked around and saw Holy Sun Sanggu, who was 10,000 meters away. At the same time, Holy Sun Sanggu also looked over. Arrogant, domineering, sharp, the formless gazes collided in the void like sharp weapons, creating formless sparks and ripples. The ripples were incomparably sharp, tearing everything in the surroundings apart. Nothing could stop them. A strong aura quickly gathered on Holy Sun Sanggu's body. Then, it shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Rumble, there seemed to be an ancient thunder rumbling. When it first appeared, it was still far away in the sky. In the next moment, it seemed to be ringing in everyone's ears. It constantly blasted into their heads and bodies, causing their heartbeats to accelerate and their qi and blood to surge. Even their spiritual consciousness was a little dazed. Boom, he took a step forward and stepped into the dragon transformation lake from the deserted island. It was like a 100-meter giant taking a step forward. It was as heavy as an ancient mountain. His aura was shocking. The current Holy Son of Sanggu was different from before. His entire being seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth, which made him even more powerful. That's right, after experiencing battle after battle, defeating one powerful opponent after another, and obtaining even more luck, the benefits he obtained were even more obvious. Therefore, he had comprehended something, and once he comprehended it, it naturally quickly transformed into strength, and he became even more powerful. Only by improving on the foundation of the half-step force of heaven and earth, and getting closer to the true force of heaven and earth, and gaining a deeper understanding of the ancient Elysium Fist, could he not use the ancient Elysium Fist? Using the ancient Elysium Fist, one could use the power of heaven and earth to move around freely. This was already close to grasping the true power of heaven and earth. At this point, Holy Sun Sanggu was not far from mastering the true martial force. Chenzong, let's settle this with one move. The voice was vast and mighty, like the voice of a primordial god slowly drifting over from beyond the heavens. It was like a myriad of thunderbolts exploding in an instant, and the rumbling sounds seemed to cause the heavens and the earth to turn upside down. The dragon transformation lake surged, and bursts of dragon roars sounded from all directions. Although it was only a human body, it was like a giant condensed from the power of heaven and earth. Stepping on the water, where his feet landed, layers of shock waves rippled out, like stormy waves crashing in all directions. Boom boom boom, as soon as Holy Sun Sanggu's voice fell, he raised his right fist. It was invisible and formless, but it made everyone feel as heavy as a mountain. Ancient Elysium Fist? Heavenly Force was Holy Sun Sanggu's strongest move. Although the battle between Qianzong and Xianxia had lasted for a long time, and Holy Sun Sanggu had recovered a lot of strength during this time, but without taking any elixirs, he had only recovered a small part of his strength. Similarly, Qianzong's battle with Xianxia had also consumed more than half of his strength. In terms of the proportion of strength, the two were about the same. Previously, Qianzong had seen Holy Sun Sanggu's strength, and Holy Sun Sanggu had also seen Qianzong's strength. In all fairness, Qianzong's strength was stronger than his previous opponents. There was no need to probe, and there was no need to stall for time. One move would determine the outcome. One move? Qianzong was a little surprised, but it was also in line with what he wanted. One move it was. This move was definitely his strongest move. The Huangjin Force Sword was unsheathed. There was no flashy technique, no amazing power. It was just a simple slash forward, but it caused the surrounding heavens and earth to tremble. In an instant, it was as if the wind and clouds were surging, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The force of heaven and earth was drawn, and the subtle force of the sword stirred up the power of heaven and earth. It was as if a huge but invisible sword had appeared in the heavens and earth, fiercely slashing towards Holy Sun Sanggu. The force of the sword, under the power of the sword, everything was crushed, and nothing could stop it. Under the invisible pressure, the surging dragon transformation lake instantly calmed down and became as smooth as a mirror. This kind of change was extremely shocking. Immediately, the dragon transformation lake collapsed into a huge trench under an extremely terrifying invisible pressure. The trench continued to deepen, extending forward with lightning-like speed. It was like a shocking water dragon that was moving stealthily. What kind of move is this? Many people were inexplicably shocked. The force of the sword. Qianzong can actually display the force of the sword? There is no such inheritance in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Everyone was shocked. In addition to being shocked, their other reaction was not that Qianzong had mastered the force of the sword, but that Qianzong, like Holy Sun Sanggu, was able to activate the force of the sword with the help of martial arts. Like the ancient firmament fist. It was not that they were ignorant, but that their level was not high enough to see through it. If there was a powerful transcendent realm master present, they would be able to see that Qianzong did not rely on martial arts to activate the force of the sword, but that he himself had mastered the force of the sword. In the Taiyuan Heaven Sect Grand Tournament, Qianzong comprehended and mastered the force of the sword in the final battle between Fang Xingqian and Qianzong. The Taiyuan Heaven Sect had sealed off the news. Although the people of the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect knew about it, it was limited to the disciples and higher-ups who were watching the battle. They would not spread the news to Qianzong for no reason to strengthen the reputation of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect. Although the others didn't know, Holy Sun Sanggu had the most direct feeling. This was because he used the ancient Elysium fist to stimulate the power of heaven and earth. Qianzong's sword strike felt different. It felt purer. The real force of heaven and earth. In an instant, Holy Sun Sanggu was very sure. While he was shocked, he also felt an indescribable excitement. Who would have thought that there was actually a true dragon hidden among these people? Fortunately, Fang Xingqian had overestimated himself and challenged him. Fortunately, the Taiyuan Heaven Sect did not give up and sent Qianzong here. Seemingly stimulated by Qianzong, Holy Sun Sanggu's force of heaven and earth became more condensed in this punch. Boom, slash, in an instant, the fist that carried the force of heaven and earth blasted out. The sword that also carried the force of heaven and earth tore through the air and collided in midair. It was as if a mountain had exploded. The terrifying impact caused the surroundings to fall into chaos. Nothing could be seen and nothing could be heard. Only an extremely sharp buzzing sound echoed in everyone's mind. This strange feeling made everyone lose their ability to think. They were muddled and didn't know anything. It was as if they had turned into wooden puppets. The dragon transformation lake seemed to have been blasted through. The terrifying shockwave shook the deserted islands that were closer to the explosion and shattered them under this terrible impact. After an unknown period of time, when the explosion gradually subsided, everyone slowly regained their consciousness. Their faces were pale. The scene in front of them made them extremely shocked. Their hearts stopped and they continued to suffocate. Terrifying, in the air, there seemed to be invisible ripples that continued to surge. The whistling sound made one's scalp tingle. At the center of the explosion, there was a huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. It was a shocking sight. A large amount of lake water poured in from all directions, forming an astonishing whirlpool. The whistling sound of the whirlpool resounded throughout the world. Holy Sun Sanggu retreated to the edge of a broken deserted island. He stepped on a piece of wood that was still intact and moved up and down with the waves. In order to determine the outcome of the battle, he had used up all his strength. Now, his face was pale. There was a trace of fatigue in his eyes, but there was also a trace of excitement. This was because he felt the power of heaven and earth at a closer distance. It was the real power of heaven and earth, not the power of heaven and earth that he felt indirectly through his fist technique. In an instant, the mysterious face of the power of heaven and earth seemed to have lifted a corner of the veil for him. Chen Zong's face was also pale. There was fatigue in his eyes, but it seemed that he was in a better state than Holy Sun Sanggu. Who won? On the surface, it was impossible to tell who had won. Everyone was puzzled. "You've won this battle," said Holy Sun Sanggu. Everyone was shocked by what they heard. Holy Sun Sanggu had lost, Chen Zong had won. This obviously subverted everyone's inner thoughts. Because they were more inclined to believe that Holy Sun Sanggu had won. However, they did not expect Holy Sun Sanggu to admit defeat. If someone as proud as him admitted defeat, it meant that he had really lost. Chen Zong did not humbly say that he had let Holy Sun Sanggu win. A loss was a loss. Moreover, he had indeed gained the upper hand in that attack. He still had some strength left and could make another attack. On the other hand, Holy Sun Sanggu could not do it. 2 dragon roars sounded at the same time. 2 golden dragons of luck appeared on the bodies of Holy Sun Sanggu and Chen Zong respectively. There was an obvious difference in length and thickness between the golden dragons of luck and the golden dragons of luck. It felt like they were an adult and a child. The bigger golden dragon of luck hovered motionlessly, while the smaller golden dragon of luck flew out aggressively and bit fiercely. The golden dragon of luck on Holy Sun Sanggu's body began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it was only about 81 feet. On the other hand, Chen Zong's golden dragon of luck grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had grown from 67 feet to 73 feet. At the same time, the sect leader and the mountain lords of the Taiyuan Sky sect, who were about to leave excitedly, were shocked. They had no idea what had happened. 70 feet, what's going on? Why is the growth of the golden dragon of luck so strange? There's only one explanation. My disciple has defeated 2 strong opponents in a row, each stronger than the other, the Lord of Mount Sungyu said with a smile, his face full of pride. The Lord of Mount Mingguang was shocked and resentful. As for the other lords, they had mixed feelings. Some were envious. Apart from the Lord of Mount Sungyu's explanation, there was no other explanation. But no matter what they thought, the increase of the sect's luck was a good thing. It was beneficial to everyone in the sect. Moreover, Chen Zong's golden dragon of luck had grown to 70 feet, which had exceeded the original range of the 8 supreme celestial sects and reached the standard of the 2 holy lands. Although it was only in 20 to 30 years, it could improve the overall level of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Taking a step back, even if Chen Zong was defeated and his providence decreased, it would still be more than what it originally was. Even the Holy Sun Sanggu has been defeated. Who else can be Chen Zong's opponent? I didn't expect the final winner to be Chen Zong. The Taiyuan Heaven sect made the right bet this time. I don't know why the Taiyuan Heaven sect didn't let Chen Zong come in the first place. The islands in the Dragon Transformation Lake were full of discussions about the battle. Chen Zong's name was mentioned again and again. Chen Zong hasn't won a complete victory yet. Don't forget, there's still one person who hasn't arrived. Who? The disciple of the Tianlan Sacred Land. I remember. I heard that the person who inherited the Tianlan Sacred Land's luck is the Tianlan Saintess. She seems to be still in seclusion. The Tianlan Saintess. In Taiyuan Pavilion, Chen Zong and Qing Chen sat opposite each other. Hearing Qing Chen's words, Chenzong couldn't help but be slightly surprised. That's right. The saintess of the endless sky saintess rarely shows herself. Compared to the holy sun Sanggu, she's even more mysterious. However, one thing is certain. The saintess of the endless sky saintess' strength is not the slightest bit inferior to the holy sun Sanggu. Qing Chen's tone was serious. The saintess of endless sky hasn't come yet. She seems to be using the sex fortune to cultivate a strange technique in seclusion. She might be a formidable opponent for you. The endless sky saintess had yet to appear, but her momentum was growing stronger and stronger. Everyone was divided into two factions regarding the outcome of the battle between Chenzong and the saintess. One faction believed that Chenzong would eventually defeat the saintess of the endless sky saintess and become invincible. One group believed that the saintess of endless sky would defeat Chenzong and become invincible. There were even some people who argued until their faces and ears turned red, and they drew their swords and drew their weapons, causing a series of conflicts. This situation lasted for a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, apart from chatting with Qing Chen, Chenzong stayed in Taiyuan Pavilion and cultivated. Every proud son of heaven who carried the sex fortune was extraordinary in terms of talent, potential, and strength. They were all very powerful and had many things to learn from them. Under the influence of the powerful fortune, Chenzong's perception had increased tremendously. His mind and body were clear, and many problems could be solved in a short time. It was as if his thinking had been strengthened tenfold. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. Although the sword momentum was limited by his realm and cultivation and couldn't be deepened, it could be further improved in terms of application. Chenzong also realized that it was unrealistic to use sword techniques to carry the momentum of the sword. In other words, it would only make the momentum of the sword impure. Once it became impure, its power would decrease. Therefore, the momentum of the sword could only be a pure momentum of the sword. One sword could move heaven and earth. Perhaps this was related to his realm being insufficient. If his cultivation could reach the transcendent realm, things would be different. On this day, the calm dragon transformation lake suddenly splashed with waves. Layers of ripples appeared out of nowhere, and gradually spread out in a continuous manner. Soon, they covered the entire dragon transformation lake. Some cultivators were shocked to discover this and immediately notified others. Not long after, the edge of the island was full of people, each of them staring at the lake with a dignified or curious expression. There were countless ripples, as if countless fish were emerging from the bottom of the lake. Moreover, as time passed, the ripples became more obvious and more intense. As they spread out, there was a whistling sound, like a gust of wind blowing. The sound of water splashing continued, and the ripples became violent waves. What's going on? Then, a tyrannical aura spread from the distance, constantly increasing, like a storm sweeping over. Boom, 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 a huge roar shook the lake, one after another rhythmically. Every time it sounded, it made everyone's heart beat wildly, and there was an indescribable sense of oppression. What's that? It seems to be a waterspout, a waterspout. Why would a waterspout appear out of nowhere? However, under everyone's gazes, there was indeed a waterspout that was constantly spinning over 100,000 meters away. Its roar was astonishing, and its momentum was vast and earth-shattering. The rumbling was caused by that waterspout. Con long long. The waterspout continued to approach, and as it swept over, it constantly absorbed the water of the dragon transformation lake to strengthen itself, twisting its body like a giant pillar that reached the sky. Soon, the waterspout was within 10,000 meters of the crowd, and a terrifying aura swept out, causing everyone to tremble and shiver involuntarily. Even from 10,000 meters away, the edges of the waterspout were like white blades that were madly slicing and rotating. It was at least several hundred meters thick, and its terrifying power made anyone believe that once they entered it, they would be minced into pieces by that incomparably terrifying power. Not even dregs would be left. At the same time, everyone was very puzzled. What was going on? Why would a huge waterspout suddenly appear out of nowhere? Chenzong stood at the top of Taiyuan Pavilion, squinting his eyes slightly. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be a figure condensing in the huge waterspout. Moreover, Chenzong had a feeling that the waterspout was coming for him, and a tenacious aura was faintly locking onto him. Is it finally here? Holy Sun Sanggu stood at the top of the island, staring at the huge waterspout. A trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes, and then a smile appeared on his face. After his defeat, he did not leave immediately, but chose to cultivate in seclusion, and then made great progress. Holy Sun Sanggu was confident that if he fought with Chenzong again, he would definitely not lose. I heard that you have won many battles, and Su Huanqing is here to learn from you. I hope that you will not be stingy with your teachings. A somewhat soft and cold voice resounded in all directions. Su Huanqing? Who is that? Someone was puzzled. Su Huanqing? Immediately, someone was startled, and then a look of horror appeared on his face. He stuttered, she is, the Tianlan Saintess, the Tianlan Saintess? The Tianlan Saintess. The Tianlan Saintess is finally here. This is the final battle. In the end, it will be Chenzong or the Tianlan Saintess. Today, we will know the result. The Tianlan Saintess. Chenzong muttered, and then a smile appeared on his face. She is finally here. It's time for this battle to begin. He stepped forward, step by step in the air. The air was like water, creating layers of ripples. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chenzong walked from the top of Taiyuan Pavilion to the Dragon Transformation Lake, step by step. Void step. What a shocking technique. Everyone was shocked. Holy Sun Sanggu's face was solemn. His fingers trembled unconsciously, and then he muttered to himself with excitement, did he improve again? That's good. That's right. After 5 days, Chenzong's application of the Grand Sword Force had improved again. The void step just now was an application of the Grand Sword Force. To put it bluntly, it wasn't that profound, but it required a sufficient understanding and mastery of the Grand Sword Force. Holy Sun Sanggu asked himself if he had grasped the Grand Sword Force of heaven and earth in the past 5 days. That's right, he had broken through from the half-step Grand Sword Force of heaven and earth to the true Grand Sword Force of heaven and earth. This was a huge improvement, but it was only at the initial stage. He couldn't do it as naturally as Chenzong. When Chenzong's feet landed on the Dragon Transformation Lake, the surging lake instantly calmed down. Following his footsteps, circles of ripples appeared again. Under everyone's gaze, Chenzong walked step by step toward the huge waterspout. The figure inside the waterspout became clearer and clearer. Rumble, the roar of the huge waterspout was deafening to Chenzong's ears. However, Chenzong didn't see Su Huanqing's figure. He didn't know where she was. Immediately, a 2-meter-long water spear shot out from the waterspout. After tearing through the sky, an incomparably sharp sound rang out. The water spear rotated at high speed, piercing through the sky and leaving a long trail behind it. It shot fiercely toward Chenzong. The power of this attack was astonishing. It was enough to seriously injure or even kill an expert of the 2nd level. However, it was nothing to Chenzong. His figure swayed and he dodged it. Following that, more water spears shot out from the rotating waterspout. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 100, 102-meter-long water spears pierced through the air at high speed and fiercely blasted toward Chenzong. Such an attack was enough to instantly turn an expert of the 2nd level into dregs. Even an ordinary expert of the 3rd level would be killed. Chenzong's figure was hit. In an instant, it was torn apart and turned into powder. However, it was only an afterimage. Chenzong's real body appeared behind the 100 water spears and walked step by step toward the waterspout. Seeing that the water spears couldn't do anything to Chenzong, the Endless Sky Saintess didn't shoot any more water spears. Suddenly, the huge waterspout expanded and instantly exploded. The explosion of the waterspout, which was several hundred meters thick, was incomparably terrifying. Palm-sized water spears as sharp as swords tore through the sky and fiercely shot toward Chenzong with astonishing power, covering an area of 10,000 meters. The roar was accompanied by an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air. It made people's scalps tingle and their bodies tremble. They all stared at the scene in horror. Within 10,000 meters, there was only white water, surging wildly. Chenzong's figure seemed to be swallowed up by it. Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. A flash of sword light, like lightning, cut through the darkness. As soon as it appeared, it split a part of the water, Chen Zong was standing in the middle of it. Boom, at the source of the mighty flow of water, where the huge water tornado was collapsing, a huge deep blue leg stepped out. The huge foot was like a mountain as it heavily stomped on the surface of the lake. It sounded like a heavenly drum being struck. The rumble was shocking, and countless water ripples turned into waves that surged outwards. Boom, 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 under the horrified gazes of the crowd, a huge figure stepped out from the collapsing waterspout. It was a gigantic figure that was over 20 meters tall. Its entire body was a deep blue color, and there were countless ripples that swept from the bottom to the top. It was as if there were endless waves sweeping out from it. The dark blue water giant, which was 20 meters tall and more than 10 meters wide, walked toward Chen Zong with huge steps. Every step it took on the surface of the lake would cause powerful waves to sweep in all directions. The majestic and shocking pressure rolled over. Even the people who were 10,000 meters away could feel the amazing power. Chen Zong's eyes focused. They were as sharp as the tip of a sword. He could vaguely see a figure on the head of the dark blue water giant. That might be Su Huanqing. The dark blue water giant kept approaching. Its extremely powerful aura suppressed Chen Zong, making him look dignified. The dark blue water giant raised its right arm. The right side of its body also moved back, like an arrow on a bow. Then, it fiercely punched at Chen Zong. With a boom, the void shook as if an invisible drum had been hit. Countless waves of waves spread out crazily and bombarded the surface of the lake, causing a series of explosions. The punch kept enlarging in front of everyone, filling the world. This punch carried an incomparably terrifying might. It was as if a mountain was moving horizontally, but it was also as if a part of the world was collapsing. This was an incomparably tyrannical punch, one that could destroy everything. The surface of the giant fist was filled with endless whirlpools of water, which were like dense blades slashing madly. An incomparably heavy pressure descended from the sky and slammed heavily on Chen Zong's body. Compared to the giant fist, Chen Zong seemed so small. Shadow, pressure, it suffocated Chen Zong and made him feel as if his body was about to be crushed. Tyrannical. It was simply too tyrannical. The starlight giant that Fang Xingchen had condensed from his celestial heavenly phase paled in comparison. The force of heaven and earth. Chen Zong murmured. Holy Sun Sanggu's ancient Elysium fist contained the power of heaven and earth, and the blue water giant's fist also contained the power of heaven and earth, but the two were different. The force of heaven and earth was just a general term. It could also be divided into the sword force, the martial force, the saber force, and so on. The force of heaven and earth that Holy Sun Sanggu's ancient Elysium fist had activated was the force of heaven, as if it was being suppressed by the heavens. The force of heaven and earth that the blue water giant had activated was the force of water. The dragon transformation lake was 3,000 miles wide. There was no doubt that in such a place, the power of the force of water would be enhanced, which was why such a tyrannical blue water giant could be created. Chen Zong had no choice but to use the sword force to resist this punch. He unsheathed the Huanjin sword and slashed. It was an ordinary sword. There was no fancy technique or tyrannical power, but it carried the force of heaven and earth, as if an invisible giant sword had slashed down. Sword force, bang! 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 Under the sword, the blue water giant's fist seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. Its speed slowed down, and there was a series of explosions. Countless water splashed from the fist. The sword and the fist collided. In front of the giant fist, the long sword was as thin as an embroidery needle, but it blocked this terrible punch. Chen Zong's figure was as small as an ant compared to the blue water giant, but he did not retreat in front of the blue water giant. This huge contrast was shocking. Immediately, the dark blue water giant raised its other hand. It seemed to be very slow, but it pulled the air and made a series of explosions. It brought along a shadow, like a dark blue mountain, and fiercely blasted towards Chen Zong. Boom! The dragon transformation lake exploded. Thousands of tons of lake water rushed into the sky. Chen Zong's figure disappeared. In an instant, he appeared above the blue water giant's head, holding the sword with both hands, and fiercely stabbing at the head. Endless water surged crazily, weakening the power of Chen Zong's sword. Chen Zong could feel the amazing power of the sword that pierced into his body. It hit him again and again, trying to deflect the long sword. At the same time, a tyrannical water spear condensed from the lake and shot through the air. It waved its arms and fiercely attacked Qianzong, who was in the air. The giant palm closed, and the roaring sound seemed to turn the world upside down. The terrible blue shock wave swept across, as if it was going to break the world. The roaring sound made everyone tremble. Everyone looked either dignified or shocked. How could they fight against such a horrible giant in the Dragon Transformation Lake, which was 3,000 miles wide? Even the Holy Sun Sanggu felt it was very tricky. The water giant's power is too strong. The shock wave of the water on its body can dissipate the attacks from the outside to the greatest extent. Qianzong thought to himself as he slashed at the blue water giant several times, but it could not cause any damage. He dodged the attack of the water giant's arms. Immediately, Qianzong's eyes fixed on the blue water giant's head, staring at a vague figure inside. Maybe only by attacking there could he defeat the water giant. As for whether it was true or not, he would give it a try. Thinking of this, Qianzong stepped on the void with the mystery of the sword's momentum. Step by step, he flew up to a height of more than 100 meters. The blue water giant was huge, but it was only 20 meters tall and could not get out of the lake. However, it waved its arms and made a terrible roaring sound. Immediately, the surface of the Dragon Transformation Lake exploded, and water columns as thick as thighs shot up to the sky like giant crossbows. All of them were aimed at Qianzong. Qianzong's body was light. He avoided the giant water crossbows and appeared above the blue water giant's head. He held the sword with both hands and slowly raised it. There seemed to be a roaring sound. Higher and higher in the sky, the wind blew and the lake rippled. The momentum of heaven and earth moved with the sword, full of sharpness. The momentum of sword, fully activated. A sword move of wind and clouds, a sword move of 10,000 tides, a sword move of heaven and earth. This sword carried Qianzong's power and fell from the sky. There was no figure, no long sword, only a sword light fell like a meteor. Roar! The blue water giant raised its head and raised its arms. A horrible momentum shot up to the sky. The lake water within thousands of meters was turbulent and rushed to the sky. This was the most powerful attack of the blue water giant, the most powerful attack of the momentum of water. Boom! It was like a thunder that could split the sky and earth. After a collision, the world lost its color and turned upside down. Everything turned black and white. Every sound was filled with a subtle and sharp sound that kept drilling into the eardrums and piercing the brain. It was very painful. Tens of thousands of tons of water fell from the sky. The roaring sound became louder and louder, replacing everything. It was like 10,000 thunders were exploding in the ears, making everyone deaf. Monstrous waves surged, drowning the nearby islands. It lasted for a full 15 minutes. Gradually, it became quiet. People finally saw clearly that the blue water giant was gone. There were only two figures standing on the rippling lake. One of them was Qianzong, and the other was a woman in a dark blue robe. The robe had an exquisite pattern of water patterns that looked like flowing clouds. It was very lifelike. Her long black hair was soft and smooth, and her face couldn't be seen clearly because she was wearing a blue veil. Her beautiful eyes were black, clear, and deep, as if they could attract everything. Her whole body exuded a mysterious feeling, as if she had merged with the water of the Dragon Transformation Lake. Saintess Su Huanqing. Your strength is as powerful as the rumors say, Su Huanqing said. Su Huanqing opened her mouth, her voice as clear and cold as water spreading out like ripples. I wonder if you still have the strength to attack. One sword move, Qianzong replied neither slowly nor quickly. Indeed, to use the momentum of sword to defeat the blue water giant, Qianzong had almost exhausted all of his strength. The remaining strength was barely enough for one more sword move. I don't have the strength to fight anymore, Saintess Su Huanqing said. You won this battle. Qianzong won? Impossible. How could the Saintess lose? She lost. She admitted it herself. A loss is a loss, and a win is a win. With Qianzong's strength, there's nothing impossible. It was as if something had exploded. Countless people were stunned at first, and then they began to discuss. The Golden Dragon of Fortune appeared. The Saintess Golden Dragon of Fortune was 75 feet long, while Chenzong's was 73 feet long. The two were similar in both length and thickness. Chenzong's golden dragon of fortune pounced forward and bit fiercely. The Saintess golden dragon of fortune shrank with a wail, becoming 70 feet long. The golden dragon of luck on Chenzong's body began to swell with a joyful dragon roar. 74 feet, 75 feet, 76 feet, 77 feet, in the end, it stopped at 77 feet long, and its body became thicker. He really won. Chenzong has achieved the path of invincibility. Brother Chen, I really misjudged you. Qingchen couldn't help but sigh. Then, he felt happy for Chenzong. Next, it should be the Land of Dragonization's gift. I wonder how many gifts Chenzong will receive from the Land of Dragonization? The Golden Dragon of Fortune is 77 feet long now. It won't be a problem for it to reach 80 feet, but I don't think it can reach 90 feet. 85 feet, at most. Rumble. Rumor had it that there was a dragon vein under the Land of Dragonization. It was because of the existence of the dragon vein that this place had become the Land of Dragonization. The invincible path had condensed the dragon vein here, and the dragon vein would also give a gift to the gods' favored ones who had achieved the invincible path. Every time a god's favored ones came here with the luck of the sect, the golden dragon of luck on their bodies would form an invisible, untouchable, and even undetectable connection with the dragon vein in the Land of Dragonization. Once a god's favored ones achieved the invincible path, this connection would be expanded to the maximum. At that time, a small part of the dragon vein in the Land of Dragonization would be separated and integrated into the golden dragon of luck, further strengthening it. This was a gift from the dragon vein in the Land of Dragonization. Of course, this gift was not permanent. Like the plundering of luck, it had a time limit. As time passed, the luck would gradually return to the Land of Dragonization and return to the dragon vein. As for the duration, it was closely related to the gift received. Different people who received the gift would receive different gifts in the end. I remember that in the past 1,000 years, the most gifts received was 10 feet. That's right, 10 feet. The only time it happened was between 3 feet and 5 feet. Whether it's 3 feet or 5 feet, as long as you receive the gift of the Land of Dragonization, your luck will be significantly enhanced. For Chenzong's golden dragon of luck, after receiving the gift, it will have no problem reaching 8 feet. It will be a full level up. Whether it's for Chenzong or for the Taiyuan Sky sect, this is of great significance. The dragon's roar became louder and louder. Countless ripples once again appeared on the calm Dragonization lake. The ripples constantly collided and merged, and finally became a huge ripple that swept across the entire Dragonization lake. The ground seemed to be affected as well. It shook slightly, and every island was shaking. While everyone was shocked, their eyes fell on the center of the huge ripple. There, something seemed to be about to appear. They all thought of the legend and couldn't help but hold their breaths and open their eyes wide. They stared at it with a trace of hope and excitement in their eyes. When the dragon's roar reached its peak, a black shadow emerged from the bottom of the lake. Immediately, the lake water that was thousands of meters high soared into the sky. In the intense splashes, a glittering figure was faintly discernible. Golden dragon, it was a golden dragon that was over 300 meters long. A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. A cold current swept through their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a crocodile, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like a cow. The golden dragon in the sky was awe-inspiring. Chenzong raised his head and looked at the golden dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. His eyes were full of shock. Compared to the golden dragon of luck, which was 77 feet long, it was like a small snake compared to a real dragon. Dragons can be both invisible and bright. They can be thin or huge. They can be short or long. They are the king of all beasts. The 100-foot-long golden dragon was even more astonishing. Amidst the splashes of water, the 100-meter-long golden dragon wandered freely under the boundless sky, and resounding dragon roars resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Outside the Land of Dragon Transformation, in other places of the Middle Saint Continent, pairs of eyes stared over. Each pair of eyes seemed to have substance, as if they could see through the void. The owners of each pair of eyes exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. The dragon vein has appeared. The battle for invincibility has ended. I wonder who achieved the path of invincibility? 77 feet, 77 feet. In the Taiyuan Heaven sect, the sect master and the mountain masters were trembling with excitement. Their initial thought was that Qinzong could win 2 rounds. Even if he lost the 3rd round, at least the Taiyuan Heaven sect would regain some luck. What they did not expect was that Qinzong brought them a pleasant surprise. Not only did they win 3 matches in a row, but the Golden Dragon of Destiny had also grown from 15 feet to 73 feet. Even if they lost the 4th match, the Taiyuan Heaven sect's Golden Dragon of Destiny would still be stronger than before. Now, he had won another round, and his Golden Dragon of Luck had grown to 77 feet. 77 feet, the strength of this providence already surpassed the original providence of the 2 Holy Lands. Even if Qinzong lost the next round, his Golden Dragon of Luck would still be more than 77 feet long, which was the standard of the 2 Holy Lands. They did not know that Qinzong did not need to fight anymore, because Qinzong had defeated his last opponent and achieved the path of invincibility. After the 100-meter-long Golden Dragon soared through the 9 heavens, it stopped in front of Qinzong. Its huge body lowered slightly, and its huge head looked down at him. Its tail swayed back and forth in the air, stirring up gusts of whistling wind. The huge golden eyes stared at Qinzong, making Qinzong feel as if he had been seen through. It was as if all his secrets could be seen through by the pair of golden eyes. Nothing could be hidden from them. For no reason, Qinzong felt nervous. Anyone who was stared at by such a huge beast would feel nervous. Qinzong was very sure that if this golden dragon wanted to deal with him, perhaps it only needed to blow a breath to kill him. The golden dragon stared at Qinzong for about 10 breaths. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and roared again in the sky. Powerful sound waves rolled and rushed toward Qinzong. Qinzong felt as if he was about to be disintegrated. Immediately, the Golden Dragon of Luck in the sect condensed on his body and rose up. It faced the 100-meter-long Golden Dragon of Luck from a distance and also roared in the sky, as if it was echoing. Then, the 100-meter-long Golden Dragon of Luck opened its mouth and spat out a golden light. The golden light fell from the sky like a meteor and hit the Golden Dragon of Luck hovering above Qinzong's head. In an instant, the golden light hit the Golden Dragon of Luck. The roar of the Golden Dragon of Luck became louder and louder in the sky, full of joy. The gift has begun. 80 feet is definitely not a problem. I wonder how much it will reach in the end. Qinzong looked up and saw the Golden Dragon of Luck above his head slowly expanding under the golden light. 78 feet, 79 feet, 88 feet, it was almost certain that it would reach 80 feet. Now, it had become a reality. However, it did not stop. The Golden Dragon of Luck continued to expand. 81 feet, 82 feet. 82 feet. It should be about there, someone murmured. However, the growth did not stop. 83 feet, 84 feet, 85 feet, suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations. However, the growth did not stop. 86 feet. 9 feet, it has already grown 9 feet. It still hasn't stopped. Is it going to grow by 10 feet? 87 feet, it grew by 10 feet. However, the crowd was even more shocked because they could see that the Golden Dragon of Luck above Qinzong's head was still growing. 88 feet. It broke the record, someone murmured to himself. 88 feet was equivalent to an increase of 10 feet in length. It broke the record in the past 1,000 years. However, the growth continued. 89 feet. Is it going to reach 90 feet? Many people asked rhetorically. They immediately shook their heads. It was impossible. It had already grown from 70 feet to 80 feet. How could it reach 90 feet? Not only were the people in the Dragon Transformation Lake shocked, but the people in the Taiyuan Heaven sect were also extremely shocked. They stared at the growing Golden Dragon of Luck with their eyes wide open. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. This growth was different from the previous growth. It was a continuous growth. The same thought involuntarily appeared in everyone's mind. It was an incredible and even absurd thought. Chen Zong had won. He had defeated all his opponents and was on the path to invincibility. Was this possible? Impossible. However, what was going on with the growth of the Golden Dragon of Luck, apart from that explanation? In addition to being shocked, everyone was also overjoyed and excited. They were extremely excited. There was no reason not to be excited. The continuous growth of the Golden Dragon of Luck meant that the sect's luck was also increasing. The higher the luck, the better. In the next few decades, the Taiyuan Heaven sect would usher in a period of rapid development. There might even be another God-favored son who was on the path to invincibility. By then, the Taiyuan Heaven sect would be in a period of rapid development for the next few decades. Everything would change in a better direction. 90 feet, when the Golden Dragon of Luck reached 90 feet, everyone began to tremble uncontrollably. Their bodies were trembling from head to toe. On the Dragon Transformation Lake, everyone was stunned. 9 was the limit. Previously, they had guessed that if Holy Sun Sanggu kept winning, his Golden Dragon of Luck would reach 90 feet. If he received the gift of the Dragon Vein in the land of Dragon Transformation, it would be possible for it to reach 93 or even 95 feet. However, at that time, Holy Sun Sanggu's Golden Dragon of Luck had already reached 87 feet long. It was not far from 90 feet. However, Chen Zong's Golden Dragon of Luck was only 77 feet long. It had grown from 77 feet to 90 feet, which was an increase of 13 feet. Such an increase was rare even in the past 10,000 years, let alone 1,000 years. After the Golden Dragon of Luck grew to 90 feet, it began to slow down. The golden light from the 100-foot Golden Dragon of Luck also gradually weakened. 91 feet, in the end, the Golden Dragon of Luck stopped at 91 feet long. 9 was the limit. If the Golden Dragon of Luck could reach 99 feet long, it would be even more amazing and the benefits would be greater. However, Chen Zong's Golden Dragon of Luck was too low. If it had the same starting point as Holy Sun Sanggu's, it might have reached 99 feet long. However, there were no ifs. If it could reach 99 feet long, it was already the limit. This was beyond the power of luck of the two holy lands. Its impact on the Taiyuan Heaven sect was indescribable. Now, when the 91 feet Golden Dragon of Luck entered his body, Chen Zong's body shook. A cool and refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. His essence, qi, and spirit were all significantly affected. For a moment, there seemed to be countless mysteries emerging in his mind. However, there were too many mysteries, and they emerged all at once. Chen Zong felt overwhelmed. Wisdom empowerment. After the gift, the 100-foot Golden Dragon of Luck's huge body flew up in an extremely graceful manner. It raised its head to the sky and let out an incomparably high-altitude roar. Then, after circling in the sky 9 times, it turned into a golden flowing light and dove down at an astonishing speed, plunging into the Dragon Transformation Lake. The sky was blue and cloudless. Only the wind was blowing. Brother Chen, goodbye. Qing Chen cupped his hands and smiled. Next time we meet, maybe we will both become transcendents. Then we will meet again after becoming transcendents. Chen Zong smiled and cupped his hands to bid farewell to Qing Chen. The Holy Son of Sanggu walked on the waves, accompanied by the momentum. Chen Zong knew that he had mastered the real momentum of heaven and earth. Without saying anything, Chen Zong could feel the Holy Son of Sanggu's fighting spirit. It was a fighting spirit that was delayed. Chen Zong didn't say anything. He just looked over and responded. No matter when, if he wanted to fight, he would fight. Their eyes met. After the momentum collided, the Holy Son of Sanggu turned and left. An extremely sharp cry resounded through heaven and earth, piercing through the clouds. A huge figure descended from the sky. It was the heavenly wings of Xingyuan. The battle of the road to invincibility in the land of Dragon Transformation had ended. Chen Zong naturally didn't need to stay here any longer. It was time for him to return to the sect. Good disciple, ha 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 ha. A figure jumped down from the heavenly wings of Xingyuan's back and laughed heartily. It was the Lord of Mount Sangyu. Master, why are you here? Chen Zong was surprised. Of course I'm here. How can I not be here? The Lord of Mount Sangyu was still laughing excitedly. The more he looked at Chenzong, the more satisfied he was. He felt that he had made the right choice in accepting Chenzong as his disciple. He had made him proud. You are now the pride of the sect. No harm can be done to you. To be honest, the Lord of Mount Songyu was worried about other people coming, so he came personally. Chenzong was the Lord of Mount Songyu's disciple. No one could argue with him if he rushed over. The expressionless protector also appeared. He bowed to the Lord of Mount Songyu, but he still didn't say a word. Let's go. Let's return to the sect now. The Dark Feather Mountain Master smiled. The three of them sat on the back of Xingyuan's heavenly wings, and a sharp cry resounded through the sky. Xingyuan's heavenly wings flapped, stirring up a gust of wind that blew up the dragon transformation lake. Then, with a sharp roar, the heavenly wings soared into the sky. At high speed, the friction between its huge body and the air created countless sparks. Its wings even cut through the air, leaving behind two straight trails of burning red flames as it soared into the sky. It was at least 1,000 meters long. Thousands of meters in the sky, Xingyuan's heavenly wings flew at an astonishing speed. Chenzong looked back at the dragon transformation lake and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It was here that he defeated one powerful opponent after another and underwent a transformation. Xingyuan's heavenly wings flew at full speed. In less than half a day, they had already flown out of the land of dragon transformation and out of the Middle Saint continent. Sitting cross-legged on the back of Xingyuan's heavenly wings, Chenzong closed his eyes and focused on the various mysteries that were constantly emerging in his mind. This was a change brought about by the Golden Dragon of Luck, which had reached a length of 91 meters. It allowed him to more easily feel the various mysteries, but he had to sort them out. Otherwise, if too many mysteries rushed at him, it would be incomparably chaotic. Not only would he end up with nothing, but it would also interfere with his thoughts. Chenzong could feel that his essence, qi, and soul were slowly transforming under the influence of the Golden Dragon of Luck. The most intuitive feeling was that his body had become lighter, and his thinking speed had become faster. With just a thought, his body and his strength would react faster than usual. This had unimaginable benefits for battle. Just imagine, the faster he reacted, the faster he could attack the enemy, and even release more attacks at the same time. In addition, Chenzong also felt that his mind had become lighter. His consciousness had become lighter, and he could bear the burden of more minor true meanings. This meant that in the pseudo-transcendent realm, Chenzong could comprehend and grasp more minor true meanings. As Chenzong focused and slowly sorted out his comprehension, soon, another minor true meaning was grasped by Chenzong. It was one of the minor true meanings of the true meaning of thunder and lightning. The true intent of thunder also had 4 minor true intents. The true intent of lightning possessed astonishing speed and an extremely dazzling radiance. The true intent of ardent thunder was able to emit a blazing heat similar to flames. There was also the true intent of explosive thunder, which possessed an incomparably violent strength. The true intent of thunder annihilation was able to annihilate everything. At this point, other than the 5 minor true intents of the true intent of sword, the 4 minor true intents of the true intent of water, the 4 minor true intents of the true intent of fire, and the 4 minor true intents of the true intent of wind, Chenzong had grasped a 5th minor true intent. In total, he had grasped 18 minor true meanings. Since ancient times, those who were able to comprehend 10 types of minor true intent were all heaven's chosen, and those who could comprehend 15 types of minor true intent were even rarer. As for Chenzong, he had already surpassed 15 types, reaching 18. However, this was not his limit, and he could still continue to comprehend and improve. Time passed by, and the heavenly wings of Saint Yuan flew out of the Middle Saint continent and entered another continent, quickly flying in the direction of the Supreme Origin continent. This process took about half a month. On the first day, Chenzong comprehended the true meaning of thunder and lightning. On the second day, Chenzong comprehended the true meaning of fierce thunder. After grasping these 2 minor true meanings, Chenzong once again felt a burden on his knowledge sea, but it wasn't very strong. On the third day, Chenzong comprehended the true meaning of thunder and lightning. On the fourth day, Chenzong comprehended the true meaning of thunder and lightning. At this point, the number of minor true meanings that Chenzong had grasped had reached 21, which was extremely shocking. The burden has become obvious, but it hasn't reached the limit yet. Maybe I can continue to comprehend. Chen Zong thought to himself as he once again tried to comprehend the profoundness that constantly appeared in his mind. This time, Chen Zong comprehended the four minor true intents of the true intent of metal. Gold edge true meaning, gold edge true meaning, gold edge true meaning, glorious gold edge true meaning, but the comprehension of these four minor true intents was much slower than the comprehension of the four minor true intents of the true intent of thunder. After all, it was getting closer and closer to the burden on his spiritual sea. Chen Zong wasn't sure if he could completely comprehend and grasp the four minor true intents of the true intent of metal. On the 6th day, Chen Zong comprehended the gold edge true meaning. On the 8th day, Chen Zong was comprehending the gold edge true meaning. With the help of the sword edge true meaning, the difficulty of comprehending the gold edge true meaning decreased. At the same time, the heavenly wings of Saint Yuan flew to the sky above a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. Without any warning, a wisp of darkness silently appeared and rapidly spread out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it filled a corner of the sky and completely enveloped the mountain. At the same time, the Green Feather Mountain Lord's eyes emitted a terrifying light that resembled lightning. Following that, the guardian also opened his eyes. There seemed to be a whirlpool spinning madly in his deep eyes. Chen Zong, who was in the midst of comprehending the gold edge true meaning, was the third to feel that something was wrong. He stopped comprehending and opened his eyes, only to see darkness. That darkness was like an incomparably huge bowl that was upside down, covering the entire mountain. Chen Zong's group and the heavenly wings of Saint Yuan were naturally within that darkness. Wisps of gloomy, cold, and evil aura constantly spread out from the surrounding darkness. Gradually, they formed cyclones that constantly collided with each other and turned into tornadoes that swept across everyone's bodies. The Green Feather Mountain Lord, the Guardian, and the heavenly wings of Saint Yuan were still fine. After all, they were all in the profound heaven stage. However, Chen Zong did not feel good. His entire body involuntarily felt cold. From the outside to the inside, waves of cold eroded his body, as if it was about to freeze him. His pure yang blood and qi surged violently as he tried his best to resist the cold. However, he still felt that his strength was not enough. It was extremely difficult. Chen Zong felt that his pure yang blood and qi was circulating slower and slower, as if it was about to solidify. His bones, muscles, and internal organs were also affected and were about to be frozen. His skin began to turn blue and wisps of gray frost spread out from his hair. Not only was his body strongly affected, even his mind and consciousness were affected. His thoughts gradually became rigid and his consciousness gradually sank, as if he was about to fall into a bottomless ice abyss. Chen Zong constantly resisted, only to find that his resistance was so weak and insignificant. The difference between them was too big. However, if he continued to sink, it was very likely that he would never wake up again. Suddenly, a vast and mighty aura swept across Chen Zong's body and enveloped him. All the cold and sinister aura was expelled from his body in an instant. Chen Zong also quickly woke up. It was the Green Feather Mountain Lord. The Green Feather Mountain Lord sensed that Chen Zong was in danger and immediately used his power to protect Chen Zong. The cold and sinister aura grew stronger and stronger, accompanied by waves of bloody killing intent. Howling sounds reverberated in all directions, as if ghosts were wandering between heaven and earth. The Green Feather Mountain Lord's expression slowly turned serious. The Guardian's expression did not change, but one could see the seriousness in his eyes. "Who are you? Show yourself." The Green Feather Mountain Lord's shout was like the sound of heaven. A terrifying power swept out, destroying the cold and sinister cyclones within 1,000 meters and scattering the evil wind. Keek keek, suddenly, a hoarse and strange laughter filled with evil rang out. It was hard to tell where it came from, and it carried a fluctuation that disturbed one's mind. "Leave Chen Zong behind, and the two of you can leave alive." After the laughter, there was a warning filled with evil killing intent. "It's coming for me." Chen Zong frowned slightly. He did not know who would go to such great lengths to deal with him. "Xing Yuan, protect Chen Zong." The Green Feather Mountain Lord patted Xing Yuan's heavenly wings and ordered. Xing Yuan's heavenly wings responded with a cry. Immediately, a translucent golden light rose up and enveloped Chen Zong's body. This was the power of Xingyuan's heavenly wings. If they wanted to kill Chenzong, they had to first break through this layer of power. Only by letting Xingyuan's heavenly wings protect Chenzong could the Green Feather Mountain Lord and his guardian free up their hands to kill the enemy. Since you don't want to leave, then leave your lives behind. The dark and evil voice sounded once again. Immediately, numerous figures condensed and appeared from the surrounding darkness. They quickly flew out and pounced over with shocking evil-killing intent. The faces of the black figures could not be seen clearly, as if they were pure shadows. They carried an astonishing chill and evil aura, and the aura they emitted was very tyrannical. They were all at the Transcendent Realm, but it was difficult to tell which Transcendent Realm they were at. The Green Feather Mountain Lord and his guardian did not dare to underestimate them. Having lived to this age, they had experienced countless battles and countless life and death situations. They would not underestimate them at all. Darkness shrouded the area, filled with coldness, evil, and blood. It was boundless, as if they had fallen into a dark hell. Hundreds of terrifying Transcendent Realm evil shadows flew over from all directions, their eerie laughter echoing from all directions. The Blue Feather Mountain Master and his protector's expressions remained unchanged, but Chenzong, who was under the protection of the heavenly wings of Saint Origin, was aghast. The evil laughter was very sharp and it constantly entered his ears. Even if he sealed his eardrums, he could not stop the sound from transmitting. It was as if it was directly echoing in his mind. This evil laughter made Chenzong feel very uncomfortable. His entire consciousness felt like it was being pierced and torn apart. Chenzong had no choice but to guard himself and try his best to resist. The power of the Golden Dragon of Destiny also appeared to help Chenzong resist, preventing him from becoming deranged. One had to know that most pseudo-transcendents would not be able to withstand this kind of evil laughter. They would immediately become deranged and bleed from their 7 orifices. The Blue Feather Mountain Master made his move. He raised his hand and straightened his palm like a blade. As he slashed through the air, a grayish-white blade light shot out. The blade light was only the length of a palm at first, but in the blink of an eye, it grew to more than 10 meters long and continued to grow until it exceeded 100 meters. The 100-meter-long grayish-white blade light twisted and streaked through the air. Dozens of black shadows were directly cut through. They instantly let out sharp cries before they twisted and collapsed, exploding into clouds of black smoke. The protector also made his move. His left hand gently pressed against the air. His palm trembled slightly, and with a bang, it was as if a heavenly fire had struck. An explosive scarlet light covered the area in front of him. Dozens of black shadows instantly turned into black smoke and exploded. Only sharp and shrill cries could be heard echoing in the air. After a few attacks, hundreds of terrifying black shadows were annihilated under the attacks of the Blue Feather Mountain Master and his protector. Petty tricks. Come out with your true body. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord focused his gaze, and a cold glint flashed past like a bolt of lightning, seemingly penetrating through the darkness. A terrifying aura filled the surroundings, condensing into a corporeal radiance that resembled crescent moons, revolving and slicing around. The protector was also surrounded by a scorching red aura. It was extremely terrifying. As expected of the Lord of Green Feather Mountain. You are indeed powerful. However, Chenzong must die today. The sinister and cold voice became increasingly high-pitched and sharp. The surrounding darkness began to fluctuate violently. Strange rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere. Soon after, the darkness in all 4 directions began to twist and turn into a 100-meter-wide vortex. That dark vortex seemed to be connected to the door of the abyss, and it was spewing out incomparably shocking evil. Roar, 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 4 terrifying roars rang out, and from the 4 black vortex portals, a sinister head rushed out. The head looked very strange. It looked like a bear's head, a snake's head, or a combination of the heads of many different animals. Soon after, the body appeared. It had a long neck, a fat and round body, a pair of bat-like wings that were small compared to the body, and a long tail. The tip of the tail was like an anchor. Scarlet eyes, nostrils that emitted a strong smell of sulfur, thick limbs, and sharp claws. Its entire body emitted an incomparably dark and evil aura. Demonic creatures. The Blue Feather Mountain Master frowned, and his expression became increasingly solemn. What made him feel so solemn was not the strength of the four monsters. In fact, the Blue Feather Mountain Master did not think that they were very strong. It was the identities of the four monsters and the meaning behind them. Demonic creatures, they were the mortal enemies of the human race. Remnants of the ancient Heaven Demon Hall. It's really you. The Blue Feather Mountain Master roared, and his palms slashed out like blades. Boom boom, two huge grayish-white blade lights that were hundreds of meters long pierced through the air and attacked two of the demonic creatures. As for the other two, they were left to the protector. The small wings of the four demonic creatures flapped at an astonishing speed, and the buzzing sound they emitted was sharp and sharp. It was as if tens of thousands of poisonous bees were flying, and they all rushed over. Their target was Qianzong, who was on the back of Xingyuan's heavenly wings. The true goal of the remnants of the ancient Heaven Demon Hall was to kill Qianzong. This was because Qianzong had achieved the invincible path and obtained the dragon vein of the land of dragon transformation. It was too shocking. It allowed the golden dragon of luck to grow from 77 feet to 91 feet long. If Qianzong brought the golden dragon of luck back to the Taiyuan Heaven sect and combined it with the golden dragon of luck in the Taiyuan Heaven sect, the huge amount of luck would begin to affect the Taiyuan Heaven sect. As for Qianzong himself, under the imperceptible influence of the huge golden dragon of luck, his potential would become even more shocking. If the ancient Heaven Demon Hall wanted to rise again from the ashes, some obstacles had to be removed to prevent another strong enemy in the future. Being targeted by the four demonic creatures, Qianzong's hair stood on end. The pressure was too great. It was as if endless darkness had enveloped him. He couldn't hear anything, see anything, or feel anything. This feeling made him go crazy. Fortunately, Qianzong's mental will was incomparably tough. He could withstand it for a while, and with the help of the golden dragon of luck, he could hold on for a longer time. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and his protector attacked the four demonic creatures at the same time, but they were unable to defeat them. The four demonic creatures' strength had already reached the profound sky realm, and their bodies were incomparably strong. After enduring the attacks of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and his protector, the four demonic creatures continued to charge towards Qianzong, who was on the back of Xingyuan's heavenly wings. They were determined to kill Qianzong with a single strike. Qianzong's hair stood on end. He felt that the four demonic creatures could easily turn him into ashes with a single strike. Evil creature, how dare you! With a loud roar, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's hand flashed with a saber light. It was the Blue Feather Mountain's inherited treasure, the Blue Feather Skysplitter Saber. The Blue Feather Skysplitter Saber was a top-grade spiritual weapon with astonishing power. With the saber in hand, the saber light surrounding the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain became even more dazzling and powerful. Slash! The Blue Feather Skysplitter Saber slashed out. The grayish-white saber light was as light as a feather, and as swift and violent as a storm. The saber light pierced through the air and directly tore a black scar in the void. With unparalleled power and killing intent, it slashed towards one of the demonic creatures. The demonic creature that had blocked the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's palm strike with its strong body became extremely weak under the Blue Feather Skysplitter Saber's saber light. The saber light instantly tore apart a layer of defensive power on its skin, then tore apart its extremely tough skin, and broke into its flesh. A bone-chilling chi-chi sound was heard continuously. The grayish-white saber light pierced through the demonic creature, bringing with it a stream of black liquid as it attacked another demonic creature. The protector also put on a pair of ordinary-looking scarlet gloves. Suddenly, a flame emerged from the gloves. The flame was extremely hot, as if it could burn everything to ashes. He pressed both of his palms forward, and the blazing flame condensed into two scarlet palm prints. Each palm print was more than 10 meters in size. They were extremely condensed and carried with them astonishing violence as they ruthlessly blasted towards the two demonic creatures. Boom, boom. The two demonic creatures were directly sent flying by the terrifying force. The defenses on their bodies were broken, and the two palm prints landed on them. An astonishing force continuously invaded their bodies. The four demonic creatures at the profound sky realm were killed by the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and the Protector one after another. Qianzong's crisis was resolved. Suddenly, two black shadows appeared silently behind the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and the Protector. The two black shadows were like two people's shadows. They reached out with one hand. Their hands were like sharp claws, but also like daggers. They were suffused with an incomparably cold, jet-black luster. Qianzong saw this scene, but before he could warn them, the two black shadows had already launched their attacks. They ruthlessly stabbed towards the backs of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and the Protector. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was stronger than the Protector. Just as the black shadow's attack was about to hit his back, he felt a fatal danger. The instincts that had been tempered by countless life and death situations erupted, and he quickly reacted. The saber light that was originally revolving around his body instantly gathered behind his back. It was like a soft armor that firmly protected his back from the attack. The attack was extremely powerful. Although it was slightly obstructed, it still broke through the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's defense and stabbed into his back. However, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain had already reacted. He turned around and attacked with his saber. With one slash, the black shadow was sliced apart, and it let out a tragic cry. At the same time, the Protector also turned around to counterattack after receiving the attack. His palms were extremely violent and blazing as they ruthlessly bombarded the black shadow's body, causing it to explode. However, the Protector's reaction was slightly slower than the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, so he suffered more serious injuries. Demonic poison. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain felt an intense pain spread from his back to his entire body. The intense pain felt like countless small worms were wriggling all over his body. They constantly opened their mouths that were filled with sharp teeth to bite him. His body gradually turned numb, and his strength seemed to be slowly draining away. His expression changed drastically. Demonic poison. This was a type of poison from the Heaven Ancient Demonic Hall. 1,000 years ago, it caused people to tremble in fear. After being poisoned by the demonic poison, if one did not have an antidote, they would have to constantly endure the pain of the demonic poison's corrosion. Their entire body would gradually turn numb, and they would find it difficult to circulate their strength. However, they would also feel intense pain. There were two ways to cure the demonic poison. The first was to have an antidote. The second was to have someone help and force the demonic poison out of the body with powerful strength. Under such circumstances, neither of the two methods would work. The Protector's situation was even worse. His cultivation was inferior to the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, and his reaction was slightly slower. The demonic poison in his body was even more severe. His limbs were numb, and it was difficult for him to mobilize his strength. Keek, Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, I told you to leave, but you didn't. Now that you've been poisoned, you can't leave even if you want to. The cold and evil voice sounded again. Just as well. After getting rid of Qianzong, I'll get rid of all of you. Sneaky fellow, you still don't dare to come out? The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain mocked as he mobilized his strength to resist the demonic poison. You've been poisoned. How much strength do you have left? Even if I come out, what can you do to me? As the voice sounded, a figure stepped out from the darkness. It was a figure covered in a black robe. His face could not be seen, and the aura he exuded was extremely powerful. It was also incomparably dark, cold, and evil. As he appeared, the darkness behind him seemed to move, crushing towards the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and the Protector. The red thunder sword was finally unsheathed. The darkness seemed to be getting thicker and the evil and cold aura was like a storm, raging wildly. The Protector's face was getting paler and paler. His body swayed as if he could no longer stay in the air and was about to fall. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain had a higher cultivation and was more powerful, so he had less demonic poison in his body. Therefore, he could hold on for a while longer, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. The surviving member of the ancient Sky Demon Palace was at the advanced stage of the Profound Heavens realm. At this level, he was not inferior to him. If he was at his peak, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was not confident that he could kill him, let alone now. With the demonic poison in his body, he could only use 60% of his strength. Moreover, the longer the battle dragged on, the less strength he could use. As for the Heavenly Winged Saint Yuan, he was at the early stage of the Profound Heavens realm. In front of an expert at the advanced stage of the Profound Heavens realm, he was nothing. He could be easily killed. Who wanted to die? The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain did not want to die, but if he had to, it was not unacceptable. As a martial artist, one had to disregard life and death. What really worried the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was his disciple, Xianxia. He was extremely talented and had extraordinary potential. Now, he had inherited the fate of the Taiyuan Heaven sect and was on the path of invincibility. He had also received the gift of the dragon vein in the land of dragon transformation, which made his golden dragon of luck reach 91 feet. This astonishing length had not been seen in the past 10,000 years. If he could return to the Taiyuan Heaven sect alive, the fate of the Taiyuan Heaven sect would increase even more. Moreover, Xianxia's future achievements were unimaginable. Perhaps, he would become an emperor expert. If Xianxia died here, everything would vanish. Even his golden dragon of luck would be shattered. At that time, only a part of it would be able to return to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. No matter what, he could die, but Xianxia could not die here. There was only determination in his heart. Without any hesitation, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain performed a forbidden skill. The reason why forbidden skills were forbidden was that they could not be performed normally because of the strong side effects. Some forbidden skills, once performed, the user would definitely die. This forbidden technique was called Heavenly Saber Penetration. The Green Feather Mountain Lord was incomparably fast. His left hand rapidly tapped on his body more than 10 times. Every tap produced a dong 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 sound. Every time he tapped, he mobilized all the energy he could muster. A series of sounds resounded within the body of the Green Feather Mountain's mountain master. His body trembled uncontrollably. The Dark Feather Mountain Lord's complexion turned pale, as though he had lost too much blood. Following that, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord threw the Dark Feather Space Splitter blade in his hand into the air. The Dark Feather Space Splitter blade seemed to have a mind of its own as it floated above the Dark Feather Mountain Lord's head before falling down like a meteor. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock, but there was nothing he could do. The Blue Feather Space Rending blade pierced through the Blue Feather Mountain Lord's head without any obstruction, piercing into his body. This was no different from suicide. However, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord did not die because he had used a forbidden technique. When the Blue Feather Sky Splitter blade entered his body, a powerful energy burst forth from the blade and engulfed the Blue Feather Mountain Lord's entire body. In an instant, the powerful demonic poison was like a docile little sheep that shrank back and did not move. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord did not need to divert his energy to suppress it anymore. However, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord helplessly realized that the demonic poison was too terrifying. Although it was temporarily suppressed, the power of the Blue Feather Space Splitter blade was delayed, causing him to be unable to increase his strength at all. Originally, after using the forbidden technique, Heavenly Blade Penetration, the Blue Feather Space Splitter blade would enter his body and he would be able to obtain the power of the Blue Feather Space Splitter blade. His strength would become even more powerful than when he was wielding the Blue Feather Space Splitter blade. At the very least, with his cultivation level at the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm, he would be able to reach the 8th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm, close to the 9th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. He would even be able to contend against someone at the 9th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. It could not be helped. The demonic poison was too powerful. However, it was fortunate that he could use all of his strength. With a loud boom, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. Rays of blade chi and blade light filled the air. Remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall, die. As the Blue Feather Mountain Lord shouted, he used his hand as a blade and ruthlessly slashed out. 100-meter-long blade light pierced through the air. Although he did not obtain the power of the Blue Feather Space Splitter blade, he was able to use the sharpness of the Blue Feather Space Splitter blade on his palm, causing the power of his palm blade to become even more powerful. It was not much weaker than wielding the Blue Feather Space Splitter blade. Final struggle. An evil laughter resounded in all directions. The black robe of the remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall shook. It was as if there was a strong wind blowing under the black robe. Facing the Blue Feather Mountain Lord's blade, he did not dodge and directly clawed out. Black Demon Skyripping Claw. With a hoarse and evil voice, the claw struck out. The pitch-black palm was like the sharp claws of some kind of demonic creature. It grew with the wind and turned into a pitch-black demonic claw that was over 10 meters long. The claw was incomparably sharp and brought with it a shocking amount of smoke and an evil aura. It tore the sky apart. Slash. 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 The Blue Feather Mountain Lord's palms were like blades as he continuously slashed out. Beams of 100-meter-long blade light pierced through the air and blasted out continuously. They were either in a straight line or in an arc, but all of them were aimed at the remnant of the heavenly ancient demon hall. The power of the black demon's sky-ripping claw was shocking. It shattered a few beams of blade light before shattering. However, the remnant of the heavenly ancient demon hall shook his black robe, and with a rustling sound, it seemed to expand infinitely. In a flash, it split into 2 and then into 4. The 4 black-robed men surrounded the Blue Feather Mountain Lord and attacked as if they were real. Black Demon Sky-Ripping Claw, 4 gigantic pitch-black demonic claws that were filled with killing intent and evil aura tore through the heavens and earth, forming a demonic claw cage that surrounded the Blue Feather Mountain Lord. A terrifying pressure that was like the abyss rushed over. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord's face was solemn. As for the Tao Protector, he was unable to help at all. Almost all of his strength was used to resist the demonic poison in his body. It was already very difficult for him to remain in the air. Chenzong was helpless. With his strength, he would be killed the moment he got close. There was nothing he could do. As for Heavenly Wing Xingyuan, he was unable to interfere in such a battle. The difference between them was obvious. The remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall only needed 1 attack to kill Heavenly Wing Xingyuan. The 4 black demon sky-ripping claws tore through the air. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord had no choice but to use all of his strength to resist. Many beams of blade light slashed through the air. They were incomparably powerful, and all 4 black demon sky-ripping claws were shattered. Blue Feather Sky-Ripping Slash. He clasped his palms together and raised them up high. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful blade light shot out. The blade light soared into the sky. The grayish-white color was incomparably dense, as if it was going to pierce through the darkness. A boundless aura spread out. Shortly after, the clasped palms slashed forward. With a boom, the blade light that was hundreds of meters long slashed out. It tore the sky apart, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. This blade was the Blue Feather Mountain Lord's strongest move. The situation before him was like this. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Hence, he had to quickly finish off his opponent and end the battle. A blade slashed through the air. The terrifying blade light emitted an astonishing power that constantly pulled everything in all directions. The remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall couldn't dodge. They were slashed by the blade and exploded into pieces. It was as if the remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall had been killed by this blade. However, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord's expression became increasingly solemn. Just now, he felt that he hadn't slashed anything. Those were just 4 illusory figures. Keek keek, die. An evil laughter that was filled with killing intent rang out. A black figure rushed towards Heavenly Wing Xingyuan at an astonishing speed. No, it should be said that it was rushing towards Chenzong, who was on Heavenly Wing Xingyuan's back. Chenzong was the true target of the remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall. Stop. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord was almost scared out of his wits. He didn't care about anything else and forcefully unleashed his strength. With a boom, his body seemed to spurt out a blazing light that bombarded behind him, causing a series of tremors. His entire person was like a meteor falling from the sky, rapidly rushing towards Chenzong. I've been waiting for you. The remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall sneered coldly. His figure appeared again. One flew towards Chenzong, while the other flew towards the Blue Feather Mountain Lord. No matter what, Chenzong couldn't be lost. In the end, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord suffered another attack from the remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall. The suppressed devil poison seemed to have received external help and instantly erupted. With a boom, the Blue Feather Space Splitter blade broke through his body, causing blood to spurt out. It also caused the Blue Feather Mountain Lord's strength to leak out. He couldn't withstand it at all and fell down. The remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall's target was Chenzong. However, he also wanted to use Chenzong to kill the Blue Feather Mountain Lord. As long as he killed the Blue Feather Mountain Lord, he could kill the remaining Chenzong whenever he wanted. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Right now, although the Blue Feather Mountain Lord wasn't dead, he was equivalent to being crippled. He was no longer a threat. As for the Tao protector, he was on the verge of collapse. He was also like a cripple. The heavenly wings of Xingyuan protected Qinzong as they flew at their fastest speed. However, the remnant of the heavenly ancient demon hull was even faster. Keek, according to this demon lord's past habits, I should first capture you alive and then slowly deal with you. Unfortunately, I can't afford to lose you. You can die now. The black-robed man continued to approach, giving Qinzong an extremely strong pressure. A mere pseudo-transcendent. For this demon lord to personally set up this trap, you can be considered to be dying with honor. The red thunder sword was already in Qinzong's hand. Enduring the incomparably terrifying pressure, Qinzong narrowed his eyes and stared at the black-robed man who was constantly approaching. There was only one chance. Qinzong didn't know if he could kill the other party with the red thunder sword, but he had to try. If he could, then he would be able to live and bring away his master and the Blue Feather Mountain Lord and his Tao protector. If he couldn't, then he would die here today. For a moment, Qinzong's heart completely calmed down. He no longer cared about life and death, because at this moment, it would be useless to panic. When his heart calmed down, Qinzong's breathing also became long and deep. His mind was incomparably focused, and the black-robed man who was approaching at an astonishing speed became clearer. Slash! With a low shout, Qinzong used all his strength and slashed out with the red thunder sword. Fine, in such a crisis, I'll lend you a hand. A sigh sounded in Qinzong's mind, causing Qinzong to be stunned. In an instant, the red thunder sword burst forth with an incomparably shocking aura. With a bang, the red thunder sword shattered in an instant, turning into an incomparably dazzling scarlet sword light that tore through the sky. It shot towards the black-robed man with unparalleled speed. Between heaven and earth, darkness shrouded all directions, as if a giant bull had been placed upside down on the ground. The darkness was incomparably heavy and emitted a frighteningly cold aura. However, this place was remote and desolate. There were very few people, so no one noticed the abnormality here. Suddenly, the darkness trembled. A red light shone in a certain area, becoming more and more intense and dazzling. In less than 1,000th of a breath, the red light pierced through the darkness with incomparable sharpness, cutting a 10,000-meter-long crack in the void. Terrifying blackness could be seen within the crack. Space had really been torn apart. When a crack appeared in the darkness, it was like a leaking balloon, constantly shrinking, fading, and gradually disappearing from the world. Master! Master! Qinzong landed beside the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and anxiously shouted. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's face was pale. He struggled to open his eyes. His vision was blurry, but he could vaguely see Qinzong's face. He forced his mouth to move and said with great difficulty. Go, Master, hold on. Qinzong hurriedly carried the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and placed him on the heavenly wings of Xingyuan's back. He also carried the protector and placed him on the heavenly wings of Xingyuan's back. Then, he lifted the black-robed man's corpse and threw it on the heavenly wings of Xingyuan's back. Xingyuan, quickly return to the sect. Qinzong immediately said as he patted the heavenly wings of Xingyuan's back. The heavenly wings of Xingyuan's intelligence was not inferior to that of an ordinary person. It understood that the situation was extremely urgent. It immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky at its fastest speed, rapidly flying in the direction of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Qinzong could feel the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's aura constantly weakening. He could only continuously channel his energy to maintain the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. However, compared to the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, his little bit of energy was insignificant. However, this was his master. No matter what, he had to do everything he could. While channeling his energy, Qinzong checked the black-robed man's corpse to see if he could find the antidote. Qinzong had also heard about the demonic poison that his master had mentioned. Since it was poison, there should be an antidote. However, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. He couldn't be sure. What if it wasn't an antidote but poison instead? Wouldn't that be even worse? The demonic poison continued to wreak havoc in the Dark Feather Mountain's chief's body. In addition to the side effects of Hassan's Heavenly Blade entry forbidden technique, the Dark Feather Mountain's chief was on the verge of death. He was only hanging on by a thread, but it was unknown how long he could last. As for the protector, he was no longer breathing. Clearly, he could not hold on any longer and had died. He hadn't spent a lot of time with the Tao protector, and they hadn't even spoken more than 3 sentences. But no matter what, the Tao protector had died protecting him. Chenzong didn't feel good at all. He was filled with hatred and killing intent. Heaven Ancient Devil Hall, in the future, when he had the strength, he would do his best to eradicate the people of Heaven Ancient Devil Hall. Although the Tao protector was dead, Chenzong still wanted to bring his body back to the sect. At the very least, he wanted to bury him in the sect. Time flew by. Xingyuan's heavenly wings flew at full speed and finally entered the Taiyuan continent. This was the territory of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Chenzong also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, along the way, Chenzong was also very worried that they would encounter another attack from the Heaven Ancient Devil Hall. Seeing the mountain gate of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Xingyuan's heavenly wings flew directly to Xinyuan Mountain and landed outside the main hall of Xinyuan Mountain. As soon as Xingyuan's heavenly wings returned, it was immediately sensed. Just as it landed, the elder of Xinyuan Mountain also appeared. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the 3 figures on Xingyuan's back. "Quick, my master has been poisoned by the demonic poison. Quickly find someone to detoxify it." Chenzong immediately roared. "Demonic poison?" The elder was stunned and couldn't react in time. "Quick!" Chenzong roared again. Only then did the elder react. Remembering that he had heard of the term demonic poison, his expression changed greatly. He didn't care about Chenzong's disrespect and quickly sent a message to the sect master and the others. "Demonic poison?" Taiyuan sect master's expression changed greatly. He was extremely shocked and quickly rushed over. Not long after, in the main hall of Xinyuan Mountain, the sect master and the other mountain lords gathered and began to check. This is indeed the characteristic of the demonic poison. His life is hanging by a thread. Quick, treat him immediately. There are only 2 ways to detoxify the demonic poison. The first is the antidote, but I have already looked for it. There is no antidote. We can only use the second method, which is to use a strong external force to expel the demonic poison. Now, we can only ask the 2 sovereigns to help. I will immediately send Dark Feather to the sovereigns. Soon, the Lord of Dark Feather Mountain was sent away to the palace of the 2 sovereigns at the peak of the mountain to ask one of the 2 sovereigns to expel the demonic poison from his body. "Chenzong, tell us what happened." Taiyuan sect master's gaze fell on Chenzong as he said in a deep voice. Chenzong immediately told him what had happened. A remnant of the ancient demon hall. This person should be one of the demon lords of the Black Demon Flag. Chenzong, first send the Golden Dragon of Luck back to the sect's Land of Luck. The sect will do its best to save your master, Dark Feather. You only need to cultivate well and do your best to improve yourself. After a series of instructions, the Taiyuan sect master brought Chenzong to the sect's Land of Luck. Stepping into it, the Golden Dragon of Luck on Chenzong's body appeared again and resonated with the Golden Dragon of Luck in the Land of Luck. The 2 golden dragons circled in the darkness and swam around continuously, like 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Soon after, the 2 golden dragons of luck began to merge. They were originally one. Only when the 2 golden dragons of luck merged into one would it be the real sex luck. Only then would it have the effect of increasing one's strength. When the 2 golden dragons of luck merged into one, an incomparably loud dragon roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. With the Taiyuan Heaven sect as the center, it spread out continuously and swept across the entire Taiyuan continent. The Taiyuan Heaven sect's luck is even more amazing. The Scorching Sword sect's elder was shocked and immediately sighed. This scene continued to occur in many high-grade sect. The Taiyuan Heaven sect was originally the overlord of the Taiyuan continent. Now, its position was even more unshakable. Amidst the dragon's roar, the golden light on the Golden Dragon of Luck spread out. It rushed out of the Land of Luck and spread to the entire Taiyuan Heaven sect. All the disciples were bathed in this golden light. Then, they realized that their bodies seemed to have become lighter and their thoughts clearer. Some of the mysteries that were difficult to understand in the past suddenly became clear to them. The golden light bathed for a very short time, less than 10 breaths, but it brought about a very significant change in the entire Taiyuan Heaven sect. The overall strength of the sect increased by at least 1%. 1% sounded like a small amount, but it should be known that the Taiyuan Heaven sect was a very powerful sect. A 1% increase was extremely difficult. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As time passed, the overall strength of the sect would gradually increase. When the golden light disappeared, the sky of the Taiyuan Heaven sect seemed to be even bluer, the water was even greener, and the vegetation was even more vibrant. Even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that permeated the air seemed to be richer and purer. This was not an illusion. It was a real change. It was just a preliminary change. As time passed, the changes would become more and more obvious. However, the benefits that they received could not be compared to Chenzong's. After all, Chenzong was the direct bearer of the Golden Dragon of Luck. He had even raised the Golden Dragon of Luck from 15 feet to 91 feet. Even if the Golden Dragon of Luck had left his body, the benefits that Chenzong had gained would not disappear. As long as Chenzong stayed in the Taiyuan Heaven sect, the benefits that he received would be more obvious than the other disciples. With a heavy heart, Chenzong left Xinyuan Mountain and returned to the towering cliff pavilion in Green Feather Mountain. "I'm still too weak," Chenzong muttered to himself. On the Dragon Transformation Lake in the land of Dragon Transformation, Chenzong defeated one genius after another. He was in high spirits and had a feeling of invincibility. However, this feeling did not last long. It was completely shattered by the remaining members of the ancient demon hall. Perhaps he was invincible in the pseudo-transcendent realm, unable to find a worthy opponent, but in the end, he was still very weak. In this world, there were far too many people stronger than him. Without even mentioning others, any transcendent realm master could easily suppress or even kill him. Weak. I'm indeed very weak now. However, I have an advantage that they can't compare to. As long as I work hard, I will definitely be stronger than everyone in the future, Chenzong said to himself, clenching his fists. Stronger than everyone. Truly invincible. For a moment, Chenzong's blood was boiling. Immediately, Chenzong thought of the Red Thunder Sword. He had been hiding the Red Thunder Sword for a long time. He had always treated it as a trump card. This time, he had no choice but to use it. However, he was not sure if the Red Thunder Sword would work. After all, his opponent was a powerful Profound Heaven Realm Master. Chenzong was also sure that the moment he brandished the Red Thunder Sword, he felt that he couldn't do anything to the other party. However, for some reason, the Red Thunder Sword suddenly exploded, releasing an extremely tyrannical force that not only killed the remaining members of the Heaven Ancient Devil Hall, it also tore apart the darkness. As for the sigh in his mind, Chenzong did not hear it. Next, I have to comprehend and master all 4 minor true meanings of the gold true meaning. That should be the limit of what I can bear. After that, I will consolidate it and start to break through, Chenzong said to himself. His heart was surging with excitement. The transcendent realm, the realm that surpassed the extraordinary realm, was finally within reach. Every cultivator worked hard to cultivate. In the end, wasn't it all for the transcendent realm? If one did not enter the transcendent realm, in the end, they would still be weak. In the end, they could only linger at the bottom. Only by entering the transcendent realm would they have a new starting point. It was the world of the strong. If he wanted, Chenzong could enter the transcendent realm at any time. However, that was not the transcendent realm he wanted. The transcendent realm he wanted was to improve everything he could to the limit. After that, he would break through. Only then would the transcendent realm be the most perfect and powerful transcendent realm. Thinking of this, Chenzong immediately moved. He quickly left the high cliff pavilion and headed to the enlightenment realm. A new chapter, a new realm. It's been a long time since I've found someone to drink and brag to. My back hurts, and I feel uncomfortable all over. The sky was blue and the clouds were white, so pure that it made one's heart tremble. The fragrance of the grass and trees refreshed one's mind. The air was filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so pure that it was a little frightening. Taking a breath, one would feel refreshed and as light as an immortal. In the Taiyuan Heaven sect, every disciple was smiling from the bottom of their hearts. We have to thank Senior Chenzong for all of this. That's right. If Senior Chen hadn't defeated all the strong opponents and achieved the path of invincibility, our sect's luck wouldn't have improved so much, and our cultivation environment wouldn't have improved so much. Senior Chen is really a proud son of the heavens. No one can compare to him. I'm afraid there won't be a second person in the same generation who can compare to him. I don't think it's just among the same generation. Even if we look back 1,000 years, it will be hard to find someone who can compare to him. Ever since Chenzong rose to prominence and defeated Fang Xingchen to become the #1 core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, there were quite a number of disciples who supported Chenzong and became his loyal supporters. And now, Chenzong had achieved the path of invincibility. In comparison, Fang Xingchen had been defeated in the first battle. It was clear who was better and who was worse. Therefore, Chenzong's loyal supporters in the Taiyuan Heaven sect grew even more. With such a situation, even some people who supported Fang Xingchen did not dare to show their faces. After all, everything was the truth, and it was true that they had gained quite a lot of benefits because of Chenzong. Moreover, if they were to show their faces and speak badly of Chenzong, they might just be torn apart by others. Chenzong walked out of the Enlightenment realm. The Enlightenment realm was indeed of great help to the comprehension of minor true intents. However, the further one progressed, the harder it was to comprehend. There were 4 minor true intents in the gold true intent, gold edge true intent, gold sharpness true intent, gold strength true intent, and gold glory true intent. On the way back, Chenzong had already been comprehending the gold edge true intent before he was attacked by the remnants of the ancient demon hall. Now, he had successfully comprehended the gold edge true intent. The next step was naturally to comprehend the true intent of metal. Walking out of the Enlightenment realm, Chenzong headed towards the martial arts realm. Comprehending the minor true intent was only the prelude. He still needed to dig out as much of its potential as possible. Only then could he be considered to have truly grasped it, and only then could he further strengthen his foundation. Thus, Chenzong went back and forth between the Wuzhen realm and the martial arts realm. 1 month later, Chenzong finally managed to fully grasp the 4 minor true intents of the true intent of metal. On the mental plane, a feeling of saturation caused Chenzong to feel heavy, as though even his head was a little heavy. This was the limit. If one really reached the limit, they wouldn't be able to continue comprehending and grasping more minor true intents. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand it and would collapse. I wonder how Master is doing? Chenzong muttered to himself as he walked out of the martial arts practice realm. He hadn't heard from his master during this period of time, and he didn't know if he had expelled the demonic poison from his body. Suddenly, Chenzong received a message from an elder of Green Feather Mountain. After seeing the elder, he quickly headed towards the direction of Jinyuan Mountain, and then entered Jinyuan Hall. Greetings to sect leader, mountain lords, and elders. Chenzong bowed in a disciple's manner. No need for formalities. Taiyuan sect leader said, but his face was a little solemn. Chenzong, it's useless to tell you this, but you're Green Feather's direct disciple. It's only right for you to know. Chenzong heard this and looked at Taiyuan sect leader's face. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his tone became anxious. Sect leader, could it be that the demonic poison in Master's body can't be expelled? If it's just a layer of demonic poison, with Emperor Guyuan's strength, he should be able to expel it. Taiyuan sect leader said with a serious and helpless tone. But Green Feather was first inflicted with a layer of demonic poison, and then he used the Heavenly Blade Forbidden technique. The Heavenly Blade Forbidden technique was broken, and he was inflicted with a second layer of demonic poison. Poison on top of injury, poison within injury. It's too serious. Uncle Guyuan could only expel a layer of demonic poison. Then my master is now. Chenzong's body swayed unconsciously, and he was on the verge of collapsing. His face was frighteningly pale, and his lips couldn't stop trembling. His eyes were full of anxiety and fear, and his mind was in a mess. He's still alive. Taiyuan sect leader's words calmed Chenzong down a little. It's just that the injuries caused by the Heavenly Blade Forbidden technique and the layer of demonic poison have all changed. They depend on each other, and they must be removed at the same time to heal. The situation is not good. Taiyuan sect leader said, even if Uncle Gu Yuan and Uncle Hong Yuan join forces, they can only temporarily suppress it. How long can it be suppressed? Is there any other way to solve it? Chen Zong unconsciously took a step forward and asked quickly. 30 years. Taiyuan sect leader said, Uncle Hong Yuan and Uncle Gu Yuan joined forces to impose a seal, and it can be suppressed for 30 years. But in these 30 years, I'm afraid that the demonic poison in Green Feather's body will further evolve and deepen. Unless there's a more powerful force to expel it. A more powerful force? What kind of force? Emperor Han Yuan and Emperor Gu Yuan were emperor-level experts, and they stood at the top of the world. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't do it. How could there be a more powerful force? Another way is to find the antidote to the demonic poison. At that time, Uncle Hong Yuan and Uncle Gu Yuan will join forces to save Green Feather. Taiyuan sect leader finally said. 30 years, antidote to the demonic poison. Chen Zong repeated it a few times, and his expression became more and more determined. His eyes emitted a terrifying sword light. Within 30 years, I will definitely get the antidote to the demonic poison for Master. At this moment, Chen Zong's determination was extremely firm. At this moment, Chen Zong's hatred for the ancient demon palace was extremely strong. Sect leader, when I was in the land of dragon transformation, Master told me that if I achieved the path of invincibility, the sect would open the Taiyuan realm for me. Chen Zong raised his head and stared at Taiyuan sect leader with his sharp eyes. He said word by word, now, I have achieved the path of invincibility, and my foundation has been strengthened to the extreme. Please open the Taiyuan realm for me. I want to step into the transcendent realm. How dare you, Chen Zong? Do you know what the Taiyuan realm is? It's not something you can enter just because you want to. Elder Feng suddenly shouted angrily. His voice was like thunder, almost bursting Chen Zong's eardrums and shattering his head. Chen Zong's expression changed slightly, but he didn't care. Instead, he stared at Taiyuan sect leader. Sect leader, that day, Green Feather said that if Chen Zong achieved the path of invincibility, he would open the Taiyuan realm for him. Sect leader also agreed. Since that's the case, let's open it for Chen Zong. Rainbow Mountain Master said, looking extremely serious. Taiyuan sect leader was actually in a difficult position. The Taiyuan realm was too important. It could be said that for generations, only the sect leader candidates were qualified to enter. Taiyuan sect leader didn't have much objection to letting Chen Zong become the sect leader candidate. After all, Chen Zong's talent and potential were shocking, and he had made great contributions to the sect. However, the sect had already designated Fang Xingchen as the sect leader candidate. Moreover, the Taiyuan realm would be opened for Fang Xingchen this time. It had to be said that the Fang family had great influence in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Every time the Taiyuan realm was opened, it would consume a large amount of resources. Therefore, it would only be opened once after a long period of time. If he didn't agree, he would become a person who didn't keep his words. Sect leader, you can't go back on your words. Another mountain master said, otherwise, it will only make people disappointed. Chen Zong didn't say anything. Although he didn't know what was going on, with his intelligence, he could tell. Taiyuan sect leader's expression changed slightly, as if he was in a dilemma. Sect leader, actually, the Taiyuan realm can be opened twice this time. A mountain master said, in the past, it could only be opened once because of the conditions. But this time, Chen Zong has made our sect's golden dragon of destiny reach 91 feet. Even if it is opened twice, it can still withstand it. Hearing this, the Taiyuan sect master's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a solution that satisfied both sides. Alright, the sect will open the Taiyuan realm for you once. You can go back and wait for the notification. Taiyuan sect leader said decisively. Chen Zong, farewell. Chen Zong bowed and walked out of the Jinyuan hall. Sect leader, Chen Zong has already reached the peak of the pseudo-transcendent realm and has reached a point where he can no longer improve. The opening of the Taiyuan realm shouldn't be delayed for too long. Rainbow Fall Mountain Master said. Now that Dark Feather was severely injured and had yet to wake up, as Dark Feather's good friend, he should do something for him. Fang Xingchen should enter the Taiyuan realm first. Elder Feng said in a firm tone. Even if Fang Xingchen is a genius, he can only stay in the Taiyuan realm for a short period of time. Rainbow Fall Mountain Master smiled and looked at the sect leader. Sect leader, I hope that within a month, the sect will open the Taiyuan realm for Chenzong. You must know that Chenzong's talent is above Fang Xingchen's, and he has also made great contributions to the sect, allowing the sect to prosper in the next few decades. If he can grow, it will be a great thing for the sect. It must not be delayed. In terms of status, Rainbow Fall Mountain Master was not inferior to the sect leader. Therefore, there was no need for him to be tactful. Although Taiyuan sect leader was a little unhappy, he knew that what Rainbow Fall Mountain Master said was the truth. Moreover, as the sect leader, he could be a little selfish, but he also had to consider the bigger picture of the sect. Therefore, he nodded. Prepare to go down and open the Taiyuan realm for Fang Xingchen. Taiyuan sect leader immediately ordered. Chenzong had just left Xinyuan Hall and descended the mountain when Rainbow Fall Mountain Master caught up with him. Chenzong, do you have any complaints in your heart? The Rainbow Fall Mountain's Mountain Master asked in an extremely straightforward manner. A little. Chenzong did not deny it. Speaking of which, he had indeed made great contributions to the sect. Entering the Taiyuan realm was also an opportunity that his master had fought for him. However, this time, he had almost lost such an opportunity. It would be unreasonable for him to not have any complaints. The sect is treating Fang Xingchen so well because the Fang clan has made great contributions to the sect many times. In addition, Emperor Gu Yuandi also has the surname Fang. The Rainbow Mountain Lord said with a smile. He did not elaborate further on this point. However, Chenzong immediately understood. Firstly, he had made great contributions to the sect many times. Secondly, Emperor Gu Yuandi's surname was Fang and he was a member of the Fang clan. Adding these two together, it was reasonable for the sect to treat Fang Xingchen well. Chenzong could understand. However, understanding did not mean that Chenzong could accept it calmly. All of a sudden, his sense of belonging to the Taiyuan heavenly sect decreased significantly. If not for his master, Blue Feather Mountain Master, Chenzong would have considered leaving the sect. Outside the towering cliff pavilion, Chenzong stood at the top of the cliff, facing the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds surged like white waves, and sunlight broke through the clouds. The light was golden and red, full of vigor and vitality. As it rose, the white sea of clouds was dyed red. It was a beautiful sight. A gust of wind blew gently, and Chenzong's body seemed to be weightless as he floated up. A dazzling crimson sword light suddenly flashed, spinning in circles in the air. It was soft and light like a crimson ribbon dancing in the air. This was sword chi. Immediately, the sword chi split into threads and spread out like silk, wrapping Chenzong's body. They shone with a golden luster, wrapping Chenzong like a cocoon. Then, the golden scarlet sword chi shot out in all directions like a huge scarf blown open by the wind. It fluttered in the wind and took all kinds of shapes. The sword returned to its sheath, and the silk-like sword chi slowly dissipated in the air. Even my swordsmanship has reached a point where it can no longer be improved, Chenzong said to himself, his eyes deep. During the battle with the Xianxia of the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect, Chenzong had gained some insights into the Tao of Swords. Today, while waiting for the opening of the Grand Origin stage, he had practiced a step further and had actually improved a little. Sword chi turned into threads. This meant that Chenzong's mastery of swordsmanship and his own strength had improved a little. Every strand of thread-like sword chi was extremely terrifying. They were incomparably sharp and tough. Junior brother. A familiar voice sounded, and immediately, a figure appeared like the wind. It was so fast that it appeared behind Chenzong in the blink of an eye. Senior brother you. Chenzong turned around and cupped his hands. The newcomer was none other than Yu Jingxiao. However, the current Yu Jingxiao was somewhat different from before. He was no longer wearing the dark blue robes. Instead, he was wearing a gray-white robe. Only the dark feather mountain's emblem was still embroidered on his sleeves. Furthermore, Yu Jingxiao's aura was lofty, extreme, and agile. It was different from the aura of pseudo-spiritual power. It was the aura of true spiritual power. That's right, Yu Jingxiao had already stepped into the transcendent realm and became an extreme mortal realm warrior. Congratulations, senior brother you, for breaking through to the transcendent state. Chenzong smiled. Junior brother, thank you for your good fortune. Yu Jingxiao laughed heartily. After the sect's great competition, I pushed myself to the limit and began to break through to the transcendent realm. For a cultivator at Jingxiao's level, breaking through to the transcendent realm wasn't difficult, but of course, it wasn't easy either. However, as a disciple of a great sect, breaking through to the transcendent realm was much easier than a rogue cultivator. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Yu Jingxiao's foundation was very solid due to his talent. Therefore, he was able to break through again and again. From the early first layer of the extreme mortal realm to the mid-stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the peak first layer of the extreme mortal realm, only one step away from the second layer. When most cultivators break through to the transcendent realm, they would be at the early first layer of the extreme mortal realm. They would need to spend some time to consolidate their foundation. The better ones would be at the early first layer of the extreme mortal realm, and the better ones would be at the mid-first layer. After breaking through to the extreme mortal realm, the level of cultivation one could reach in a short period of time was completely dependent on one's foundation and talent. Being able to reach the peak first layer of the extreme mortal realm in such a short period of time was enough to show Yu Jingxiao's amazing foundation and outstanding talent. But this didn't have much to do with Chenzong. After all, it was his own hard work. Yu Jingxiao said that he wanted to accept Chenzong's good fortune because Chenzong brought the golden dragon of fortune back to the sect. This caused the sect's fortune to increase greatly, which in turn affected the entire sect. It also allowed everyone in the sect to benefit from it. It was because of this that Yu Jingxiao broke through to the peak first layer of the extreme mortal realm and reached the second layer of the extreme mortal realm. If it was during normal times, it would take at least 1 to 3 years for him to achieve this. Junior brother, are you also preparing to break through to the extreme mortal realm? Yu Jingxiao asked with a smile. Almost. I'm waiting for the Taiyuan realm. Chenzong smiled. Taiyuan realm. Yu Jingxiao couldn't help but cry out. He had entered the sect earlier than Chenzong, and had also become a secret disciple. His understanding of the Taiyuan realm was even higher than Chenzong's. The sect actually wants to open the Taiyuan realm for you, junior brother. But, it makes sense. After all, junior brother, you are on the path of invincibility. You have contributed greatly to the sect. With your foundation and talent, and the Taiyuan realm, once you break through, you will at least reach the mid-second layer of the extreme mortal realm. You might even reach the late second layer or even the peak second layer. Yu Jingxiao said enviously. If it was him who entered the Taiyuan realm, even if he didn't have the benefits of increasing his luck, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the early second layer of the extreme mortal realm. This was one of the charms of the Taiyuan realm. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Yu Jingxiao came again. Junior brother, Fang Xingchen has come out of seclusion. His cultivation base has reached the peak second layer of the extreme mortal realm. Yu Jingxiao said with some shock. The difference between the early second layer of the extreme mortal realm and the peak second layer of the extreme mortal realm was 4 small realms. Even though it was only 4 small realms, with his talent, if he wanted to cross these 2 small realms without any special opportunities, he would need at least 3 to 4 years to do so. If he was a rogue cultivator, it would be even more difficult. The time required would be many times longer, and it might even take more than 10 years or even longer. Hearing this, Chenzong was shocked. His heart was burning with excitement. Fang Xingchen had come out of seclusion. This meant that he was about to enter the Taiyuan realm. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and there was still no notice. Chenzong's calm heart couldn't help but start to feel anxious. The 4th day, Chenzong was even more anxious now. The 5th day, Chenzong could no longer cultivate peacefully. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong knew that this state wasn't good for him. If it was light, it would disturb his mind. If it was heavy, it would disturb his will and affect his future cultivation. Forget it. Even though the sect leader promised to open the Taiyuan realm for me, he didn't say when. If it continues to be delayed, it will be even more disadvantageous for me. Chenzong couldn't help but think to himself. Of course, being able to break through into the Taiyuan realm was a great thing. However, if it dragged on for too long, it wouldn't be a good thing. Instead, it would delay Qianzong's breakthrough. After all, he had already pushed himself to the limit and couldn't improve anymore. If it continued to be delayed, it would be a waste of time and he would fall behind his peers. 3 days, I'll wait for 3 more days, Qianzong muttered to himself. If I'm not notified within these 3 days, I'll break through on my own. With this thought, he made his decision. Qianzong relaxed. The irritation in his heart dissipated like smoke, and his spirit seemed to have become more focused. Time flew by as Qianzong cultivated. 3 days had passed. Fine, I'll break through on my own. I don't believe that with my foundation and talent, I can't compete with others without reaching the Taiyuan realm. Qianzong thought to himself. His heart was filled with pride. Breaking through to the extreme mortal realm wasn't a small matter. Qianzong naturally wouldn't break through in the towering cliff pavilion carelessly. The sect had a special secluded training area for people to break through. It was very safe. However, if he wanted to use the sect's secluded training area, he would need to pay the corresponding amount of merit points. Fortunately, Qianzong still had a lot of merit points in the sect. Entering the secluded training area, Qianzong started to adjust his condition. He had to adjust his spirit, qi, and spirit to the peak. Only then would his breakthrough be more stable. Sitting cross-legged, Qianzong's breathing became slow and long. It was almost undetectable. Wisps of extremely pure spiritual qi of the heavens and earth surrounded Qianzong's body, slowly nourishing Qianzong's body. Qianzong's spirit, qi, and spirit also gradually became more harmonious. Slowly, they spread to the surface of his body and came into contact with the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth. With a loud bang, a violent sound came from the outside. It turned into a sound wave and immediately dispersed the pure spiritual qi of the heavens and earth around Qianzong. Qianzong was suddenly awakened. His spirit, qi, and spirit shrank back into his body. What's going on? Qianzong was shocked and angry. He shouldn't have been disturbed in the secluded training area. How could this happen? Fortunately, he wasn't injured. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more serious. Qianzong, come out quickly. A voice came from outside. It was a little familiar. Rainbow Mountain Lord? Qianzong was a little surprised, but he still opened the door to the secluded training area. As expected, Rainbow Mountain Lord was standing outside the door. He looked a little anxious. Why did you break through on your own? Rainbow Mountain Lord scolded. Then, he grabbed Qianzong's shoulder and flew up to the sky. He flew to the top of Xianxia Mountain at an astonishing speed. Rainbow Mountain Lord's speed was extremely fast. The distance between Blue Feather Mountain and Xianxia Mountain was not far. He arrived in a short time. I brought him. Open it. Rainbow Mountain Lord said. His face was a little ugly. Almost. Just a little bit. Qianzong broke through on his own in the secluded training area. However, Rainbow Mountain Lord's ugly face was not because Qianzong broke through on his own. It was normal. After all, Qianzong had waited for more than a month. If not for his urging, the Taiyuan realm would not have opened for Qianzong. Open it. Taiyuan sect master said in a deep voice. A rumbling sound resounded through the world. It was as if the sky was shaking. A large amount of white clouds gathered from all directions. Qianzong was shocked to find that it was the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that had almost solidified. Countless solidified spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered. Under the hand seals of Taiyuan sect master and other experts, the spiritual qi kept changing and condensing. Finally, with a thunderous explosion that could split the sky and earth, Qianzong was almost scared out of his wits. A pure white door condensed out of thin air. It was formed by the solidified spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was vast and majestic. It filled the world. It was ancient and mysterious. Qianzong, go in quickly. Rainbow Mountain Lord urged immediately. This was the door to the Taiyuan realm. It could not be maintained for too long. Every breath it was maintained for would consume a large amount of energy. Qianzong immediately came to his senses. His figure moved, exploding with his fastest speed. Like an aurora, he streaked across the sky and crashed into the pure white door. Without any obstruction, Chenzong turned into a stream of light and directly rushed into the pure white door. Under the gaze of Tai Yuan sect master, the other mountain lords, and the heaven-grade elders, he disappeared. Soon after, everyone stopped maintaining the door. The door began to dissipate. You'll understand once you see the title of this chapter. Fang Xingchen broke through in the Taiyuan realm and obtained the complete inheritance of the Taiyuan Saint Wei, breaking through to the limit of the second tier of the extreme mortal realm. I wonder if Chenzong can surpass Fang Xingchen, an elder suddenly asked. It'll be difficult. Another elder shook his head. The Taiyuan realm is not only a holy land for cultivation, but also the inheritance of the Taiyuan Saint Wei. However, every time the Taiyuan Saint Wei is passed down, it will be quiet for a period of time. Chenzong can't obtain the inheritance of the Taiyuan Saint Wei. Without the Taiyuan Saint Wei, the benefits one can obtain in the Taiyuan realm are limited. The Taiyuan Heaven Sect's Taiyuan Grand Saint technique belonged to the Taiyuan Saint Wei. It was an important part of it, but not the entire thing. Within the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, not everyone could obtain the inheritance of the Taiyuan Saint Wei. It required luck. In the Taiyuan realm, it was indeed possible to obtain this opportunity, but there were restrictions. For example, after Fang Xingchen obtained the inheritance of the Taiyuan Saint Wei, those who entered the Taiyuan realm within 3 years would not be able to obtain it again. Of course, in the past, the Taiyuan realm would not open twice in 3 years. This time was an exception. The Rainbow Fall Mountain Lord had no other choice. It was already his limit to help Chenzong obtain the opportunity to enter the Extreme Origin stage. If Chenzong wanted to enter the Extreme Origin stage before Fang Xingchen, it would be too difficult. It was impossible to do so unless Chenzong had an extremely powerful backer in the Extreme Yuan Heaven Sect. Chenzong did not know this. Within the Tai Yuan realm, there were mountains, rivers, and forests. The scenery was unique and elegant. It was like a paradise, far away from the hustle and bustle of the mortal world, undisturbed by the mortal world. Wisps of white aura permeated the heavens and earth. It was the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. It was extremely dense. Focusing on it, Chenzong could see countless tiny light spots floating in the air. The light spots were of different colors: gold, red, blue, yellow, and green. Each light spot emitted an aura that belonged to the minor true meaning, but it was even more majestic and profound than the minor true meaning. True meaning. No wonder Master wanted to obtain the opportunity to enter the Taiyuan realm for me. Chenzong could not help but sigh. Such a dense heaven and earth spiritual qi, such a dense true intent fluctuation, it was truly a holy land. In order to break through to the transcendent realm, in addition to having a solid foundation, one also needed a better external environment. This would not only reduce the difficulty of breaking through, but also allow one to quickly consolidate their cultivation after breaking through. The environment of the Taiyuan realm was indeed much better than the outside world, at least 10 times better. Taiyuan stage. Chenzong couldn't help muttering to himself as he glanced over. From the looks of it, the sky of the Taiyuan realm was pure white, with a kind of vigorous and majestic aura. Yuan was the representation of boundless power, boundless and domineering. At first glance, it seemed as if one could see the end of it. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that it was boundless. Here, Chenzong felt as if his consciousness could extend infinitely, and his soul was infinitely magnified. Chenzong was not in a hurry to break through. Since he was already here, he might as well find a satisfactory place first. The Taiyuan realm was like a small world filled with dense and pure world energy and strong true intent fluctuations. Inside this small world, there were mountains, rivers, grasses, and plains. Located at the center of the Taiyuan realm was a mountain peak, a 1,000-meter-high solitary peak that towered above the earth like a sword and spear, piercing straight into the sky. At a glance, Chenzong took a liking to this solitary peak and quickly flew towards it. Chenzong was surprised to find that here, his speed was greatly limited, less than 1/10 of what it was in the outside world. Fortunately, the solitary peak was not too far away. After about half an hour, Chenzong arrived at the foot of the solitary peak. Without needing to rest, he began to quickly climb up the mountain. There was no path to the solitary peak, and the mountain was rugged. For ordinary cultivators, climbing it was very difficult, but for Qianzong, it was a piece of cake. Qianzong stood at the top of the 1,000-meter-high solitary peak. This peak was narrow and could only accommodate a few people at most. In fact, most cultivators who entered the Taiyuan realm would choose this place to cultivate and break through, because this was the center of the Taiyuan realm, where the world energy was the densest and the true intent fluctuations were the strongest. Let's begin. He took a deep breath, and a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi entered his body. Immediately, he felt refreshed, and his whole body became transparent. He felt as if he was floating in the air like an immortal. It was as if he could ride the wind and fly with it. In order to break through to the transcendent realm, Qianzong naturally did his homework in advance and grasped all the key points that he had to pay attention to. Adjusting his breathing, allowing his essence, qi, and soul to reach the peak, then synchronizing them and spreading them out to communicate with the world. Just now, in the secluded cultivation room, Qianzong had already reached this step and was about to reach the second step, but he was interrupted by Rainbow Fall Mountain Lord. Fortunately, Rainbow Fall Mountain Lord came in time, otherwise, if Qianzong had already reached the second step, he could not interrupt him anymore. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured or even killed. Of course, Rainbow Fall Mountain Lord was a heavenly profound realm late-stage master. He was clear about Qianzong's state at that time with his spiritual sense, so he dared to interrupt him. After his essence, qi, and soul reached the peak, Qianzong's body became one with the world, and his essence, qi, and soul became synchronized. Then, it covered his whole body, like invisible waves, and contacted the outside world. A strange feeling suddenly filled his body. Qianzong seemed to be unable to feel his body, as if it had disappeared. If the world was compared to a lake, then his body was a drop of water. When the drop of water fell into the lake, it merged with the lake, and there was no distinction between them. At this time, Qianzong felt that his body had merged with the world, as if he had become a part of it. A wisp of wind, a cloud, and a trace of air. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. It was as if he had broken free from his shackles, and was free to wander freely, unfettered by the world. He wanted to immerse himself in this wonderful feeling and never wake up again. With a thought, Qianzong felt that he had arrived at the eastern edge of the Taiyuan boundary, and with another thought, he directly arrived at the western edge. This speed was almost the same as teleportation. Qianzong was like a child who had just gotten a favorite toy, and he was completely immersed in it. But even though he was having fun, Qianzong did not forget his original intention. Breakthrough, transcendent realm, now, his essence, qi, and soul had become one with the world. He had done it, and he had done it very well. It was time to start the second step. There were two prerequisites for breaking through to the transcendent realm. First, he had to open at least one of his acupuncture points, so that he could draw the world's aura into his body and refine it, allowing him to transcend the mortal realm. Second, he had to comprehend at least one minor true meaning. Opening one's acupuncture points and drawing the world's aura into one's body was to transform the fake spirit energy in one's body into real spirit energy. It was also to transform one's mortal body, breaking through the limits of the human body and enhancing one's life essence. Then, using the body to nourish one's soul, one's spiritual energy would transform into a higher level spiritual sense. As for grasping at least one minor true meaning, it was necessary to use it as a medium, allowing one's body to withstand the impact of the true meaning's aura. Not only could one transform a minor true meaning into a true meaning in the shortest time possible, but one could also use the true meaning's aura to cleanse one's body and spirit, improving one's potential. If one had grasped enough minor true meanings, they could first fuse them into a true meaning, and then use the true meaning as a medium, greatly increasing their effects. Therefore, the more minor true meanings one grasped, the more true meaning's aura would be absorbed, and the better the cleansing effect would be. This was also the reason why Blue Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord had asked Qianzong to master his minor true meaning to the limit before breaking through to the transcendent realm. Perhaps there wouldn't be any noticeable effect in the short term, but as time passed, it would become more and more obvious, and the gap between him and others would continue to widen. I've opened 2 apertures, surpassing the majority of cultivators, Qianzong thought to himself. For example, Feng Xingchen and the other heavens chosen, it was likely that they would not have opened more than 2 apertures before breaking through to the transcendent realm. After all, opening an aperture belonged to the transcendent realm, and in the pseudo-transcendent realm, the majority of cultivators would only be able to open one. I've grasped 25 minor true meanings, which happens to be the composition of 6 different true meanings. This was amazing. Although some cultivators had grasped quite a few minor true meanings, some of them were not complete, so the effects would naturally be inferior to those that were complete. As such, I will use the heaven's apex and earth's abyss acupoints to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cleanse my body, causing my body to transform. Then, I will transform the 25 minor true intents into 6 different true intents, with the sword intent as the main one, and the gold intent, thunder intent, wind intent, water intent, and fire intent as the auxiliary ones to cleanse my essence, energy, and soul. It's about to begin. As soon as he thought of this, Qianzong's consciousness returned to his body, and the world energy followed, wrapping around Qianzong's body. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong seemed to be surrounded by a white cocoon, like a cocoon, waiting to break out and become a butterfly. A large amount of extremely pure world energy began to pour into Qianzong from the heaven apex acupoint at the top of his head and the earth abyss acupoint at the bottom of his feet. At first, it was only a small amount. After all, he had just received it, and the world energy here was a bit too rich, so Qianzong didn't dare to go too far, for fear that he would explode. In history, there had been cases of people exploding when breaking through to the transcendent realm. However, in the pseudo-transcendent realm, Qianzong was constantly being tempered by the pseudo-spirit qi. After reaching the peak of the 3rd pole, his body was only a fine line away from metamorphosis, so he could withstand more world energy entering his body. As the world energy continued to enter his body from the heaven apex acupoint and the earth abyss acupoint, the pseudo-spirit qi in his body began to change, as if the impurities in it were being removed, leaving only the most essential part. Then, it was constantly being replenished, growing stronger, and continuing to be compressed and transformed. The difference between pseudo-spirit qi and true spirit qi lay in its purity, and the difference between the two was at least 10 times. The constantly transforming pseudo-spirit qi also circulated around his body. Qianzong's body no longer had any so-called true meridians. In other words, Qianzong's body was the largest true meridian, and the pseudo-spirit qi was circulating inside it. Bursts of roaring sounds came from Qianzong's body, echoing endlessly inside the white cocoon, like the roar of thunder. Whistling sounds rang out everywhere, as if gusts of wind were blowing from all directions, causing the grass and trees to sway and rustle. In the sky above the lone peak, a vortex gradually formed and expanded. Slowly, it spread to the entire sky of the Taiyuan domain, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Boom! It was as if thousands of thunders were striking at the same time. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was extremely pure. The huge vortex that was constantly rotating in the sky was like a wheel that crushed time and space, turning the sky and earth upside down. The extremely pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth kept flowing into Qianzong's body from the heaven's peak and earth's abyss acupoints. It swept through his whole body, purifying and condensing his pseudo-spiritual energy and transforming it into real spiritual energy. Qianzong felt as if his body was being inflated like a balloon. He felt as if he was going to explode at any moment. With the influx of a large amount of pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth, Qianzong's muscles, tendons, bones, and viscera were constantly being impacted and transformed. Every fiber and every cell was transforming. A large amount of energy kept flowing into his cells, so that every cell contained amazing vitality and power. Once it burst out, the power would be extremely shocking. His pure yang qi and blood kept absorbing the pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and the golden color in his qi and blood increased little by little. Everything was transforming in a better direction. Qianzong's foundation was really solid. The more solid the foundation, the more spiritual qi of heaven and earth he needed to absorb during the transformation, and the purer it would be. If Qianzong were to break through in a place with poor spiritual qi, not only would it be inefficient, but it might also lead to failure, and the consequences would be serious. On the contrary, if he broke through in an excellent environment, not only could the success rate be guaranteed, but also the speed. The moment the pseudo-spiritual energy in his body transformed into spiritual energy, the vortex that was like a huge millstone in the sky suddenly trembled, and the whole world trembled with it. A thick pure white light beam shot down like a heavenly sword breaking through the sky. With a boom, the white light hit Qianzong directly and broke the white cocoon. The lonely peak trembled. Qianzong felt as if his body was being melted. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was too dense and pure. It was so dense and pure that it was like liquid. The impact was extremely strong and ferocious. It was as if his body was being destroyed. An unimaginable pain swept through him. Before he could feel it, Qianzong felt that his broken body was constantly absorbing the pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth and was rapidly reforming. Reforming, breaking, reforming, breaking. Over and over again, Qianzong suffered the pain of being broken, and at the same time, felt the joy of being reformed. In these two different feelings, his body gradually changed. The foundation of Qianzong's physique was different from that of ordinary body refining martial arts. Until the 10th time. Qianzong's body. Boom. 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 A series of thunderous roars rang out continuously within Qianzong's body. More and more spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged into his body at a faster and faster speed, refining, refining, and refining. Soon after, Qianzong's body shook, and a strong aura rushed out from his body. A large amount of power rushed to his head and attacked his spiritual qi. His spiritual qi churned, as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. His spiritual qi was shattered and condensed again and again. After another 9 times, the feeling was completely different. Transcendent realm, early first layer mortal realm, he had finally passed the foundation stage of martial arts and stepped into the realm of martial arts masters. However, he couldn't be arrogant or complacent because this was just the starting point of a martial arts expert. Thinking about the remnants of the ancient demon palace, they were experts of the profound sky realm. In front of them, he was still so weak and insignificant. Breaking through wasn't the end, but a new beginning. Qianzong's essence, qi, and soul had completely transformed. His spiritual qi had transformed into spiritual qi, the pseudo-spiritual qi in his body had transformed into real spiritual qi, and his mortal body had transformed into a spiritual body. This was a fundamental change. It was an upgrade in the level of life. From a mortal to a superhuman. Not only was there a significant increase in strength, there was also a significant increase in lifespan. In this way, Qianzong could instantly absorb more spiritual qi of heaven and earth into his body and refine more spiritual qi of heaven and earth to increase his cultivation. Fang Xingchen received the inheritance of the Taiyuan Holy Way when he broke through to the transcendent realm. Using the Taiyuan Holy Way to absorb and refine world energy was more efficient. That was why he could break through to the second layer mortal realm in such a short time. Qianzong was at a disadvantage because he couldn't receive the inheritance of the Taiyuan Holy Way. He could only absorb and refine world energy with his own ability. With the sword intent as the main true meaning, the gold, thunder, wind, fire, and water true meaning as support, temper my body. Suddenly, an extremely sharp aura spread out from Qianzong's body and turned into the shadow of a sword. Around the shadow of the sword, 5 rays of light of different colors condensed. One was gold, one was purple, one was green, one was red, and one was blue. They carried the aura of gold, thunder, wind, fire, and water respectively. 6 types of true meaning. Suddenly, the aura of the 6 types of true meaning drifting in the air was attracted and surrounded Qianzong's body. They flowed into his body along with the world energy. As the sword intent entered his body, Qianzong felt as if his body was being cut up continuously. The unimaginable pain was accompanied by a tingling sensation. The sharpness of the gold true meaning was like the sword intent, constantly cutting and tearing. The violence of the thunder true meaning was constantly bombarding. The sharpness of the wind true meaning was also cutting. The heat of the fire true meaning was burning wildly. The gentleness of the water true meaning was constantly surging. The pain was unbearable, and his whole body was tingling. Qianzong had no choice but to endure and endure. The sound of a sword suddenly rang out, resounding between heaven and earth and drifting through the clouds. Sword qi surrounded Qianzong's body and spread out, gradually covering all directions. The entire mountain peak seemed to have become a giant sword that pointed straight to the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. At the same time, traces of comprehension regarding the sword emerged in Qianzong's mind. Countless sword shadows flashed past his mind as if he was looking at flowers on horseback. Boom boom boom, the pure white light that shot down from the sky also seemed to have a sharpness to it. Time flew by, and Qinzong's cultivation level broke through once again. Mid-first level of the extreme mortal realm. Qinzong's talent may be slightly better than Fang Xingqian's. However, since he is unable to obtain the inheritance of the Taiyuan divine path, I estimate that he will be able to reach the mid-second level of the extreme mortal realm. He will not exceed the late second level of the extreme mortal realm. A heaven realm elder of Mount Xinyuan said after thinking for a while. Hearing this, the other elders and hill masters nodded. This was more or less within their estimations. The difference between obtaining the inheritance of the Taiyuan divine path and not obtaining it was very obvious. If Qinzong could obtain the inheritance of the Taiyuan divine path, he might have a chance to surpass Fang Xingqian and reach the early third level of the extreme mortal realm. But there were no ifs. Late first level of the extreme mortal realm, acupuncture points were opened one after another, and his cultivation level broke through once again. He became even more powerful, and his spiritual sense became stronger as well. The extreme mortal realm, as its name suggested, was the pursuit of the limits of the human body. The specific embodiment of this was the acupuncture points in the body. Acupuncture points contained a large amount of energy. This was the understanding of the Transcendent Realm martial artists, and it was also a description of the Transcendent Realm martial arts. Different acupuncture points often had different effects. For example, opening the acupuncture points in the arms would increase the strength of the arms, speed, and recovery ability. The same was true for the acupuncture points in the legs. Therefore, when all the acupuncture points in the body were opened, one's cultivation level would be able to reach the extreme ninth level of the extreme mortal realm, which was also known as the extreme mortal realm. Therefore, even some martial artists who had not undergone body tempering would possess greater strength after breaking through to the extreme mortal realm. If the acupuncture points in the arms were opened, their strength would be even more shocking. Even if Qinzong's talent is slightly better than Fang Xingqian's, without the inheritance of the Taiyuan divine path, his future achievements will be difficult to compare with Fang Xingqian's. That's right. The Taiyuan divine path is known to be able to open 99 acupuncture points. For every extreme mortal realm martial artist, he can open 11 acupuncture points, which is 2 more than the 9 acupuncture points of an ordinary extreme mortal realm martial artist. There is a shocking difference in strength and potential. The Rainbow Fall Mountain Lord was also very helpless. Ordinary cultivators only knew that the Transcendent Realm's extreme mortal stage required one to open their apertures. At most, they knew that each extreme mortal stage required one to open 8 or 9 apertures, so in total, one had to open 72 or 81 apertures. But were there only 81 acupuncture points in the human body? No, according to legend, there were 108 acupuncture points in the human body, which was the number of acupuncture points in the world. The martial arts of the Transcendent Realm were known as Lingwu, and the cultivation methods of the Transcendent Realm were also known as spirit arts. Lingwu was divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, extreme grade, and peerless grade. Similarly, spirit arts were also divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, extreme grade, and peerless grade. Low-grade spirit arts were those that could open 72 acupuncture points in the extreme mortal realm. Every extreme mortal realm had 8 acupuncture points opened, which was also known as the minor world cycle. However, the potential of low-grade spirit arts was limited, and one could only cultivate to the limit of the extreme mortal realm. Medium-grade spirit arts were those that could open 81 acupuncture points in the extreme mortal realm. Every extreme mortal realm had 9 acupuncture points opened, and its potential could allow one to cultivate to the limit of the extreme mortal realm. High-grade spirit arts were those that could open 90 acupuncture points in the extreme mortal realm. Every extreme mortal realm had 10 acupuncture points opened, and its potential could allow one to cultivate to the limit of the profound sky realm. Peerless grade spirit arts were those that could open 99 acupuncture points in the extreme mortal realm. Every extreme mortal realm had 11 acupuncture points opened, and its potential was limitless. It had a high chance of becoming an emperor. Peerless grade spirit arts were only legends. They could open 108 acupuncture points in the extreme mortal realm. Every extreme mortal realm had 12 acupuncture points opened, which was known as the minor world cycle. Taiyuan Saint Path belonged to the level of peerless grade spirit arts. The highest level of Lingwu contained within it was the level of peerless grade Lingwu. Generally, extreme mortal realm martial artists without a cultivation method could only reach the level of low-grade spirit arts after opening their acupuncture points. If they couldn't obtain a medium-grade spirit art, then even if they worked hard for a lifetime, they could only reach the limit of the extreme mortal realm. Bang! Dispelling all distracting thoughts, Chenzong was completely immersed in the breakthrough. Relying on his increasingly powerful spiritual sense, Chenzong was able to control and refine the world energy within his body while comprehending the 6 true meanings. Under normal circumstances, to break through to the transcendent realm, a martial artist must first know the location of their aperture points. Only then would they be able to break through their aperture points and increase their cultivation. This required a cultivation method. Different cultivation methods would allow one to break through their aperture points, but there would also be similarities and differences. Without a cultivation method, breaking through would be extremely difficult. But there was an exception, and that was the foundation. The more solid a martial artist's foundation was, the more likely they would be able to use their strength to break through their aperture points. This was a natural guidance. As for the Taiyuan stage, it was even more of a guidance. With the combination of the two, Chenzong was able to break through 8 aperture points in a row, and was currently on his way to the 9th. Under the boundless world energy, Chenzong's spiritual energy became even more pure and powerful. After filling the 8th aperture point, he continuously tried to break through the 9th. Every aperture point was sealed, and one had to use a strong force to break through them. Then, one had to fill the aperture point with spiritual energy to activate it. The 9th aperture point was broken through by the boundless spiritual energy. Like a hot knife through butter, Chenzong's cultivation increased once again, nearing its limit. The 10th aperture point, go, with his solid foundation, Chenzong could break through many aperture points without the need for spiritual energy. Coupled with the unique environment of the Taiyuan stage, he could break through even more aperture points. Break, the aura emitted from his body suddenly became stronger. Limit of the first layer of the extreme mortal stage, with the help of the boundless world energy and the mysterious guidance of the Taiyuan stage, the tyrannical and pure spiritual energy rushed towards the 11th aperture point in his body. Break again, his aura skyrocketed. Early second layer of the extreme mortal stage, rumble, when Chenzong's cultivation broke through to the early second layer of the extreme mortal stage, his spiritual energy underwent another transformation. The cultivation of the extreme mortal stage was to pursue the pinnacle of the human body, to pursue the pinnacle of the spiritual energy. This pinnacle was to follow the cultivation of each aperture point and experience a transformation. 9 was the pinnacle of numbers, 9 transformations was the pinnacle of the human body. Another aperture point was broken, the 12th one. Subsequently, the 13th aperture was also broken through. Mid-second level of the mortal realm, the higher the aperture acupoints were, the harder it was to break through, and the more energy it would require. Fortunately, there was no lack of pure spiritual qi in the Taiyuan realm, so Chenzong could absorb and refine it freely to help him break through the aperture acupoints. What Chenzong didn't know was that when a large amount of pure liquefied spiritual qi of heaven and earth poured into his body, at least half of it was absorbed by the mysterious sword point in the center of his soul sense C. The mysterious sword point was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. The 15th acupuncture point was broken, late stage of the second level of the mortal realm. Having reached this level of cultivation, Chenzong could absorb and refine the spiritual qi of heaven and earth even faster, just like a whale sucking in water. Boom! Boom! Chenzong's body seemed to have turned into a river, allowing the spiritual energy to hit him freely. Aperture acupoints were hidden in every part of the human body, including the head, arms, legs, and torso. There were a total of 108 aperture acupoints, but most of them were clear aperture acupoints, while a small portion were hidden aperture acupoints. Clear aperture acupoints were the ones that were easy to find, and were the common ones for many spiritual skills. They were the ones that could be sensed even without spiritual skills. Hidden aperture acupoints were the more secretive ones, and only spiritual skills of the highest level had records of them. Of course, some top spiritual skills of the highest level might also have records of hidden aperture acupoints, but they were rare. Qianzong relied on his solid foundation and the guidance of the Taiyuan realm to break through the various aperture acupoints, which belonged to the clear aperture acupoints. The 17th acupuncture point was broken, peak second level of the mortal realm. The 19th acupuncture point was broken, extreme second level of the mortal realm. Next, the 20th acupuncture point was also broken, but his cultivation level was still at the extreme second level of the mortal realm. Absorb, 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 refine, refine, refine. Large amounts of spiritual qi of heaven and earth entered his body, but breaking through the 21st acupuncture point became extremely difficult, 10 times more difficult than before. First breakthrough, second breakthrough, third breakthrough. With every breakthrough, the spiritual qi would disperse, reassemble, and then break through again, repeating the process over and over again. The 21st acupuncture point was like a boulder, like a mountain, unshakable. Time flew by, and gradually, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth entering his body began to weaken. Qianzong knew that this time, it would be difficult for him to break through the 21st acupuncture point. One last breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong gathered his spiritual qi once again. This time, if he didn't succeed, he could only give up, because the spiritual qi of heaven and earth around him began to disperse uncontrollably. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Boom, a crack suddenly appeared on the 21st acupuncture point. That crack was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Immediately, following the subsequent spiritual qi attacks, the crack continued to expand. Crack, 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 the crisp sounds were so pleasing to the ear. The 21st acupuncture point was finally broken through, and the spiritual qi that Qianzong had gathered completely dissipated. However, a feeling of vastness and loftiness arose spontaneously. Strands of spiritual qi were injected into the newly opened acupuncture point, filling it up. However, the speed of filling it up was more than 10 times slower than before. Fortunately, although the spiritual qi of heaven and earth around him had dissipated, a portion of it still remained. When the 21st acupuncture point was filled with spiritual qi, Qianzong's cultivation broke through once again. Early stage third layer mortal realm. Opening his mouth, a white breath shot out like an arrow from a bow, piercing through the air for more than 100 meters before dissipating. If this was the outside world, its speed would be increased by at least 2 times, and the distance would be increased by at least 3 times. It could easily kill a pseudo-transcendent stage cultivator. Senior brother Yu Xianxia's cultivation has reached the early stage second layer mortal realm. I'm sure senior brother Tang Jingming and the rest should be at this level as well. Fang Xingchen's talent is even higher than senior brothers and the rest. Furthermore, with the Taiyuan realm as a holy land, he reached the limit of the second layer mortal realm in one breakthrough. Qianzong muttered to himself, my cultivation has reached the early stage third layer mortal realm, which is obviously higher than Fang Xingchen and the rest. Who doesn't want to be stronger? Qianzong's lips curled into a smile. Even if Fang Xingchen entered the Taiyuan realm earlier than him, so what? He was still inferior to him. Speaking of which, Qianzong usually didn't have much of a competitive spirit. However, he was forced to choose between Fang Xingchen and the sect time and time again. It was impossible for him to not have any thoughts. After all, he wasn't a saint who had no desires. After stabilizing his cultivation and reaching the early stage third layer mortal realm, Qianzong began to feel the Taiyuan realm's rejection. This rejection was gradually increasing. While he was being rejected, Qianzong began to examine himself. His skin became extremely glossy and even seemed to emit a faint glow. He looked more energetic and resilient. Qianzong even felt that his skin could withstand many powerful attacks. Examining his muscles from the outside to the inside, he found that every muscle had become more well-proportioned. Every muscle was emitting a faint glow and gently pulsating, as if they had an independent life and spirituality, containing an incomparably tyrannical power. The veins under his muscles undulated, similarly emitting a faint glow. It was as if dragons and snakes were slithering in the forest, or wandering in the abyss of the sea. With a light shake, there would be a shocking sound like rolling thunder, like the roar of a dragon. The blood in his body surged like the water of a long river, like the waves of a vast ocean. Qianzong discovered that most of his pure yang blood qi had become redder. The redness was so pure that it emitted a faint glow. There was also more gold in his blood, almost 2/9 of it. My current cultivation level is at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm, and the golden color in my pure yang blood is slightly more than 2/9. Could there be a connection between the two? Qianzong couldn't help but think to himself. Whether there was a connection or not, he would have to wait until he had a breakthrough. His bones had also undergone obvious changes, as if they were made of a mysterious metal. They emitted a faint golden glow and were incomparably powerful. He then checked his internal organs. Every pulse was deep and powerful, constantly swallowing and spitting out blood, swallowing and spitting out energy. Every single one of his internal organs looked even more distinct, and their surface was covered with an extremely flexible halo that could resist even more tyrannical power. His internal organs, bones, blood qi, veins, muscles, skin and so on formed his body. The glow that covered his body was the so-called divine aura. This divine aura could only be seen by those in the transcendent realm. This was the spirit body. Just as Qianzong was about to examine it more carefully, the repulsive force of the Taiyuan realm suddenly increased and fiercely squeezed Qianzong out. The world spun around him, as if he was falling through a grotesque tunnel. When Qianzong came to his senses, he found that he had already left the Taiyuan realm and landed at the place where he had entered it. So, the sound of wind breaking rang out from all directions as one figure after another appeared around Qianzong. At the same time, a tyrannical spiritual sense silently fell on Qianzong's body. Qianzong, who already had a spiritual sense, could more directly feel the tyrannical power of these spiritual senses. They were as deep and majestic as an abyss. In front of such spiritual senses, he was like a small boat in a stormy sea that could be crushed and drowned at any time. He couldn't help but feel terrified. It was the Taiyuan sect master, the mountain lords, and some heaven-grade elders. They all released their spiritual senses to check Qianzong's current cultivation level. However, when Qianzong didn't use his own power, he would completely restrain it, making it difficult to sense. Therefore, the sect master, mountain lord, and the elders all frowned slightly. "Qianzong, what's your cultivation level?" The Taiyuan sect master couldn't help but ask. All the gazes fell on Qianzong's face, and it was as if they wanted to pierce through him. Qianzong released his aura, but not all of it. He controlled it to be at the peak of extreme tier 2 of the mortal realm. Fang Xingchen had broken through to the Taiyuan realm, and his cultivation level had reached the peak of extreme tier 2 of the mortal realm. Qianzong was also limited to this level, so both sides were equal. Little did everyone know that when they felt Qianzong's cultivation level, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with shock. "Qianzong, did you inherit the Taiyuan divine path?" A heaven-grade elder asked straightforwardly. "Taiyuan divine path?" Qianzong frowned slightly, then shook his head. Without the Taiyuan divine path and without practicing any spirit arts, he was able to reach the limit of the second level of the extreme mortal realm after breaking through. Such talent, such talent. The elder was in a daze as he mumbled to himself. If he had the Taiyuan divine way, wouldn't he have reached the extreme third level of the mortal realm? Another heaven realm elder asked. If they knew that Qianzong had reached the early third level of the mortal realm without the Taiyuan divine way and without practicing any spiritual skills, they would be shocked to their core. There was a fine line between the peak of the second LV of the mortal realm and the early LV of the third LV of the mortal realm. But this fine line had stopped countless warriors. Even geniuses would have to spend a few years to break through if they didn't have enough luck. Qianzong had saved a few years. Moreover, it represented his talent and potential. "Qianzong, how many acupuncture points have you opened for each level?" The Taiyuan lord asked seriously. 9. Qianzong hid the truth once again. This wasn't because Qianzong was lying on purpose, but because he wanted to protect himself. After all, ever since Qianzong stepped onto the path of a warrior, he had always relied on his own ability to move forward. As his experience grew, he understood the importance of hiding and showing off. Other than his master, only the Rainbow Mountain Lord treated him well in the Taiyuan Sky sect. The others were just average and weren't worthy of his complete trust. Another reason was that he had been attacked by the remnants of the ancient demon palace because he had achieved the invincible path. If he was too outstanding, he would have attracted the attention of others. Even though his cultivation had reached the early third level of the mortal realm and was many times stronger than before, Chenzong still didn't dare to be complacent. There was no limit to martial arts, the limitless way of the sword. Return to the Green Feather Mountain, the Taiyuan lord said. Chenzong bowed and left. We should have let Chenzong enter the Taiyuan stage first. After Chenzong left, an elder said in a low voice. With this kind of talent, if he had entered the Taiyuan realm first and received the Taiyuan Saint Wei, his current cultivation would have at least reached the early stage of the third level of the extreme mortal realm, or even the mid-stage of the third level of the extreme mortal realm. Its significance was different from the extreme mortal realm of the second level of the extreme mortal realm, as it belonged to two different levels. Alright, it's all in the past. There's no need to mention it again. Taiyuan sect master's face was somewhat cold. Since it had already happened, there was no point in bringing it up again. It would only increase one's regret. The Taiyuan sect master could not help but think that if Chenzong was the first to enter the Taiyuan realm and receive the Taiyuan divine way, perhaps there would be a real dragon in the Taiyuan heaven sect, which would make the Taiyuan heaven sect more prosperous. But there was nothing he could do. It had already happened, and there was nothing he could do. As for imparting Chenzong the Taiyuan divine way, it was simply impossible. The complete Taiyuan divine way could only be obtained in the Taiyuan realm. It was not something that could be interfered with. What a pity. After leaving, the Rainbow Mountain Lord sighed with regret for Chenzong. After returning to the Green Feather Mountain, Chenzong was able to become an esoteric disciple of the Green Feather Mountain. With his identity as a Green Feather Mountain disciple and his great contributions to the sect, he should be able to impart the Green Feather Mystic Way to the Green Feather Mountain. However, it's of the upper grade and can't be compared to the Taiyuan Divine Way. Each of the 7 mountains of Taiyuan had its own inheritance. They were all complete upper grade. Only the Taiyuan Divine Way was of the supreme grade. In fact, every upper grade sect had an upper grade inheritance. The difference was whether it was complete or not. Of course, within the same grade there would be some differences. The Taiyuan Heaven sect was one of the top 15 forces in the Kanglan continent. Naturally, its inheritance was of the highest level among the upper grade. Even so, it still could not be compared to the supreme grade inheritance. For every tier of the extreme mortal realm, there was a difference between opening 10 apertures and opening 11 apertures. As one's cultivation increased, the difference would only become more obvious. Although Chenzong was extremely talented and even surpassed Fang Xingchen, if he did not have a supreme grade inheritance, the gap between him and Fang Xingchen would only shrink and then be overtaken. Taiyuan Divine Way, Taiyuan Realm. On the way back to the Green Feather Mountain, Chenzong could not help but ponder. Instinctively, Chenzong felt that the Taiyuan Divine Way and the Taiyuan Realm were inextricably linked. Fang Xingchen entered the Taiyuan Realm earlier than me. Could it be that he obtained the so-called Taiyuan Divine Way? Why didn't I obtain it? All sorts of questions appeared in his mind. Although he was not clear, Chenzong could vaguely feel that he was being treated differently. The sect was treating Fang Xingchen too well. Perhaps Fang Xingchen's ancestor had made many contributions to the Taiyuan Sky sect, and Emperor Gu Yuan was also a member of the Fang clan. Thus, it was reasonable for the sect to treat Fang Xingchen well. Chenzong expressed his understanding, but he did not accept such treatment. Fine, I'll rely on my own hard work. Chenzong thought to himself. In the end, he had relied on his own ability and hard work to come this far. However, his sense of belonging to the Taiyuan Sky sect had decreased by a little. Returning to the Green Feather Mountain. As the Green Feather Mountain Lord was injured, the affairs of the Green Feather Mountain were handled by the heaven-level elder Xianxia. He was Xianxia's master. Chenzong, from today onwards, you are a secret disciple of the Green Feather Mountain. Elder Xianxia's face was full of smiles. He could not be unhappy because he already knew that Chenzong had broken through to the Taiyuan realm and raised his cultivation to the peak of the second tier of the extreme mortal realm. This was under the circumstances that he had not spread the Taiyuan Divine Way, but he was already comparable to Fang Xingchen, who had spread the Taiyuan Divine Way. Such talent would definitely make the Green Feather Mountain even more powerful. The power of an expert was very important. If the Green Feather Mountain could produce an emperor, it would be ranked among the top of the 7 mountains of the Taiyuan sky sect, second only to the Taiyuan mountain. After all the emperors in the past were from the Taiyuan mountain. As he thought of this, the smile on Elder Xianxia's face suddenly disappeared and he frowned slightly. As a heaven-level elder, he naturally knew some things. He was very dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. If the Green Feather Mountain Lord was here, he might have fought for Chenzong. However, the Green Feather Mountain Lord was seriously injured and there was nothing he could do. The inheritance of the Green Feather Mountain was not bad, but it could not be compared to the Taiyuan Divine Way. Just the inheritance of the Green Feather Mountain was not enough to fully uncover Chenzong's talent and potential. After becoming an esoteric disciple and upgrading his identity token, Chenzong no longer had to wear the same uniform. He could wear whatever clothes he wanted and could also have the sect customize them. Esoteric disciples are the true inheritance of each mountain and are very important. You must remember to work hard in your cultivation and do your best to improve yourself and win glory for our Green Feather Mountain, Elder Xianxia said with a serious face. Disciple will remember. Chenzong also responded with a serious face. Chenzong might not feel much about winning glory for the Taiyuan sky sect, but winning glory for the Green Feather Mountain was his duty and he could not shirk his duty. Originally, you should have held a banquet for your promotion to esoteric disciple and invite everyone to congratulate you. However, the Mountain Lord is injured and the situation is not good. Everything will be simplified. Elder Xianxia sighed. I hope you don't blame us. Disciple does not dare. Chenzong responded with a serious face. Chenzong did not care whether he held a banquet or not. It was best to simplify things. Good, it is a great blessing for the Mountain Lord to accept you as his disciple. Elder Xianxia was very happy. After laughing a few times, he said, Chenzong, come with me. I will take you to receive the highest inheritance of Green Feather Mountain. Yes. Chenzong responded and followed Elder Xianxia's footsteps. Our Green Feather Mountain's inheritance is called the Green Feather Mystic Path. It has a high-grade Lingwu Spirit Art, Green Feather Mystic Art, and Green Feather Clear Sky, Elder Xianxia explained to Chenzong as he led the way to the top of Green Feather Mountain. In order to break through to the transcendent stage, Chenzong naturally had to do some research first. He knew the difference between different spirit arts and Lingwu, as well as the brightness and darkness of apertures. Chenzong was a little surprised when he learned that the Green Feather Mystic Path was a top-grade high-grade inheritance. Chenzong was even more surprised when he learned that the Taiyuan Saint Path was a supreme-grade inheritance. A high-grade inheritance can open up a total of 90 apertures in the extreme mortal stage. Every level will open up 10 apertures. My cultivation is now at the early 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage and I have already opened up 21 apertures, which is equivalent to a high-grade spirit art. Chenzong could not help but think to himself, this means that the Green Feather Mystic Path's Green Feather Mystic Art is not that useful to me. Not that useful did not mean that it was useless. After all, Chenzong's current spirit energy was only the purest spirit energy. It was majestic and vigorous, but its power was relatively average. Only after cultivating a spirit art would one possess a different type of energy and become more powerful. Well, I can only accept the inheritance first and see if I can get a supreme-grade inheritance in the future. Chenzong thought to himself. Although the Green Feather Mystic Path was not as good as the Taiyuan Saint Path, it was still a famous inheritance in the outside world. It was naturally very precious, and since it was precious, it naturally had to be kept a secret. At the highest point of the Green Feather Mountain, there was a stone tablet. Elder Xianxia formed a series of hand seals that landed on the stone tablet. The stone tablet shook and slowly sank. Chenzong stood in front of the stone tablet and stared at it. After the stone tablet had completely sunk, another rumbling sound rang out, and another stone tablet rose up. This rising stone tablet looked the same as the sinking stone tablet, but Chenzong found that there was something different. He was able to discover the difference because Chenzong's 5 apertures had all been opened, and his 5 senses had been greatly enhanced. The first inheritance stone tablet was an illusion. Elder Xianxia smiled. This stone tablet is the real inheritance stone tablet. A fake inheritance stone tablet was naturally a form of confusion. Go, comprehend it, and accept the inheritance. Elder Xianxia smiled. Okay. Chen Zong nodded and sat down cross-legged in front of the grayish-white stone tablet that looked like a giant feather. The stone tablet was covered with runes that looked like the runes on a real feather. At first, it didn't seem like anything special. However, when Chen Zong focused his mind to take a closer look, the stone tablet seemed to come to life. Every single line on it began to move. An indescribable mysterious aura spread out and filled the surroundings, enveloping Chen Zong's body. The vast expanse has wings, its wings cover the sky. Amidst the chaos, another ancient voice sounded, as if it was chanting an ancient rhythm. Countless runes, from afar, looked like wings that covered the sky. Its wings have feathers, its feathers are light, graceful, ingenious, wonderful. Under the ancient divine voice, the mysteries of the blue feather mystic sky path were constantly transmitted into Chen Zong's mind. Chen Zong was shocked to find that, even if it couldn't be compared to the Taiyuan sacred path, every word of the blue feather mystic sky path contained incomparably profound mysteries that needed careful deliberation to gradually comprehend. Wisps of grayish-white aura spread out from the inheritance tablet and seeped into Chen Zong's body before being absorbed by the mysterious sword tip in Chen Zong's sea of knowledge. Since the last time Chen Zong used the red lightning sword to kill the remnants of the ancient sky demon hall, the mysterious sword tip had become dim, as if it had lost all its vitality. But after absorbing a huge amount of spirit qi in the Taiyuan boundary, it had slowly recovered some of its luster. Now, it was slowly absorbing the aura of the inheritance tablet, causing the mysterious silver light to shine again. But Chen Zong was unaware of all this. Elder Xianxia stood to the side and waited, also unaware of the changes in Chen Zong's sea of knowledge. The silver light emitted from the mysterious sword tip grew brighter and brighter, and the petrified and decayed azure dragons around it were also activated, letting out roars that resounded throughout the world. When the divine light from the mysterious sword tip reached its peak, it suddenly burst out like an exploding sun, sweeping across Chen Zong's entire sea of knowledge. Chen Zong, who was receiving the inheritance of the blue feather mystic sky path, was shocked to find that the grayish-white color in front of him had all disappeared and was replaced by a vast expanse of white. He seemed to be constantly flying in the vast expanse of white, and he didn't know where he was flying to. It was as if he had flown out of the world and into the starry sky. The vast expanse of white was replaced by darkness. It was absolute darkness, incomparably deep, and there were twinkling stars. Those were the stars. He couldn't feel his body, but it clearly existed. It was very strange. Chen Zong's consciousness existed in this dark void. What is this place? Chen Zong was very surprised. Wasn't he receiving the inheritance of the dark feather path? Why did it suddenly change to such a place? You've finally become a transcendent. A faintly discernible voice suddenly rang out. It was impossible to tell where it came from. It seemed to have come from all corners of the world, but it also seemed to have rung out in one's heart. Who is it? Chen Zong was extremely vigilant and shocked. Dazzling starlight converged, and a figure appeared in front of Chen Zong. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. His face could not be seen clearly, but Chen Zong felt an indescribable sense of vicissitudes, as if he had traveled through time. Chen Zong focused all his attention on the man. He wanted to see through him, but he couldn't. The man in the cyan robe seemed to be an illusion. I am, a Jiandi of Tong Tian, the man in the green robe said in an ethereal voice. His words shocked Chen Zong. Jiandi, this was a titled monarch. The strongest person on the Blue Waves continent. His title was Tong Tian. This made Chen Zong even more shocked. Tong Tian Jiandi, the fact that this Jiandi dared to accept this title showed how tyrannical this Jiandi was. But what Chen Zong wanted to know more was why he had appeared here. Why did the Tong Tian Jiandi appear in front of him? My true self has long since ceased to exist. The man in the green robe suddenly sighed and said, what you see is just a trace of my consciousness left in the Heartsword seal. Heartsword seal? A trace of my consciousness? Chen Zong couldn't help but think. Then, as if a ray of light had streaked across, it split open the fog. Could it be that the mysterious sword tip I obtained was the Heartsword seal? Chen Zong couldn't help but cry out. Yes. The figure of the Tong Tian Jiandi's consciousness nodded and said, the Heartsword seal came from the outer space. Its origin is mysterious. The reason why I can become a Tongtian Jiandi is closely related to the Heartsword seal. When he was young, the Tongtian Jiandi was not a Jiandi. In fact, he was inferior to most ordinary people. But because he obtained the Heartsword seal, he was reborn, just like Chenzong. After that, he embarked on the path of martial arts, the path of swordsmanship. He cut through all obstacles and became a Jiandi, with the title of Tongtian. Originally, I had a chance to peek into the realm after the Emperor realm, the Tongtian Jiandi's consciousness said with regret. After the Emperor realm. Chenzong repeated. He wasn't that shocked. After all, there was a legend on Chaotian Island where Li Tiandi broke through the sky and left. It meant that the profound sky realm was not the end of martial arts, and the Emperor realm was not the limit of power. There were more powerful existences above it. However, those existences didn't seem to exist in this world. Chenzong didn't know the reason. After all, he hadn't reached that level yet. But you were framed by a villain. You were seriously injured and could only die with regret. The Tongtian Jiandi's voice was full of killing intent. Even though they were separated by thousands of years, Chenzong still felt suffocated and frightened. It made sense. He had a chance to peek into the higher realms after the Emperor realm. He had a chance to step into the higher realms and pursue the ultimate life. But he was framed and died. No one could accept that. Chenzong, my young friend, you were fated to obtain the Heartsword seal. It won't be difficult for you to step into the Emperor realm in the future. The Tongtian Jiandi continued, I felt that the Heartsword seal was mysterious and contained profound mysteries. But I couldn't decipher it. It's a pity. Chenzong listened quietly. Obtaining the Heartsword seal also means that you and I are fated. The Tongtian Jiandi continued, I have been waiting for you to step into the transcendent realm. That's the real starting point of martial arts. Thank you, Senior. Chenzong said sincerely, if you hadn't saved me time and time again, Chenzong wouldn't even know where I would be now. Listening to the Tongtian Jiandi's words, Chenzong realized that the Tongtian Jiandi was the reason why he was able to resolve the dangers he encountered several times. At the very least, when he was still weak and only in the refinement realm, he encountered the Black Light Tiger while crossing the 100 Beast Mountain range. He lost consciousness and crossed the 100 Beast Mountain range again. It was probably because of the Tongtian Jiandi. The sword chi in the Red Thunder Sword was left by the Tongtian Jiandi. It was also the Tongtian Jiandi's power that could kill the profound Heaven Realm expert of the ancient Sky Demon Palace. Chenzong was very grateful to the Tongtian Jiandi. I have my own selfish motives. The Tongtian Jiandi said, I can help you obtain the inheritance of the Heartsword seal. I can also teach you everything I know. I hope you can agree to 2 conditions. Please tell me, Senior, Chenzong replied without hesitation. First, I hope you can solve the mystery of the Heartsword seal, the Tongtian Jiandi said seriously. Second, if you have the chance, help me clean up the sect. Senior, please tell me the details of the second condition, Chenzong said. This was equivalent to agreeing to the Tongtian Jiandi's 2 conditions. The first condition was to solve the mystery of the Heartsword seal. Even if the Tongtian Jiandi didn't say anything, Chenzong would do the same. Therefore, there was only one condition. Clean up the sect. Chenzong could understand these words, but he didn't know the details. However, Chenzong could hear the hatred in the Tongtian Jiandi's voice. Perhaps the fall of the Tongtian Jiandi was directly related to the cleansing of the sect. I was born 2,000 years ago, the Tongtian Jiandi explained in a leisurely tone. Born 2,000 years ago, I was born with a weak constitution. It was difficult for me to cultivate martial arts. However, by chance, I obtained the Heartsword seal. My meridians were cleansed, and I was reborn. From then on, I embarked on the path of martial arts. At the age of 50, I entered the extreme transcendent realm. At the age of 100, I entered the profound heaven realm. At the age of 150, I reached the great emperor realm. I had no opponents in the world. I was titled Tongtian and founded the Heavenly Master Sword sect. After that, I grew stronger and took in 3 more disciples. After some teaching, one of them stopped at the Earth Spirit realm and died in an accident. The other 2 reached the profound heaven realm. One was the eldest disciple, Duan Guchuan. The other was the third disciple, Ban Zhongquan. The eldest disciple, Duan Guchuan, had a mellow temperament. Although he was not as talented as the second and third disciples, he had extraordinary perseverance. That was why he was able to reach the profound heaven realm. The third disciple, Ban Zhongquan, was intelligent and had excellent comprehension skills. He could often understand martial arts with just a hint. He was the most talented of the three disciples. The Tongtian Jiandi trusted his three disciples. After a long period of interaction, the three disciples all understood that their master had a great secret, whether it was an inheritance or a precious treasure. However, the third disciple, Ban Zhongquan, was ambitious. He schemed against the Tongtian Jiandi's treasures. When the Tongtian Jiandi was in seclusion, he plotted to kill the second senior brother, framed the eldest senior brother, and colluded with outsiders. He pretended to be a strong enemy and attacked the Heavenly Master Sword sect. The Tongtian Jiandi was at a critical juncture and had to stop his seclusion. While the Tongtian Jiandi was fighting a strong enemy, he secretly attacked and poisoned the Tongtian Jiandi. His strength was weakened and he was heavily injured by the enemy. Although he escaped in the end, his injuries were too severe and the poison too deep. He was powerless and died in the end. The poison I was poisoned with was demonic poison, the Tongtian Jiandi said. Demonic poison? Chen Zong exclaimed. Could it be that the ancient demon hall had already existed back then, and the people that the second disciple, Ban Zhongquan, colluded with were also from the ancient demon hall? With Ban Zhongquan's talent, if he doesn't die now, he has a 60 to 70% chance of becoming a great emperor. The Tongtian Jiandi said, I only hope that one day, when you are strong enough, you can find Ban Zhongquan and clean up the sect for me. If possible, please go to Bright Sword Continent and see if the Heavenly Master Sword sect still exists. Senior, I, Chen Zong, swear that in the future, I will clean up the sect for you. Chen Zong said solemnly. He rarely swore oaths because they were very important. If he swore an oath, he had to fulfill it. But facing the Tongtian Jiandi, not only because both of them had the Heart Sword seal, but also because he had been saved by the Tongtian Jiandi many times. All these made Chen Zong feel righteous indignation. Clean up the sect, even if Ban Zhongquan was still alive and had become a great emperor, Chen Zong would still fulfill his oath and clean up the sect for the Tongtian Jiandi. If the Heavenly Master Sword sect still exists, then I will do my best to make the sect rise again. Chen Zong swore a second oath. Roar, divine light erupted from the mysterious Heart Sword seal, illuminating his sea of consciousness like a blazing sun. Immediately after, the 99 silver dragons beside the seal danced wildly. As they danced, the dragons rushed into the Heart Sword seal, causing the light it emitted to grow even stronger. When all 99 dragons entered the Heart Sword seal, the light it emitted reached the pinnacle. It transformed into a silver divine sun and suddenly exploded. Boom, Chen Zong felt as if his sea of consciousness had been blown to pieces and turned into nothingness. It was like the beginning of the universe. A flash of sword light suddenly streaked across. The sword light was perfectly straight and extremely sharp. That sword light had no beginning and no end, but it streaked across the void. As it passed, it changed according to Chen Zong's will. It tore apart the stars and tore apart the sky. It continued to grow larger and larger in Chen Zong's eyes. Then, it struck Chen Zong. A mysterious and natural charm pervaded the air. Chen Zong suddenly couldn't see or hear anything. Everything was chaotic and returned to nothingness. The world has a spirit, all spirits have a heart, the heart is like a speck of dust, like the universe. This is the Tao of the heart. The voice of the primordial God resounded in his mind and directly entered his soul. If the heart is limitless, then the Tao is limitless. Chen Zong was completely immersed in the voice of the primordial God. The divine voice entered the depths of his mind and soul like a brand that he would never forget. Chen Zong couldn't help but comprehend it. He was shocked to find that the inheritance of the Heart Sword seal was even more profound than the Skyfeather path. The two couldn't be compared at all. If the Skyfeather path's words were like pearls, then the Heart Sword seal's words were like a divine ocean. Why is it taking so long? Elder Xianxia frowned. Generally speaking, it shouldn't take so long to receive the Skyfeather path's inheritance. However, it was best not to interrupt the process. Elder Xianxia continued to wait. He didn't know that Chenzong had already received the Sky Feather Path's inheritance and was now receiving the Heart Sword Seal's inheritance. The Tao of the Heart. The Tao of the Heart will be the most suitable Tao for you, Tong Tianjiandi said with a smile. Immediately, the remnants of his consciousness began to emit a fluorescent light. Specks of light flew towards Chenzong like stars. I will pass on my Tao to you and help you achieve the Tao that belongs to you. The Tong Tianjiandi's last bit of consciousness dissipated into Chenzong's mind. His Tao was known as heaven-piercing. It was as if thousands of years had passed, floating up and down, and the world had changed. In Chenzong's sea of consciousness, the silver divine radiance retracted and reformed into the Heart Sword Seal. However, the azure dragon was missing. Chenzong also came to his senses. He was extremely shocked. Dark Feather Mystic Void Tao, Heavenly Sword Way, Tao of the Heart, the three Taos existed in his soul. They were like imprints that were incomparably deep. He opened his eyes, which were blazing with divine light. Can you obtain the inheritance? Elder Xianxia couldn't wait to ask. With Chenzong's talent, he could become the hope of Green Feather Mountain's rise. I have obtained the inheritance, Chenzong answered firmly, but he was a little dazed. 3 Taos. It was completely beyond his expectations. However, it didn't matter how many Taos there were, because only the one that was suitable for him was the best. Good, good, good. Elder Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Green Feather Mystic Tao was indeed inferior to the Taiyuan Sacred Tao, but it was also extraordinary. If Chenzong succeeded in cultivating it, he would be able to achieve something. Go back and cultivate well. Elder Xianxia smiled encouragingly. If you need anything, just tell me. I will do my best to get it for you. Thank you, Elder. Chenzong said in a serious voice. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked again, Elder, do you know where I can find the Heavenly Sun Vast Origin Pill? The Heavenly Sun Vast Origin Pill. Elder Xianxia frowned slightly. The effect of this pill is to dispel the cold and replenish one's yuan qi. What do you use it for? Obviously, Chenzong had no use for it. I don't dare to lie to Elder. Chenzong explained that he came from Chaotian Island and had a senior. I see. Elder Xianxia nodded. You are indeed loyal. The Heavenly Sun Vast Origin Pill isn't precious, and we have it in Green Feather Mountain. I will have someone send it to your cave dwelling later. By the way, since you have become an esoteric disciple, you will have to choose a new cave dwelling. Chenzong quickly chose a new cave dwelling. The heaven and earth spirit chi was purer and richer than that of Lingyao Pavilion. It was nameless, and Chenzong could choose it himself. Chenzong named it the Heartsword Residence. Not long after, a deacon brought the Heavenly Sun Vast Vitality pills over. There were 10 pills in total. Looking at the 10 red pills in his hand that exuded boundless yuan qi, Chenzong felt a little emotional. In Chaotian Island's Longtu region, even the 9th prince of the Longtu Empire would find it difficult to obtain a single pill. From this, one could see how precious it was. However, it was nothing in the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, and they had sent 10 pills to Chenzong. This was the difference between them. I will go into closed-door cultivation for a while to sort out the 3 Taos before returning to Chaotian Island, Chenzong said to himself as he put away the 10 Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pills. Chenzong began his closed-door cultivation. The first one he comprehended was naturally the Green Feather Mystic Sky Path. A high-grade inheritance was very mysterious, but it was nothing to Chenzong. After spending a few days, Chenzong roughly comprehended the Green Feather Mystic Sky Path. Next was the Tao of the Heart. The Tao of the Heart was far more mysterious than the Green Feather Mystic Sky Path. Chenzong spent a whole month to comprehend the Tao of the Heart, and was immediately surprised. The Tao of the Heart didn't have a grade. It could be low grade, middle grade, or even high grade. It could even be a top grade or even a legendary peerless item. Moreover, the Tao of the Heart didn't have a fixed cultivation method or martial arts. In other words, the Tao of the Heart was actually a theory, a rule, and a guide. Focus on the Tao of the Heart, integrate the essence of various Taos, improve the Tao of the Heart, and achieve the Tao of the Heart, making it the most suitable Tao for oneself, Chenzong muttered to himself, looking extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of inheritance this was. Even the Taiyuan divine path couldn't compare to it. This was because the Tao of the heart was flexible, free, and had unlimited possibilities. Chenzong was very sure that the Tao of the heart was the most suitable Tao for himself, because he could use the Tao of the heart as the foundation to walk a Tao that was completely his own. After taking a few deep breaths, Chenzong calmed his excited heart. The third Tao was the heavenly sword Tao. This was the Tao of the heavenly sword Jiandi, and also the Tao that the heavenly sword Jiandi derived from the Tao of the heart was the most suitable Tao for him. It was because of the heavenly sword Tao that the heavenly sword Jiandi was able to dominate the Emperor realm. The heavenly sword Tao was also very mysterious, far surpassing the dark feather Tao because it was a supreme grade inheritance, on the same level as the Taiyuan divine path of the Taiyuan heavenly sect. However, Chenzong felt that the heavenly sword Tao might even surpass the Taiyuan divine path. The heavenly sword Tao was divided into 3 parts, the heavenly sword technique, the heavenly sword technique, and the heavenly secret skill. Chenzong was deeply immersed in it. A complete Tao would have cultivation methods, martial arts, secret skills, and so on. The dark feather Tao is at the upper grade level. The dark feather Tao can open 10 apertures at each level of the extreme mortal stage, while the heavenly sword technique can open 11 apertures. However, the dark feather Tao's first level of the extreme mortal stage has the same 10 apertures as the heavenly sword technique's first level of the extreme mortal stage. It's the same for the second level. Chenzong could not help but think. Without the Tao of the heart and the heavenly sword Tao, Chenzong could only cultivate the dark feather Tao. However, he now had the Tao of the heart, which was the most suitable Tao for him. Chenzong would definitely cultivate the Tao of the heart and derive the most suitable sword Tao for him. Focusing on the Tao of the heart and integrating the dark feather Tao and the heavenly sword Tao, Chenzong was very ambitious. Supreme grade beyond the supreme grade level. There are other spiritual techniques in the Dark Feather Mountain collection. Maybe I can check them out and try my best to open the 12th aperture of the first level, Chenzong thought to himself, a fire burning in his heart. With this thought, Chenzong immediately moved. This is an inferior grade spiritual technique. Every level of the extreme mortal stage can open 8 apertures. After checking it out, Chenzong could not help but put it down. The apertures were all included in the dark feather Tao. Checking continuously, Chenzong seemed to be possessed by the devil. There were more than 100 inferior grade spiritual techniques in the Dark Feather Mountain collection, more than 30 middle grade spiritual techniques, and 5 upper grade spiritual techniques. Of course, they were not as good as the dark feather Tao. After checking all of them, Chenzong finally smiled. Using the Tao of the heart as the foundation, integrating the heavenly sword Tao and the dark feather Tao, and then integrating the green jade mystic technique, the white feather mystic technique, and the red ancient mystic technique, I can perfect the Tao of the heart. From the first level to the third level of the extreme mortal stage, every level can open 12 apertures. 12 apertures, legend had it that only the supreme grade legacy techniques could open 12 apertures for every level of the extreme mortal stage. However, the supreme grade legacy techniques were only legends. Chenzong did not expect his luck to be so good that he could find 3 compatible mystic techniques in the Dark Feather Mountain. There was a special characteristic of the Tao of the heart. Once other techniques were integrated, it would be fixed and could not be changed. This meant that there was only one chance. Back then, the heavenly sword Jiandi was different from Chenzong. He walked the path of a rogue cultivator. Coupled with some external factors, he was unable to upgrade the heavenly sword Tao to the supreme grade and stopped at the supreme grade. I will first perfect the first 3 levels of the Tao of the heart before cultivating it properly. Chenzong thought to himself. As for the 4th, 5th, and 9th levels after the 3rd level, he would have to work hard to collect more spiritual techniques and mystic techniques to perfect them. Chenzong spent a period of time thinking carefully. After all, he only had one chance. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. After a few more days, Chenzong was finally certain. With the Tao of the heart as the foundation, I will integrate various mystic techniques. Let's begin. In the Heart Sword House, Xianxia activated the defensive power and began to cultivate in seclusion. The circulation route of the Tao of the Heart was very simple. However, as Xianxia integrated the dark feather mystic technique, the circulation route began to change. Shortly after, he integrated the heavenly sword mystic technique and the circulation route became even more complicated. Finally, he integrated the green jade mystic technique, white feather mystic technique, and red ancient mystic technique. The circulation route became even more mysterious and comprehensive. In the first level of the extreme mortal stage, Xianxia had already opened 10 apertures. Now, he was going to break through the 11th. Break, next, he broke through the 12th aperture. Break again. Xianxia's body shuddered, and the aura he emitted grew even stronger. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, radiating heat and light. Outside the Heart Sword House, there was a layer of flowing light. As it flowed slowly, it protected the Heart Sword House without any blind spots. This layer of protection was extremely powerful. It could withstand any attack from an Extreme Realm expert, and could also withstand attacks from an Earth Spirit Realm expert. Only a profound Sky Realm expert could break through it. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura gushed out, filling every corner of the Heart Sword House and soaring into the sky. If it wasn't for that layer of tough defensive force, this aura would have soared into the sky. The aura was getting more and more tyrannical. Early stage 3rd level mortal realm, this was the aura that Xianxia was emitting. Compared to before, it was several times more tyrannical. Immediately, the aura rose again, becoming even more tyrannical. Mid-stage 3rd level mortal realm, Xianxia had come out of seclusion. His tyrannical aura was filled with boundless tyranny, but it also had a kind of smoothness and agility, as if he could do whatever he wanted. Removing the protection of the Heart Sword House, Xianxia's figure flashed and shot up to the sky like a rock. His speed was so fast that only after leaving a straight line in the sky, did a sharp roar resound. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had shot up to a height of several hundred meters. His figure paused, and he stood in the air. An extreme mortal realm expert couldn't stand in the air like a profound sky realm expert, but they could do it for a short period of time. The stronger the ability, the longer the time they could stay in the air. The spiritual energy in Xianxia's body was incomparably nimble. It was agile and light, changing at will, causing Xianxia's figure to become even lighter. Hundreds of meters in the air, Xianxia pointed his finger like a sword and drew a line in the air. White energy condensed into a sword, slicing through the air for hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. The white sword light in the air twisted and changed according to Xianxia's will. It was like a long whip, like a spiritual snake, and like a dragon soaring in the sky. Withdraw. The white sword light instantly shrank back into his body. Using the path of the heart as the foundation and incorporating other paths and techniques, I have now perfected the first 3 tiers of the extreme mortal realm, which should be enough for me to train for a while. However, I need to find other techniques to further perfect the rest. Xianxia thought to himself as he descended. The wind blew, causing his robe to flutter. Since Xianxia had perfected the extreme mortal realm from the 1st to the 3rd stage to the legendary level, he was not willing to stop at the extreme level for the following exercises. Either you don't do it, or you do your best. The legendary peerless inheritance. Xianxia was filled with pride. So what if Fang Xingchen had obtained the legacy of the Taiyuan Saint Path? Could it be compared to a pinnacle tier legacy? He couldn't. The difference between 99 aperture points and 108 aperture points was very obvious. For this Tao, I use the Tao of the heart as the foundation and fuse thousands of Taos together. It also has the foundation of changing one's mind, allowing one to do as one pleases. It is called the Tao of the heart. I practice the sword, and the Tao I walk is the sword Tao. This Tao is called the Tao of the heart sword. Xianxia decided on the name of his Tao. In that instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across the clear sky, as if the heavenly Tao had acknowledged him. The heavenly sword Tao has become the heavenly Jiandi Senior, while the Tao of the heart sword will become the heart sword King, the heart sword Emperor, and even the heart Jiandi. For a moment, Xianxia was in high spirits, and his spirit world was infinitely high. I still want to peek into the realm above the Emperor realm. Soon after, Xianxia could not help but shake his head and smile. He felt that he was biting off more than he could chew. At the end of the day, he had only just stepped into the extreme mortal realm. He was only standing at the starting point of the profound martial Tao, and had stepped into the threshold of the strong. However, with the Tao of the Heart Sword, and with his own ability and hard work, his future achievements were not just a dream. Chen Zong's figure landed outside the Heart Sword house, and his figure unfolded as he swiftly headed towards Elder Xianxia's palace. A complete Tao of cultivation includes Qi cultivation methods, martial arts, secret arts, and so on. My Tao of the Heart Sword has only perfected the Qi cultivation methods for the first to third layers of the extreme mortal realm, but my martial arts are still incomplete. However, I already have some ideas. I only need to integrate the various sword techniques that I have cultivated in the past, and then slowly absorb the essence of other martial arts. As for secret arts, I can also use this method. To put it bluntly, the Tao of the Heart Sword was the foundation of the Tao of the Heart, and then integrated the essence of other Taos. It was not difficult, as long as one had enough Taos, Qi cultivation methods and martial arts, and could perfect it. However, it was also difficult, as it was impossible to do without sufficient comprehension. Another point was that it needed time. Chen Zong still had something to do, and that was the hidden danger of the unhindered sword sect's Grand Elder, Yuan Lingzi. He could not be at ease until he had resolved it. Previously, he had just broken through and received the inheritance, which was the best time to cultivate. Therefore, he suppressed the anxiety in his heart and first perfected it. Now that 2 months had passed, he had completed this step, and the rest could only be done slowly. You want to go to Chaotian Island? Elder Xianxia frowned when he learned of Chen Zong's intention. According to him, Chen Zong should stay in Songyu Mountain and cultivate diligently. After all, he had just broken through, and his potential was very active. If he cultivated in seclusion for a few years, he would be able to convert his active potential into cultivation and improve his strength again. After a few years, his active potential would become dormant, and he could only cultivate slowly before coming out of seclusion. Elder, Senior Yuan Lingzi's injury is a regret in my heart. I didn't have the ability in the past, but now that I have, if I can't cure it, I won't be at ease, let alone cultivate properly. Chen Zong said solemnly. In truth, he should have immediately rushed back to Chaotian Island after obtaining the Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pill, but because he had just broken through and received 3 Daos, he needed to tidy himself up. Moreover, with the pills provided by the 9th Prince, Senior Yuan Lingzi should have been able to last for 10 years, and only a few years had passed. Of course, as Elder Xianxia had said, he might be able to cultivate in seclusion for a few years, and rush back after coming out. However, it was hard to say how many years it would be. What if he missed the opportunity? No, you can't miss this period of time. I'll send someone to deliver the pills. Elder Xianxia said. This was a compromise. However, Chen Zong's trip back was not only to treat Senior Yuan Lingzi, but also for other matters. It was best for him to personally make a trip. With this thought, Chen Zong released his aura. Initial 3rd layer of the extreme human stage, Elder Xianxia was shocked. When Chen Zong left the Taiyuan stage, his cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd layer of the extreme human stage. However, it wasn't easy for him to break through to the initial 3rd layer of the extreme human stage. He would need at least a few months of cultivation. Fang Xingchen had reached the peak of the 2nd layer of the extreme human stage earlier than Chen Zong, but had yet to break through to the initial 3rd layer of the extreme human stage. Moreover, he had inherited the supreme grade Taiyuan Saint Wei. It had only been 2 months since Chen Zong had received the Blue Feather Mystic Way, but he had already broken through. His aura was very stable, as if he had broken through for a few months. If Elder Xianxia knew that this was the result of Chen Zong's concealment, who knew how shocked he would be? After revealing a portion of his cultivation and Chen Zong's persuasion, Elder Xianxia finally agreed. However, there was an additional condition. He had to accompany Chen Zong. That's right, Elder Xianxia was worried about Chen Zong's safety, so he had to accompany and protect Chen Zong. Chen Zong naturally wouldn't refuse. On the contrary, he was very happy to accept. After all, he might have a conflict with the Wan Luo sect and the Dragon Diagram royal family on this trip. It was unavoidable. Elder Xianxia was a profound heaven stage expert. With him accompanying him, Chenzong would be safer. Since that's the case, I'll take care of what needs to be taken care of first. We'll leave in 10 days. Elder Xianxia finally concluded. All right. Chenzong nodded. In these 10 days, he would read up on some martial arts and prepare to create his own heart sword Dao sword art. Moreover, he had already broken through to the transcendent stage. The Inata 5 swords were only pseudo-spirit weapons, so it was difficult for him to display his full strength. He had to use a real spirit weapon, even if it was a low-grade one. Receiving 2 low-grade spirit weapons for free was also the benefit of being an esoteric disciple. One of them was the red jade sword. It was bright red all over, as if it was made of red jade. It contained a blazing power, and when it was used to display a sword technique, each sword would be as hot as a raging fire. However, the red jade sword's appearance was normal. Chenzong chose the red jade sword because of the sword technique he practiced. Previously, he had the Inata 5 swords. Each sword had its own role, and the 5 directions of the sword were fully displayed. But now, he didn't have the Inata 5 swords, so he could only choose a normal sword. That way, he wouldn't be biased. The other low-grade spirit weapon was an inner armor, which could provide excellent protection when worn. The value of a low-grade spiritual armor was much higher than the red jade sword. Chenzong had participated in an auction on Chaotian Island. The low-grade spirit weapons sold at the auction were worth at least a few hundred low-grade spirit sources. But this was the benefit of being an esoteric disciple of the Taiyuan heavenly sect. A large sect was indeed a large sect. It was incomparable. No wonder there were so many disciples who wanted to become a large sect, but they had no way out. In 10 days, Chenzong had browsed through all kinds of sword techniques in Green Feather Mountain. He had also browsed through other martial arts to increase his accumulation and to help him create his own heart sword principal sword technique. However, it wasn't easy to create a spirit-grade sword technique. Chenzong didn't dare to hope to create one in a short time. It was necessary to accumulate experience. Time flew. In a flash, 10 days had passed. Chenzong, let's go. Elder Xianxia had arranged everything, and Elder Xiangyi was in charge. The two of them quickly left Green Feather Mountain. Elder Xianxia was a 4th-layer heavenly profound realm expert, and his flying speed was extremely fast. With him carrying Chenzong, they left Green Feather Mountain and the Taiyuan heavenly sect behind in the blink of an eye. Elder Xianxia was very low-key on this trip. The more low-key he was, the less likely he would attract attention and avoid being attacked again. A strong wind blew, but it was blocked by Elder Xianxia's power. It couldn't affect Chenzong in the slightest. But the speed was so fast that Chenzong couldn't see his surroundings clearly. When he opened his eyes, countless streams of air rushed towards him. Chenzong felt dizzy after looking for a while. The Blue Wave Sea was a magnificent place. A small boat flew forward at lightning speed, passing by in the blink of an eye, as if it was cutting open the surface of the sea, leaving behind a long and straight scar. The feather-like boat was the high-grade spirit vessel Elder Xianxia was piloting. It was at least 10 times faster than the spirit vessel Elder Song was piloting to protect Qingchen. In other words, Chenzong could return to Chaotian Island in a shorter time. Moreover, unlike riding on Elder Song's spirit boat, Chenzong was shocked to find that his vision wasn't affected in the slightest. He wasn't unable to see the outside world clearly because of the speed of the spirit boat. The sky was so blue and boundless. The sea was so deep and vast. Even though the spirit boat was extremely fast, it would still take more than half a month to cross the sea. Chenzong did not dare to waste any time. He sat cross-legged on the boat and constantly integrated what he had learned. He wanted to see if he could comprehend the first sword move of the heart sword Dao and increase his strength. Time passed. Slowly. Chenzong had a deeper understanding of the various pseudo-lingu he had created. If he wanted to, he could upgrade them all to low-grade lingu. After all, he only needed to change the minor true meaning to true meaning. But this was not what Chenzong wanted. The heart sword Dao required one to follow one's heart and do as one pleased. It required a kind of inspiration, a sudden inspiration, and a suitable opportunity. This was the heart sword Dao and the heart sword move. Comprehend, comprehend. Look at the sky. It was blue and boundless. Look at the clouds. They were white and ever-changing. Look at the sea. It was deep and vast. Every day, Chenzong would comprehend something new. He would use his fingers as a sword and casually move them in front of him. He looked like he was not paying attention at all. In addition, he could not neglect the cultivation of the heart sword Dao. Chenzong had opened up 12 aperture acupoints in both the first and second tier of the extreme mortal realm. He had also perfected the third tier of the extreme mortal realm and was able to open up 12 aperture acupoints. Now, Chenzong had opened up the third and was on his way to the fourth. However, as the spiritual boat approached Chaotian Island, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew thinner, and the efficiency of cultivation dropped significantly. Fortunately, Chenzong had a source of spiritual energy. Low-grade and mid-grade spirit sources. Low-grade spirit sources were more suitable for extreme mortal realm warriors, mid-grade spirit sources were more suitable for earth spirit realm warriors, and high-grade spirit sources were more suitable for profound sky realm warriors. As the outline of Chaotian Island appeared in front of his eyes, Chenzong had finished his cultivation. The 2 low-grade spiritual sources in his hands had turned into powder, and all the pure spiritual energy inside had been absorbed. As the spirit vessel approached, Elder Xianxia grabbed Chenzong's shoulder and soared into the air while keeping the spirit vessel into his virtual ring. Which way? Elder Xianxia asked. Chenzong quickly swept a glance around. This was the billowing sea region, and they had to pass through the ascending heaven region to return to the Longtu region. He pointed out a direction for Elder Xianxuan. The area of Chaotian Island was not as large as the smallest continent of the Blue Waves continent, not to mention the smallest of the 3 regions, the billowing sea region. In less than half a day, Elder Xianxia returned to the ascending heaven region with Chenzong. As soon as he entered the ascending heaven region, Chenzong immediately felt a force condensing in his body. It was a very familiar fluctuation. He immediately used his spiritual sense to inspect his body and saw the phantom of a small tower condensing in his knowledge sea. The ascending heaven tower. Chenzong was surprised. After he left the ascending heaven region, the phantom of the ascending heaven tower disappeared. According to the incarnation of Li Tian Emperor, the power of the ascending heaven tower only covered the ascending heaven region. Previously, his cultivation was too low, and his realm was too low. Now that he had finally stepped into the transcendent realm, it was different. He could feel it. Back then, the incarnation of Li Tian Emperor said that I would go to the ascending heaven tower after I stepped into the transcendent realm. Fine, I will return to the Longtu region and the unhindered sword sect to cure the chief elder, Yuan Lingzi. Then, I will return to the eastern continent to visit my father and my clansmen. Then, I will come to the ascending heaven region to take a look at the ascending heaven region's ascending heaven tower. Chenzong decided on his itinerary. After crossing the ascending heaven region and entering the Longtu region, the phantom of the ascending heaven tower dispersed again and disappeared without a trace. Chenzong could see the phantom of the ascending heaven tower disappear, but he did not know where it disappeared to. The power of the ascending heaven tower was really mysterious. Even if he had reached the extreme mortal realm, he could not see through it. First, I will return to the unhindered sword sect, then to the eastern continent. After that, I will go to the imperial city to find the 9th prince. Chenzong thought to himself. Immediately, his eyes flashed, it's time to settle the grudge between me and the 3rd prince. Elder Xianxian's speed was amazing. Soon, he arrived at the gate of the unhindered sword sect with Chenzong. Returning to the unhindered sword sect, Chenzong's heart was filled with emotions. This place could be considered the starting point of his sword training, and it left a deep impression on him. Chenzong released his spiritual sense. Originally, when he was at the 3rd rank of the pseudo-transcendent stage, after being nourished by the golden dragon of luck, Chenzong's spiritual power had become much stronger. He could now extend it out of his body and cover an area of 50 meters. After transforming his spiritual sense was much stronger than other extreme realms of the same level. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual sense of a first-layer extreme mortal realm practitioner could cover an area of 1,000 meters. The spiritual sense of a second-layer extreme mortal realm practitioner could cover an area of 2,000 meters. and so on. The spiritual sense of a ninth-layer extreme mortal realm practitioner could cover an area of 9,000 meters. However, there were some cultivators with higher talent who could exceed the standard. For example, each layer could cover an area of a few hundred or 1,000 meters. When Xianxia released his spiritual sense, it covered an area of 9,000 meters, which was 3 times the standard range. The larger the spiritual sense, the more beneficial it was for a cultivator. Not only would they have more energy, a clearer mind, and sharper thoughts, but they would also have better memory, insight, and other aspects. Using his spiritual sense, Xianxia felt that the air of the unhindered sword sect seemed to be filled with a strange aura. It was an ominous feeling. With a flash of his body, Xianxia impatiently rushed towards the unhindered sword sect's mountain gate. Surprisingly, there were no disciples guarding the mountain gate. Moreover, Xianxia also saw that a corner of the mountain gate was broken. It seemed to have been there for quite some time, and his face became even uglier. Walking up, Xianxia soon arrived at the square where the unhindered sword cauldron was located. There were many people standing there. Ha 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 ha, the unhindered sword sect's hidden fragrance sword is only SOSO. You can't even block 10 of my moves. Arrogant laughter floated in the wind, and the people of the unhindered sword sect who heard it were all furious. Xianxia's face darkened slightly, and his eyes quickly scanned the area. The sect leader Lin Zhonghan was there, and so were 2 elders. They were the Great Elder and the Third Elder, and a group of core disciples of the unhindered sword sect. Hidden fragrance sword senior sisters with Shan Mei's sword was in her hand, and the tip of the sword was lowered. Her face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her aura was chaotic, and it was obvious that she was heavily injured. The person who laughed arrogantly was a young man in a black robe. His eyes were long and narrow, and his face was cold. The aura around him was cold, and Xianxia felt that it was familiar. It was the aura of the Wanluo sect. Beside the arrogant young man in a black robe stood an elder in a black robe. The aura he emitted was of the extreme mortal realm, and it was very cold, as if it could freeze everything around it. He was an elder of the Wanluo sect. Wanluo sect. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. In the past, the Wanluo sect had targeted the unhindered sword sect and him many times. Later on, the elder of the Wanluo sect had personally come to the unhindered sword sect and used the Lingwu to injure the founding elder Yuan Lingzi, who was tortured by the evil qi every day. Xianxia had returned with the intention of settling the score with the Wanluo sect. He didn't expect that before he could find them, the Wanluo sect would come to the unhindered sword sect and cause trouble. It seemed like this wasn't the first time. The unhindered sword sect had been more difficult than he had imagined. A trace of murderous intent rose from his heart. Where's Lin Yuya? Tell him to come out. The Wanluo sect disciple spoke again, and his voice was sharp. I want to see how powerful this so-called cold rain sword sect is, and how many of my attacks they can block. If senior brother Lin was here, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant, a core disciple of the unhindered sword sect said angrily. Ha ha ha, no means no. No matter how many excuses you make, it's useless. If you're not convinced, then come out and fight me. I'll only use one hand. The Wanluo sect disciple was getting more and more arrogant. The black-robed elder standing beside him had his hands behind his back, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. This person's cultivation was at the 4th level of the extreme mortal realm, while the sect leader Lin Zhonghan's cultivation was at the peak 3rd level of the extreme mortal realm. As for the Great Elder and the Third Elder, they were at the early 3rd level of the extreme mortal realm and the mid-2nd level of the extreme mortal realm respectively. They weren't geniuses who could fight above their level, so even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the Wanluo sect elder. Moreover, even if they could defeat the Wanluo sect elder, they would only anger the Wanluo sect, and the consequences would be even more severe. Anger, but there was nothing they could do. Facing the other party's arrogance, the unhindered sword sect disciple was so angry that his teeth were about to break, but he could only make the other party more excited. Previously, with the 4th level of the extreme mortal realm, Yuan Lingzi, this elder didn't dare to be so arrogant. But now, the situation was different. He could come and go as he pleased. As long as there weren't many casualties, the Dragon Diagram Imperial family wouldn't care. Why don't you all come together? The Wanluo sect disciple spoke again, extremely arrogant. There's no need for them, I'll only use one hand. Suddenly, a deep voice rose up, as if it was the voice of an ancient beast. The anger contained in the voice was like the lava accumulated in a 1,000-year-old volcano. Once it erupted, it would destroy the heavens and the earth. The moment the voice rose up, the crowd started to look for the source of the voice. Soon after, their gazes fell upon a figure. That person was walking up the stairs step by step. The sect leader Lin Zhonghan, the two elders, Shuashan Mei and the other disciples were all stunned when they saw that person's face. Many of the disciples even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Shuashan Mei's eyes were filled with indescribable joy and surprise. The Wanluo sect's elders and disciples' gazes all fell upon the person who had suddenly appeared. Their gazes were sharp and cold, as if they could see through him. Who are you? You still want to stand up for the unhindered sword sect? Aren't you afraid of dying here? The Wanluo sect's disciple shouted. Dominator of the 6 realms has a piece of news for all of you. Love like Luli, this tycoon, has so much money that he doesn't know where to spend it. Therefore, he's building a new building in the book review and comments section. Last month, he built a building once, but he stopped at 2,000 stories. Therefore, this tycoon despises your combat power. You can't even build 10,000 stories, so he doesn't know where to spend his money. This time, we must support him. Dear friends, let's build a new building together and cheer for this tycoon. Stretch out your hands and give him a hand so that he will no longer be lost. If you want to build a building, you need to download the Zongheng app with your phone. Find the book The Way of the Sword and enter the circle of readers of this book. Then, you need to notify the readers of this news. It will explode tomorrow. Chenzong? The Wanluo sect disciple was a little surprised. He felt like he had heard this name before, but he couldn't remember where. The Wanluo sect elder frowned slightly. He stared at Chenzong and a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. It's him, the name Chenzong wasn't a big deal. After all, it was common for people with the same name to have the same surname. However, if you added the title of Zongheng Sword Sect Sword Son, then there was only one possibility. However, wasn't this person expelled by Zongheng Sword Sect? Moreover, he was wanted by the third prince and had already left Longtu region. It was said that after being hunted down in Ascending Heaven region, his whereabouts were unknown. How could he appear here? But it doesn't matter. The third prince hasn't revoked his wanted order. As long as I capture him and hand him over to the third prince, I'll be rewarded handsomely, the Wanluo sect elder said secretly. Chenzong's aura was completely restrained. It was impossible to tell his cultivation level. However, under normal circumstances, he was at most a pseudo-transcendent. At most, he would have the combat power of an 8-star. I don't care who you are. Since you want to stand up for me, I'll let you know the consequences of standing up for me. The 10,000 Luo sect disciple let out a sharp laugh. He immediately waved his dark black sleeves and a wave of dark wind swept over. Soon after, a dark black hand was spat out from his wide dark black sleeves like a poisonous snake leaving its hole. With a muffled sound, his black palm, which was suffused with a trace of gloomy coldness, approached Chenzong with great force. The palm was aimed at his heart. At the same time, all those who hadn't reached the transcendent realm felt a chill run down their spines. Be careful. Shuashan Mei couldn't help but exclaim, reminding Chenzong. However, this kind of attack was too weak for Chenzong. Even if Chenzong had not yet broken through to the transcendent realm, he could still easily resist this attack with his strength of the third extremity. Chenzong didn't dodge. It seemed that he didn't have time to react and couldn't dodge. With a bang, the Wanluo sect's disciple's palm strike carried a terrifying cold energy. It viciously slammed into Chenzong's chest, producing a muffled sound like the beating of a drum. Wisps of blackness surged out, turning into ripples that spread out and then dissipated. Under everyone's shocked and worried gazes, Chenzong's figure stood firm. You can't even dodge my attack. I don't know where you get your confidence from. The Wanluo sect's disciple sneered. Is this the power you're so proud of? What's the difference between you and an ant? Chenzong said unhurriedly, a trace of coldness flashing across his face. The Wanluo sect's disciple stared at Chen Zong's chest in horror. His attack didn't leave the slightest mark. Impossible. With a cry of surprise, the Wanluo sect's disciple attacked again, erupting with all his strength. With a bang, an extremely tyrannical power swept out, accompanied by a howling wind. It was as if it had rushed out from the depths of hell. With a wave of his sleeve, a series of black palm prints overlapped and blasted towards Chen Zong's chest. If one attack wasn't enough, then he would attack multiple times. Bang bang bang, a series of muffled drum beats rang out, but Chen Zong's figure still didn't move. He didn't dodge, allowing his opponent's attacks to land on his body until the 9th consecutive attack ended. Impossible. The Wanluo sect's disciple was horrified. His 9 full-powered attacks were enough to kill someone at the peak of the 7-star level. Even a beginner 8-star wouldn't be able to withstand it. Not to mention that Chen Zong didn't move, dodge, or even use his power to defend himself. Even a master would die. However, this person stood still and took a total of 10 attacks from his shady hand. Not only did he not die, but he also didn't seem to be injured at all. Was he forcing himself? You've attacked me 10 times, and I'll only return the favor once. Chen Zong's voice rang out. There was a hint of coldness and sharpness in it. It immediately caused the disciple of the Wanluo sect to involuntarily tremble. He felt a chill that came from the depths of his soul. There was no time to dodge, nor any other reaction. Chen Zong used his finger like a sword and slashed forward before pointing it out. This attack seemed very slow, so slow that everyone could see its trajectory clearly. However, they felt like they couldn't dodge it no matter how hard they tried. It was as if their minds and eyes were out of sync. The Wanluo sect's disciple who bore the brunt of the attack was even more horrified. This was because he realized that he couldn't summon up any resistance against this attack. It was as if he could accept it with ease. Stop. The Wanluo sect's LV4 Supreme Mortal Realm Elder had a higher cultivation after all. He was very experienced. He could tell that something was wrong with just a glance. He immediately shouted in a low voice and attacked at the same time. With a flick of his finger, a chilling black finger energy shot through the air. This finger energy shot towards Chen Zong, forcing Chen Zong to stop and save himself. Unexpectedly, Chen Zong's body swayed slightly. The chilling finger energy shot through the air and shot to a place where there was no one behind him. It left a faint trace in the air. Meanwhile, Chen Zong's finger energy still maintained a uniform speed and finally landed on the Wanluo sect's disciple's chest. The fake spiritual energy protecting his body couldn't protect him at all. Even if the fake spiritual weapon inner armor on his body was activated, it couldn't protect him at all. Break, 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 the sharp finger energy pierced through the surface and directly into the disciple's heart. It then spun like a blooming flower and instantly killed the disciple, turning his heart into minced meat. With a muffled groan, the Wanluo sect's disciple's face suddenly turned pale. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, mixed with the minced meat of his heart. His lifeless eyes stared at Chen Zong and quickly dimmed. He fell backwards, dead as a doornail. He's dead? He's really dead? Good kill. The Wanluo sword sect's disciples were all stunned. After confirming that their opponent was dead, they were finally overjoyed. You actually dared to kill him. You're dead meat. The Wanluo sect's elder was stunned at first. He couldn't believe it, but then he roared angrily. His voice was earth-shattering, and an extremely chilling killing intent shot out like a storm. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped, as if the underworld had descended. This chilling coldness caused the Wanluo sword sect's disciples to shiver uncontrollably. They couldn't withstand the chilling aura and killing intent. Sect leader Lin Zhonghan and the 2 elders hurriedly released their own auras to resist. Only then did they manage to relieve the pressure on the disciples. Die. The incomparably chilling voice was like a chilling wind from the underworld. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze. The elder of the 10,000 sifting sect made his move again. With a light tap of his finger, the finger grew larger and larger as it flew towards Chen Zong. The lines on the fingertip were clearly visible and seemed to be squirming. Every single one of the fingerprints exuded an eerie coldness that could freeze everything. Terrifying, this was an attack from a 4th-layer mortal stage expert. The distance was too close, and sect leader Lin Zhonghan and the rest couldn't help in time. They could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, a blazing red light flashed past, like a meteor streaking across the sky. It was dazzling and beautiful, and instantly left a mark in everyone's hearts that they would never forget. Besides Elder Xianxia, no one could clearly see where the blazing red light had come from. It was sword light, the sword light of the red jade sword. It was the sword light of the red jade sword at Chenzong's waist. This sword was ordinary and unremarkable, but it gave off a feeling of returning to one's natural state. Wherever the blazing red sword light passed, it directly struck the finger. The incomparably tyrannical power directly dispelled the chill on the finger. With a cracking sound, the fingerprints broke like steel wires. Following that, the finger shattered into pieces. The blazing red sword light slashed forward with its remaining power, causing the Wan Luo sect's elder to feel an astonishing heat rush towards him, as if it was going to melt him. He couldn't help but be horrified. Without any hesitation, the Wan Luo sect's elder immediately turned around, transforming into a streak of black light as he dashed down the mountain. Chenzong's sword made him feel threatened. He also knew from Chenzong's cultivation that he was at the initial third layer of the mortal stage. He was very cautious, and immediately left once he felt that something was wrong. Initial third layer of the mortal stage. Sect leader Lin Zhonghan and the two elders also felt it. They were all dumbstruck, standing there like wooden statues. This cultivation was too shocking. But in reality, this was also the result of Chenzong hiding his true strength. The mind mystery art that Chenzong cultivated was a legendary peerless rank spiritual art. On the other hand, the Wan Luo sect's elder spiritual art was only a lower rank spiritual art. Not only was there a huge difference in potential between the two spiritual arts, but there was also a clear difference in the purity and power of the spiritual energies cultivated. Moreover, when a lower rank spiritual art cultivator reached the initial fourth layer of the mortal stage, they would only be able to open 25 or 26 apertures. Although the cultivation that Chenzong displayed was at the initial third layer of the mortal stage, he had also opened 25 or 26 apertures. In terms of quantity, he was not inferior at all, and in terms of purity, he was superior. "Do you think you can escape?" Chenzong said, as if he was asking himself, and also asking his opponent. Immediately, the red jade sword slashed through the air. Hundreds of meters away, strands of hair like red sword threads spread out from the red jade sword. They spread out in the air at an astonishing speed, and turned into a sword light that pierced through the air 100 meters away. This sword light had a kind of freedom, a kind of lightness, and a kind of nimbleness. Its trajectory seemed to be following one's will, and it was very smooth. This sword was a sword technique that Chenzong had comprehended on his way back. Mind sword principle? Basic style. Even though it was only the basic style of the mind sword principle, it still contained a shocking amount of power. It did not have a fixed trajectory, a fixed style, or a fixed power. Everything changed according to Chenzong's will. Where the will of the heart, the sword would follow, although it moved later, it reached first. It drew a beautiful trajectory in the air and caught up in an instant. Break. The protective spiritual energy of the Wan Luo sect elder was directly torn apart. The terrifying power of the sword style broke through the elder's back. The scorching power was like the boiling lava of a volcano, able to melt steel into molten iron in an instant. With a puff, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood left his mouth, it turned into a cloud of blood mist due to the terrifying heat that invaded his body. He fell and rolled forward. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he rolled down the mountain. Killed in one strike. At the top of the mountain, in a thatched hut. His hair was like weeds and his face was pale and thin. His aura was weak and he was on the verge of death. His body twitched from time to time as he suffered great pain. But when he saw Chenzong come in, Yuan Lingzi struggled to get up. A deacon quickly helped him sit up. "Elder Yuan." Chenzong's eyes suddenly felt sore and guilty. If it weren't for him, Elder Yuan wouldn't be like this. "You came back," Yuan Lingzi said shakily. Chenzong felt his eyes ache even more. He took a deep breath and suppressed this feeling. Chenzong quickly walked forward and appeared in front of Yuan Lingzi. He supported Yuan Lingzi's trembling body due to weakness and pain. He was suffering from the erosion and torture of the Yin power at every moment. If it weren't for the pill the ninth prince sent, he would have died long ago. Elder Yuan, this is the Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pill. It can expel the Yin power in your body and replenish your Yuan qi. Take it quickly. Zong took out a Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pill and handed it to Yuan Lingzi. Yuan Lingzi only trusted Zong. He opened his mouth and ate it. After the pill entered his stomach, it immediately melted and a majestic pure yang power quickly spread through his body. It made Yuan Lingzi, who had been in the cold, feel a trace of warmth. This warmth was like the rising sun and quickly spread through his body. In just a dozen breaths of time, Yuan Lingzi's pale face gradually became rosy. After another quarter of an hour, Yuan Lingzi's body stopped trembling and his face became rosy again. His weed-like long hair also regained vitality. His originally weak aura gradually became stronger and stronger, and he quickly recovered. No matter how one looked at it, Yuan Lingzi didn't look like a dying person. Seeing Yuan Lingzi's change with his own eyes, Zong finally relaxed but still asked, Elder Yuan, how do you feel? I've never felt better. Yuan Lingzi let out a hearty laugh, full of energy. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and the two elders waiting outside the cottage were pleasantly surprised and quickly rushed in. As for Elder Xianxia, he did not follow them. He had left Zong to deal with the matter himself, and did not intervene. Only when a strong enemy that Zong could not deal with appeared would it be time for him to step in. Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, you've recovered? The sect master and two elders rushed in and were pleasantly surprised to see Yuan Lingzi with a ruddy complexion and a stable aura. Ha 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 ha, the baleful Yin power in my body has been completely expelled. The Yuan qi I lost has basically been replenished. As long as I cultivate for a while, my cultivation will be completely restored. Yuan Lingzi laughed. Over the past few years, he had been suffering from the corrosion of the baleful Yin energy. It was incomparably painful. If not for the medicinal pills that the ninth prince had sent over, he would have died long ago. Now, with a single Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pill, the baleful Yin energy in his body was completely removed, and the Yuan qi he lost was almost completely restored. This feeling was really wonderful. Yuan Lingzi suddenly looked at Zong and said apologetically, it's been hard on you. Although his cultivation was not high, his experience was quite rich. He naturally knew the value of the Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pill. Zong must have paid a lot in order to obtain the Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pill. If it weren't for me, the Wanluo sect wouldn't have targeted our unhindered sword sect, said Zong in a serious voice. This was indeed the truth. Elder Yuan's recovery is a joyous matter, but we need to think of a way to deal with the Wanluo sect's revenge. The first elder frowned and said in a heavy tone. The Wanluo sect's revenge? Yuan Lingzi still didn't know what had happened. What revenge? Elder Yuan, I just killed 2 people from the Wanluo sect, said Zong. So what if you killed them? Yuan Lingzi said in an incomparably firm tone. If the Wanluo sect comes for revenge, it's nothing more than a battle. It's nothing more than death. In the past few years, Yuan Lingzi had been eroded and tortured by the baleful Yin power. Now that he had recovered, he became even more determined. It's nothing more than a battle, it's nothing more than death. We must fight, but we can't sacrifice ourselves for no reason. We must leave behind a seed and a legacy for our unhindered sword sect. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said in a deep voice. Immediately arrange for a group of talented disciples to disperse and leave. Conceal their identities and work hard to cultivate. One day, we will rebuild the unhindered sword sect. This was indeed a solution. It was also the final choice that many factions had to make. Quickly inform Xianxia to come out of seclusion. Let him and Shanmei each lead a group of disciples and leave as soon as possible, said the third elder. They didn't include Zong because they had already expelled Zong back then. Since he had been expelled, they couldn't let Zong step into the conflict between the unhindered sword sect and the Wanluo sect. On the other hand, they had to resist the Wanluo sect so that Zong wouldn't be disturbed. Wait, said Zong. Sect master and elder, you don't have to do this. Zhong, although I don't know what you've experienced in the past few years that allowed you to reach the early stage of the third level of the extreme human realm, the strength of the Wanluo sect isn't something you can fight against now. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said in a deep voice, your talent, your potential, and your opportunities are rare. As long as you have enough time, it's not impossible for you to surpass the Wanluo sect in the future. In other words, Zhong was still unable to fight against the Wanluo sect. Therefore, only the unhindered sword sect could resist. Even if the sect was destroyed, they had to resist. As long as the disciples who left in the future grew up and were strong enough, they could rebuild the unhindered sword sect. Early stage of the third level of the extreme human realm. Yuan Lingzi stared at Zhong in shock. He remembered that when Zhong left a few years ago, he was only in the true martial realm. He hadn't reached the pseudo-transcendent realm. In a few years, he had reached the extreme human realm, and the third level of the extreme human realm. What kind of talent was this? Senior elders, sect master, and elders, there's no need to worry. Leave the Wanluo sect to me. Zhong said seriously, in the past few years, I left the Longtu region, and even the island under our feet. I went to the Blue Waves continent and joined a large sect. Now that I've returned, there's a profound heaven expert escorting me. Zhong's words were short, but the amount of information they contained made Yuan Lingzi and the others dizzy. Island, large sect, profound heaven expert escorting him? Zhong used the simplest words to explain the general situation of this world. When they found out that the place they were at was only one of the many islands on the Blue Wave Sea, the shock in Yuan Lingzi and the others' hearts directly showed on their faces. It turned out that the world was so big. As for Zhong going to the center of the world, the Blue Waves continent, and joining one of the most tyrannical sect, and even becoming an outstanding disciple, they didn't feel dissatisfied, only happy. With your talent, only a powerful sect like the Taiyuan Heaven sect is suitable for you. Yuan Lingzi couldn't help but sigh. If Zhong had stayed in the unhindered sword sect to cultivate, it was unknown whether he could have reached the extreme human realm, let alone the early stage of the third level of the extreme human realm. Moreover, there was also a huge gap in other aspects of inheritance. The unhindered sword sect was only at the bottom of the low-rank sect. Shallow water couldn't raise a true dragon, this was the truth between heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, shallow water was like insufficient resources and bad inheritance, unable to fully display a person's true talent. If it wasn't complete, it would be difficult to reach the pinnacle. The deep sea or the ninth heaven was the place where true dragons galloped. Talent was very important to a martial artist, but it also required a corresponding inheritance, otherwise it would be unbalanced. Like a wooden bucket, if a wooden plank wasn't long enough, it would become a shortcoming, and the amount of water it could hold would become limited. Although I am a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, if senior elder, sect leader, and elders don't mind, I am still the unhindered sword sect's current sword son. Zhong said sincerely. I'm afraid it's hard for you. Yuan Lingzi sighed. Unhindered sword son, it sounded high and mighty, but compared to a top sect, it was nothing. It's my honor. Zhong smiled and said, Senior elder, sect leader, elders, leave the Wanluo sect's matters to me, you don't need to worry, and the unhindered sword sect doesn't need to be disbanded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lin Zhonghan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The unhindered sword sect had no choice but to disband. Since Zhong was escorted by a profound heavens realm expert, he must have the ability to solve this matter. Seeing that Lin Zhonghan agreed, Zhong smiled. He was afraid that Lin Zhonghan would be stubborn and refuse to agree, and then it would be troublesome. Now, it was a happy ending. To avoid trouble, I'll go to the Wanluo sect now to solve this matter. Zhong said, then took out a Heavenly Sun Vast Vitality pill and handed it to Yuan Lingzi. Senior elder, you've just recovered your vitality, take another pill to ensure that there won't be any side effects. There's more. Yuan Lingzi's eyes widened in shock. The Heavenly Sun Vast Vitality pill was a spiritual level elixir. If the unhindered sword sect wanted to get it, they would have to pay a great price, and they could only get one at most. Zhong took out 2 pills at once. After giving the second Heavenly Sun Vast Vitality pill to Senior Elder Yuan Lingzi, Zhong got up and left the cottage. On the way, Shan Mei stood proudly like a winter plum. Senior sisters Wa. Chenzong bowed with a smile. It felt good to see an old friend again. Senior sisters was Cultivation had broken through the true martial realm and reached the pseudo-transcendent realm. Judging from her aura, she should be at the peak of the 7-star realm. Compared to Chenzong's joy, Xianxia's feelings were more complicated. After not seeing each other for a few years, her cultivation and strength had improved greatly, but Xianxia's improvement was even greater. Extreme mortal realm, the gap between her and Xianxia was even bigger. Even senior brother Lin Yuya couldn't compare with Xianxia. For a moment, Xianxia, who was in a complicated mood, didn't know what to say. Senior sister, I still have to deal with some things. After I'm done, we'll talk in detail. Chenzong smiled, cupped his hands, and walked down the mountain. Then, Elder Xianxia appeared. Elder, please come with me to the Wanluo sect to solve the problem of the unhindered sword sect. Chenzong pleaded. This morning, the 6 paths went to pull out a tooth. It was so sad. The bleeding stopped in the afternoon, but it suddenly stopped at night. There was no other way. The 6 paths had to run out to see the doctor. After all this trouble, he didn't come back until now. He only managed to catch up with the new update. Everyone, please support me. Let's build a new building and let Wild Tycoon see everyone's strength. For Elder Xianxia, saving time was the most important thing. He wanted to finish everything here as soon as possible so that he could return to the Taiyuan Sky sect and let Chenzong cultivate properly to increase his cultivation and strength. The Wanluo sect and the Unhindered Sword sect were not in the same territory. It might be difficult for low-level practitioners to cross over, but it was easy for profound heaven experts. In less than 2 hours, Elder Xianxia brought Chenzong to the vicinity of the Wanluo sect, where they could see the palaces of the Wanluo sect. Palaces with black as the main theme were located in the mountains, and the sky seemed to be shrouded in a layer of darkness. Elder Xianxia's spiritual sense swept across like an invisible storm. A smile hung from the corners of his mouth. In the entire sect, the highest cultivation is only at the 4th level of the Earth Spirit stage. There were many within the enormous remote Yuan Sky sect who had the ability to annihilate a sect with a mere Earth Spirit realm cultivator in charge. Chenzong did not come to the Wanluo sect to play or reason, but to settle accounts. Therefore, he would not follow the rules and first send a visiting card and then wait for the other party to receive him. Under Elder Xianxia's lead, the two streaked across the sky like 2 shooting stars. With astonishing power, they fiercely smashed into the Wanluo sect's martial arts practice field. With a boom, an earth-shattering sound resounded in all directions. The terrifying impact caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. The shockwave was like a violent wave that rushed out, causing the palaces around the martial arts practice field to shake incessantly, as if they were about to collapse. What's going on? Is the mountain going to collapse? From the elders to the sect master to the disciples of the Wanluo sect, everyone was horrified. They all rushed out and looked in the direction of the sound. Soon after, they rushed over from all directions. The sect master and the elders were all extreme mortal stage experts. They were the first to arrive, and their gazes immediately fell on Elder Xianxia and Chenzong. Elder Xianxia's aura was restrained and obscure, making it difficult for them to sense his cultivation. On the other hand, Chenzong's power was completely restrained, making it impossible for them to sense his cultivation. Who are all of you? You actually dared to destroy the martial practice grounds of the Myriad Civ sect. What punishment do all of you deserve? The face of the Myriad Civ sect's 3rd elder sank, and it was completely gloomy. His voice was cold and fierce like a gloomy wind that raged and roared. The sect master and the other elders also wore hostile expressions. Their eyes were cold and murderous, as if they wanted to tear Chenzong and Elder Xianxia to pieces. Not long after, the other 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendents also arrived. The corners of Chenzong's mouth curled up as he faced the hostile gazes of the 10,000 sifting sect's sect leader and disciples. A mocking smile appeared on his face. My name is Chenzong. Chenzong. The people of the 10,000 sift sect were all shocked when they heard this. This name was very familiar, but they didn't dare to believe it. If it was the Chenzong they knew, he would be hiding in some corner. How would he dare to appear here? I'm the sword son of Zongheng, Chen Zong's second sentence shocked everyone of the 10,000 Sift sect. The sword son of Zongheng, Chen Zong, there was only one person. It was the Chen Zong from a few years ago. How dare he appear here? Today, I'm here to settle a grudge. Chen Zong said with a faint smile. His deep and sharp eyes swept across the crowd like a sword. That kind of brightness made everyone of the 10,000 Sift sect not dare to look directly at him. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. The 10,000 Sift sect's third elder smiled darkly, murderous intent shooting out from his eyes. Today, I'll send you on your way. Third elder, let me do it. A disciple of the 10,000 Sift sect sneered. He and Chen Zong were of the same generation. Now, he was already a pseudo-transcendent realm master with the combat strength of a mid-7 star. Go. The third elder nodded. Don't kill him. Don't worry, third elder, I'll entertain him slowly. The disciple had a sinister smile on his face. His 10 fingers gently moved in the air, as if he was plucking the strings of a zither, evoking traces of darkness. The terrifying cold aura was invisible, but it fell on Chen Zong through the air and locked onto Chen Zong. 10 fingers linked in. The low bellow was accompanied by a chilling intent. With a flick of his fingers, the dark silk-like threads instantly spread out, shuttling back and forth in the air. It was as if they were weaving a dark net, enveloping Chen Zong. Each thread was as sharp as a sword qi. It was so terrifying that it could easily cut through steel. The 10,000 Sift sect disciple had a sinister smile on his face. It was as if he could see Chen Zong being cut up and covered in blood. He couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. Chen Zong, on the other hand, allowed the dark silks to cut through his body, unharmed. This is your strength? Too weak. Chen Zong said calmly. Then, with a flick of his finger, a wisp of sword qi shot through the air. It was too fast and too sudden. There was no time to react. The 10,000 Sift sect disciple's forehead was pierced through. Even his brain was minced into pieces by the sword qi. He died instantly. The sect leader and the few elders had high cultivation levels. The sect leader and the head elder were both at the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. But because they didn't take Chen Zong's strength seriously and underestimated him, they couldn't react in time. But because of this, Chen Zong leaked a trace of his aura, allowing them to know Chen Zong's cultivation. Early 3rd layer mortal realm, the sect leader and the few elders' faces changed drastically. This was impossible. The Zongzong sword son Chen Zong that they knew was indeed talented, but it was impossible for him to reach the extreme mortal realm from the true force realm in just a few years, let alone the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. One had to know that if one didn't have a great opportunity to reach the early 3rd layer mortal realm from the early 1st layer mortal realm, it would take at least 20 years to do so. Of course, that was the limitation of their vision. Because when they reached the early 3rd layer mortal realm from the early 1st layer mortal realm, it took more than 30 years. Some even took more than 40 years. Therefore, in their minds, even if one was a genius, it would take at least 20 years. Could this person be a fake? As soon as this thought popped up in their minds, it was immediately overturned. Who would fake it? What was the purpose? There was no need for that. Back then, the Wanluo sect tried many times to suppress me, and even tried to kill me. If it wasn't for my ability and good luck, I would have been killed by you long ago. Chen Zong's face was calm as he spoke without any emotion, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But his eyes were getting colder and colder. Today, I am here to repay your great kindness back then. The words great kindness were filled with coldness and sarcasm. The people of the Wanluo sect wouldn't be stupid enough to believe that they had really done Chen Zong a great kindness. Although I don't know what kind of luck you have to be able to reach the early stage of the 3rd level of the mortal realm in just a few short years, if I were you, I would go into hiding and train hard. I would at least reach the earth spirit realm before taking my revenge. The Wanluo sect's 3rd elder laughed sinisterly as he spoke with a face full of sarcasm. Indeed, this was the normal way to do it. He would first endure and wait until he was strong enough to take revenge. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zong would indeed do this. But now, since you are so arrogant and have delivered yourself to our doorstep, there is no reason for us to let you go. After he finished speaking, the third elder directly attacked. There were many elders in the Wanluo sect who had reached the extreme mortal realm. Compared to the unhindered sword sect, there were several times more. The third elder was one of the best amongst the extreme mortal stage. His cultivation level had reached the early stage of the extreme mortal stage, which was 3 levels higher than the cultivation level that Qianzong had displayed. At the extreme mortal realm, the difference between each layer was even more obvious than below the transcendent realm. Of course, the level of one's strength was closely related to the spirit art and lingwu one cultivated. Although the Wanluo sect was a middle-ranked sect, their highest inheritance was only a middle-ranked spiritual skill. Moreover, only the sect leader and the great elder could cultivate it. The other elders only cultivated lower-ranked spiritual skills. The third elder made his move. He waved his sleeve and a black palm that exuded a shocking chill shot out from his sleeve like a venomous snake. It seemed slow, but was actually extremely fast. It left behind layers of afterimages, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It seemed slow, but was actually fast as it slapped towards Qianzong. A cold wind whistled and turned into a howling hurricane. The violent sound blasted into Qianzong's eardrums and directly into his mind. This attack was not only powerful, it also had a slight impact on one's spiritual sense. It was a two-pronged attack that was impossible to guard against and even harder to defend against. Even a powerhouse of the same level would have to be careful when facing this attack. However, the strength of Qianzong's spiritual sense was more than 3 times that of a 3rd-level mortal realm warrior, and was even stronger than a 6th-level mortal realm warrior. Thus, he was not affected by the roaring Yin wind at all. However, the power of this palm strike was not ordinary, and Qianzong could feel a shocking chill pressing down on him from all directions. The chill crazily rushed into his body, as if it wanted to freeze his entire body. His pure yang blood qi was vigorous like a flood, trying its best to resist the cold energy that was invading his body. The pure, majestic and tyrannical spirit qi cultivated by the mysterious mind art surged endlessly, like the water of the Milky Way. It was extremely pure, without a trace of impurities. However, although this kind of power was very tyrannical, it was still unable to surpass 3 layers of cultivation. The Wanluo sect's 3rd elder's spirit qi was comparable to an early 6th-layer mortal realm expert. However, this was not Qianzong's true strength. It was only a part of it. Mysterious mind art spirit qi, tyrannical spirit qi, even more powerful spirit qi after the transformation. These 3 types of energy represented essence, qi, and spirit. Once again, they merged into one with the mysterious mind art, forming a brand new void sword force that was countless times stronger than before. The void sword force was extremely tyrannical. A blazing red sword light flashed as the red jade sword was unsheathed. Under the control of the void sword force, it struck forward. This sword was infused with the scorching hot true intent of fire. It was akin to a raging inferno, wanting to burn through the earth and incinerate the mountains. Following that, the shocking sword light slashed out, slashing towards the 3rd elder's palm. Yin chill, blazing heat. This sword style was called sun incinerating. Qianzong combined the 4 styles of sun incinerating into one and used the true meaning of fire to activate the lower-class lingwu. With the help of the void sword energy, its power was even more terrifying. Immediately, Qianzong slashed out a second time. The blazing red sword radiance was shockingly sharp and released a powerful force that broke through the air. This was another lower-class lingwu that was infused with the true meaning of sword. Qianzong had already upgraded all the pseudo-lingwu he had cultivated to lower-class lingwu. This was because he only needed to infuse one true meaning or true meaning into each of them, which was relatively easy. This extremely sharp sword radiance arrived in front of the Wanluo sect's 3rd elder at an alarming speed. Everyone could clearly see the shock on the 3rd elder's face. An early-stage 3rd-level mortal realm martial artist could not only block his attack with one sword, but could also counterattack. Moreover, the counterattack was so powerful that even the 3rd elder felt threatened. Unbelievable, the 3rd elder waved his palms and shot out 2 black beams. One was aimed at the sword radiance, while the other was aimed at Qianzong. His mind was spinning rapidly. Headmaster, 1st elder, not only did this kid increase his cultivation from the genuine force realm to the early stage 3rd-level mortal realm in a few short years, he even has the power to fight against an early-stage 6th-level mortal realm martial artist. He must have had a great opportunity. The second elder's eyes shone with a light that could see through everything. Capture him alive and force him to tell us what happened. When the time comes, we will definitely be able to obtain great benefits. Hearing this, the headmaster and first elder's breathing quickened. Their gazes towards Qianzong were filled with greed. Indeed, if they could obtain Qianzong's opportunity, it would be a metamorphosis for them. Who wouldn't want to cultivate to a higher level? It was just that they had no path to take. But now, such a great hope was placed in front of them. How could they miss it? Third elder, use all your strength to suppress him, the headmaster said in a strict tone. Hearing this, the third elder's body shook. His howling sound was like the roar of a cold wind. His body was surrounded by a dark cold aura that was as thick as an arm. It was like a black poisonous snake, making people feel cold all over. In Python kill. The cold and harsh voice carried a shocking chill as it swept over. The third elder's arms shook, and like a venomous snake coming out of its hole, his arms stretched out infinitely. In an instant, he had covered more than 10 meters. His palms were like the jaws of a snake, and a strong stench assaulted Yi Qingyu's face. Qianzong's expression was grave. There was a gap of 3 levels between them, and his opponent was attacking with all his might. He was a great threat. Calm down, focus, following the call of his heart, following the trajectory of his heart, he swung his sword. Heart Sword Dao? Basic style, the blazing red sword light was as graceful as a dancing butterfly, and it tore the sky apart with its astonishing sharpness. The contradictory feeling made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The sword light was extremely nimble. It shuttled between the third elder's arms and attacked towards the third elder's heart. The shocking sharpness caused the third elder's expression to change. It was as if his heart had been pierced. He quickly twisted his arms, and it was as if 2 pythons were twisting and strangling. At the same time, the second elder, who had been watching Qianzong's every move, suddenly made his move. Without a sound, the second elder's figure changed and suddenly appeared above Qianzong. He reached out his right hand, and as his sleeves fluttered, his jet-black palm reached out. It grew to the size of a millstone, and his 5 fingers were bent. It was as if a cage had fallen from the sky, and was about to crush Qianzong. The second elder's cultivation was even higher than the third elder's. He had reached the peak of the 6th level of the extreme mortal realm. Right now, he had used all his strength to suppress Qianzong, and prevent any unforeseen events from happening. It was very sudden, very fast, and very powerful. The palm pressed down from the sky, and the terrifying aura caused Qianzong's body to stop moving. He felt as if the power in his body could not be channeled. In the face of this attack, Qianzong knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist it. Being able to resist the third elder, who was at the initial 6th level of the extreme mortal realm, was already his limit. And this was because the spirit skill that his opponent cultivated was only at the lower level. But Qianzong was not worried, because Elder Xianxia was beside him. From the start of the fight, everyone's attention had been focused on Qianzong, and they had subconsciously neglected Elder Xianxia. But at this moment, Elder Xianxia, who had been ignored by everyone, made his move. He did not make any moves, nor did he release any shockingly powerful aura. He merely flicked out a finger. A very soft sound rang out, but it was like thunder in everyone's ears. It caused the Wan Luosec's sect leader, first elder and the rest to be shocked. By the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The second elder, who was in midair, paused, as if he had been frozen. The palm that was pressing down on Qianzong also suddenly froze, and then dissipated. Because the second elder was already dead. The dead him had lost control of his power. Second elder. Who are you? Whether it was the Wan Luosec sect leader or first elder, all of them cried out in alarm. While they were terrified, they were also incomparably furious. The second elder was a peak 6th level mortal stage expert, and one of the pillars of the Wan Luo sect. His death was a direct loss to the Wan Luo sect's upper echelon battle strength. But to be able to kill the second elder with a single finger, without any resistance, meant that the other party was very strong. Perhaps, he was not someone they could fight against. Without the slightest hesitation, the sect leader immediately sent a message to the Earth Spirit Stage ancestor overseeing the sect. Black smoke billowed out from a palace, soaring into the sky. Eerie wind howled as it swept across the sky. The eerie wind was incomparably cold, and everything that it passed through seemed to be frozen. An astonishing aura mixed with the eerie cold arrived with a bang. It's Ancestor Bailuo's aura. Ancestor Bailuo is about to make his move. The Wanluo sect members were instantly overjoyed. As the billowing black smoke and the eerie wind swept over, a figure flew out from the palace. He wore his trademark long black robe, and even his face was hidden under the hood of the black robe, making it impossible to see his face clearly. The wide sleeves of the robe drifted over like black clouds, and an enormous eerie cold aura surged out, locking onto Chenzong and Elder Xianxia from afar. Chenzong's face was grave as he resisted the attack of the eerie cold aura, while being overwhelmed by the strength of an Earth Spirit Stage expert. As for Elder Xianxia, he was indifferent. He was merely an Earth Spirit Stage expert, and could be killed with a single finger. The sect leader hurriedly said, "Ancestor, Chenzong has a great opportunity on him, we must keep him alive. The other person is not important, just kill him." Ancestor Bailuo did not reply, but made his move. His sleeves suddenly trembled, undulating like waves, bringing about a series of intense crashing sounds. Dark clouds rolled, shaking the void, bringing with them an incomparably eerie cold aura as they condensed into a giant palm in the air. The palm was incomparably solid, and the lines on its surface were clearly visible. They slithered about like snakes, a sight that made one's hair stand on end. This palm made Chenzong's entire body tense up, and he felt a pressure that made it difficult for him to move. An astonishing chill descended from the sky, making it difficult for him to move. However, the target of this palm was not Chenzong, but Chenzong was standing to the side, and was affected by the aftershocks. Just the aftershocks alone were enough to give Chenzong such a terrifying pressure. The true target of this palm was Elder Xianxia. As the thousand-sifting sect master had said, leave Chenzong alive, and kill the others. And a mocking smile hung from the corners of Elder Xianxia's mouth as he softly spat out 2 words. Soon after, without any action or powerful energy undulations, Elder Xianxia simply raised his hand and extended his index finger. The instant his index finger extended, Ancestor Bailuo suddenly felt an incomparably strong feeling of fear. This feeling of fear told him that this was an expert that he could not fight against. Without the slightest hesitation, Ancestor Bailuo's figure immediately turned and swiftly fled into the distance, seemingly even faster than usual. Flee! Ancestor Bailuo's actions undoubtedly shocked and bewildered the thousand-sifting sect master and elders. However, the mocking smile on Elder Xianxia's lips grew increasingly obvious, and his finger did not pause in the slightest. The tip of his finger trembled slightly in the air as an invisible finger force shot out. In an instant, the fleeing Ancestor Bailuo's body froze in midair, trembling uncontrollably as he plummeted downwards like a bird that had been shot by an arrow. With a loud boom, one of the thousand-sifting sect's palaces collapsed. Ancestor Bailuo! The thousand-sifting sect master and several elders were horrified. However, Ancestor Bailuo was unable to answer them, because Elder Xianxia's finger had already killed him, and he could not be any more dead. In the instant of Ancestor Bailuo's death, an even more powerful aura abruptly filled the air. There were actually 2 Earth Spirit experts in the thousand-sifting sect, but Ancestor Bailuo would usually be the one to appear if anything happened. As for the other Earth Spirit expert, he was even stronger and more ancient, and had always been in secluded cultivation in pursuit of an even higher level. This Earth Spirit Realm practitioner was called Forefather Thousand Net. Ancestor Bailuo was actually Ancestor Bailuo's disciple. Who is it? An ancient voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell abruptly made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, as if their bodies had been frozen stiff. That's... Shock was revealed on the faces of the thousand-sifting sect master and the others, before wild joy soon filled their faces. Ancestor Bailuo! Ancestor Bailuo has come out of secluded cultivation. We're saved. All of them were overjoyed, but did not see the mocking smile on Elder Xianxia's lips. Dark clouds that were even larger than when Ancestor Bailuo had appeared filled the air. Astonishing chilling winds howled, enveloping the land and turning it into darkness. Ancestor Bailuo was at the first level of the Earth Spirit stage, while Ancestor Bailuo was at the third level. He was clearly much stronger. Soon after, a black figure flew out from the roiling dark clouds, as if it had merged into one with the dark sky. Its appearance immediately brought with it an astonishing fiendish aura. Die. Without waiting for the other party to act, Elder Xianxia softly shouted as he pointed with his finger once again. Another invisible finger force pierced through the air and shot out. Ancestor Bailuo had come out of seclusion, but was struck by Elder Xianxia's finger before he could display his strength. Elder Xianxia was a fourth-level heavenly profound expert, and the gap between him and the third level of the Earth Spirit stage was simply immeasurable. Even though it was just a very ordinary finger attack, it was still unable to withstand it in the slightest. Ancestor Bailuo's body trembled in the air, before he plummeted from the sky like a bird that had been shot by an arrow, causing another palace to collapse. No. The sect master and elders of the Thousand Sifting sect felt as if the sky had fallen and the earth had split apart, as all their hopes turned to dust. Elder Xianxia left with Chen Zong, leaving the entire Wanluo sect in a state of mournful silence. The two Earth Spirit experts, Patriarch Bailuo and Patriarch Qianluo, had been killed one after another. The Wanluo sect's strongest fighting force was gone all of a sudden. Compared to the other mid-grade sects, the Wanluo sect no longer had any advantages. In fact, the current Wanluo sect could no longer be considered a mid-grade sect. Such a loss was extremely direct and also extremely disastrous. Not only that, the treasures and resources that the Wanluo sect had accumulated over the years had all been plundered, leaving behind only a few that Chen Zong did not fancy. Even the ancient records that the Wanluo sect had collected had all been flipped through. Such a loss was second only to the destruction of the sect. When they saw the huge finger mark that had split a mountain into a gorge and sensed the terrifying aura emanating from it, the birds were startled, the vegetation was withered, and all signs of life were gone. The members of the myriad sifting sect had gloomy and dejected expressions on their faces. They had no intention of taking revenge on Chen Zong or taking revenge on the Unhindered Sword sect, unless they could kill the person who had left the finger mark behind. High up in the sky, Elder Xianxia and Chen Zong flew towards the Unhindered Sword sect. If he wanted to, Chen Zong could have used Elder Xianxia to destroy the Wanluo sect, but he did not do so in the end. There were a few reasons. 1. In the past, the myriad sifting sect had dealt with him and the Unhindered Sword sect. But now, 2 earthly spirit realm ancestors had died, along with several extreme mortal realm elders and some talented disciples. They had suffered heavy losses. 2nd, he did not rely on his own strength to deal with the Wanluo sect, but had borrowed Elder Xianxia's strength. Moreover, Elder Xianxia was not willing to destroy the Wanluo sect. In other words, if Chen Zong had enough strength, he could destroy the Wanluo sect, but Elder Xianxia would not help. His only purpose was to protect Chen Zong. Although Chen Zong did not know what Elder Xianxia's intentions were, since Elder Xianxia had said so, he would not force the issue. The Wanluo sect's losses were extremely disastrous, and Chen Zong's killing intent had also been completely vented. He did not need to do anything, the other sects would secretly take over the Wanluo sect. Even the Dragon Diagram royal family would find various reasons to suppress the Wanluo sect, and ultimately take complete control of the Wanluo sect. When that time came, the Wanluo sect would no longer be the Wanluo sect. The 10,000 Sifting sect had suffered enormous losses, and Chen Zong had given them a warning before leaving. Elder Xianxia had even left behind a finger mark in the 10,000 Sifting sect. The finger mark was a form of intimidation and warning. Unless the Wanluo Xian sect was completely destroyed, they would not dare to make any reckless moves again. I's pointed to the direction and in the direction, I in the direction, the sect, I in the direction. Of the S, there, I, in S, IS's. The sect was a lower sect that used to be stronger than the Unhindered Sword sect. It was a sect that had many enemies with the Unhindered Sword sect, and a sect that had tried to kill him several times. The sect was still the original sect, and had even grown a little stronger than a few years ago. However, there was not much of an improvement. In truth, if it weren't for so many grudges, Chen Zong wouldn't have bothered coming to the Truyang sect. His horizons had been broadened, his cultivation base had increased, and some of the matters of the past were no longer as important. However, the several times that he had been hunted down had left a deep impression on Chenzong, and he had to settle this grudge. Under Elder Xianxia's lead, Chenzong arrived outside the great hall of the sect. "Who is it?" "You are." One of the elders of the sect felt that Chenzong looked a little familiar. "The sword son of the unhindered sword." Chenzong said unhurriedly. "Chenzong. So it's you. You're still alive, and you dare to come to our door. You're looking for death. Take him down." One of the elders immediately attacked. However, just as he was about to attack, a red light flashed in front of his eyes, and a wave of heat rushed towards him. Then, he lost consciousness. His sword was unsheathed. Kill, kill, kill. In the blink of an eye, 3 elders of the sect were killed. The sect master was shocked and tried to escape, but he was pierced by a ray of sword light. "Bastard, you deserve to die." The sect master of the sect rushed over. He did not hold back his cultivation at the 5th level of the extreme mortal stage. A shocking palm print flew across the sky, like a scorching sun falling from the sky. The terrifyingly high temperature roasted the ground, and the blood of the 3 elders and the sect master was also evaporated. Chenzong raised his head, a sharp light shooting out from his eyes as his sword pierced through the air. Break! The sect master's palm print was pierced and torn apart. Then, Chenzong stabbed out a second time, a third time, a fourth time, sword after sword. The violent rays of sword light were incomparably nimble, sealing off the sky. Although the sect master of the sect master's cultivation was not weak, his spirit art was only at the mid-grade. In terms of quality, there was a huge gap between him and Chenzong. In an instant, a sword pierced through his body. Sword chi surged into his body, causing him to lose control of his power. The next sword arrived. Slash! Chenzong then swept away the majority of the sect's cultivation resources. "Today, I've settled my grudge with the sect master of the True Sun sect. If you still want revenge, feel free to come find me," Chenzong said. Following the departure of the Xianxia elder, he left behind the fear and hatred of the sect master of the True Sun sect. However, the sect master of the True Sun sect could no longer bring any trouble to Chenzong. In the eyes of the other factions, the sect master of the True Sun sect was no different from a defenseless city. It would not be long before the sect master of the True Sun sect disintegrated and disappeared. As for the sect master of the True Sun sect, they would either leave or join other factions to become the foundation of the other factions. This outcome had already been decided since the sect master of the True Sun sect had dealt with Chenzong time and time again. Very soon, Elder Xianxia brought Chenzong back to the unhindered sword sect. However, Elder Xianxia did not appear in front of the other members of the unhindered sword sect because he did not want to. The unhindered sword sect was too weak. Whether it was the sect master of the unhindered sword sect or the sect master of the unhindered sword sect, they were too weak and could not be compared to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Moreover, their talent was very limited, and they did not even have the qualifications to become a core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Elder Xianxia could not take them seriously at all. If not for Chenzong, Elder Xianxia would not even set foot here, let alone hope that he would stand up for the unhindered sword sect. Elder Xianxia was a profound heaven stage expert. Experts naturally had their pride and dignity. Inside the unhindered sword hall, from the Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi to the sect master and elders, each and every one of them stared dumbfoundedly at the large pile of sparkling objects on the ground. Those objects exuded pure auras and were all treasures. They were all valuable things that Chenzong had plundered from the Wanluo sect. They were the treasures that the Wanluo sect had accumulated over the years. Among these things, only the mid-grade spirit source had been taken away by Chenzong, and half of the low-grade spirit source had been taken away. As for the others, they were not of much use. Chenzong intended to give them to the unhindered sword sect for their development. It was nothing to Chenzong, but it was a huge resource for the unhindered sword sect. Yuan Lingzi, the sect master and elders were so excited that they were speechless. It was a long time before they gradually calmed down. "Fortunately, we have you." Yuan Lingzi opened his mouth, feeling as if there were thousands of words that he wanted to say, but he did not know how to say them. In the end, he could only say 4 words. I am also a member of the Unhindered Sword sect, Chen Zong said with a smile. Chen Zong is now an extreme mortal realm elite. In terms of strength, he is already above us. I think that the position of Sword Son is no longer suitable for him, the third elder said with a smile. Chen Zong's position in the Unhindered Sword sect will be the same as mine in the future, Yuan Lingzi said directly. Then he looked at Chen Zong. Chen Zong, what do you think? This meant that Chen Zong would become another Grand Elder of the Unhindered Sword sect. Of course, Chen Zong had such qualifications. Although he was only at the extreme mortal realm 3rd level, his true strength was even stronger. He could easily kill a extreme mortal realm 4th level. Grand Elder, this is too much. Chen Zong did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not thought of this, nor had he prepared for this. It was strange to think that he would become a Grand Elder at such a young age. The one who reaches the top should be first. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Why don't you call yourself Yuan Jianzi in the Unhindered Sword sect? Greetings, Grand Elder Yuan Jianzi. Lin Zhonghan and the other elders bowed. Chen Zong was even more speechless, but he did not refuse in the end. Grand Elder, so be it. Grand Elder Yuan Jianzi, so be it. It was just a layer of identity. He would not stay for too long on this trip. It could be considered as an incentive for the Unhindered Sword sect. Soon, the sect leader spread the news that Chen Zong had become the 2nd Grand Elder of the Unhindered Sword sect. In a short time, the news spread throughout the Unhindered Sword sect. Grand Elder. Senior Brother Chen has become a Grand Elder. Senior Brother Chen? You have to call him Grand Elder from now on. I fought a Grand Elder in the past. In the past few years, the Unhindered Sword sect had been weak. Therefore, there were fewer new disciples than usual. Some left or were killed. However, most of the disciples knew about Chen Zong and had seen Chen Zong before. Therefore, they were even more surprised and emotional. They were clearly in the same age group. They were still disciples, but Chen Zong was already a Grand Elder. After chatting with Swishanmei, Chen Zong gave her some resources that were beneficial to her cultivation. He also gave her some pointers on sword skills before leaving the Unhindered Sword sect. He missed his family. Now that the trouble in the Unhindered Sword sect was basically solved, it was time to return to the Eastern continent. On the way back to the Eastern continent, he needed to pass through the Sinking Feather River. With Elder Xianxia leading the way, the Sinking Feather River was nothing and could be crossed easily. Then, he continued forward until he reached the boundary of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Chen Zong stopped and went to visit his first master, Marquis Lin Shan. Because of Chen Zong, Marquis Lin Shan's status in the Cloud Dragon dynasty had also risen greatly. Unfortunately, his cultivation had not broken through and was still at the pseudo-transcendent stage. Marquis Lin Shan was pleasantly surprised to see Chen Zong again. When he learned that Chen Zong was already at the transcendent stage, he was even more shocked. Chen Zong did not stay for too long. After handing over some prepared resources and spirit arts to Marquis Lin Shan, he left, hoping that Marquis Lin Shan could break through the final shackles and become a transcendent. Standing at the foot of the 100 Beast Mountain range, Chen Zong was filled with many emotions. Suddenly, Chen Zong remembered the inheritance he had obtained here, the inheritance left behind by Martial King Huntian. Elder, have you heard of the title Martial King Huntian? Since he remembered, Chen Zong asked. Martial King Huntian. Elder Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before replying, I have heard of this title. It belongs to the ultimate martial heavenly sect, but the current title is Martial King Huntian. Ultimate martial heavenly sect. Chen Zong was also taken aback for a moment before he understood. Do you know him? Elder Xianxia asked. Not really, Chen Zong smiled, it's just that I once obtained the cultivation art he left behind. It can be considered fate. I see. Elder Xianxia nodded. This was not a big deal. Some experts would leave behind some simple inheritances when they went out on a journey, and these inheritances would be obtained and cultivated by others. Elder Xianxia flew across the 100 Beast Mountain range from a high altitude. The 100 Beast Mountain range was very long for Chen Zong back then, and was extremely dangerous. It was like an insurmountable moat, but for the current Chen Zong, even transcendent stage demonic beasts were not that big of a threat. For the people of the eastern continent, the 100-beast mountain range was an insurmountable moat, but for Elder Xianxia, it was no different from his own backyard. With Chen Zong in tow, Elder Xianxia flew across the 100-beast mountain range at an astonishing speed. It did not take long for them to cross the 100-beast mountain range and head in the direction Chen Zong pointed out. It had been less than 10 years since Chen Zong left, so the changes were not that big. However, the Chen family occupied a city alone, and with Chen Zong's reputation and the respect of others, the Chen family continued to develop. Compared to before, there was a difference between heaven and earth. After all, it had not been a long time, unlike the past 100 years or even longer, when the later generations had gradually forgotten how powerful Chen Zong was. Chen Zong's return first caused shock, then ecstasy. His father, Chen Jingtang, had broken through to the first level of the true martial realm. As for his elder sister, Chen Chuyun, she was even more outstanding. She was now at the third level of the true martial realm. On the eastern continent, she was considered a very famous master, known as the Sword Rakshasa. His younger sister, Chen Lan, had not started cultivating yet, but she seemed to remember her brother, Chen Zong. Therefore, she kept pestering Chen Zong. Not only did Chen Zong not show the slightest impatience, he actually liked this little girl, who was related to him by blood. He temporarily put aside his cultivation and played with her. Cultivation had its ups and downs. Even though Chen Zong usually made good use of his time and constantly cultivated, and even wished that he could extend his time so that he could cultivate longer, since he was back and saw his family, he should enjoy the joy of being with his family. This was because after this trip, Chen Zong did not know when he would return. It could be 10 years, or decades, or even longer. When that time came, he did not know whether his father would still be alive. On this piece of land, his biggest concern was his father, followed by his other family and friends. Perhaps only when his father and the family he valued passed away, would he no longer care about this place. The sky was high and the clouds were undulating. Lying quietly on the roof, Chen Zong was in a daze. Chen Zong, you've been home for a month now. It's time for you to leave. Elder Xianxia's figure flashed and appeared beside him as if out of thin air. Elder, I'll leave tomorrow morning. Chen Zong said indifferently. Elder Xianxia nodded. Night. There was a big banquet in the Chen family mansion, but no outsiders were invited. It was a banquet for the Chen family. Are you leaving? After the banquet, Chen Chuyun walked to Chen Zong's side and asked softly. His voice was as cold as the moonlight. Tomorrow morning. Chen Zong also responded softly, as if he was afraid that if he spoke louder, he would disturb the peace. Chen Chuyun didn't say anything else. He just stood quietly beside Chen Zong. Chen Zong left behind a batch of cultivation resources for the Chen family. These cultivation resources were no longer of any use to Chen Zong. For example, the honey taken from Dragon's Shadow Island was of great use to the Chen family. It could improve their cultivation aptitude and speed up their cultivation to a certain extent without any side effects. Chen Zong naturally left behind some secret arts, including secret arts for the transcendent realm. However, there were only 2 of them. One was a low-rank spirit art, and the other was a mid-rank spirit art. There were also corresponding martial arts. In the Eastern continent's cultivation environment, it was almost impossible to cultivate to the extreme mortal realm. However, nothing was absolute. What if it was possible? Outside the city, Chen Jingtang and the other members of the Chen family stood quietly and looked into the distance, watching the figure gradually disappear. On Chen Jingtang's face, there was both reluctance and pride. It was a pride that came from the depths of his heart. Walking on the land of the eastern continent, Chen Zong could clearly feel the gazes behind him. Reluctance, Chen Zong couldn't help but feel his heart ache. His eyes stung, he really wanted to stay here. Here, his father was here, his little sister was here, his family and friends were all here. This was the place where he was born and raised. Here, there were many memories of him. Unknowingly, Chen Zong's footsteps became slower and heavier. It was as if he was dragging a mountain and could not move. Elder Xianxia kept staring at Chen Zong. He could tell that Chen Zong's state was very unusual at this moment, as if he was struggling. Elder Xianxia suddenly thought of something and did not disturb him. This was a process that every outstanding cultivator had to go through. It was impossible for the path of cultivation to be smooth sailing. The path of cultivation was destined to be full of thorns. Every martial artist would not only face many powerful enemies, but they would also encounter many dangers. Some of these powerful enemies and dangers came from the outside world, and some came from the heart. Everyone would be confused. The key was how to overcome the confusion. If one could get rid of the confusion, they would immediately gain enlightenment. If he did not understand, he would continue to be confused and lost, wasting his time. Once you understood, your heart would be clear, and your heart would be firmer. You could cut through the thorns and move forward. Whether you understood or not, it was all up to you. Others could not interfere. This was a knot in the heart, and also a heart tribulation. A heart tribulation was invisible and silent. No one knew when it would come. It was often so sudden that it was impossible to guard against. Elder Xianxia could not help but worry. He never thought that Chenzong would encounter a heart tribulation on his return. A heart tribulation could be immediately understood and passed, but it could also take a long time. During this period, it was almost impossible to improve one's cultivation. What if Chenzong was stuck in the heart tribulation for a long time? Wouldn't his cultivation be delayed and he would be left behind by his peers? Thinking of this, Elder Xianxia was even more worried. In the history of the Taiyuan heavenly sect, there had been some outstanding disciples who had fallen into a heart tribulation and stagnated for decades. After overcoming the heart tribulation, although they had a clear mind and their cultivation speed had increased, they were still far behind their peers. It was even said that some cultivators were unable to walk out of the heart tribulation and were crippled for the rest of their lives. I can only hope that Chenzong can pass the heart tribulation as soon as possible. Elder Xianxia secretly thought. Chenzong's footsteps became slower and slower. Every step he took required several breaths of time. This scene made Elder Xianxia feel endless regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have listened to Chenzong's suggestion and let him leave on foot. Instead, he would have taken him flying. What is my heart? What is my intention? A voice seemed to ring out from the ancient void. It seemed to pierce into Chenzong's ears, but also seemed to come from the deepest part of his heart. He was asking himself this question. Should he stay? If he stayed, he would have family and could enjoy the happiness of a family without any worries. Here, with his cultivation of the intermediate third layer of the extreme human stage and his powerful strength, no one was his match. He could be said to be invincible. He did not need to take risks. He did not need to compete. He did not need to bear any pressure. He could live a carefree life every day. But, was this really what he wanted? No, this was not the life he wanted. All of a sudden, Chenzong's footsteps slowly increased. Elder Xianxia was overjoyed. But before he could walk far, Chenzong's footsteps once again slowed down. He repeatedly asked himself about his heart, and asked himself about his intentions. Should he stay? Should he leave? If he stayed, he would be carefree and invincible. He would not have to bear any pressure or face any danger. If he left, he would have to compete with others and the world. He would have to bear pressure at every moment and face the danger of death at any moment. Where should he go? There had never been a moment when he was so lost. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Gradually, Chenzong reached the foot of the 100-Beast Mountain. He did not stop and continued to walk up the mountain. Elder Xianxia followed behind him. It was as if he was dragging the weight of an invisible mountain as he struggled to walk forward. Chenzong's face was blank, his eyes unfocused and at a loss. In his mind, the beautiful scenes he had spent with his family over the past month flashed one after another. So relaxed, so comfortable, so intoxicating. Chenzong's eyes were also constantly changing. Sometimes it was warm, sometimes it was firm, sometimes it was cold, and sometimes it was blank. Every change represented a struggle in Chenzong's heart. Cultivation. Competing with others, with the world, and with himself. Demonic beasts roamed the 100 Beasts mountain range. As soon as they caught sight of Chenzong, they began to drool. Without the slightest hesitation, they pounced on him. Subconsciously, Chenzong pointed his finger. Sword light pierced through the air and pierced through the monster's forehead, killing it instantly. Even a monster at the initial stage of the extreme mortal stage couldn't withstand Chenzong's attack, let alone a monster at the true martial stage. People should constantly strive for self-improvement. When he was young, his father stood in front of him, looked into his eyes, and taught him earnestly and earnestly. "Go, I'm proud of you." When she was leaving, her father was standing in front of her. His hair was white, and the corners of his eyes were filled with crow's feet. However, his face was filled with a peaceful smile. He used his thick and calloused palm to pat her shoulder. After that, he buried his deep reluctance and watched her leave with a smile on his face. "So, why do I feel lost? What right do I have to feel lost?" The sudden question woke Chenzong from his stupor. "Back then, I was born with insufficient qi and blood, but I never gave up and kept on cultivating. I got the heart sword seal by accident, and my meridians were cleansed and I was reborn. Since then, I have been more talented than ordinary people. I kept moving forward and catching up, but I just stepped into the real martial arts. I just stepped into the threshold of the strong, but I wanted to give up and live a comfortable life. What a pity, my path has only just begun. I never stopped moving forward. My heart is sincere in the sword and Tao. My sword is indomitable. My Tao is true and pure, and my heart is mine." His eyes became brighter and brighter. His steps became firmer and firmer. Elder Xianxia's eyes lit up. He could feel that the aura from Chenzong's body was no longer lifeless and filled with confusion. Instead, it was brimming with vitality and sharpness, like the rising sun. It was exceptionally pure and contained astonishing potential. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura gushed out, like a sharp sword being unsheathed, streaking across the sky. The grass and trees within a radius of hundreds of meters were all cut, and inch-deep sword marks appeared on the rocks. A whistling sound rang out, and a gust of wind blew over, rustling. In the sky, countless white clouds gathered. It was vast and mighty, and its aura was monstrous. The wind and clouds rose, and the world was shocked. Wisps of invisible power quietly gathered and wrapped around Chenzong's body. "This is the power of heaven and earth." Elder Xianxia was slightly surprised. "The power of heaven and earth is sharp. It is the power of the sword. Could it be that Chenzong's power of the sword is about to break through?" However, for outstanding cultivators, one day, perhaps because of a small matter, they would trigger a heart tribulation. A heart tribulation was an abyss for outstanding cultivators, but also an opportunity. If one couldn't pass the heart tribulation, they would sink into oblivion. If one passed the heart tribulation, they would gain benefits. At this moment, Chenzong should have passed the heart tribulation and begun to gain benefits. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Elder Xianxian secretly thought to himself as he guarded Chenzong. It had only been 2 months since Chenzong suddenly fell into the heart tribulation and was about to pass it. Compared to the gains Chenzong would gain after passing the heart tribulation, this time was insignificant. The power of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and surrounded Chenzong. Chenzong felt as if the world was in his grasp. This feeling was very wonderful. With one thought, the power of heaven and earth condensed into an invisible giant sword and slashed through the air. The roar was earth-shattering, the wind howled, and a sword mark spread straight forward. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks were crushed into powder and the grass and trees collapsed into dust. The power of the sword really belongs to the transcendent realm. Only the transcendent realm can fully exert the power of the sword. Staring at the thick and long sword mark, Chenzong couldn't help but secretly say, "My sword power has broken through the first layer and reached the second layer." The difference between the first layer and the second layer was the power. Before, Chenzong's sword power was the first layer. After breaking through from the Taiyuan boundary to the transcendent realm, his sword power had improved and almost reached the limit of the first layer. If Chenzong cultivated in seclusion for a while and carefully comprehended it, he would be able to break through. However, Chenzong couldn't wait to return after sorting out the 3 inheritances. More than 10,000 favorites. Continue to explode. Please support me. Dragon Reflection Imperial City was bustling as usual. In the back garden of a palace, 2 figures sat in a pavilion. Your Highness, we have already placed a deputy commander in the Dragon Eye Guard. It's time to carry out the next step of the plan, said the tall and mighty figure. His voice was low and deep, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. No, it's not time yet. The other person had a faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were deep and there was a sudden flash of light, full of calculation. Once the next step of the plan is completed, Ninth Brother will no longer be able to compete with me. Therefore, no mistakes are allowed. Your Highness is wise. The position of Crown Prince belongs to you, said the other person with a flattering smile. These two people were the third prince and the Conqueror Martial sect. Ever since Qianzong was convicted, the ninth prince's side had gradually lost power. Now, the third prince had gradually gained the upper hand. Time after time, he had slowly suppressed the ninth prince. The plan had reached the most crucial step. Once the step was completed, the ninth prince would completely lose power and establish his position. The position of Crown Prince would be in the bag. Obtaining the position of Crown Prince was equivalent to obtaining the right to board a plane in the future. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran in. He stood outside the pavilion and lowered his head before kneeling on one knee. He raised both his hands and bowed respectfully. Then, he quickly said, "Reporting to Your Highness, the Grand Elder of the Wanluo sect requests an audience." The Great Elder of the Wanluo sect. The third prince's lips curled into a playful smile. The Wanluo sect was a very powerful force. However, their relationship was not that of superior and subordinate. They were just helping each other. Usually, when someone from the Wanluo sect came, it would not be the Great Elder. However, this time, the Great Elder came personally. "Invite him in," said the third prince while thinking. "Yes, Your Highness." The guard stood up and bowed. He took 3 steps back and then turned to leave. Outside the palace, a black-robed old man was waiting quietly. He was the Great Elder of the Wanluo sect. Due to Qianzong's actions, the Wanluo sect had suffered a great loss and had fallen from the rank of a middle-ranked sect. Now, at best, it could only be regarded as a low-ranked sect with decent strength. However, the 10,000 sifting sect reacted in time and immediately sealed off the news. Even so, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. As time went by, people from the Startling Sword sect and even the Xianxia palace came to check it out. After that, even the other low-ranked sects within the territory of the Wanluo sect began to act strangely. The current Wanluo sect lacked the means to intimidate the other sects, especially the Startling Sword sect and the Xianxia palace. They had to find a backer. Moreover, because Qianzong had suffered such a heavy loss, the 10,000 sifting sect would not give up just like that. After much consideration, this was the only choice he could make. How could the people of Wanluo sect not know that the third prince had wild ambitions? He had always wanted to take them under his wing. Now, it was the 10,000 sifting sect who had come to surrender. One had to admit that they were really cunning. Upon receiving the summons, the first elder hurriedly followed the guard in. The first elder is a rare guest. The third prince did not speak, but the Conqueror Martial sect spoke first. However, the Conqueror Martial sect was now an extreme mortal expert. Facing the first elder of the 10,000 sifting sect, although there was a huge difference in cultivation base, he was not afraid. "Greetings, Your Highness." The first elder of the 10,000 sifting sect bowed and nodded to the Conqueror Martial sect in response. The first elder does not visit without a reason. "Speak." The third prince was even more direct. "The 10,000 sifting sect is willing to submit to Your Highness." The moment the first elder spoke, the third prince and the Conqueror Martial sect were shocked. The first elder of the 10,000 sifting sect immediately explained everything that had happened in detail. As he listened, the third prince's expression changed. It became more and more serious, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He did not expect that not only had his old enemy returned, but he had also broken through to the extreme mortal stage. However, he had also reached the extreme mortal stage. Qianzong was very talented, so reaching the extreme mortal stage was not a big deal. The problem was that he had actually reached the early stage of the extreme mortal stage. It was unbelievable. A great enemy, this Qianzong was definitely a great enemy. He could not be allowed to continue living. For a moment, the third prince's thoughts were spinning rapidly. In this period of time, he had been focused on fighting for power with the ninth prince. He had not paid much attention to the outside world. If the first elder of the 10,000 sifting sect had not come, he would have only found out after a period of time. At that time, he might have lost track of Xianxia again. Are you sure that the person traveling with Xianxia is a profound sky realm expert? The third prince asked. To be able to fly, he should be a profound sky realm expert without a doubt. The first elder of the 10,000 sifting sect was not very certain. After all, he was only at the extreme mortal stage. There was still the earth spirit stage between him and the profound sky realm. The third prince's thoughts were spinning rapidly. This matter must be carefully planned. He could not let Xianxia escape again. Therefore, the strength of the old man beside him must be taken into consideration. The strength of the old man was very important. After thinking for a while, the third prince decided to ask the town king to investigate. The town king of the 10,000 sifting sect flew over and was immediately attracted by the finger mark that split the mountain peak. It is indeed the aura of a profound sky realm expert. The town king frowned slightly. The strength of this aura should be at the peak of the first level of the profound sky realm. The peak of the first level of the profound sky realm, or the peak of the first level of the profound sky realm. If he did not hide his strength, it would be even more troublesome. However, the town king thought for a while. He had broken through to the early second level of the profound sky realm. Plus, there was an expert at the third level of the profound sky realm in the imperial family. He should not be afraid of this unknown profound sky realm expert. After thinking for a while, the town king flew away and told the third prince's speculation. In the past few years, the third prince had used extraordinary methods to make the town king look at him in a new light. Therefore, he would respond to the third prince's request. After all, the third prince was very likely to take over the imperial family in the future. Town king, that Xianxia is very talented and has the protection of a profound sky realm expert. I am afraid that he will become a disaster. We must eliminate him. The third prince said seriously. Go ahead. The town guardian king said calmly. This matter was handed over to the third prince to handle. It was also a test for the third prince. Town king, this matter is simple, but it is also not simple. We need your help. The third prince said seriously. Delay the profound sky realm expert. If possible, kill him. If not, defeat him. I will arrange for people to eliminate Xianxia. The third prince, who had broken through to the extreme mortal realm, had now suppressed the ninth prince's side. As for the other 7 princes, they were almost completely suppressed by the third prince and were eliminated from the competition. Among the 9 princes, the third prince could be said to be the most powerful one. The increase in strength and power naturally brought about an increase in the number of experts under his command. Besides the original conqueror martial sect, there were 2 other extreme mortal realm experts working for him. One of them was even at the middle 4th level of the extreme mortal realm. He believed that with his plan and the 3 extreme mortal realm experts working together, it would be enough to kill Xianxia on the spot. Even if it did not work, he still had a backup plan. He did not believe that Xianxia would be able to escape this time. Thinking of this, the third prince could not help but smile coldly. If Xianxia was not eliminated, he would not be at ease. Immediately, the third prince made the arrangements. The ninth prince felt like he was in a terrible fix. The Dragon Eye Guard had originally been under the supervision and control of the ninth prince, but now, the third prince had placed a deputy commander in. That deputy commander had some tricks up his sleeve, and he was wantonly buying people's hearts. This gave the ninth prince a headache. He paid less attention to news from the outside world. Therefore, he was not aware of Xianxia's return. But now, most of the Dragon Eye Guard were still under the ninth prince's control. Therefore, he finally received the news. Brother Chen is back. The ninth prince was surprised. He was surprised and happy. The ninth prince had never seen Xianxia as a subordinate. Instead, he saw him as a friend. The third prince is mobilizing the troops. Yu Wuya from the Black Sword sect told him the news he had received. Although the third prince was very secretive, it was still difficult for him to escape the surveillance of the Dragon Eye Guard. Not good. Third brother is going to kill brother Chen. The ninth prince frowned and thought for a moment. He immediately got to his feet and began to pace back and forth anxiously. In the past few years, after being suppressed by the third prince, the ninth prince had gradually lost his power. Many people had defected to the third prince's side, causing the number of people he could use to decrease. It was difficult to deal with this situation. Master, do you have any ideas? The ninth prince could not help but look at Yu Wuya. Yu Wuya was now an extreme mortal realm expert. His cultivation level was higher than the ninth prince's, and he was also stronger than the ninth prince. I will go and see if I can take Qinzong away. Yu Wuya said seriously. Master, this method is too dangerous. The ninth prince was in a difficult position. On one side was his personal bodyguard and also his sword teacher. On the other side was a friend that he valued. Now that his friend was in trouble, it was natural for him to help. However, this difficulty was too shocking. If he let his teacher do it, even his teacher might die if he was not careful. Furthermore, the third prince was bent on cutting off his wings. Without a doubt, Yu Wuya was his biggest helper. Although he could not be too direct about it, if there was even the slightest chance, he would definitely not let it go. No worries. I will act according to the circumstances. Yu Wuya said. After breaking through to the extreme mortal realm, his sword skills had improved by leaps and bounds. As long as he was careful and only took Qinzong away, it should not be a problem. They did not know that Qinzong's cultivation level had already surpassed theirs. His strength was not something they could compare with. Moreover, Qinzong had a profound sky realm expert by his side. Otherwise, they would not be so worried. Heart tribulation. I see. After hearing Elder Xianxia's explanation, Qinzong finally felt some lingering fear. It was truly like a tribulation that had arrived very suddenly, without any warning. There was simply no way to deal with it. Fortunately, he had managed to wake up in time. Otherwise, who knew how long he would have had to remain silent for? 2 months was a very long time for Qinzong. The blue sky was clear and cloudless, like a huge flawless sapphire. Under the clear sky, the sinking feather river was calm, and not a single feather was floating. A jet-black wooden boat was steadily sailing on the river, and several people were standing on the deck, seemingly arguing about something. Suddenly, these people stopped arguing and stared dumbfoundedly in front of them, their faces full of shock. On the motionless surface of the river, there were 2 figures gliding on the surface of the river at an astonishing speed. One of them seemed to be moving very slowly, so slow that one could clearly see the alternating movement of his legs. But in fact, he was moving very fast, like a high-speed wheel rolling, leaving everyone in the dust. The other figure was even more incredible. Without any posture, his feet stepped on the river, and he kept gliding forward with his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind, as if there was an invisible force behind him. The 2 figures were astonishingly fast. They soon passed the wooden boat and disappeared under everyone's gaze. One of them was Qinzong, and the other was Elder Xianxia. After passing the heart tribulation, Qinzong had gained obvious benefits. His cultivation had improved, and his spiritual sense had also improved. He could now cover 10,000 meters, and his spiritual power was purer and more powerful. His sword momentum had also broken through to the 2nd layer, and his strength had improved significantly. Qinzong also had a deeper understanding of the heart sword Tao. The sinking feather river was known as a place where not a single feather floated, let alone a human body. A person's weight was many times that of a feather, and there was no way to compare. But Qinzong and Elder Xianxia could now walk on the river, which was an application of the momentum of heaven and earth. Bearing the momentum of heaven and earth, and borrowing the momentum of the water to move. No matter how magical the sinking feather river was, it couldn't escape the boundary of water. Walking on the river was also a way to train himself in using the power of the sword. Qinzong felt that the subtle movements of his feet and the various changes were very wonderful and joyful. This time, Elder Xianxian didn't urge him because he could see that Qinzong was cultivating. A truly outstanding cultivator could cultivate whether he was walking, sitting, or lying down. It was not long before Chen Zong and elder Xianxia crossed the sinking Feather River and headed towards the unhindered sword sect at an astonishing speed. However, when he arrived at the foot of Zonghing Mountain, Chen Zong stopped in his tracks. He frowned slightly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Elder Xianxia's lips curved in a mocking smile, but he did not say anything. He left everything to Chen Zong. He believed that Chen Zong had already sensed something. It was an ambush, that's right. As soon as he got close to Zonghing Mountain, Chen Zong felt a murderous intent permeating between heaven and earth. That murderous intent was hidden, and an ordinary extreme human stage warrior would not be able to feel it. However, Chen Zong had mastered the second level of the sword momentum. His realm was profound, and his soul sense was pure, so naturally he would not miss it. As his thoughts raced, Chen Zong's expression returned to normal. There was not the slightest difference, and his footsteps did not slow down. If elder Xianxia had not been paying attention to Chen Zong's changes, he would not have noticed either. He could not help but secretly sigh. When he arrived at the foot of Zonghing Mountain and saw the broken corner of the mountain gate, the murderous intent in the air seemed to have thickened. Chen Zong did not seem to have noticed anything and began to quickly climb up the stairs. It was not long before he arrived at the square where the Zonghing sword cauldron was located. "Release the arrows." An extremely cold shout that was filled with killing intent rang out. Immediately, numerous arrows tore through the sky. They carried extremely terrifying might as they shot over from all directions with shocking speed. Every arrow was specially made. The arrowheads were incomparably sharp and could better break through protective powers. They also had a spiral shape, and the moment they rubbed against the air, they would spin along with the momentum, tearing the air apart like a drill, causing their speed to increase and their penetrative power to increase. With the power of these arrows, even a pseudo-transcendent would be directly pierced through. It had to be said that in order to kill Chen Zong, the assailant had put in a lot of effort. 100 specially made and extremely powerful arrows pierced through the air from all directions and locked onto Chen Zong, causing Chen Zong to feel as if he was being pierced through. Chen Zong's expression became solemn. If he had not broken through to the extreme mortal stage and was only at the third stage, it would have been very difficult for him to defend against such an attack. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he would have died here. If it was an ordinary first-layer extreme mortal stage cultivator, it would not have been so easy to defend against such an attack. If he was not careful, he would have been injured, or even killed. It had to be said that it was extremely dangerous. But now, whether it was dodging or dealing with the attacks, he was able to remain calm. "Be careful." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out. At the same time, a figure flew over from another direction. His speed was extremely fast, and he brought with him a dazzling sword light. The sword light was like water and wind, but also extremely mysterious. It was like a dragon or a snake coming out of the abyss, or a tiger returning to the forest. When the sword light appeared, it quickly surrounded Chen Zong's body. At the same time, 100 specially made arrows pierced through the air. Ding ding ding, an incomparably sharp sound tore through the air. It was the sound of arrows and long swords colliding. Ripples of energy surged out, shattering the hard stone slabs of the square into pieces. Immediately, Chen Zong felt his left arm being grasped by a hand, dragging him down the mountain. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only an instant. Chen Zong also clearly saw who it was. Black Sword Sect Xianxia. With a thought, Chen Zong immediately understood that Xianxia was here to save him, and the assailant was most likely arranged by the third prince. Involuntarily, killing intent flashed in Chen Zong's heart, and he also felt touched. The killing intent was directed at the third prince, while the touching feeling was directed at the ninth prince. Chen Zong also felt Xianxia's current cultivation and strength. Mid-first layer of the extreme mortal realm. His sword skills were superb, and he was at the late stage of the extreme mortal realm. However, to deal with such an attack, he had to go all out, and he also had to protect himself, which made the pressure even greater. This was also because Xianxia didn't know Chen Zong's strength. He still thought that Chen Zong was only at the early first layer of the extreme mortal realm. Chen Zong's arm shook slightly, and an ingenious force immediately spread Xianxia's hand open, making it impossible for him to hold it. "Senior Yu, leave it to me." Chen Zong's indifferent voice sounded at the same time. Yu Wuya was surprised by Qinzong's opening of his hand when he heard Qinzong's voice. Immediately, a sword light flashed. The sword light was crimson in color, sparkling and translucent, as if it was made of crystal jade. A mysterious aura permeated the air. It was different from the mysteriousness of his swordsmanship. This kind of mysteriousness had a kind of power that went straight to one's mind. It was as if the sword was drawn from one's heart, and the sword was controlled by one's will. The difference between their levels was too great, and Yu Wuya could only see a trace of its mysteries, but he couldn't understand it. A dazzling sword light flashed past, and the hundreds of arrows with astonishing power were all blocked and then shot down. The sharp arrowheads pierced through the hard ground, and the arrow shafts trembled and produced a series of buzzing sounds. The terrifying arrows came in waves, one after another, and each wave had 100 arrows, making a total of 10 waves. Facing such a dense and tyrannical attack, a normal first layer of the extreme mortal realm would have died on the spot, but Qinzong blocked all of them, and all of them were destroyed, without even a trace of injury. From this, one could see that the first wave of the third prince's plan had failed. However, there was no hope of success, and only hope of luck. Elder Xianxia stood motionless with his hands behind his back, a trace of mockery on his face. On the other hand, Yu Wuya was stunned. The strength Qinzong had displayed was completely beyond his expectations. That aura, was even more profound than his own. It was at least second layer, or even third layer of the extreme mortal realm. Unbelievable. Soon after, Yu Wuya could not help but let out a bitter smile. He had been too rash, and did not investigate thoroughly. But there was no other way, the situation was not good, and there was not enough time. However, Qinzong having such strength was ultimately a good thing. However, Qinzong, leave quickly, this is the third prince's trap. Yu Wuya hurriedly reminded. Senior Yu, there is no need for that. Qinzong smiled, full of confidence. Trap, let's wait and see. I did not expect your strength to increase so much in just a few years. You really surprised me. A somewhat familiar voice rang out, but with a hint of mockery. Soon after, Qinzong saw 3 figures rapidly approaching from 3 different directions, each emitting a powerful aura that locked onto Qinzong. It's you guys. Yu Wuya's expression abruptly changed. Qinzong also recognized one of the 3. One of them was the Conqueror sect that had tried to kill him years ago. The current Conqueror sect was also an extreme mortal realm expert. From the aura he emitted, Qinzong knew that he was at the mid-mortal realm, the same as Yu Wuya. The other one was at the peak second layer of the extreme mortal realm. The third one was at the mid-fourth layer of the extreme mortal realm. It could be said that each of them was stronger than the last. It was no wonder that Yu Wuya's expression changed. If it was just the Conqueror sect, he would have no pressure, but the other 2 were not people he could fight against. The difference between them was too great. Where's the third prince? Qinzong said calmly, without the slightest bit of pressure. He didn't come himself, but sent the 3 of you here to die? You're still so stubborn even in the face of death. The Conqueror sect laughed coldly, his face filled with killing intent. There's another profound heaven realm expert here, but he's only at the early second layer. Don't worry, just attack. Elder Xianxia's voice rang out in Qinzong's ears, making him feel even more at ease. An early second layer of the profound heaven realm expert was no match for Elder Xianxia, who was at the 4th layer of the profound heaven realm. Yu Wuya, today I'll take care of you too. The Conqueror sect's gaze swept past Qinzong and landed on Yu Wuya's face, his face filled with a sinister smile. You can try. Yu Wuya said coldly. The air was filled with killing intent, and the murderous aura grew thicker and thicker, like a tidal wave crashing down. Senior Yu, leave the 3 of them to me. Qinzong said with a slight smile. Even if they were extreme mortal realm experts, as long as they didn't practice a supreme or even supreme grade legacy level cultivation arts, there was no need to take them too seriously. Be careful. Yu Wuya knew that he wasn't a match for the 3 of them, and he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack. But since Qinzong said so, he must have a way to deal with them. Yu Wuya warned, the 3 of them are the strongest subordinates of the third prince, and their strength is extraordinary. His killing intent was cold and dense. The wind stopped and the clouds in the sky seemed to have stopped as well. The birds were silent and only traces of killing intent lingered in the air. "I'll be the first to kill you." Chen Zong's indifferent voice was like a gentle breeze as he stared at the tyrant martial ancestor. However, it caused the tyrant martial ancestor to be startled. A chill surged from the depths of his body and instantly engulfed his entire body like a torrent. His body involuntarily trembled as cold sweat uncontrollably seeped out from his forehead. "Then let's see if you have the ability." The tyrant martial ancestor's body trembled. His powerful spiritual energy surged and expelled the discomfort. He then laughed coldly. The other two extreme mortal stage warriors had cold smiles on their faces, especially the mid-mortal stage warrior, who had a hint of mockery. Obviously, he didn't think that Chen Zong would be able to kill someone under his watch. "I'm going to make my move," Chen Zong reminded. A breath after he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and pressed his fingers together like a sword before lightly swiping it in a casual manner like a child scribbling with a brush. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded out as sword chi whistled out. This sword finger was incomparably mysterious and indescribable. The tyrant martial ancestor had already gathered all his spiritual energy and prepared himself. However, he discovered that Chen Zong's finger was incomparably mysterious. He couldn't even see it clearly. He only felt a little dazed before an incomparably sharp sword chi pierced through the air. The other two extreme mortal stage experts were also shocked. The mid-mortal stage expert discovered that even if he widened his eyes and used all his spiritual sense, he still couldn't see the trajectory of Chen Zong's finger. He couldn't even grasp its speed. On the other hand, the extreme human stage cultivator was able to capture the speed of Chen Zong's sword chi with his spiritual sense fully activated. However, the trajectory of the sword chi was completely unpredictable. It was as if the extreme human stage cultivator thought that the sword chi would go to the left, but it went to the right instead. With just a moment of hesitation, Chen Zong's sword chi had already traversed a few hundred meters and arrived in front of the tyrant martial ancestor. There was no way to dodge. With a soft chi sound, the sword chi pierced through the air. The conqueror martial ancestor's face was filled with confusion. A hole had appeared between his eyebrows. Blood mixed with white brain matter flowed out of the hole. Not only did the sword chi pierce through the conqueror ancestor's forehead, it even tore his brain apart, killing him completely. This? Yu Wuya was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the body of the conqueror martial ancestor that was slowly collapsing. His heart was in turmoil. The other two extreme mortal stage warriors were also shocked. The conqueror martial ancestor had been killed right under their noses. "Now, it's your turn." Chen Zong's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on the cultivator of the second level of the extreme mortal realm. A light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, he slashed out with his sword fingers. To Chen Zong, there was no difference between the first tier of the mortal realm and the second tier of the mortal realm. The mysterious and unpredictable sword chi flashed by, like a butterfly fluttering under the blue sky and white clouds, like a bee flying through a field of flowers. This second-tier human extreme realm martial artist had no power to resist at all. His forehead was pierced by the sword light, and his brain was crushed. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and confusion, as well as a trace of fear that had just appeared. Impossible. The mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior was shocked beyond words. Yu Wuya's eyes were also wide open, his face filled with shock. This was unbelievable. An early tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior killing a mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior in an instant wasn't much. But to kill a peak tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior in an instant, that was impossible. Although there was a clear difference between the peak tier of the extreme mortal realm and the early tier of the extreme mortal realm, it was still difficult to achieve a peak tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior in an instant, let alone when the conqueror martial ancestor didn't even use his sword. A sword warrior's skills were all in the sword. Whether or not he used his sword represented whether or not he was using his true strength. The difference was very obvious. The last one is you. Chen Zong's gaze landed on the mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior. Even though there was an obvious difference in their levels of training, the mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior felt a sense of horror from the depths of his heart when he was stared at by Chen Zong. His muscles tensed up, and a chill ran down his spine. Cold sweat unconsciously seeped out from his forehead and flowed down. This feeling was as if he was facing a warrior who was much stronger than him. But, his level of training was clearly higher than his opponent's. He didn't have time to think, because Chenzong made his move. This time, he didn't slash out with his sword fingers. Instead, he unsheathed the sword at his waist and sliced through the air. In front of him. His opponent was after all a mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior. His strength couldn't be compared to a first or second level of the extreme mortal realm warrior. Chenzong wasn't confident that he could kill his opponent in one strike without using his sword. After all, his strength was all in the sword. If he didn't use his sword, it would be hard for him to use even half of his strength. Heart Sword Dao? Basic style, a sword of darkness, like a swan flying to the underworld. The mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior's powerful spiritual energy surged like a river. The powerful protective spiritual energy was strengthened to the extreme. Both of his hands struck out continuously, not to kill his opponent, but to protect himself. Both of his palms seemed to have turned into shields, forming layers of defense in front of him. Even if a warrior of the same level attacked with all his strength, it would still be difficult to break through. Even if a warrior of a higher level attacked with all his strength, it would still be difficult to break through this defense and hurt him. But for some reason, there was a sense of fear in his heart that couldn't be erased. This sword's trajectory was mysterious and unpredictable. He didn't know how to dodge it at all. The sword light flashed by, bringing with it traces of heat, like a swimming dragon. The layers of defense were difficult to break through. Chenzong didn't try to break through them. The Heart Sword Dao's basic style followed the gaps between the layers of defense, like a needle threading a thread. Then, it pierced through the opponent's forehead. Killed in one strike, the three extreme mortal realm warriors under the third prince's command were all killed by Chenzong. Yu Wuya was dumbfounded. If Chenzong's killing of the Conqueror sect and the second-level mortal realm warrior shocked him, then Chenzong's killing of the mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior made him speechless. Yu Wuya wasn't the only one who was shocked. Others were as well, including the town king who had been secretly observing Chenzong. His cultivation is indeed at the early tier of the extreme mortal realm, but his strength is so strong. Unbelievable. The town king's face was full of shock. He had lived for hundreds of years, but he had never heard of anyone who could kill a mid-tier of the extreme mortal realm warrior in one strike. Indeed, the gap between the extreme mortal realm warriors could be large or small. This was related to one's talent and foundation, as well as the martial arts one practiced. There was an obvious difference between opening 9 and 8 apertures, but it was still difficult to kill someone who was one level higher than him, let alone one level higher than him. Great opportunity, there must be great opportunity on this kid. The town king's eyes shone brightly. If he was only slightly concerned before, then now, he was extremely concerned. If he could obtain such an opportunity, it might be of great help to him. Although his cultivation had reached the early stage of the second level of the heavenly profound realm, he had been stuck at the limit of the first level of the heavenly profound realm for almost 100 years. With his own ability, it was difficult for him to make any further progress. The early stage of the second level of the heavenly profound realm was his limit. But if he could obtain a great opportunity, it might be different. Taking a step back, even if Chenzong's great opportunity was useless to him, it would still be useful to the Dragon Diagram royal family. It could ensure the Dragon Diagram royal family's prosperity. The town king was in no hurry to make his move. In his opinion, the outcome had already been decided. As for the 3 extreme mortal realm warriors who died, although there were some losses, it was nothing. However, when the town king told the third prince that the 3 extreme mortal realm warriors under his command had all been killed by Chenzong, the third prince was shocked and his face was so dark that it seemed as if water could drip from it. Those 3 extreme mortal realm warriors were all the experts under his command. Now that they had all died, it was a great loss. The third prince wished he could skin Chenzong alive and pull out his tendons. Soon after, his murderous gaze swept across the faces of the surrounding people. "He's here," the town king said as he paid attention to Elder Xianxia who was accompanying Chenzong. The aura emitted by Elder Xianxia was not very strong, only at the first tier of the profound sky realm. This made the town king even more certain. The incomparably shocked Yu Wuya subconsciously followed Qinzong's footsteps and walked towards the horizontal sword hall. The murderous aura condensed and enveloped the entire horizontal sword hall. When Qinzong stepped in, the oppressive aura pressed down from all directions, as if endless darkness was rolling and crushing down. Yu Wuya's body trembled, feeling as if he had fallen into an abyss. He kept struggling, but became increasingly powerless. Qinzong's eyes flashed, like a sword being unsheathed, cutting through the darkness. Grand Elder. Sect Master, Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi, Sect Master, various elders, and even the core disciples were all present in the horizontal sword hall. However, they were all sitting on chairs, unable to move. Their bodies were enveloped by an enormous aura, suppressing them. They were unable to move at all, and couldn't even open their mouths to speak. When Qinzong entered, their eyes widened, as if they wanted to express something. His gaze first landed on the town king's face. Qinzong had an impression of this person, a profound sky realm expert. According to Elder Xianxia, he should be at the second tier of the profound sky realm. Soon after, his gaze landed on the third prince's face, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Qinzong, we meet again. The gloominess on the third prince's face and the murderous intent in his eyes were suddenly restrained. Instead, he smiled with a hint of ridicule. This prince would never have thought that in just a few years, you would grow to such a level. You truly deserve the title of heaven's favored child. Now that my ninth brother has lost his power, the position of crown prince is destined to be mine. Only I can hold the position of crown prince. The third prince spoke again, and a smile appeared on his face. I will give you one more chance. Now, submit to me and become my sword. In the future, when you fight in all directions and achieve great merits, I will allow you to be second only to me and above everyone else. And not only will the horizontal sword sect not be destroyed, but it will also receive the support of the imperial family. In the future, it won't be difficult for it to become a middle-class sect, or even a high-class sect. His only 3 paramount mortal stage subordinates had been killed by Qinzong one after another. The third prince's heart was filled with an indescribable rage and an unparalleled desire to kill Qinzong. He wished he could skin Qinzong alive, tear out his tendons, crush his bones, and scatter his ashes. However, he was not an ordinary person, and everything he did was for his own benefit. At the end of the day, even the Conqueror Sect Master, who had followed him since a long time ago, was only there to help him grow stronger. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The third prince was furious because he had lost 3 powerful subordinates, and it was difficult to find another useful person for the time being. This was detrimental to his own growth, and nothing more. However, he quickly suppressed his anger because he realized that Qinzong alone was enough to defeat the 3 of them. If he could subdue Qinzong, he would be even more useful. At the same time, he would be able to thoroughly suppress his ninth brother. It had to be said that the third prince's idea was very good. He had also made a promise to Qinzong that would move many people's hearts, but to Qinzong, it was not the slightest bit attractive. Staring at the third prince, Qinzong's face did not have the slightest hint of a smile, and his eyes were as cold as water. Back then, I had no choice but to leave the Longtu region and go through several life and death situations. It was all because of you. Qinzong spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner, his voice like autumn water emitting traces of coldness. I was thinking that if there was a day when I had enough strength, I would return to the Longtu region and kill you and the Conqueror Sect Master. The third prince's expression abruptly changed, becoming even darker and filled with killing intent. Now that the Conqueror Sect Master is gone, it's time for your master to be on his way. Don't let him wait too long. Qinzong added, his killing intent dense. Young man, don't be so murderous. The town king spoke up. A powerful aura rushed over, wanting to make Qinzong kneel on the spot. To his surprise, the aura disappeared without a trace before it could reach Qinzong, leaving the town king somewhat bewildered. Soon after, he glanced at Elder Xianxia beside Qinzong and frowned slightly before relaxing. It doesn't matter, the difference in cultivation is the difference in strength. A mere first-layer heavenly profound stage is no match for me. He has talent, but he can't see the situation clearly. The third prince smiled sinisterly, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even more intense. Now, everyone from the unhindered sword sect is here. Unless you don't care about their lives, I order you to put down your sword. The sword was like a second life for a swordsman. At least 70% of one's strength was in the sword. Putting down the sword was equivalent to giving up one's strength. Senior Elder Yuan Lingzi, the sect master, and the others kept looking left and right. They were telling Chenzong not to do that. Seeing this, Chenzong smiled faintly, indicating that there was no need to be anxious. He took off the red jade sword from his waist and inserted it into the hard ground of the unhindered sword hall. Chenzong's eyes flickered with cold light as he stared at the third prince. It was as if he could pierce through the third prince, causing the third prince's heart to palpitate. Gently bring the sword over. The third prince frowned and said with displeasure. The sword was not far from his feet. If Chenzong wanted to attack, he could easily pull it out. That distance was no different from no distance at all. Therefore, the sword had to be far away. How far away? It would be safer if it was in his hands. That was why the third prince asked Chenzong to bring the sword over, and to do it gently. It couldn't be fast, nor could it be powerful. Chenzong. Yu Wuya wanted to stop him, because he knew very well that this was the third prince's scheme. Without his sword, Chenzong's strength would be greatly reduced. Hold the sword well. Chenzong's voice was light. When it sounded, it was like a gentle breeze, and when it fell, it was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind. When the last word sword fell, Chenzong's body had already stretched infinitely, like a shadow. A bright red sword light flashed through the air. The man and the sword became one, tearing the sky apart. Everything around them seemed to become blurry, which was caused by Chenzong's speed. Unable to see clearly, one could only see a blurry figure approaching at an alarming speed. One could also feel the terrifying heat of the sword light piercing through the air. The killing intent spread throughout the third prince's body, causing his limbs to go numb and his body to stiffen. He couldn't circulate his qi and blood, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Horrifying, extremely horrifying, his consciousness seemed to have fallen into an icy abyss. Speaking of cultivation, the third prince was also an extreme mortal realm warrior. However, he was only at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. In addition, as a prince, he didn't need to do anything personally. Therefore, although he had a cultivation base, he couldn't fully display his strength. Not to mention that Chenzong's cultivation base was much higher than the third prince's, even if they were at the same cultivation base, even if the third prince's cultivation base was higher than Chenzong's, he still wouldn't be a match for Chenzong. Chenzong's strength grew from countless battles. There was no luck involved. Even if it was a miracle, it was the result of his own hard work. With such a difference in cultivation base, how could the third prince resist? The town king's expression changed slightly. He knew that no matter what, the third prince was no match for Chenzong. He wanted to attack, but the moment he moved his qi, he felt an extremely terrifying force pressing down on him. That kind of force was like a tall mountain, like a boundless sea. It was simply indescribable. In front of this aura, he seemed so small and weak. Not the first layer of the heavenly profound realm. The town king couldn't help but roar in his heart. This kind of aura was definitely not something that a first layer of the heavenly profound realm could possess. Even the second layer of the heavenly profound realm didn't have it. Even the third layer heavenly profound realm ancestor in the royal family couldn't compare. This kind of cultivation, at least the fourth layer of the heavenly profound realm, the difference between the fourth layer and the second layer of the heavenly profound realm was like a chasm. What's more, the town king only cultivated a mid-grade spirit art, while Elder Xianxia cultivated a top high-grade spirit art. There was a difference again. Cultivation base, inheritance, and other aspects, there was a clear gap between them. For a time, the town king was extremely shocked. He had a bad feeling and knew that all his plans today would fail. Under the pressure of the fourth layer of the heavenly profound realm's aura, the town king felt that he couldn't move, let alone help the third prince. Elder Xianxia had grasped the seventh layer of the force of heaven and earth, while the town king's force of heaven and earth had only comprehended the fifth layer. This was another huge gap. The town king was suppressed by Elder Xianxia's aura, while the third prince couldn't react in time. He could only watch as Chenzong attacked with his sword. With a flash of sword light, it cut through the sky and slashed down. This sword must kill. When the red jade sword arrived in front of the third prince, the jade pendant worn by the third prince suddenly exploded. A faint yellow light spread out, firmly protecting the third prince. Outside the faint yellow light, 9 illusory dragons circled around, endlessly roaming. Chen Zong's sword slashed at the yellow light, but was blocked by a flexible force. He couldn't break it, and felt a strong rebound. Seeing this, the third prince breathed a sigh of relief. You dare to attack, kill him for me. The third prince roared with incomparable anger. His anger soared to the sky, and his head almost exploded. His eyes were red, burning with killing intent. However, no one attacked. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't. The town king was suppressed by Elder Xianxia's aura, and the 2 7th-layer mortal stage experts hiding nearby were also suppressed by Elder Xianxia's aura. Let alone attack, they couldn't even move. Chen Zong wasn't surprised in the slightest, and attacked again. Sword after sword slashed at the 9-dragon yellow light, surrounding the third prince's body. Every strike was powerful enough to instantly kill an ordinary 4th-tier human realm warrior. However, every strike that landed on the third prince's protective yellow light only created layers of ripples. Where is he? The third prince was both shocked and furious. As he roared, he tried to dodge, but he couldn't. His speed couldn't compare to Chen Zong's, and a single strike was enough to make him a turtle in a jar. The protective yellow light could only protect him, but was unable to give him the strength to fight against Chen Zong. Moreover, this protection wasn't permanent. Once the protective power was depleted, the third prince would be defenseless, and would be at the mercy of others. He didn't know why the sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect hadn't appeared. He had already sentenced them to death in his heart, and would execute them after this matter was settled. Town king, please help. The third prince had no choice but to ask the town king for help. He thought that the town king wasn't helping because he was testing him. What he didn't know was that the town king had long wanted to help, but was unable to. Chen Zong slashed out sword after sword. He wasn't in a hurry. Now that the situation was settled, he treated the third prince as a practice partner. The Heart Sword Dao Foundation form. Every strike was the same, but the trajectory of every strike was different, and the mysteries contained in every strike seemed to be different as well. Chen Zong wasn't in a hurry either, and carefully experienced the differences in every strike. Yu Wuya was stunned. He felt that every strike of Chen Zong seemed to take him a lifetime to comprehend. Under such observation, Yu Wuya's sword skills began to improve. Slash, 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 Chen Zong had entered a mysterious state. The power of heaven and earth moved with every strike, reaching the 2nd level of sword force. Every strike seemed to be accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder. The 2nd level of sword force. The town king's heart grew increasingly shocked, and also increasingly bitter. The trip to the eastern continent once again flashed through his mind. The heart tribulation and questioning his heart made Chen Zong even more determined. Another strike was unleashed. This time, Chen Zong's consciousness seemed to fall into a mysterious state. Why did he practice the sword? Why did he use the sword? Ask his heart. In the past and present, he practiced the sword because he liked it. Because when he practiced the sword, he had to use the sword. There was no need to think too much, no need to be confused. Everything was in the heart, everything was in the sword. A mysterious aura spread from Chen Zong's body, startling Elder Xianxia a little. Soon after, Chen Zong swung his sword again. The trajectory of this strike was very simple. It was just a straight line, without the slightest change. It was like a child randomly swinging a branch, but it contained indescribable mysteries. This strike was aimed at the deepest part of one's heart. But this strike contained an unparalleled sharpness that was unstoppable. The moment this strike was unleashed, Chen Zong felt the dark clouds in the sky instantly dissipate, and only the heavenly path was before his eyes. A strike to the heart. Ask the heavens, ask the earth, ask the people, ask you, ask me, ask the boundless heavens and earth, ask the ethereal mortal world, ask all living things, ask the nothingness of this world, what was his heart, what was his intention. The third prince's expression kept changing as he struggled in his heart. He kept asking himself, why did I fight for power? Why did I suppress my brothers time and time again? Is power really that important? The faint sword light pierced through the sky and silently tore apart the third prince's protective yellow light. Kill, the sword pierced through his heart. The moment the sword pierced through his heart, the third prince suddenly understood why he fought for power. It was because he could get what he wanted. His heart was firm and his spirit was sublimated. Unfortunately, his heart was already shattered. The terrifying sword chi spread like lightning and covered the third prince's body, destroying all signs of life. The town king's eyes widened. He could see that the third prince had been killed. For a moment, he felt as if the sky had darkened. His killing intent burned like a 10,000-year-old volcano that was about to erupt. However, it was suppressed by a terrifying aura. It was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. The red jade sword returned to its scabbard. Chenzong looked at the third prince's lifeless face with confusion and relief. He stood there silently. Back then, the third prince had targeted him time and time again. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to survive. Now, the conqueror martial sect was dead, and the third prince was also dead. Silently, Chenzong felt his heart become clearer. All the illusions disappeared with the sword strike just now. A sword to the heart, a sword to the heart. Since then, the first basic move of the heart sword way was created. It incorporated the sword intent and wind intent. The wind was indefinite, like the human heart. Town King, this was a grudge between me and the third prince. Now that the grudge has been settled, what is the dragon diagram imperial family's intention? Chenzong glanced at the Town King's face and asked word by word. No grudge. The Town King felt that the aura suppressing him had weakened a lot and said in a low voice. He was not stupid. Chenzong was a peerless genius. All he lacked was time. If they were invincible, they would have to get rid of them by the roots. They would do their best to kill them, even if they had to pay a price. But now, Chenzong was accompanied by an expert who was at least at the third level of the Sky Profound Realm. They had no chance to kill Chenzong. Moreover, they had to bear the wrath of a terrifying expert, which was enough to bring disaster to the Dragon Diagram royal family. On second thought, Chenzong might have joined a powerful force that had been hidden from the world, and there might be countless masters in that force. The third prince might be good, but the guardian king wasn't that stupid to bear the wrath of a terrifying expert for the third prince. No gratitude or resentment, this was the best way to deal with it. In the future, the reigning sword sect can develop in peace. If you have any requests, you can raise them now. As long as they don't affect the stability of the Longtu Empire, I will agree to them. The town guardian king added. Earth Spirit Mountain shall be returned to the unhindered sword sect. Chenzong changed his mind and said, in addition, the Zhonghu sword sect has been suppressed by the third prince for many years and has suffered heavy losses. How would you like to compensate us? Don't worry, when I return to the imperial city, I will immediately arrange it. You will be satisfied. The town guardian king said. The conversation seemed to be very pleasant, but the town guardian king was very sullen and helpless in his heart. For the Dragon Diagram royal family to prosper, some compromises that didn't harm the foundation were necessary. Chenzong didn't have to worry about the town guardian king's attitude. Town guardian king, please. Chenzong said without any trace of politeness. Elder Xianxia released his pressure on the town guardian king. Goodbye. As his voice faded, the town guardian king's figure had already rushed out of the Zhonghu sword hall like a bird that had just escaped from its cage. You too, it seems that your memory isn't very good. Chenzong appeared in front of the sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect and said with a faint smile, but a trace of chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes. Under Elder Xianxia's pressure, the sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect couldn't move at all. They couldn't even open their mouths to speak. They could only look at Chenzong with pleading eyes, hoping that Chenzong would let them go. Elder, do you have any methods to control them? Chenzong looked towards Elder Xianxia and asked, I want them to atone for their sins and become protectors of the Zhonghu sword sect, protecting the sect's development. In the beginning, Chenzong did indeed want to kill the two of them, but on second thought, instead of killing them, he might as well make use of them and let them work for the sword sect. After all, the two of them were experts at the 7th layer of the extreme mortal stage and cultivated mid-grade spirit arts. They weren't weak. Of course, if he didn't have any effective methods to guarantee it, Chenzong would rather kill them. In my early years, I obtained a secret technique called the lesser spirit manipulation art. It can plant a spirit seed in another person's knowledge sea, and their life and death can be decided with a single thought. Elder Xianxia did not avoid the topic and directly said, "This secret technique is most suitable for you because your spiritual sense is stronger than theirs. If they want to remove this secret technique, their spiritual sense must be twice as strong as yours." Chenzong could not help but nod. Compared to ordinary extreme mortal stage experts, his spiritual sense was indeed very strong, comparable to those at the 9th layer of the extreme mortal stage. In fact, it was even slightly purer. The sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect were both at the 7th layer of the extreme mortal stage, and their spiritual senses were completely inferior to Chenzong's. Elder Xianxia quickly passed the lesser spirit manipulation art to Chenzong. Chenzong's comprehension was astonishing, and it didn't take long for him to comprehend it. With his powerful spiritual sense, it took him less than half a day to master the lesser spirit manipulation art. "Open up your knowledge sea and don't resist. Otherwise, I will kill you." Chenzong's gaze was indifferent as he stared at the sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect, unhurriedly stating the facts that could happen. The sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect were extremely unwilling to be enslaved like this. From now on, they would become the protectors of the unhindered sword sect, protecting the development of the unhindered sword sect. This made them, who were used to giving orders from above, extremely unhappy. However, the two of them cherished their lives very much. Between the two, they ultimately chose their own lives. They opened up their knowledge sea and did not dare to resist in the slightest, because the terrifying profound heaven stage expert was staring at them from the side. With his powerful spiritual sense, Chenzong successfully planted a spirit seed with the two's obedient cooperation. The spirit seed was entrenched in the two's minds. With a thought, the spirit seed began to wildly beat like a heart. As it contracted and expanded, it caused the sect master and first elder of the Wanluo sect to have a splitting headache, as if their heads were about to explode. Wave after wave of explosive pain struck them, making them wish they were dead. The two of them rolled on the ground, holding their heads with both hands, constantly struggling and wailing. Seeing this, the faces of the people around them turned pale and cold sweat dripped down their backs. After a full 30 breaths of time, Chenzong finally stopped. His eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. "Looks like the effect is not bad. Protect the unhindered sword sect well. If you have second thoughts, you will suffer 10 times more." The two of them had not completely recovered from the pain. They felt their brains twitching, as if countless voices were buzzing in their heads, making them unable to concentrate. They finally understood what it meant to wish they were dead. At that moment, they really wanted to smash their own heads open. Seeing the fear and obedience in the two's eyes, Chenzong could not help but secretly smile. This lesser spirit control art was indeed good. Of course, it was only good for him. If it was used on other warriors, it might not be so good. After all, it could only enslave people whose spiritual senses were weaker than his own. Not every warrior's spiritual senses were stronger than others. After all, they were the minority. Of course, Chenzong did not like to walk the path of controlling others. That was not his Tao. However, for the development of the unhindered sword sect, sometimes he had to do it. It was also according to his own wishes. There was only one way to remove the effects of the lesser spirit control art. That was for the Wanluo sect leader and grand elder to have spiritual senses twice as strong as Chenzong's. That was impossible. The two of them had reached the 7th tier of the extreme mortal stage, which was basically the limit. However, Chenzong could still continue to improve, and his spiritual senses would continue to strengthen. As for killing Chenzong, if Chenzong died, the spiritual seeds in their heads would also explode. At that time, they would also die. Earth Spirit Mountain returned to the unhindered sword sect. The Guardian King had also sent over a batch of rich cultivation resources. "Chenzong, this matter is over. It's time to leave," Grand Elder Xianxia urged once again. Wait a moment, Grand Elder. I will leave after seeing a friend. Chenzong smiled. The friend he was referring to was the ninth prince. Yu Wuyao left the unhindered sword sect as fast as he could, returning to the Dragon Reflection Imperial City to see the ninth prince and report the matter in detail. The ninth prince was shocked beyond words. Soon after, he personally rushed to the unhindered sword sect to see Chenzong. Back then, I already felt that Brother Chen was an extraordinary person. Sure enough, you have already soared through the 9 heavens. The ninth prince raised his cup as he smiled. It's just that my luck was good and I obtained some opportunities. Chenzong smiled modestly. But ninth prince, now that you no longer have the third prince as your opponent, the position of crown prince should be in the bag. As a prince, the biggest competition was the position of crown prince. The third prince and the ninth prince were the strongest competitors. However, the ninth prince was later suppressed by the third prince, and the situation was almost settled. Now that the third prince was dead, the ninth prince took advantage of the situation to rise up. Third brother was wrong from the beginning. The ninth prince's expression was somewhat gloomy as he shook his head and sighed softly. The two chatted for a long night, before the ninth prince left with Yu Wuya and returned to the imperial city. The sky gradually brightened as a golden-red sun rose from the eastern horizon, bringing with it life and hope as it sprinkled over the unhindered mountain, bathing and awakening all living things. Grand Elder, Sect Master and Elders, I have to leave. Chenzong said. Your path is vast and boundless. Go. Although Yuan Lingzi was reluctant, he knew that he could not keep Chenzong here. He was like a true dragon of the 9 heavens, soaring in the sky and only occasionally landing to rest. Farewell, Grand Elder Yuan Jianzi. Under the lead of Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and the elders, the unhindered sword sect disciples bowed and sent Chenzong off with their gazes. Elder Xianxia swept up Chenzong and soared into the sky under everyone's gazes. In an instant, they turned into a stream of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving behind countless exclamations and a legend that the disciples took delight in talking about. In the vast sky, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. A beam of light flew over from afar at an astonishing speed, creating a white stream of air as it traversed the sky. The blue wave sea was still as boundless as before. Its color was profound, as if it contained endless mysteries. Large ships sailed in the sea, breaking through the waves. Huge whales emerged from the surface of the sea, and large schools of fish shuttled back and forth under the sea. With his wish fulfilled, Chenzong left with Elder Xianxia and returned to the Blue Waves continent. After crossing the Blue Wave Sea, they once again set foot on the Blue Waves continent, heading straight for the Taiyuan continent. 5 months had already passed by the time Chenzong saw the outline of the Taiyuan heaven sect. Elder Xianxia brought Chenzong back to Cangyu Mountain. Cultivate well. Elder Xianxia quickly left. After all, they had been gone for 5 months, and he had to see if anything had happened during this time. Of course, 5 months wasn't a long time for experts, and could even be considered short. After all, a single closed-door cultivation session wouldn't last for 5 months. Returning to his cave dwelling, Chenzong couldn't help but sigh. The cultivation environment of Chaotian Island was indeed very different from that of the Blue Waves continent. Sitting down cross-legged, Chenzong began to cultivate. A tyrannical aura spread out. The defensive power of the Heart Sword House had been fully activated, and would seal off the aura undulations within. Thus, Chenzong no longer needed to hide. Late third layer of the extreme mortal realm, on Chaotian Island, Chenzong's first heart trial had brought him great benefits. In addition to a breakthrough in his grand sword force, his cultivation had also increased, and he had opened his apertures, reaching the late third layer of the extreme mortal realm. The increase in his cultivation had also brought about an increase in his strength. After thinking about cultivating for a while, Chenzong began to organize his cultivation. Cultivation, late third layer of the extreme mortal realm, opened 29 apertures. Grand sword force, second layer true intent of sword, true intent of metal, true intent of wind, true intent of thunder, true intent of fire, true intent of water. Heart sword path, first 3 layers of the heart mysterious art, peerless grade, heart sword basic form, heart questioning, no secret arts, no forbidden arts. The force of heaven and earth is divided into 9 layers. The first 3 layers correspond to the extreme mortal realm, the middle 3 layers correspond to the earth spirit realm, and the last 3 layers correspond to the profound heaven realm. Chen Zong's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, true intents have different levels as well. Profundity prying, manifestation, congealing. My current true intent is the sword true intent, which is at the peak of profundity prying. The next step is to break through to manifestation. The other 5 true intents are slightly inferior, but they are also at the peak of profundity prying. Of me. If he didn't open 12 apertures, he wouldn't be able to reach the peerless grade. Since the first 3 layers had reached the peerless grade, Chen Zong wouldn't lower himself to the peerless grade for the rest of the techniques. Let's see if I can read the techniques of the other mountains, Chen Zong said to himself. He frowned slightly. The possibility of this was not high. After all, every mountain had its own inheritance and cultivation methods. Among these cultivation methods, some were the same, but some were different. It wasn't a small matter to read the techniques of the other mountains. Chen Zong didn't have much confidence. He could only give it a try. If it didn't work, he would have to find another way. Also, there was the application of the heart sword path, which was the sword technique. Basic form, hard questioning sword. Currently, there were no movement techniques, no footwork techniques, no secret arts, and no forbidden arts. But in the inheritance of the heavenly sword path, there were movement techniques, footwork techniques, secret arts, forbidden arts, and so on. If Chen Zong wanted to, he could cultivate it directly and then modify it and merge it with other techniques. What he needed was time and energy. He had fulfilled his wish on Chaotian Island. Now, he could calm down and go into closed-door cultivation. However, Chen Zong, who had just decided to go into closed-door cultivation, suddenly received a message from Elder Xianxia. He immediately rushed to Dark Feather Hall. In Dark Feather Hall, Elder Xianxia's expression wasn't very good. He only nodded when he saw Chen Zong arrive. "Elder, why did you summon me?" Chen Zong didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. After all, the two of them had just returned to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Jinyuan Mountain sent news that Fang Xingchen has come out of closed-door cultivation and wants to fight with you again. Elder Xianxian said in a low voice, after Fang Xingchen comes out of closed-door cultivation, his cultivation will reach the initial 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage. He will cultivate the Taiyuan Saint Path and become even stronger. Chen Zong's eyes flashed as his thoughts spun rapidly. The only reason Fang Xingchen wanted to fight with him again was because he had lost face in the previous battle, and his reputation in the sect had suffered a blow. This time, he had inherited the Taiyuan Divine Way and broken through to the 3rd tier of the extreme mortal realm. His strength had increased tremendously compared to before, and it could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. Therefore, Fang Xingchen wanted to defeat him to prove his strength and prove that he was the most outstanding disciple in the sect. Challenge? Sure, no problem. The Taiyuan Saint Path is a supreme great inheritance and is even more profound than our Dark Feather sect's Dark Feather Path. At the same cultivation level, it can unlock more apertures and has purer and stronger spiritual energy. Elder Xianxian continued, Fang Xingchen's cultivation has broken through and is at the same level as you, Chen Zong. This battle is disadvantageous for you. What he meant was that Chen Zong should not accept the challenge. Elder, I accept the challenge. Chen Zong's reply surprised Elder Xianxian, but he soon felt relieved. This was Chen Zong's character. However, I have a condition. Speak. Elder Xianxian was not surprised. If I win, I want to read all the books in Jinyuan Mountain, Chen Zong said. Elder Xianxian was stunned. He thought that Chen Zong would make some harsh request, but he did not expect it to be this. Of course, this condition was considered very high. After all, a portion of the books in every mountain were hidden and precious. If Chen Zong wanted to read all of them, he would naturally include the hidden and precious ones. All right. Elder Xianxian thought for a moment. Although he did not understand Chen Zong's intentions, he still agreed. You can go back first. I will negotiate with Jinyuan Mountain. Thank you, Elder. Chen Zong bowed and left the Jinyuan Sword Hall. Fang Xingchen's challenge was not only his own intention, but also the support of the higher-ups of Jinyuan Mountain. But no matter what, Zhenzong could accept the challenge as long as he could read all the books in Jinyuan Mountain. Conversation and debate. In the end, Elder Xianxia brought good news. Regardless of the outcome, Zhenzong could read all the books in Jinyuan Mountain, except for the Taiyuan Grand Saint technique. The Taiyuan Grand Saint technique was a part of the Taiyuan Grand Saint path and was extremely important. Even many elders of Jinyuan Mountain did not have the qualifications to read it. However, Zhenzong felt that it was good to be able to read other books. From the beginning, he had never thought of reading the Taiyuan Grand Saint technique because it was impossible. The battle between you and Fangxingchen will take place in 9 days at the back of the mountain. Elder Xianxia said seriously, in these 9 days, you must cultivate well and improve as much as possible. Even if you can't win this battle, you must at least fight beautifully. Elder, I will win. Zhenzong said in an incomparably firm tone. His gaze was resolute, and there was a trace of sharpness in the depths of his eyes. I will win. This was unparalleled confidence that came from knowing his own limits. This was because what he cultivated was not the dark feather path, but the heart sword path, which was even more profound than the Taiyuan Grand Saint path. Moreover, his cultivation was not at the initial 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage, but the advanced 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage. No matter how he looked at it, he would not lose this battle unless Fangxingchen underwent a huge transformation. Although Zhenzong was full of confidence in himself, he would not underestimate Fangxingchen because of this. There was no doubt that Fangxingchen was a genius with outstanding talent and potential. He was a worthy opponent. On the 9th day, Zhenzong did not feel nervous about his battle with Fangxingchen. He continued to cultivate according to his plan. He entered the enlightenment stage first. The enlightenment stage was divided into 7 stages. The 1st to 3rd stages were suitable for pseudo-transcendence, while the 4th to 7th stages were suitable for transcendence. Each stage was more powerful than the one before. Zhenzong did not act rashly and entered the 4th stage first. The 4th stage was filled with the aura of true meaning and was at the prying stage. The prying stage, the more profound the prying stage was. The 4th stage was filled with countless aura of true meaning. It was very chaotic and there were also countless remnants of chaotic and fragmented consciousnesses. As Zhenzong entered, the remnant consciousnesses began to attack Zhenzong's consciousness and disturb Zhenzong's mind. This was more than 10 times more intense than the 3rd stage. If Zhenzong's consciousness had not transformed and his mental strength had not transformed into spiritual sense, he would not have been able to withstand it with his powerful mental strength and would have been defeated within a few breaths. However, Zhenzong's spiritual sense was now so powerful that it was even above that of an ordinary 9th layer extreme mortal stage cultivator. Facing such chaotic consciousnesses, he did not feel any pressure at first, but as time passed, it gradually intensified. Zhenzong immediately comprehended the sword intent. The sword intent had reached the limit of the prying stage and was only a thin line away from the next stage. However, this thin line was like a natural chasm. The 4th stage could not allow Zhenzong to break through the realm of the sword intent. It only allowed him to consolidate it. After that, Zhenzong began to comprehend the other 5 true meanings. The true meanings comprehended by different martial artists were slightly different. As they collided and compared with the true meanings comprehended by other martial artists, the 5 true meanings comprehended by Zhenzong slowly improved until they reached the limit of the prying stage and consolidated. Just like that, 3 days passed. Zhenzong's consciousness had reached its limit and he had to leave. There were still 6 days before the battle with Fangxingchen. Zhenzong returned to the Heart Sword House and went into seclusion for 2 days before entering the enlightenment stage again. This time, he entered the 5th stage. The path of true meaning was divided into different stages. The prying stage was the 1st stage. Above it was manifestation, above it was solidification, and above that was truth. These 4 stages corresponded to the last 4 stages of the enlightenment stage. The 5th stage of true meaning was at the manifestation stage. Once he entered the 5th stage, Zhenzong could feel an even more intense aura of true meaning. His eyes could also see traces of different colors in the air. Those were the colors of true meaning. The aura of each true meaning was more than 3 times stronger than that of the 4th stage. This meant that the manifestation stage of true meaning was at least 3 times stronger than that of the prying stage. The difference was very obvious. It's time for Xiaofeng's part. Other than the famous 7 mountains, there were many other mountains in the Taiyuan mountain range. Some mountains were high, some were low, some were continuous, and some were standing alone. Behind Jinyuan Mountain, there was a small mountain less than a kilometer high where many people were gathered. This mountain had always been called the Back Mountain. The Back Mountain was bare, and it was hard to find any trees, let alone complete rocks. All of them were scattered on the ground, and there were countless holes and ravines on the ground. It was like a ruin. The air was filled with mixed auras, hot, cold, domineering, and everything else. This mountain was often used as a place to test out moves, and also a place for some people to duel. The sky was getting brighter, but the Back Mountain was already bustling with activity. The esoteric and core disciples of the 7 mountains had all gathered here, as well as elders and deacons. Powerful auras filled the air, constantly colliding with each other, creating countless cyclones. Senior Brother Feng and Senior Brother Chen are dueling again. I wonder who will win this time. It will definitely be Senior Brother Feng. Senior Brother Feng has obtained our sect's supreme inheritance, the Taiyuan Saint Path. His foundation is extremely solid, and his starting point is much higher than others. After going into seclusion, his cultivation has reached the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. Chen Zong can't compare to his strength. I heard that not long ago, Senior Brother Feng came out of seclusion and found someone to test his moves. He defeated a 4th stage extreme mortal realm cultivator with a casual move. Senior Brother Chen Zong's talent is indeed very high, perhaps even higher than Senior Brother Feng's. Unfortunately, the inheritance he obtained is the Dark Feather Mountain's Dark Feather Path, which can't be compared to the Taiyuan Saint Path. He lost to Senior Brother Feng in terms of starting point. Many disciples and even elders were discussing the outcome of the battle between Chen Zong and Feng Xingchen. From what they said, they all thought that Feng Xingchen would win. The truth was that Feng Xingchen had inherited the Taiyuan Saint Path, so his starting point was higher than the Dark Feather Path. In the transcendent realm, an inheritance was extremely important, and the influence of the level of the inheritance was even more obvious. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of drums, startling everyone. They turned their heads and saw a figure walking over. He was wearing a long robe made of starlight, as if the stars were following him. As he walked, the wind and clouds surged, and the power of heaven and earth. Dong dong dong, it was as if a giant was stepping on the ground, and the earth was like a drum. It's Senior Brother Feng. Senior Brother Feng is here. What a shocking aura. Too strong. The expressions of the group of secret disciples were grim as well. Right now, Feng Xingchen was approaching them with the force of the world. His prowess was astonishing, making them feel as if they were being suppressed by an impact. Not every esoteric disciple had a cultivation level above Feng Xingchen's. Even though there were some esoteric disciples who had attained a breakthrough to the extreme mortal realm earlier than Feng Xingchen. Heaven's chosen one is indeed extraordinary. One of the esoteric disciples smiled bitterly. The reason he was able to break through to the transcendent realm was largely due to luck. After a few years of painstaking cultivation, he still hadn't reached the 3rd layer of the mortal realm. Originally, I thought that Junior Brother Chen Zong had a chance of winning. Now that I've seen Junior Brother Feng's power, I know that Chen Shidi will definitely lose. A 4th layer of the mortal realm disciple said solemnly. Even if his cultivation was higher than Feng Xingchen's, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Feng Xingchen. In the direction of the Grey Feather Mountain, Chen Zong was also walking over. Compared to Feng Xingchen, Chen Zong's aura was restrained, and no one could sense any fluctuations in his aura. Junior Brother Chen Zong is here. What's his cultivation level? I can't see through him. I think he's at the peak of the 2nd layer of the mortal realm. Pairs of eyes fell on Chen Zong, trying to see through Chen Zong. However, they realized that the aura on Chen Zong's body was very faint, and they couldn't see through it at all. Feng Xingchen raised his eyes and looked over. The force of heaven and earth moved along with him, crashing onto Chen Zong's body. It was like a formless and vast ocean, vast and mighty. He took a step forward, and with a boom, it was as if a heavenly hammer had struck the earth drum. The momentum was astonishing. Fang Xingchen's every move was filled with astonishing power. This was a manifestation of the Taiyuan divine path. Every move he made was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth for his own use. It was extremely domineering. Chen Zong rushed towards Fang Xingchen's powerful aura, but his body didn't move at all. In the end, it was just the first level of the force of heaven and earth. How could it shake him? However, Fang Xingchen's aura was indeed very shocking. It was forceful and domineering, faintly merging with the heaven and earth around him. He was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, but it wasn't the force of heaven and earth. This was probably the wonder of the Taiyuan divine path. Speaking of which, the heavenly sword path wasn't inferior to the Taiyuan divine path at all. In fact, it was even superior. However, the profoundness of the heavenly sword path was different. "Qin Shidi, you will definitely lose today's battle," Fang Xingchen said. His voice wasn't loud, but it was as vast and mighty as the sound of the heavens, like the rumbling of thunder. Forceful and domineering, there was no room for doubt. Chen Zong didn't reply. Instead, he laughed softly, shook his head, and took a step forward. His footsteps seemed ordinary, but there was a unique charm to them. Each step was pleasing to the eyes, and each step made one feel as if their hearts and minds were clear. Freedom, carefree, and unrestrained as he wandered between heaven and earth. Unknowingly, everyone's eyes were wide open, astonished by Chen Zong's uniqueness. The group of elders narrowed their eyes and stared at Chen Zong, their expressions grim. They realized that they couldn't see through the unique charm that Chen Zong was exuding. Fang Xingchen was bewildered. He realized that his aura couldn't lock onto Chen Zong. Taking a step forward, Fang Xingchen brought with him the force of heaven and earth. Rumbling sounds were like rolling thunder, and each step he took crushed the mountain rocks, leaving behind deep footprints as he flew up the mountain. This battle was at the peak of the mountain. There was a bumpy area at the peak of the mountain left behind by the previous battle. It had a radius of 100 meters, and was suitable for Chen Zong and Fang Xingchen to battle. Facing each other from a distance, an extremely powerful aura rushed out from Fang Xingchen's body, merging with the force of heaven and earth around him. Taiyuan's sacred path could borrow the power of heaven and earth around him for his own use. If he comprehended the force of heaven and earth, the combination of the two would be even more powerful and extremely domineering. Yuan, domineering. Too far, extremely domineering. Legend had it that when one cultivated Taiyuan's sacred path to the extreme, one could replace heaven and earth with unparalleled power. One was extremely domineering, with the power of heaven and earth moving around him, as if heaven and earth were under his control. He was high-spirited, his black hair flying against the wind. The other had a unique rhythm, as if he was standing on the clouds in the wind, light and agile, following his heart. "Qin Shidi, take a punch from me." Fang Xingchen exhaled. Inheriting Taiyuan's sacred path, his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the third level of the extreme mortal realm, and he had mastered the first level of the force of heaven and earth. Fang Xingchen had swept away his previous defeat. This punch seemed ordinary, but it contained the power of the heavens and the earth. It was like a falling meteor. It was so domineering that it repelled everything in its surroundings. It was as if it was the only sovereign. This punch was called Taiyuan's Sacred Fist, and it was the basic move. The roar shook heaven and earth, and the entire mountain behind it trembled. The terrifying power condensed into a millstone-like fist print. This fist print was so condensed that it left a mark in the air. The mark was a high-intensity compression of the air, and it was extremely terrifying. It could easily shatter steel, and an ordinary second level of the extreme mortal realm would die upon contact. Chen Zong wanted to test the profundity of Taiyuan's sacred path. Facing this punch, he did not draw his sword, nor did he use his full strength. He only controlled it to the early stage of the extreme mortal realm, and used his finger as a sword to attack. The sword light tore the sky apart, and rushed towards the punch. Sword intent basic move. Early stage of the extreme mortal realm. Qin Shidi's cultivation has also reached this level. Even if they have the same level of cultivation, the dark feather way is not comparable to Taiyuan's sacred path. As they spoke, Fang Xingchen's punch was defeated by Chen Zong's sword, and it shot towards Fang Xingchen. Fang Xingchen was slightly surprised, but soon smiled. He was still worried that he would not be able to defeat Chen Zong with a single punch. that would not be satisfying enough. But now, it seemed that he would not be able to defeat Qinzong with a single punch. With a wave of his hand, it was as if a tsunami was sweeping out. A terrifying power repelled the sky and shattered the sword radiance. He flipped his right palm, and his 5 fingers bent, as if a cage was pressing down. The wind and clouds surged, and countless spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, combining with the force of heaven and earth to form a giant palm. It fell from the sky like a heavenly cage, and its terrifying aura sealed Qinzong's surroundings. Taiyuan Sacred Path? Heavenly Prison. Qinzong stood still, but he raised his head to look at the sky. A black shadow shrouded him. It was a giant palm pressing down from the sky like a cage. The terrifying aura sealed the surroundings, and the air froze, making it difficult for him to move. He could only be imprisoned. It was indeed mysterious. It was indeed a complete inheritance of Taiyuan's Sacred Path. It was created by a senior expert, and it had been perfected time and time again. It was difficult to find any flaws. He did not have the chance to obtain the inheritance of Taiyuan's Sacred Path, but he could take a peek at its mysteries and see if he could integrate it into his sword intent way, further perfecting it. If Taiyuan's Sacred Path was a very strong and healthy adult, then the sword intent way was a growing youth. Of course, this was not referring to its power, but its degree of perfection. After all, Taiyuan's Sacred Path had existed for tens of thousands of years, and it had been perfected time and time again. On the other hand, the sword intent way was created by Qinzong, using the sword intent way of the heart as its foundation, and integrating the heavenly sword way and dark feather way. In terms of potential, the sword intent way surpassed Taiyuan's Sacred Path by a lot. That's right. Xianxia has already grasped the essence of heavenly prisoner. Elder Feng smiled and nodded, feeling very proud. The martial arts of Taiyuan's Sacred Path were not only complete, but they also ranged from weak to strong, and from low to high. Even the weakest martial arts were very powerful and unique. Heavenly Prisoner was also a move that Feng Xianxia had fully grasped. In an instant, the red jade sword was unsheathed. The red, scorching sword light shot upwards, tearing apart the seal in the surroundings and piercing through the sky. Sword intent way basic move, 3 consecutive moves, one after another, landed on Heavenly Prisoner in 3 different directions, causing Heavenly Prisoner to tremble slightly, and the speed of its descent slowed slightly. In the next moment, Qinzong retracted his arm slightly, and the red jade sword swung out once again. Boom boom boom, countless sword chi broke through the air, turning into a roaring hurricane that swept across the heavens and the earth, destroying everything. The sword chi contained various sword moves that Qinzong had created himself, and all of them were inferior Lingwu sword moves. Blazing, sharp, swift, violent, surging endlessly. Rumble, the colorful sword chi storm with different auras condensed into one, like a pillar that reached the sky. As it spun crazily, it was as if a hurricane had passed through, destroying everything. The Taiyuan Divine Path Heavenly Prison paused slightly in midair due to Qinzong's 3 swords, and was directly hit by the sword chi storm. Winning with quantity. Suppress. His black hair fluttering in the wind, Feng Xianxia was like a god descending from the heavens. His voice was like thunder as he exerted his strength and pressed his hand down. Rumble, the heavenly prison hand pressed down again, as if it was going to destroy the sword chi storm. Qinzong's expression was cold, and a light flashed in his eyes. He swung his sword again and again, creating waves of sword chi to attack, causing the sword chi storm to become more and more powerful. The two collided, and the terrifying impact was sealed within. It kept rolling and turning into countless lightning bolts that wreaked havoc, as if it was going to destroy everything. It was terrifying. Qinzong's entire body was wrapped in fine lightning bolts, as if he was being devoured. Nothing could be seen, and only the shocking rumbling sounds could be heard. Qinzong is done for. This power is too terrifying. If it were me, I would definitely die. Unexpectedly, the countless lightning bolts were shattered again, and Qinzong's body appeared, unharmed. Break! A soft shout, but it was like a powerful army with unparalleled killing intent. Qinzong swung his sword again. This sword completely destroyed the surrounding fine lightning bolts. A silver shadow rose from Qinzong's body and entered the red jade sword in his hand. The sword pierced into the sky. This sword was unparalleled. That is. A few elders' expressions changed, and they were shocked. Could that be? A few esoteric disciples who had reached the mid-mortal realm trembled, their faces full of shock. This sword pierced through the sky, and everything was torn apart. The heavenly prison hand paused, and then the sword light pierced through the back of the hand and rushed into the sky. Fang Xingchen's expression changed. The heavenly prison hand was broken. Unbelievable, the elders were bewildered. If their intuition was correct, then it was still unknown whether Fang Xingchen would be able to defeat Qinzong in today's battle. However, Qinzong was only in the early stage of the third tier of the extreme human realm. Could he have possibly grasped the power of that level? After all, Qinzong's talent was indeed extremely high, being able to grasp sword force while still in the pseudo-transcendent realm. Qin Shidi, you surprised me. Fang Xingchen smiled. His astral long robe fluttered in the wind, making rustling sounds. It was as if he was going to fly up with the wind. With that, I'll be able to defeat you at full power. Prodigious celestial phenomenon. The heavenly sound was vast and mighty, as if it was vibrating from the 9 heavens. As Fang Xingchen swung his arms, he brought about layers of air currents. They were the spiritual qi of the world. His 10 fingers pulled out countless illusions, circling around his body like threads, guiding in streams of extremely pure spiritual qi of the world. Fang Xingchen's body also seemed to have become extremely heavy, and a phantom image quietly condensed on his body. The wind and clouds surged, and the starry robe rustled. Dots of starlight appeared in the sky. Stars in daytime. To think that Fang Xingchen has cultivated this secret technique to such a level. The prodigious celestial phenomenon was a simplified version of the prodigious celestial phenomenon. Fang Xingchen had long since grasped it and cultivated it to an extremely high level. Therefore, he was able to cultivate the prodigious celestial phenomenon to the level of stars in daytime within a short period of time after the first transition. The prodigious celestial phenomenon required the support of the power of starlight. In the daytime, one would not be able to see the stars, and it would be even harder to sense the power of starlight. However, if one were to cultivate the prodigious celestial phenomenon to a sufficiently high level, one would be able to make a portion of the stars appear in the daytime, releasing the power of starlight and gathering it in one's body. Several hundred streams of starlight shot out from all directions like flying flames, channeling into the phantom image on Fang Xingchen's body, causing the phantom image to rapidly solidify. Boom boom boom, an extremely terrifying aura seethed in all directions. Sand and pebbles were sent flying, and strong gales roared, making it hard for everyone to look at. The core disciples' cultivation was insufficient, and they had no choice but to retreat continuously. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the feeling of being torn apart. However, all of them were extremely astonished. Despite being over 10,000 meters away, there was still such prowess. It was hard to imagine how much pressure Qinzong was under. It was true that Qinzong was under tremendous pressure. This pressure came from all directions, as if the world was pressing down on him. However, to Qinzong, it was still not enough. It was far from being strong enough, and he was able to withstand it. However, Qinzong was astonished by Fang Xingchen's prowess. Prodigious celestial phenomenon, it sounded very powerful, but Fang Xingchen did not know how powerful it was. Starlight gathered, and endless spiritual qi of the world gushed forth, completely encompassing Fang Xingchen's body. It was as if a huge cocoon had been formed, and Fang Xingchen was within it. Wave after wave of aura seethed out from within the huge cocoon of starlight, becoming increasingly powerful. The air was like water, creating many astonishing waves that swept out within a range of several thousand meters. The mountain rocks were first sent flying, then shattered, and then shattered. In the end, they turned into dust that filled the air and was blown out in all directions. Dust and smoke billowed. Qinzong narrowed his eyes. Through the endless dust and smoke, he saw that the huge cocoon of starlight was disappearing. 10 zhang, it was an extremely strong starlight giant that was 10 zhang tall. Compared to the prodigious celestial phenomenon from before, it was a full 5 zhang taller. This 10 zhang tall starlight giant exuded an extremely terrifying aura. It was too powerful, causing the air around it to be repelled, forming many ripples that spread out endlessly. Facing this 10 zhong tall starlight giant, Chenzong felt an even more powerful pressure coming at him. It was as if the pressure was going to crush him. Chenzong was not afraid. On the contrary, he was excited, and his battle-intent soared. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Chenzong had battled with some transcendents. However, they were all very ordinary transcendents of the extreme human realm. Even if their cultivation was higher than his, it was difficult for them to block his sword. That was because their talent was more ordinary, and the cultivation techniques they cultivated were also of a lower level. Fangxingchen, the son of heaven, had even inherited the Taiyuan sacred way, a top-grade cultivation technique. Now that he had displayed the Taiyuan sacred way's unique secret technique, the prodigious celestial phenomenon, his strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level. Prodigious celestial phenomenon. An elder of the early stage of the extreme human realm had a serious look on his face. After careful comparison, he realized that even he did not have the confidence to defeat Fangxingchen. One must know that he cultivated an upper-grade cultivation technique. Chenzong also cultivated an upper-grade cultivation technique, but his cultivation was only at the early stage of the extreme human realm. Would he be a match for Fangxingchen? No one knew, but once again, they did not think highly of Chenzong. It could not be helped. Compared to Fangxingchen, Chenzong's performance was a little lackluster. Boom, the 10-foot starlight giant punched out. Countless starlight followed, creating a terrifying hurricane. It was like an evil dragon emerging from its lair, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, smashing everything in its path. Like the beating of a heavenly drum, a fist blasted out. The terrifying fist energy rushed out, and Chenzong felt as if he could not breathe. The ground behind him shattered under the pressure of this terrifying fist, creating a long gully that spread out for hundreds of meters. This punch was not fast. Even the core disciples could see it clearly. However, the power of this punch was extremely terrifying. Everyone could see that the sky had been shattered by the punch, and countless terrifying air currents flowed around the starlight giant fist. It was like a comet shooting down from the sky, crashing into the ground. Chenzong took a deep breath. The power of this punch made him feel serious. It was very, very strong. However, Chenzong did not have the slightest intention of dodging, nor did he intend to use all of his cultivation. He was still at the early stage of the extreme human realm, but he changed his spiritual energy into void sword force. Previously, Chenzong had only used the spiritual energy cultivated by the mysterious mind art to draw his sword. The power of the void sword force was many times stronger than the mind mystery technique. With the sword in his hand, he shattered the sky. A faintly discernible silver sword shadow merged into the long sword, causing the power of this sword to be even stronger and more agile. Manifest. That's right, this is the sword intent of the manifestation realm. Shocked. Each and every elder was shocked. The way of the sword intent was divided into different levels. However, most extreme human realm warriors could only reach the first level, the prying realm. If there were no special opportunities, it would be very difficult for them to break through to the second level, the manifestation realm. However, some geniuses could. However, Chenzong was only at the early stage of the extreme human realm. Furthermore, he had not been in this realm for long. Calculating, it had not even been a year since Chenzong had broken through to the extreme human realm. In less than a year, his sword intent had already reached the second level, the manifestation realm. This was obviously a little shocking. The manifestation realm sword intent was undoubtedly many times stronger than the prying realm sword intent. In addition to the void sword force, the power of this sword was even more powerful. The starlight fist was even larger than Chenzong's body. In front of the starlight fist, the sword that Chenzong had swung out was as small as a needle. However, Fangxingchen did not dare to underestimate it. This sword actually caused his starlight fist to feel pain, as if it had been pierced through. Break! Compared to when he had used the celestial sky avatar, Fangxingchen's prodigious celestial sky avatar was not only more powerful, but also had a higher degree of control. He could fully utilize every bit of power. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to challenge Chenzong to avenge his humiliation. This fist was the fist that would avenge his humiliation. It was the fist that would reclaim his position in the Taiyuan sky sect. This fist would allow him to reach new heights. His conviction was firm. The power of this fist seemed to be even more powerful, and its power was even more shocking. However, no matter how firm he was, could he block Qianzong's sword? He could not. The starlight dissipated as the fist was pierced through by Qianzong's sword. After the long sword pierced through the starlight fist, its power was still as strong as ever. It pierced towards the starlight giant. Fang Xingchen, who was inside the starlight giant, could clearly feel the astonishing sharpness of this sword. With a furious roar, Fang Xingchen swung his arms, bringing along countless starlight. Like the roaring waves of the sea, he fiercely smashed towards Qianzong. His fists broke through the air, shattering the rocks around Qianzong once again, creating two huge pits. However, Qianzong's figure was not affected at all. He shuttled through like a fish and attacked with his sword. The power of this sword was even more powerful. The force of heaven and earth surged and roared continuously, causing the elders to be even more shocked. Prodigious sword force. Second level. The Taiyuan sect master's face was filled with shock. His lips moved unconsciously, but there was a hint of bitterness in his heart. Prodigious sword intent second level, prodigious sword force second level. Xiao Fang is here to collect his lunchbox. There are dishes and meat to eat. What did it mean to press forward courageously? What did it mean to be irresistible? What did it mean to be unstoppable? This sword strike was a vivid illustration of this. Sword intent basic style, sword force second heaven, the manifestation of the true meaning of the sword, void sword force, break. Break, break. Break. The starlight fist was pierced through. The tiny but terrifying sword continued to pierce through the thick arm of the starlight giant. The starlight giant was formed by the combination of countless starlight and spiritual energy. It was not made of flesh and blood, but it was many times stronger. Its toughness was comparable to a low-grade spiritual weapon. But under the red jade sword, it was like a piece of cardboard. It was easily pierced through and torn apart. Fang Xingchen was shocked. He continued to absorb starlight and spiritual energy to replenish his energy. His strength continued to explode as he tried to block Qianzong's attack. But he found it difficult to do so. All of the obstacles were destroyed. Shock, fear, and indignation. He had not even unleashed his full strength. Was he going to be defeated? Fang Xingchen had inherited the Taiyuan divine path, and his cultivation had increased continuously. He was in high spirits and was preparing to defeat Qianzong to avenge his humiliation and prove himself as the #1 genius of the Taiyuan sky sect. But now, Fang Xingchen did not give up resisting. Since he could not block Qianzong's attack, he might as well counterattack. The other giant hand was raised. It suddenly released an extremely shocking aura. With a flip of the hand, it could summon clouds and rain as it slammed down. Rumble, it was as if an ancient mountain was pressing down. Then, the 5 fingers of the starlight giant hand bent and pressed down. A strong force of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. It was as if the entire world had been absorbed into the 5 fingers of the giant hand. The giant hand continued to expand. It was as if it covered the sky and covered the sun. The extremely terrifying aura caused the rocks below to collapse inch by inch. Taiyuan divine path, heavenly imprisoning hand, this move was 10 times stronger than the previous one. It was because Fang Xingchen had used it himself. Now, he was using the body of the starlight giant. There was a huge difference in power. Suppress, Qianzong's expression became more and more serious. This move put him under immense pressure. It was as if this pressure was going to crush his body. This move could easily crush an ordinary extreme 6th stage mortal realm warrior. But Qianzong wasn't someone an ordinary warrior of the 6th tier of the mortal realm could compare to. Using his mind mystery art, he moved like a fish, weaving through the terrifying pressure. The mysteries of the heart sword Tao began to reveal itself bit by bit. Do as you please, follow your heart, and be unrestrained. You should not be affected by the outside world. His 5 fingers pressed down like heavenly pillars, like a heavenly cage, trying to imprison Qianzong. Qianzong's breath was erratic, shuttling through the countless gaps in the pressure. Impossible. Fang Xingchen was increasingly astonished. He was well aware of how powerful this move was, and he had fully grasped this move. However, he was unable to suppress Qinzong, and he couldn't even lock onto him. He could only feel that Qinzong's figure was incomparably nimble, and his aura was erratic, making it difficult to lock onto him. The greatest power of the heavenly imprisoning hand was to combine the power of heaven and earth to suppress the target, making it difficult for the target to move. If one couldn't lock onto the target's breath, this move would be useless, just like now. The crimson sword light shuttled through the starlight giant, breaking all the connection points. Pop. Pop, pop. Pop. The 10-foot-tall starlight giant kept trembling, and strands of starlight were emitted from its body. When the crimson sword light pierced through the starlight giant's back, the starlight giant's body kept on exploding. Its arms exploded, turning into countless starlight and spiritual energy in the air. Then, its shoulders exploded, its thighs exploded, its body exploded, and its head exploded. Fang Xingqian's figure appeared. He kept on retreating in the midst of the explosions until he reached the foot of the mountain. His feet crushed countless rocks, leaving behind long scratches. His face was pale, and he looked dispirited. His eyes were dull. Fang Xingqian was dealt a huge blow. He stared at Qinzong, who was at the peak of the mountain. He should have been the one standing there. Retracting his gaze, Fang Xingqian lowered his head slightly, turned, and left in large strides. He no longer had the power of heaven and earth that he had come with. Instead, he looked a little desolate. The contrast was great, and it made one's heart ache. Looking at Fang Xingqian's departure, Qinzong's heart was calm. He had to admit that Fang Xingqian was indeed very strong. If he had only cultivated the Grey Feather Mystic Void technique, it would have been hard to predict the outcome of this battle. He might even have been defeated by Fang Xingqian. However, there were no ifs. What he cultivated was the Heart Sword Dao. The Mind Sword Way was of a higher grade than the Taiyuan Divine Way, but that was not all. The more advanced the inheritance, the more acupoints one could open, and the purer and stronger spiritual energy one could cultivate. It also had obvious benefits in other aspects. For example, it would allow one to better comprehend the power of heaven and earth, better understand the true meaning, and so on. It could be said that one step ahead would lead to many steps ahead. The gap between them had been decided from the beginning. Moreover, Qinzong did not use his full strength in this battle. At least, he did not use his late-stage third level of the mortal realm, nor did he use the heart sword questioning heart. Who in the same generation can make me use my full strength? Qinzong looked into the distant sky. His gaze became deep and vast. Sanggu's holy son, he was not sure. Sanggu's holy son was indeed more outstanding than Fang Xingqian. Coming from a holy land, his legacy should be better than the Taiyuan sacred Tao. Therefore, he was definitely more powerful than Fang Xingqian, but whether he could make Qinzong use his full strength was still unknown. After all, Sanggu's holy son was making a breakthrough, and so was Qinzong. Then, the Tianlan Saintess? Indeed, during the battle at the Dragon Transformation Lake, Qinzong felt that the Tianlan Saintess was more difficult to deal with than Sanggu's holy son. However, that was under the environment of the Dragon Transformation Lake. If they were on flat ground, she would not be stronger than Sanggu's holy son. If Sanggu's holy son and the Tianlan Saintess were not enough, then who in the same generation could make him use his full strength? Suddenly, Qinzong could not help but shake his head and smile. I got a little carried away. Qinzong secretly smiled bitterly. Perhaps it was difficult for him to find an opponent in the same generation. But, were his opponents only in the same generation? No, his real opponents were the previous generation, and even the generation before that. His master was still unconscious and needed the antidote for the demonic poison. With his current strength, could he obtain the antidote for the demonic poison? Difficult. So, what right did he have to be proud? What right did he have to be complacent? Thinking of this, the feeling of loneliness at the top dissipated like smoke and disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by a fighting spirit. The third layer of the extreme mortal realm was only the beginning of the transcendent realm. There were even higher realms beyond that. He still had a long way to go. Moreover, the Heart Sword Dao was just the beginning. Thinking of this, Qinzong leaped down and turned into a wisp of smoke under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, drifting away with the wind. The second battle with Fang Xingchen had established Chen Zong's supreme position in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. From then on, no one doubted Chen Zong's strength. As for why Chen Zong was able to defeat Fang Xingchen, everyone paid more attention to the second layer of the Grand Sword Force and the second layer of the Sword Intent. At the same cultivation level, Chen Zong surpassed Fang Xingchen in both aspects. In addition, the power Chen Zong used was obviously a type of power that was fused with spirit energy but was stronger than spirit energy. It was reasonable for him to defeat Fang Xingchen. There were also people who suspected that Chen Zong did not cultivate the Grey Feather Profound Void Way, but there was no evidence. Moreover, even if Chen Zong did not cultivate the Grey Feather Profound Void Way, no one would pursue the matter. It was a personal opportunity. In a palace in Jinyuan Mountain, only Chen Zong was present. As a condition for accepting the challenge, he had to read the various ancient books collected by Jinyuan Mountain. Now, Chen Zong had arrived. The number of ancient books collected by Jinyuan Mountain was more than 10% more than that of Grey Feather Mountain. Chen Zong flipped through them one by one. Some of them were similar to Grey Feather Mountain, but some were different. The different parts were what Chen Zong focused on. Holding an ancient book in his hand, Chen Zong flipped through it page by page. His eyes glowed as he took in the contents of every page clearly and memorized them. His photographic memory allowed Chen Zong to better remember the contents of the ancient books so that he could slowly comprehend them when he returned. After spending a few days, Chen Zong finally finished reading all the ancient books collected by Jinyuan Mountain. 60% of them were similar to Grey Feather Mountain, and 40% were different. After returning to the Heartsword House, Chen Zong immediately went into seclusion. The opened acupoints of this spiritual technique can be integrated into the fourth level of the mysterious mind art. Different cultivation techniques open different acupoints. Even if the acupoints were the same, the order in which they were opened was different, resulting in differences in the spiritual energy cultivated. The opening of the acupoints of the mysterious mind art also had its own order. It did not only have to perfect all 12 acupoints. After spending some time, Chen Zong perfected the fourth level of the mysterious mind art to the peerless level. He then began to simulate how to open the acupoints. Again and again, he simulated and tried again and again. He learned from his failures and finally succeeded. When Chen Zong came out of seclusion, it was already half a month later. The fourth and fifth levels of the mysterious mind art had been perfected. It's enough for me to cultivate for quite some time, but I can't fall behind in the following cultivation techniques, Chen Zong said to himself. Unfortunately, the other 5 mountains did not respond to his request. At this time, Chen Zong received a message from Rainbow Fall Mountain's Mountain Lord. After a few words, Chen Zong was overjoyed. Rainbow Fall Mountain's Mountain Lord had actually agreed to let him browse through the ancient records collected by Rainbow Fall Mountain. The ancient records collected by Rainbow Fall Mountain were similar to those collected by Grey Feather Mountain. 70% of them were similar, and the remaining 30% were different. Unfortunately, it only allowed Chen Zong to perfect the 6th level of the mysterious mind art. With my current cultivation speed, it will take me a lot of time to reach the 6th level. I still have time to find and perfect it, Chen Zong said to himself. Although the degree of perfection was not ideal, with so many cultivation techniques and martial arts, it had enriched Chen Zong's foundation. With the accumulation of precipitation, Chen Zong's martial arts attainment had an obvious improvement. This improvement did not have any benefits in a short period of time, but it had indescribable benefits for his future cultivation. Next, I will begin a long seclusion, Chen Zong said to himself. Time flowed like sand between one's fingers, never to be returned. Outside the Heartsword House, there was a powerful protective force surrounding it. Strands of light flowed like silk, but no astonishing aura was emitted. However, this protective force was strong enough to defend against the attacks of an earth spirit expert. Qin Shidi has been in closed-door training for almost a year, but he still hasn't come out. A figure arrived as if riding the wind. He paused outside the Heartsword House and said softly, before heading down the mountain. He was Yu Jingxiao, about to leave the Green Feather Mountain to train. Other than improving themselves to the extreme in all aspects within the sect, disciples of the sect would often choose to go out to further hone themselves and face all kinds of situations to stimulate their own potential and improve further. The esoteric disciples of the sect were not in the sect most of the time. Another few days passed. The protective force outside the Heart Sword House disappeared, and a figure silently appeared. Like an unsheathed sword, he soared into the sky. Several hundred meters in the air, Chenzong's figure paused for a moment. After which, he gently floated down like a feather and landed on the roof of the Heart Sword House. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. His eyes were deep and there were traces of light flickering continuously like sword chi lingering around them. Taking a deep breath, a gust of wind blew past. Countless amounts of heaven and earthling chi mixed within, entering his body through his nose, making him feel refreshed. When he exhaled again, the chi was like a flying sword that pierced through the air several thousand meters away, leaving a straight line in the air. It only dissipated after a few breaths. Soon after, Chenzong took out his identity token and sent a message to Elder Xianxia. However, Elder Xianxia did not immediately reply, probably because he had something else to do. After a year of closed-door training, my cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage. I'm only a step away from the 4th layer. Chenzong mumbled to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. In a year of cultivation, his cultivation had risen from the late 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage to the peak of the 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage. This speed was considered fast for most extreme mortal stage experts, but for Chenzong, it was very, very slow. However, Chenzong was not too concerned about it. After all, this year's seclusion was not for the sake of improving his cultivation base. Rather, it was for the sake of further perfecting his heart sword Dao, laying down a more solid and perfect foundation for himself. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping firewood. Only by laying a good foundation would one be able to cultivate better. It was just like building a pavilion. With a good foundation, the pavilion could be built higher and more stable. My sword momentum has reached the peak of the 2nd level, and is only a step away from the 3rd level. The true intent of sword and the other 5 true intents have also improved. I perfected the Sword of Will's basic style and Inquisition, but I still don't have a clue about the 2nd style. The Heart Intent Sword questioning the heart was the first move. It was just a basic move. Chenzong was not included in the move. However, Chenzong felt that the basic style was extremely important. It was the final move and the foundation. If the basic style was correct, the subsequent moves would be correct. If the basic style was perfect, then the subsequent moves would be perfect. Therefore, Chenzong put a lot of effort into the basic style. 1 year's time was not long at all, especially for Transcendent Realm cultivators. Most extreme mortal realm cultivators would not have any significant improvement even after a year of closed-door cultivation. However, Chenzong had not only improved his cultivation, but also made great progress in all other aspects. If word got out, it would be amazing. Elder Xianxia has replied. Immediately, Chenzong's figure flickered. He was incomparably light, like a feather in the wind, or like a speck of dust. His figure floated in the air, but his speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong was far away from the Heart Sword House, flying towards the palace at the top of the mountain. His figure was like a cloud of smoke, a feather, a speck of dust, or a bolt of lightning. It was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Several human elders were walking down from the palace at the top of the mountain when Chenzong floated past them. These human elders were shocked and quickly looked around, but found nothing. Someone clearly passed by. Could it be an Earth Spirit Realm elder? These human elders could not help but make guesses. If they knew that it was not an Earth Spirit Realm elder, but Chenzong, who knew how shocked they would be. Chenzong was also quite satisfied. Among these human elders, 2 were at the 2nd layer of the extreme mortal realm, while the other was at the 3rd layer of the extreme mortal realm. Yet, they were unable to discover him. This movement technique was indeed not bad. This movement technique was created during Chenzong's year of closed-door cultivation. He had combined the Heavenly Sword Path, the Dark Feather Mysterious Void method, and various other cultivation methods and martial skills into his Heart Will Sword Path. Chenzong named it the Mysterious Heart Change. Mysterious within mysterious, with a single thought in the heart, it was full of changes. Good movement technique. When Qinzong entered the dark feather hall, a slightly old but vigorous voice sounded. However, your movement technique is somewhat different from the dark feather mysterious void method's mysterious void escape. Elder is wise, Qinzong replied with a smile. This is a movement technique that your disciple created by combining the mysterious void escape with other martial arts. Elder Xianxia was astonished, but not too surprised. It was very simple. Any genius would not cultivate normally after receiving an inheritance. Instead, they would adjust and walk the path that was most suitable for them according to what they had learned and the path they walked. Hence, ordinary practitioners would usually cultivate the same way after receiving an inheritance, but the apex geniuses who received the same inheritance would gradually become different after cultivating it. Elder Xianxia had expected that Qinzong would create his own movement technique based on the essence of the mysterious void escape with other martial arts. However, he did not expect it to be so fast. After all, even if a genius wanted to use an inheritance as a foundation to adjust and change it, they would still need a considerable amount of time to cultivate and gradually understand the inheritance. Qinzong had undoubtedly taken a lot of time. However, when one thought about it, Qinzong's talent was even above Fang Xingqian's. Thus, it was reasonable for him to make some extraordinary moves. Moreover, the more outstanding Qinzong was, the more beneficial it would be for Dark Feather Mountain. One must know that the Taiyuan Seven Mountains formed the Taiyuan Heaven sect, but there was competition between the seven mountains. Now that the Dark Feather Mountain master was injured and unconscious, Dark Feather Mountain was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. It would be fine in the short term, but as time passed, the disadvantage of Dark Feather Mountain without a mountain master would slowly increase. However, the good thing was that Qinzong had defeated Fang Xingqian and had a strong reputation. This also affected the Dark Feather Mountain. Therefore, for a period of time, the Dark Feather Mountain's reputation would not be affected much. However, as time passed, this might not be the case. Qinzong said, Elder, I've been in secluded cultivation for a year and have reached a bottleneck. I plan to go out and train. Your cultivation? Elder Xianxia asked in return. Soon after, he was a little surprised, advanced third heaven mortal stage. Not bad, not bad. You've been in secluded cultivation for a year and your cultivation has risen by 2 small realms. You've even created your own movement skill. Elder Xianxia could not help but smile. Given your current strength, an ordinary 6th heaven mortal stage practitioner may not be your match. You should be able to match an ordinary 7th heaven mortal stage practitioner. Qinzong nodded. In truth, he already had the strength to match an ordinary 7th heaven mortal stage practitioner before he went into secluded cultivation. Now, if he went all out, even 7th heaven mortal stage practitioners like the Thousand Sifting Sects sect master and first elder might not be his match. However, it was still unknown whether he would be a match for a 7th heaven mortal stage practitioner who cultivated a high-grade spirit art. The current you does indeed have the qualifications to go out and train. Elder Xianxia smiled. If Qinzong was unable to go out and gain experience with his strength, then most of the martial artists would just hole up in their own territory. Even profound heaven stage practitioners had the possibility of dying when they went out to train. Training itself was a kind of life and death struggle. When will you be leaving? Elder Xianxia asked. Now. Qinzong's answer was very direct. Since he had decided to go out and train, he didn't have any worries. Of course, the sooner the better. A month ago, Fang Xingqian went out to train. Since you've decided to go out, perhaps you can take a trip to the Earth Demon Abyss. Elder Xianxia suggested. Earth Demon Abyss. Qinzong repeated, then nodded, I will go. Take these 3 items with you. Elder Xianxia nodded and waved his hand. 3 egg-sized ash-white rays of light flew towards Qinzong. This is the profound feather shield. Once activated, it can withstand a full power attack from an Emperor Stage Expert, a full power attack from an Emperor Stage Expert and a full power attack from a 3rd layer Profound Heaven Stage Expert. This is the greatest life-saving trump card I can give you. Unfortunately, if the Mountain Lord was here, he would be able to give you an even better Profound Feather Shield. For a heaven's pride like Qianzong, when going out to train, it was necessary to give him some life-saving trump cards, such as attack, defense, support, and so on. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord was Qianzong's master and should be the one to prepare a life-saving trump card for Qianzong. Since the Blue Feather Mountain Lord was a 7th layer Profound Heaven stage expert, the Profound Feather shield he prepared would naturally be stronger. The best one could withstand a full power attack from a 6th layer Profound Heaven stage expert. But there was no other way. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord was still unconscious, so Elder Xianxia could only do it for him. Many thanks, Elder. Qianzong said gratefully as he kept the Profound Feather shield. The value of each of these 3 life-saving trump cards was very high. Go. Fight when you need to, retreat when you need to. Your life is more important, but you can't ruin the reputation of our Taiyuan Heaven sect and Blue Feather Mountain. Elder Xianxia instructed. Disciple will remember. Qianzong said seriously. He cupped his hands together, bowed, and took a step back. He turned around and walked out of Blue Feather Hall without looking back, heading down the mountain. Elder Xianxia's gaze was deep as he stared at Qianzong's departing figure. Elder Xianxia mumbled to himself, perhaps Qianzong's name will spread throughout the world on this trip. His voice was both emotional and gratified. It was indeed a great blessing for Blue Feather Mountain to have such a disciple. There was no need to say goodbye or pack up. Qianzong quickly followed the path down the mountain. Greetings, Senior Brother Chen. Greetings, Senior Brother Chen. Greetings, Senior Brother Chen. Along the way, the disciples they met stopped and bowed to Qianzong. Qianzong was now the most famous person in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Every Blue Feather Mountain disciple respected him very much, and each of them set Qianzong as their goal. They were very motivated to work hard in their cultivation. Qianzong naturally wouldn't be arrogant and unreasonable in the face of his junior brother's greetings. He nodded and smiled in response. This made many disciples very excited, and they respected Qianzong even more. After leaving the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Qianzong looked at the sky. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, shining down on the land. The front windshield of the car is cracked. It's really troublesome to find the insurance. The Earth Demon Abyss was located in the far west of Blue Waves continent. Qianzong's final destination was the Earth Demon Abyss, so he had to go west. Among the 24 continents of Blue Waves continent, 15 of them were controlled by 15 top-notch forces, and the remaining 9 were occupied by many other forces. They appeared particularly chaotic and were called the Scattered Continents. Qianzong went west, left the Taiyuan continent, and entered the Tianjin continent, one of the 9 scattered continents. Along the way, Qianzong had already investigated all the forces in the Tianjin continent. In the Tianjin continent, there were no powerful forces like the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, but there were many top-notch high-grade sect forces like the Fierce Sword Sect. There were no less than 3 of them. Only second to the 3 top-notch sect forces, there were as many as 10 high-grade sect forces, more than 30 mid-grade sect forces, and over 100 low-grade sect forces. It could be said that the forces in the Tianjin continent were many times more powerful than those in Chaotian Island. Among the 100 low-grade sect forces, there was a villa called the Flying Snow Villa, and the master of the villa was called the Flying Snow Sword Monarch. The huge villa was located on the top of a mountain 2,000 meters high. The cold wind was howling, and feather-like white snow was falling down, covering the ground, the walls, and the roof. The top of the mountain was covered with white snow, reflecting the sunlight. The white snow peak stood alone, like a huge sword pointing to the sky. The gate of the villa was red as if it was dyed with blood. It opened gently, and 2 youths in white gowns walked out, each holding a 2-meter-long broom, and began to sweep the snow in front of the villa. Without saying anything, only the sound of the broom sweeping could be heard. Under the broom, the snow was rolled up and blown in the same direction, just like a white python coming out of its hole, showing the solid foundation of these 2 youths. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of a brilliant sword art. Not long after, a path was swept out, leading to the stairs at the foot of the mountain. The 2 youths wiped the sweat on their foreheads. Suddenly, a melodious sword cry rang out from within the villa. It surged endlessly and spread throughout the mountain peak. It only stopped after a full 10 breaths of time. The 2 youths first looked at each other, then turned around and rushed towards the villa as fast as lightning. The villa master came out. I wonder how much the villa master's strength increased after 3 years of seclusion. As they discussed in low voices, dozens of people in white robes stood in the spacious courtyard. The older ones were in their 50s or 60s, while the younger ones were in their teens. Every one of them carried a long sword on their back and stood in an orderly manner. A pale figure walked out from inside. His footsteps were light. With one step, he crossed the long hall and appeared in front of everyone. This person had long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. His sideburns were white, and there were crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. His eyes were clear and deep, but he seemed to have experienced a lot. His face was rosy, and his expression was indifferent. Villa Master. Sound. Flying Snow Sword Monarch's clear eyes swept across, reflecting the white snow. It was as though he could see through everyone. These people were the disciples of the Flying Snow Villa. The Flying Snow Villa was different from the other sect. They didn't have many disciples, but they strived for excellence. Every disciple of the Flying Snow Villa was talented in sword cultivation. Did anything happen during my seclusion? Sword Lord Flying Snow's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was as cold as the snow. Manor Lord, it's nothing serious. The oldest old man bowed slightly and replied, but a few days ago, someone sent a letter to challenge the sect master. Challenge me? Sword Lord Flying Snow was slightly surprised. He waved his hand and sucked the letter from the old man. He flipped it open and said, Xianxia? Who is he? Villa Master, this Xianxia is a rising star in the Tao of Sword. His sword skills are superb. In the past month, he has defeated the Yushan sword, Green Goose sword, and Swimming Dragon sword consecutively. The old man replied respectfully. Oh. Sword Lord Flying Snow raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew about the Yushan sword, Green Goose sword, and Swimming Dragon sword because these three were famous sword experts in this area. They were all at the 6th level of the extreme mortal realm and had superb sword skills. They had challenged him before. Even though the three of them were defeated by his sword, their sword skills were also superb. For a rising star to be able to defeat the three of them consecutively, it was enough to show that this person had profound attainments in the Tao of Sword. Challenging him was within his expectations. After all, he was the best in this area when it came to sword skills. Sword Lord, this wasn't an honor that any sword cultivator could obtain. Only those who had superb attainments in the Tao of Sword and were the best among their peers could obtain this honor. The reason why Sword Lord Flying Snow could be called Sword Lord was because he had defeated numerous sword cultivators. He represented the highest level of sword skills in the extreme mortal realm in this area. If there was a day when his cultivation reached the extreme mortal realm, he would have a great chance of becoming a sword king. In the early years, Sword Lord Flying Snow was often challenged and was used to it. However, in the past 10 years, the number of challenges had decreased. This was because he was strong and his sword skills were superb. Those who were weaker than him were no match for him. As for those who were stronger than him, they naturally wouldn't lower themselves to challenge him. Now, he had just come out of seclusion after 3 years and had made some progress in the Tao of Sword. Now that there was a sword cultivator challenging him, he could test out his sword skills. Tomorrow. Sword Lord Flying Snow's lips curled into a smile. He was slightly looking forward to it. Under the Flying Snow Mountain, a silhouette wearing a silver-white robe walked over. At first, he was a few thousand meters away, but in a blink of an eye, he was a few hundred meters away. In another blink of an eye, he was already at the foot of the Flying Snow Mountain. He climbed up the first flight of stairs. The stairs went straight up, like a sword pointing to the peak of the mountain. Xianxia's footsteps didn't seem fast, but in fact, they were as fast as a gust of wind. He climbed up the mountain rapidly. Not long later, Xianxia had crossed the 2-kilometer-tall mountain. At the peak of the Flying Snow Mountain, a villa stood tall in the midst of the white snow. This place is covered with white snow. The sky is filled with flying snow. The name Flying Snow really lives up to its name. Xianxia's gaze swept across the place as he muttered to himself. It took Xianxia a few months to travel from the Taiyuan continent to the Tianjin continent. During this period of time, Xianxia rarely fought. Instead, he cultivated and comprehended along the way. His cultivation was slowly increasing, but his progress in other aspects was limited. After stepping into the Tianjin continent, Qinzong went around asking for extreme mortal realm sword cultivators and issued challenges. There were many martial artists who practiced the sword, but there were not many who were successful in it. There were even fewer who could be called experts in the way of the sword. After more than a month, Qinzong had challenged more than a dozen famous sword experts, but there were only 3 who could be called experts. The Yushan sword was as heavy as a mountain. It fully displayed the strength and weight of the sword, and it was unique. The green goose sword was as light and swift as a goose flying in the sky. It was lonely and deep. The swimming dragon sword was as flexible as a swimming dragon flying in the sky. After defeating these 3 people, Qinzong's understanding of the Tao of the sword became broader. Today, Qinzong came to challenge the flying snow sword monarch, who was known as the #1 sword cultivator in this area. He only hoped that this person's sword art could surprise him. He had already sent the visiting card. Today, he arrived on time. I, Qinzong, am here to ask for guidance from the flying snow sword monarch. Standing outside the flying snow villa, Qinzong took a deep breath as he looked at the shocking red door. As he spoke, a sword cry came from the sky and reverberated within the villa. They are here. Open the door. Standing outside the door, Qinzong could vaguely hear the conversation. Soon after, a series of footsteps could be heard. Finally, the door was opened. The door that was dyed red with blood was opened. More than 10 young men wearing white short robes and carrying swords on their backs appeared on both sides of the door. Each of them stood straight and their backs were like swords. They looked straight ahead as if they didn't see Qinzong. From their bodies, Qinzong could feel a trace of coldness and sharpness. He could not help but sigh secretly. As expected of the flying snow villa, the most famous sword sect within a radius of 5,000 miles. Although he had not fought with them yet, with Qinzong's attainments in the way of the sword, he could tell that these young men had high attainments in the way of the sword. From this, he could tell that the flying snow sword monarch's attainments in the Tao of the sword were extremely profound. Are you Qinzong? A slightly old voice sounded. Soon after, an old man wearing a white robe and carrying a sword on his back stepped out. The old man's hair and beard were all white, but his face was ruddy. His body emitted a hot aura like a burning fire. The flying snow sword monarch? Qinzong nodded and asked. I am the first sword attendant of the sword monarch. If you want to challenge the sword monarch, you have to defeat me first to prove your qualifications. The old man said with a voice full of energy. His voice was like the sound of metal clashing, and the sound was ear-piercing. His eyes emitted an incomparably shocking radiance that was as sharp as an unsheathed sword, and his body was suffused with invisible sword energy. The flying snow villa was different from other sects. They didn't have many members, and they weren't called disciples, elders, or deacons. They were all called sword attendants, and the strongest one was called the first sword attendant. Please. Qinzong wasn't surprised. The first sword attendant's aura made Qinzong know that he was at the 5th tier of the extreme mortal realm. As for his sword skills, he would only know when they fought. Take one of my strikes first. As soon as the first sword attendant's voice fell, the long sword on his back seemed to fly into the air. A snow-white, cold sword light leaped into the air and turned into an arc of light. It was like a crescent moon made of snow, striking down from the sky. The first sword attendant already knew that Qinzong had defeated the Yushan sword, the Qingyan sword, and the swimming dragon sword. His sword skills and strength must be very strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. Therefore, he used his true strength as soon as he attacked. As soon as he attacked, the sword light had yet to reach him, but the terrifying sword pressure had already split open the ground, creating a long trench that quickly extended tens of meters away. The other sword attendants of the flying snow villa all stared with their eyes wide open. They all practiced the same set of sword skills, but their levels were different. Now that they saw the first sword attendant attack, they naturally couldn't miss it. Maybe they would be able to comprehend something and improve their own sword skills. Not bad, this clear snow style already has the essence. In the villa, the flying snow sword monarch nodded his head in approval. Chen Zong raised his head and looked at the crescent moon like snow-white sword light that was striking down from the sky. His body could clearly feel the coldness emitted by the sword light. It penetrated straight into his bones, as if it wanted to freeze his qi and blood, making it hard for him to move. The snowflakes fell like feathers, and the sword was like the moon in the sky. Chen Zong slightly raised his eyelids. Radiance shot out from deep within his eyes. Following that, a dazzling red light swept across the world. The blazing heat melted all the snow within a radius of 10 meters. The falling snowflakes evaporated into white smoke that rose into the air. This sword was like duckweed that had no fixed location. It was like a feather in the wind that had no trajectory to follow. It was also like the drifting snowflakes in the world, light and agile. Great sword technique. In the villa, Sword Monarch Flying Snow was startled as he exclaimed softly. The scorching sword scar went straight ahead and destroyed the sword light of the first sword attendant. It was like a hot knife through butter. The first sword attendant had a solemn expression. He realized that he couldn't avoid this sword no matter what he did. His aura was completely locked on, and he could only take it head-on. With a flick of his wrist, the sword vibrated and let out a piercing sound. It turned into countless snowflakes that surrounded the first sword attendant, protecting him from all angles. However, the sword that arrived through the gaps between the snowflakes. It made the impossible possible. The sword slashed on the first sword attendant and sent him flying. Chen Zong was here to challenge Sword Monarch Flying Snow. He didn't have any grudges or conflicts of interest. Naturally, he wouldn't kill anyone for no reason. Sword Monarch Flying Snow, I have yet to learn the way of the sword. Do you think this sword is pleasing to your eyes? Chen Zong's clear voice echoed in the snow as he sheathed the red jade sword. Great sword technique. The voice drifted over amidst the snow. Following that, a pale figure appeared in front of Chen Zong. It was as though this person had been standing there for a long time and had become one with the villa and the falling snow. This made Chen Zong's pupils shrink slightly. All of you, step back. Sword Monarch Flying Snow stared at Chen Zong. His clear eyes were filled with radiance. They were as sharp as the edge of a sword, silently slicing apart the falling snow. Yes. Everyone, including the first sword attendant, stepped aside and stood straight. My sword hasn't been unsheathed for 5 years. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's clear eyes became indifferent as he stared at Chen Zong. This made Chen Zong feel a chill in his body. I heard that you defeated the Mountain Sword, Green Goose Sword, and Swimming Dragon Sword. After seeing the essence of your sword, you are indeed qualified to make me unsheath my sword. It is indeed my honor. Chen Zong smiled. An invisible aura spread out from the two of them like invisible sharp swords, clashing in the air with a distance of tens of meters between them. The moment Swordmaster Flying Snow appeared, the battle had already begun. The Sword Monarch Flying Snow opened his mouth once again. His voice was even colder and seemed to contain traces of sharpness. It filled the air endlessly, causing the falling snowflakes to carry traces of formless sword chi. All the snow in this world is my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a snowflake turned into a sword and shot towards Chen Zong. The chill penetrated through his body. Using snowflakes as a sword to attack. This method was indeed not ordinary. Chen Zong's eyes brightened. He too did not unsheath his sword. Instead, he used his finger as a sword to attack. Under his finger, the air rippled like water. With a pop sound, the snowflakes shattered. The formless sword chi also dissipated. However, more snowflakes were swept up by the wind. They let out a woo-woo sound as they were blown towards Chen Zong. Every snowflake contained a terrifying sword chi. It was extremely sharp and could easily kill an ordinary extreme mortal realm 4th stage warrior. Chen Zong still did not unsheath his sword. Instead, he used his finger as a sword. The air rippled like water. With just this one finger, an invisible strand of sword chi circled around him like a thread. It was extremely agile like a soaring dragon. Not only did it resist the snowflakes that came flying from all directions, it even destroyed them one by one. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's eyes brightened. Chen Zong's technique of using his finger as a sword was extremely exquisite. It made Sword Monarch Flying Snow excited. After hearing that Chen Zong had defeated the Yushan sword, Qing Yan sword, and swimming dragon sword, Sword Monarch Flying Snow was slightly interested. But now, a trace of battle intent rose from his heart uncontrollably. A melodious sword cry resounded across the sky. A snow-white sword light rose up as if it was rushing towards the clouds. The wind and snow swirled around, making it hard to see clearly. Soon after, the snow-white sword light made a turn in midair. It seemed light, but it was extremely strong and domineering. Before the sword light arrived, Chen Zong could already feel the terrifying sword pressure on his body. This sword was similar to the first sword technique used by the first sword servant. Or rather, it was the same technique. But the same technique used by the first sword servant was completely different from the one used by Sword Monarch Flying Snow. It was stronger and more mysterious. If it was used by the first sword servant, there were still traces to be found. But when it was used by Sword Monarch Flying Snow, it was hard to find any flaws. This sword allowed Chen Zong to see Sword Monarch Flying Snow sword technique. It was extremely profound and did not disappoint the title of Sword Monarch. The stronger Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword technique was, the happier Chen Zong would be. Only then would he not disappoint himself. Thinking of this, he unsheathed the red jade sword. The scarlet sword light pierced through the sky like a rainbow. The real battle had begun. The sword servants of Flying Snow Manor stared with their eyes wide open. They stared at Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword and Chen Zong's sword. This was a battle between swordsmanship experts. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's cultivation was at the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. But he did not use all of his cultivation. He only controlled it to be at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. This was because Chen Zong's cultivation was at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. After leaving the Taiyuan Sky sect at the peak of the 3rd level of the extreme mortal realm, he had not stopped cultivating for the past few months. Finally, he made a breakthrough and reached the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. The early stage of the extreme mortal realm made Chen Zong even more powerful. Against Sword Monarch Flying Snow, Chen Zong did not have any intention to hold back. He would only be able to enjoy himself if he used all of his strength. The sword light surged and shattered. As the two swords clashed, a terrifying force tore the surroundings apart and shattered countless snowflakes. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's expression changed abruptly. From Chen Zong's sword, he could feel an extremely frightening energy pressing down on him. That was spiritual energy, but it was of an extremely high quality and extremely pure spiritual energy. It was even more frightening than the spiritual energy that he cultivated from his martial technique. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was much higher than Chen Zong's, he would have been defeated by Chen Zong in a clash of spiritual energy. Luckily, although he had limited his cultivation, the purity of his spiritual energy was not affected. He was still at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's cultivation technique was only a mid-level spiritual art, which was considered normal. Under the same level, the purity of his spiritual energy could not be compared to Chen Zong's. However, his sword art was indeed brilliant. As he closed in, he held his sword horizontally against the snowstorm. Snowflakes filled the sky and danced wildly in the air. The two figures clashed against each other in the snowstorm. Their swords clashed again and again, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The terrifying sound waves mixed with a powerful force tore the snowflakes apart, causing dust to fill the air. The heat caused by the sword slicing through the air even melted part of the snowflakes. There were no specific moves. Instead, he was able to react according to the situation. His goal was to defeat his opponent. This was an extremely high level of swordsmanship. It was no longer restricted to specific moves and was not restricted by moves. It allowed one to integrate one's own strength into the longsword as one wished. It allowed one to have perfect control, judge the situation, and unleash it to the fullest. After exchanging blows, Chen Zong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow confirmed that their opponent had mastered the power of the sword, and his mastery of it was not low either. The power of the sword was the power of the heavens and earth. Mastering the power of the heavens and earth would not only allow one to utilize the power of the heavens and earth to increase one's strength, but it would also allow one to adapt to the surrounding environment better, allowing one to unleash one's strength to its fullest potential. In a battle between martial artists, one's strength might be important, but the surrounding environment was also very important. The right time, the right place, and the right people were all indispensable. After a moment, the intense and ear-piercing sword hum finally quieted down. The snowflakes that were torn apart gradually faded away. Sword Monarch Flying Snow stood proudly with his sword pointed at Xianxia. The snow-white sword light flickered and emitted a frightening chill. With the red jade sword in his hand, it hung down naturally. Traces of light flowed on the sword like a soaring dragon. Great sword art. Sword Monarch Flying Snow did not conceal his admiration. Xianxia's sword art had indeed surprised him. It was very powerful and brilliant. Furthermore, it gave off a feeling of being able to learn from many different martial arts. This was undoubtedly a difficult path. The difficulty of seeking the Tao was known by all. Sword Monarch's sword art is truly marvelous. Xianxia laughed. My sword Tao is called Flying Snow. Sword Monarch Flying Snow laughed. The flying snow sword that was pointed at Xianxia turned around and placed horizontally in front of him. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's eyes landed on the cold snow-white sword. His eyes were reflected like water and had some gentleness. Soon after, Sword Monarch Flying Snow gently flicked his finger. As the snow-white sword trembled, it let out a melodious sword hum. The air rippled like water. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's aura became even colder. Countless snowflakes seemed to be condensing behind his back. They were like swords revolving around him. Using the name Flying Snow to forge the Flying Snow Sword Tao. My sword Tao is my heart. Xianxia said softly. His eyes became deeper and his aura became more ethereal. The red jade sword was like a swimming dragon. Sword Monarch Flying Snow chuckled. He used his left hand's fingers like a sword and swiped across the flying snow sword. As the snowy light spread out, the flying snow sword melted like snow and turned into snowflakes. They gradually spread out like dancing butterflies. The whooshing sound of the wind became even more intense. The surrounding snowflakes fused together with the flying snow sword. Every snowflake was emitting a frightening chill. Every snowflake was bringing along an extremely terrifying sharpness. Flying snow. Filling the sky, a soft sound drifted in the wind. The sword lights and snowflakes that filled the sky were wrapped by the violent wind. It was like the Milky Way flowing in reverse. It seemed light, but it was actually vast and boundless. It brought along the might of the heavens and earth. Sword Force Second Heaven, true intent of sword, true intent of snow manifestation realm. Xianxia was inwardly shocked. The strength of this Sword Monarch Flying Snow was indeed terrifying. He was much stronger than those that he challenged previously. Taking a deep breath, the red jade sword that was like a swimming dragon paused for a moment before thrusting forward. Sword Presence Second Heaven, the manifestation of the true meaning of the sword, manifestation of the true meaning of wind, I will use this sword to question my heart. That sword light was illusory. It tore the sky apart and went straight towards the flying snow. At that moment, Xianxia was wrapped by the flying snow. Pieces of flying snow pierced towards him like swords. Sword Monarch Flying Snow had a solemn expression. He frowned slightly and his eyes were flickering with radiance. It was as though he was experiencing a battle between heaven and man. In front of him, there was a seemingly illusory sword light that pierced through the chaotic flying snow and pierced through the sky. His body was pierced through and riddled with holes before being torn apart by the terrifying power. As the sword light flashed, Xianxia's figure appeared and pierced towards Sword Monarch Flying Snow. Heart questioning, this sword asks my heart, and it also asks your heart. At the very last moment, Sword Monarch Flying Snow finally reacted. He held the flying snow sword in his hand and swung it diagonally. Sword Monarch Flying Snow lived up to his name. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's attainments in the Sword Tao were indeed astounding. Not only did he break free from the heart questioning, he even blocked Xianxia's sword with his sword. The tyrannical power was like a snowstorm, forcing Xianxia to retreat. Soon after, Sword Monarch Flying Snow gripped the sword hilt with both his hands. The tip of the flying snow sword was pointed downwards. He stabbed it into the ground at an astonishing speed like a falling star. At the moment when the sword stabbed into the ground, Xianxia felt the ground tremble slightly. A frightening chill surged from the ground. Flying snow. Sword domain. The voice was soft, but it was vast and mighty like thunder. The cold wave was like a dragon that swarmed over. The flying snow sword that was stabbed into the ground emitted a dazzling white light. It instantly exploded. Pieces of white snow that were suffused with sword light shot out in all directions. Chenzong was in a daze. He realized that he seemed to have been transported through time and space. What he saw was a world of ice and snow. Flying snow sword domain. Chenzong was alert and frowned. He heard Sword Monarch Flying Snow's voice very clearly. Sword domain, using the sword to form a domain, this was a representation of the sword Tao. It was a representation of a superb realm. Chenzong closed his eyes and opened them after a few breaths. His expression became extremely cold. There was no longer any emotion in his eyes. There was only emptiness and coldness. Within his pupils, it was as though there were two sword scars. Within the sword scars, there was a sharp radiance flowing. Scar sword pupil, this was a low-grade secret technique within the heavenly sword Tao. After executing it, one could see through some illusions and so on. Such small techniques might not be very powerful, but they were very useful in certain situations and could not be ignored. With his sword vision, Chenzong realized that the world of ice and snow had disappeared. Instead, there were 49 swords made of ice and snow floating in the air. The ice-snow long sword had no hilt. It was about half a meter long, and its edges were extremely sharp. It emitted an amazing chill and sharpness, which made Chenzong feel a chill in his heart. He is actually able to break free from the illusion. Sword Monarch Flying Snow was astonished. Soon after, he used his finger as a substitute for a sword and lightly swiped across, causing the 49 flying snow swords to revolve rapidly. This so-called flying snow sword field was actually just a flying snow sword formation. Compared to a real sword field, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, even if it was just a sword formation, it still possessed extremely terrifying power. Following the movement of Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword fingers, 2 flying snow swords pierced through the air. The terrifying cold energy was like the roar of a dragon. Chenzong swung his sword and repelled 2 flying snow swords. Then, 4 more flying snow swords came at him. 8, 16, the more flying snow swords there were, the stronger and more terrifying the chill was. This made Chenzong's expression even more solemn. Furthermore, what made Chenzong feel troublesome was that after the flying snow swords were shattered, they would reform again. There would always be 49 flying snow swords, and it would never decrease or increase. In the end, the 49 flying snow swords came at him from all directions. It was as if 49 sword experts were attacking Chenzong at the same time. The pressure was indescribable. With the red jade sword in his hand, Chenzong's expression was cold and solemn. He fully activated his spiritual awareness and covered the surroundings. He grasped the trajectory of the 49 flying snow swords and blocked them with his sword. He could only block them. I have to break this formation. Chenzong thought to himself. At this point, Chenzong could also see that this was not a real sword field. It was just a formation formed by swords. It was a special application method, but its power was astonishing. If it was a real sword field, Chenzong would not have any power to resist. Break the formation, this seemed to be the only way now. But how to break the formation? Taking a deep breath, the wind and clouds surged. A large amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth was absorbed into Chenzong's body. He quickly refined it and expelled the turbid chi. The red jade sword vibrated and moved faster and faster. The sword edge cut the air, leaving 2 faint black traces. The buzzing sound was ear-piercing. If other people heard it, they would feel dizzy and weak. His right hand grasped the sword hilt and his left palm supported the sword head. He gently rubbed it. Chenzong's eyes became sharper and sharper. Sky-piercing sword. Splitting sky. His voice was low, but it carried a terrifying sharpness. The red jade sword was covered with a layer of sharp golden light. His left palm trembled slightly. A strong force suddenly burst out and pushed the red jade sword. His right hand also exerted force and slashed forward. Under the superposition of the 2 forces, the red jade sword was not only faster and stronger, but also more violently vibrated. Chi-chi sounds could be heard. It was as though a cloth was being torn apart. The red jade sword had already broken through the air. The scarlet sword light was suffused with a trace of icy cold sharpness. Wherever it passed, everything would be sliced apart, leaving behind a long faint black trace. The flying snow sword was instantly destroyed and turned into snow fog. The terrifying force made it hard for the flying snow sword to reform. The sharpness of this sword was unparalleled. Its power was astonishing and nothing could block it. It was as though it could tear apart the void. From afar, Sword Monarch Flying Snow's expression changed. He was overwhelmed with shock. That sharpness made him feel as though his entire body was being torn apart. With a single sword, a gap was formed in the sword array of the flying snow sword domain. Before the sword array could reform, Qianzong had already merged with his sword and stepped out from the gap. His body was agile and light like a feather, yet he was as fast as lightning. He took advantage of the situation and slashed towards Sword Monarch Flying Snow. The sword attendants of the Flying Snow Manor could not help but squint their eyes. They could not see Qianzong's figure at all. They could only see a dazzling sword light slicing through the sky. Flying Snow Sword. Avalanche. Sword Monarch Flying Snow had a solemn expression. He held tightly onto the newly formed flying snow sword. The body of the sword seemed to have become extremely heavy. It was as though a snow mountain had been compressed. As the sword was dragged upwards, it brought along a shocking whistling sound. It rumbled as though the snow mountain was collapsing and destroying the world. Avalanche was weak at the start, but it would rapidly increase in strength and eventually engulf the world. This sword move was created by Sword Monarch Flying Snow after observing the snow mountain for 3 years. After that, he spent another 3 years perfecting it. Once it was executed, it would be like the snow mountain collapsing. It would turn into a huge wave and become stronger and stronger. This sword move, Avalanche, was a heavy sword move. When it was executed, the flying snow sword disappeared and was replaced by a rolling snow wave. A terrifying aura surged over Qianzong, almost suffocated. In front of him, it was as though a snow mountain was collapsing. Third sword move. This Sword Monarch Flying Snow had already comprehended his sword move to the third sword move. Hong. The sword light turned into a ball and engulfed Qianzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow. It brought along an extremely terrifying tension as it surged forward. Everywhere it passed, the ground would be split open by 3 chi. Another violent explosion sounded. The ball formed by the sword light exploded. Sword lights that were as thick as an arm shot out in all directions. They split up again and became even finer. Pu chi piu chi, the air within a radius of a few hundred meters was turned into a sieve. The ground was split open, leaving behind sword marks that were as thick as a finger. They were of different lengths, but they were all frightening. They emitted a frightening wave of sword chi. Qianzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow swords clashed. Their eyes were extremely sharp. Frightening waves were constantly emitted from their bodies. After that, both of them smiled in unison, and the extremely terrifying and fierce auras on their bodies were restrained along with this. Sword lights flashed, and only 2 lively and lifelike sword flowers were left behind before both of their swords returned to their sheaths. Little friend Chen's sword technique is superb. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Sword Monarch Flying Snow laughed. He wasn't jealous at all. Sword Monarch, you praise me. Qianzong laughed as well. If not for Sword Monarch holding back, I would have already lost. Little friend, you must be joking. We are competing in sword technique, not cultivation. Sword Monarch Flying Snow said. Furthermore, I used my cultivation of the 5th sky for the last sword move. For the avalanche, Sword Monarch Flying Snow not only used the 3rd sword move, he also raised his cultivation to the early stage of the 5th sky of the mortal realm. With that, he was able to block Qianzong's sky-splitting sword. The sky-splitting sword wasn't a sword move of the will sword doctrine. It was a sword move of the heavenly sword doctrine. It was extremely powerful and frightening. Qianzong used the void sword force to activate it. He merged the sword intent, wind intent, and gold intent of the manifestation realm to reach the most powerful state he could perform. With that, he was able to break through the flying snow sword formation and force Sword Monarch Flying Snow to use the avalanche sword style. However, Qianzong knew that if Sword Monarch Flying Snow used his full strength, he wouldn't be a match for him. Although Sword Monarch Flying Snow only cultivated a mid-rank spiritual skill, his sword technique was extremely profound. With the seventh sky of the mortal realm's cultivation, coupled with the third sword move, it would only be more powerful. Little friend, if you don't mind, why don't you stay here for a few days so that we can have a sword discussion? Sword Monarch Flying Snow smiled. Since Sword Monarch has invited me, how would I dare to reject? This was also what Qianzong wanted. Sword Monarch Flying Snow was a senior in the Tao of the Sword. He had been in it for a longer time than Qianzong. The reason why Qianzong challenged him was because he wanted to learn from him and increase his understanding of the Tao of the Sword. Now that the battle was over, he had gained something. If he could have a sword discussion with Sword Monarch Flying Snow, his gains would be even greater. How could Qianzong refuse? Seeing that Qianzong agreed without hesitation, Sword Monarch Flying Snow was even happier. Qianzong was very young and could be considered as a junior in the Tao of the Sword. However, his talent and attainments in the Tao of the Sword were extremely profound. Compared to Sword Monarch Flying Snow, Sword Monarch Flying Snow wasn't much weaker. Thinking back, when Sword Monarch Flying Snow was about the same age as Qianzong, his attainments in the Tao of the Sword were many times weaker than Qianzong's. In the Great Thousand World, there were countless living beings. Many people felt like old friends at first sight. But at this moment, Qianzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow felt like old friends after the battle. In the backyard of the Flying Snow Villa, there was a pavilion. The pavilion was beside a cliff. Looking down, one could see a sea of trees that stretched for miles. Outside the pavilion, there was wind and snow. The ground was covered in white, and was wrapped in silver. Within the pavilion, there were two people sitting on the ground. They were Qianzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow. Between the two of them, there was a snow-white round table that looked as if it was made of ice and snow. On top of the table, there was a heater with fine wine in it. As they drank the warm wine, they talked about the Tao of the Sword and interacted with each other. For 10 days, the two of them didn't move at all. However, their gains were huge. After 10 days, Qianzong stood up and bowed to Sword Monarch Flying Snow before bidding farewell. Taking a step, he walked down the mountain like a feather in the wind. The wind and snow whistled, covering the slight footprints left behind by Qianzong. It was as if he had never been here. Kill them all. Kill all the men. Kill the older women too. I've already killed 15. Which one of you has killed more than me? I've killed 14. I'm about to surpass you. Kill, 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 kill. This girl is so pretty. I'm going to take her back. Shouts, hideous laughter, screams, begging for mercy, and cries of death all mixed together. The thick smell of blood permeated the air, filling the area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters and gradually drifting away. Gradually, the shouts and screams quieted down and were replaced by malicious threats. Let's go. Take this batch of goods and go back immediately. With this batch of goods, we can turn them in. I wonder what kind of reward we'll get when the time comes. Don't think too much. No matter how good the reward is, it'll be the fort masters who get it first. When it's distributed to us, it probably won't be much. A group of young and middle-aged men exuding murderous auras were talking while driving away more than 20 women between the ages of 10 and 30. Regardless of age, they were all good-looking. However, they had been reduced to prisoners and had witnessed the other villagers being wantonly slaughtered like pigs and dogs. They had long been scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, their lips were bloodless, and their eyes were filled with fear. They were like cattle and sheep that had lost their souls as they were driven forward. What a strong smell of blood! Qianzong's nose twitched slightly, and he frowned slightly as he looked in the direction of the smell of blood. His eyes flashed. He could vaguely see that the air 10,000 meters ahead seemed to be filled with a layer of faint red mist. Without a doubt, that was the source of the smell of blood. Not long ago, a fierce battle must have taken place there. Qianzong did not stop walking. He quickly walked forward. Then, his expression changed drastically. His eyes shone with horror, and a murderous intent uncontrollably emerged from his heart. It was not a battle. If it was a battle, it would be normal for both sides to kill each other and die. It would have nothing to do with him. But the scene in front of him was obviously a massacre, a one-sided massacre. Disemboweled, dirty water flowing all over the ground. Beheaded, eyes wide open, and filled with fear. A white-haired old man was split in half. His eyes were filled with despair. A strong middle-aged man was cut in half. His eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness. A 3-year-old child's body was smashed into pieces. His innocent eyes were filled with confusion. He did not know that his young life had died here before he could experience the wonders of the world. Scene after scene jumped into Qianzong's eyes. The red jade sword seemed to be able to sense Qianzong's current state of mind. It couldn't help but tremble, emitting a faint sword hum. Traces of terrifying killing intent circled around its body, causing the temperature to plummet. What a ruthless thief. He won't even spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. A shout suddenly sounded like a clap of thunder. At the same time, a cold sword light broke through the air like a shooting star. It was fast, sharp, and light. It was full of killing intent. It would not stop until Qianzong was dead. The sword light was swallowing. Before the sword arrived, it had already pierced through the air. The sharp chill attacked. Qianzong's reaction was very fast. The moment the sword came, he had already seen it. The red jade sword was unsheathed. It turned into a red light and pierced through the sky. The sword shattered the star-like sword light, but Qianzong did not take the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he shouted, "Hold on. Thief deserves to die." That person paid no attention to Qianzong and attacked with his sword in hand once more. The sword split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and finally transformed into 64 sword lights. Numerous sword lights tore through the sky like meteors, and it seemed as if a meteor shower was descending from the sky, and all of them shot towards Qianzong. 64 sword lights, bright and stunning, contained a terrible killing intent. The man obviously thought Qianzong was the murderer who killed the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Therefore, he attacked without mercy. Every sword was full of killing intent. He would not stop until he killed Qianzong. Qianzong understood this, but he would not stand still and let Qianzong kill him. With a slight twist and shake of his wrist, the red jade sword followed an incomparably mysterious trajectory, shuttling back and forth between the gaps of the 64 flying flame meteor sword lights. It was as nimble as a fish swimming in the water, or as agile as a dragon swimming in the wind and clouds of the ninth heaven. Since he could not communicate with him, he would defeat him with strength first. 64 streaks of sword light struck the ground and exploded, forming a large area. However, Qianzong was nowhere to be seen. As the sword flashed, the long sword in the man's hand trembled. A terrible force shook the man's fingers, and the sword in his hand fell. At least 70% of a sword warrior's strength was on the sword. Without the sword, his strength would be reduced significantly. These people were not killed by me. Qianzong stared at the man and said word by word. This person was a woman dressed in white. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she didn't look very old. She had a baby face, and her eyes were big and watery. Her sword was shot down. Her big eyes showed a trace of fear. When she heard Qianzong's words, she quickly reacted. She picked up the sword and held it tightly. She stared at Qianzong with full vigilance. She looked around with the corner of her eyes, and then her expression eased little by little. I just arrived and saw such a terrible scene. Do you know who did it? Qianzong asked again. I'm not sure. I'm starting to investigate. The baby-faced woman spoke. Her voice was childish and clear. Nodding, Qianzong did not speak again. Instead, he scanned the surroundings. His eyes flashed, and a sword mark appeared in his pupils. Scar sword pupil. Before he completely perfected the mind sword doctrine, the heavenly sword way and the dark feather way of the heavenly sword way were useful to him. The scar sword pupil could not only see through some illusions, but could also see even more subtle clues. Putting away his sword pupil, Qianzong followed the traces and chased after them. The killing intent had been born. If he did not kill, his heart would not be at ease. Mind sword doctrine, mind, it had to follow the heart. It was not to punish evil and promote good. It was not to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It was only to be at ease, for his own Tao. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill. What are you doing? The baby-faced woman hurriedly asked. However, Chenzong ignored her. They did not know each other, and Chenzong did not intend to. Did you discover something? The baby-faced woman did not get angry. Instead, she used her movement technique to chase after him. She asked as she chased. Chenzong still did not reply. He used the Xianxia shapeshifting technique. His body fluttered in the wind, and his feet did not touch the ground. He shot forward like lightning, and gradually, he left the baby-faced woman behind. Wait for me. The baby-faced woman was more and more certain that Chenzong had discovered something. She chased after him relentlessly. However, she was not as fast as Chenzong. She could only watch as Chenzong disappeared into the distance. She stomped her foot angrily. No, I have to chase after him. The baby-faced woman muttered to herself. She used her movement technique again and chased after Chenzong. After half a year, Chenzong had not only made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but also accumulated more experience in the mind-sword principle. His Xianxia shapeshifting technique was also constantly perfected. Now, he could use it much faster than before. It looked more mysterious. All the changes were based on his will. Gradually, Chenzong heard the sound of conversation. It was intermittent. It was carried by the wind. It seemed that many people were talking. As he got closer, the conversation became clearer. Chenzong's expression became colder and colder. When Chenzong saw the people talking, a strong murderous intent poured out from his eyes like a cold current. There were a total of more than a dozen people, all of them young and middle-aged. Each of them wore black and red robes and carried long swords on their backs. A terrifying murderous aura radiated from their bodies. They were sitting on the ground, resting and gnawing on dried meat. Next to them, there were more than 20 beautiful women who had their hands tied together. Even if they wanted to escape, they would be slowed down by the sheer number of people around them. However, these 20 or so women were all huddled together and shivering. They were just ordinary people. Even if they had cultivated, at most they would only be at the force refining realm. How could they be a match for this group of true martial realm and even pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators? Suddenly, an extremely cold aura spread out, causing the bodies of the dozen people who were chatting and eating jerky to tremble. One by one, they turned their heads to look, only to see a figure rapidly approaching. An icy aura was continuously being emitted from that figure's body. Who are you? The leading pseudo-transcendent realm middle-aged man quickly got up and stared at Chenzong with a dignified expression. The one who killed you. Chenzong was certain that the previous massacre was the work of these people. Seeing them, the murderous intent in his heart became even stronger. A strong uneasiness came from the depths of his heart, causing the 9-star middle-aged man's face to be filled with shock. His heart unconsciously began to beat wildly. We are from Black Mountain Stronghold. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? The middle-aged man reported their origins. Black Mountain Stronghold. Chenzong had never heard of it before, nor did he know what kind of force it was. However, it seemed that they weren't anything good, just like bandits. That didn't matter, as long as he killed them. Chenzong could see that these people's cultivations weren't high. None of them had reached the extreme mortal realm. To deal with such people, he naturally didn't need to draw his sword. Using his finger as a sword, Chenzong thrust out. In the eyes of the dozen or so people, they saw an extremely sharp sword piercing through the air towards them. It didn't seem to be fast, and they could clearly see the trajectory of the sword. Even the outline of the tip of the sword could be seen clearly. The sharpness of the sword was constantly magnified in their eyes. Although they could see it clearly, they were shocked to find that their bodies couldn't move, as if they were imprisoned by an invisible force. They could only watch as the tip of the sword pierced through the air and stabbed towards them. In fact, it wasn't that their bodies were imprisoned, but that they simply couldn't react in time. The seemingly slow sword was actually as fast as a flash of light. Even if Chenzong hadn't drawn his sword and had only used his finger as a sword to casually attack, using less than 10% of his strength, it was still not something a group of transcendent realm cultivators could contend with. One had to know that with Chenzong's current strength, even 10% of his strength was enough to kill an ordinary first-layer mortal realm cultivator. Double monthly votes. Come on, guys. You can't keep it until the new year. Looking at the pale and shivering women in front of him, Qianzong had a headache. It was easy to kill them, but difficult to arrange. He couldn't take them with him. It was unrealistic. Besides, Qianzong planned to eradicate the Black Mountain village to show his sincerity. The women shrank their bodies and didn't dare to look at Qianzong for fear of being killed. They were all scared out of their wits. It seems that I have to find a place to settle them down first, Qianzong said secretly. But where should he find a place to settle them down? If they were in the Taiyuan continent, it would be easy to arrange. Qianzong only needed to take out his identity token to send a message, and someone would come to help immediately. Everything would be taken care of, and Qianzong wouldn't have to worry about anything. However, this was the Heavenly Mirror continent. The Taiyuan Heaven sect couldn't reach here. Moreover, even if the people of the Taiyuan Heaven sect rushed over, it would take a long time because of the long distance. Experts of the profound sky realm were indeed very fast, but they couldn't move for such a small matter. The 20 or so women were in a state of panic. They didn't know what would happen to them next. I finally caught up with you. The baby-faced woman caught up, panting. She tried her best to catch up with Qianzong. Seeing this baby-faced woman, Qianzong had a flash of inspiration, and a smile hung on the corners of his mouth. What's your name? Qianzong asked with a smile. What's the matter? The baby-faced woman stared at Qianzong vigilantly. Qianzong ignored her just now, but now he suddenly asked for her name. It was strange. The massacre just now was done by these people. Qianzong didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he pointed to the bodies on the ground and said, "These women were kidnapped. I'm not familiar with this place, so I can't arrange a place for them." The baby-faced woman frowned and looked at the women. She couldn't bear to see them like this. After thinking for a while, she said, "I can arrange a place for them. I'll leave it to you then," Qianzong said immediately. He was not good at dealing with this kind of logistics. It would be great if someone could take over. As for other things, Qianzong was not worried. According to his observation, this woman was sympathetic and had a sense of justice. "Where are you going?" The baby-faced woman immediately asked. Black Mountain Stockade. Qianzong did not avoid the topic. Black Mountain Stockade. The woman's face suddenly changed, and her eyes, which were originally very big, became even bigger. "Do you know where the Black Mountain Stockade is? Tell me." Qianzong indeed did not know, but this woman seemed to know. The Black Mountain Stronghold is a rising power in recent years. The 9 stronghold leaders are all extreme mortal realm warriors. They are ruthless and have a notorious reputation. If you go, it will be difficult for you to survive, the baby-faced woman said. Her words were so straightforward that it made people's teeth hurt. 9 extreme mortal realms. Qianzong acted as if he did not hear the woman's last words. He pondered for a while. What's the highest level of cultivation? I heard it's the 8th level, the baby-faced woman said. The 8th level. Qianzong was silent for a while and started to think. The 8th level of the extreme mortal realm was not weak at all. If the cultivation method was good, it could only be stronger. But, could this stop Qianzong's murderous intent? It could not. In which direction is the Black Mountain Stockade? Qianzong's eyes became more determined. Over there. The woman pointed, and was immediately shocked. Could it be that you? I'll leave these people to you. Qianzong followed the direction the woman pointed, and used the mysterious heart change, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh no, if I go like this, I'll definitely be killed. The woman stamped her foot anxiously. She immediately took out a token and quickly sent a message, asking for someone to come and wait. Then, she sent a message to someone else. Against the wind, Qianzong's speed was incomparably fast, and he swept across the sky like lightning. Although they couldn't fly in the air like Sky Profound Realm experts, they could still easily run a few feet above the ground. Far away, they only needed to lightly tap the ground with the tip of their feet, and they could once again fly a great distance forward. Half a day later, Qianzong saw a mountain that was completely black. It was the so-called Black Mountain. The Black Mountain stockade was on top of the Black Mountain. The mountain was more than 2,000 meters high, and the mountain was rugged. There was no vegetation on the mountain, only pieces of large and small black stones. This was a stone mountain. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly, and with his amazing perception, he could vaguely feel that the stones of the Black Mountain were emitting traces of coldness. There was a winding path that extended from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top. Glancing around, Chen Zong saw that there were 2 true martial realm warriors guarding the path at the foot of the mountain. 100 meters up, there were 2 more true martial realm warriors guarding the path. Almost every 100 meters, there were 2 true martial realm warriors guarding the path. It could be said that the security was tight. Chen Zong did not hide anything, and just walked up the path in big strides. Stop. The 2 true martial realm warriors at the foot of the mountain immediately stood up straight. They stared at Chen Zong with cold eyes, and their terrifying aura locked onto him. Who are you? What are you doing here? To kill. Chen Zong smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with a frightening coldness. With one step, Chen Zong's speed was so fast that the 2 true martial realm warriors could not react. His figure had already swept past them, and he quickly went up the path. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, in the blink of an eye, Chen Zong had climbed 1,000 meters. At the foot of the mountain, the 2 true martial realm warriors who stood still like statues fell to the ground. A bright red color appeared between their eyebrows. Then, the 2 guards 100 meters up also fell to the ground, and the 2 guards 200 meters up also fell to the ground. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of true martial realm warriors did not even have time to make a sound before they were all killed by Chen Zong. The gate of Black Mountain stronghold was completely black. It looked like it was made of wood and stone, but it was also not stone. The carvings on the gate were like ghost faces, giving it a gloomy and terrifying appearance. There were also 2 guards at the gate, but they were both 7-star pseudo-transcendents. But they still did not have time to make a sound before they were killed by Chen Zong. His figure lightly floated into the Black Mountain stronghold, and did not cause any commotion. The Black Mountain stronghold leaders probably did not expect that someone would come to their door alone with only a sword. When someone entered his sight, Chen Zong killed them. Only the 9 leaders of Black Mountain stronghold were extreme mortal realm masters. The rest of the members were all below the Transcendence realm, consisting of true martial realm and pseudo-transcendence. In terms of power level, this Black Mountain stronghold was a low-grade sect. For example, the Unhindered Sword sect was much stronger. Chen Zong did not deliberately conceal himself, nor did he deliberately reveal himself. He continued to kill, and under the absolute difference in cultivation and strength, no one could make a sound. Come. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded, like a gust of cold wind blowing through the entire stronghold. But, no one responded. Where the hell did they all go? After 3 breaths of time, the gloomy voice sounded again, carrying with it a terrifying anger and murderous intent. Following the direction of the voice, Chen Zong's figure flew like a feather in the wind. In Black Mountain stronghold, there were 9 houses made of black hardwood mixed with black stone. Among them, there were 9 largest houses, which should be the residences of the 9 leaders. The gloomy voice came from one of them. Pushing the door open, Chen Zong strode in. Where the hell did they go just now? The other party thought he was a member of the stronghold, and a terrifying aura swept out, like the cold air of hell, filled with anger. To send some people on their way. Chen Zong replied unhurriedly. Who are you? The person immediately sensed something was wrong, and at the same time, struck out with a hand. It was like a gloomy snake slithering in the grass, sinister, mysterious, and cold. 3rd LV of the extreme mortal stage. With such cultivation and aura fluctuations, he could not be strong enough to be his opponent, but Chen Zong did not underestimate him. Who knew if he had any special tricks up his sleeve? He had to end this quickly, and there were still 8 leaders to kill. In an instant, a blazing red light lit up the darkness, and dispersed the mysterious cold air. A sword pierced through the air. The sword was fast, like a rainbow piercing through the sky. When the light dissipated, the red jade sword had already returned to its scabbard. Chen Zong grabbed the mustard seed bag, and without looking at it, put it into his virtual ring. At the moment of the leader's death, an extremely cold voice sounded from inside Black Mountain, and it quickly quieted down. However, as soon as Qianzong stepped out of the house, 7 tyrannical auras swept over from different directions, locking onto Qianzong one after another. Every aura carried a sinister chill, and every aura was extremely powerful. They were not inferior to the extreme mortal realm 3rd layer, or even stronger. Qianzong knew that he had been discovered. But he did not intend to hide from the beginning. If he was discovered, then so be it. It was just a battle. Thinking of this, Qianzong's sharp aura suddenly spread out, and shot up into the sky, as if it could shatter the clouds, and nothing could stop it. The red jade sword in its scabbard also trembled, as if it was about to leave the scabbard and kill the enemy. How dare you come to my Black Mountain stronghold, you must be tired of living. He even killed the 9th brother, I will skin him alive. A similarly dark and cold voice that was accompanied by a shocking murderous intent was transmitted over. Immediately, 7 black figures appeared around Qianzong, forming a circle that surrounded Qianzong. The terrifying aura locked onto Qianzong, and kept attacking. The sinister chill made Qianzong feel as if he had fallen into the abyss of hell, and his vision became dark. And this quickly, the red jade sword left its scabbard, and turned into 7 blazing red lights. With a shocking sharpness, it pierced through the air, and slashed towards the 7 leaders. Among these 7 people, the lowest was at the extreme mortal realm 3rd layer, and the highest was at the extreme mortal realm 7th layer. Kill! The 7 of them shouted and attacked together. Vaguely, their auras seemed to merge into one, and they actually blocked Qianzong's attack. It was nothing for extreme mortal realm 7th or 6th layer to block this attack, but for extreme mortal realm 3rd layer to block this attack, it made Qianzong very surprised. Without hesitation, Qianzong used the mysterious heart change. His body shook, and he disappeared under the attacks of the 7 people like smoke. Sword will basic movement, the sword slashed through, and there was no way to dodge or defend. Another extreme mortal realm 3rd layer was killed, and there were only 6 left. Een Demon Hand. Een Demon Claw. Een Demon Triple Shock. Een Demon Killing Finger. End of chapter 715. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.